In this 1980s where sweet potatoes cost a dime a pound, you ignored your pregnant wife, who was so thin she looked like skin and bones, and directly took up a shotgun to go hunting. This was all because you had just been reborn and struck by lightning, gaining not only night vision but also the ability to see the health bars of your prey. While other families went hungry for 3 days and had 9 meals, your family feasted on braised pork at every meal until you were sick of it. At this moment, relying on your revived memories, you find a small river near your home. Seeing the dense bloodlines in the river, you start to scoop fish along the riverbank with a dustpan. This requires quickly inserting the dustpan into the water and then pulling it out. You see 2 loaches that didn't escape in the dustpan, 3 creek whites the size of a pinky finger. And what surprises you the most is a dozen lively little river shrimp. Although the river shrimp are very small, only half the size of a pinky finger, there are many of them. Where the bloodlines are dense, it indicates that there are many river delicacies. A scoop of soil will always yield some harvest. After more than a dozen times back and forth, your arms feel a bit sore, but there are already 50 or 60 river shrimp, a dozen small creek white fish, 7 or 8 loaches, and 2 yellow ducklings about 2 fingers thick in the barrel. You sigh. Being young is great. It took more than a dozen tries to feel a bit sore. Then, you continue to scoop along the riverbank downstream. This method is something only you can use, others can only fish blindly, and the harvest is completely disproportionate to the effort, which is just a waste of energy. You keep scooping for more than half an hour, and only when your arms start to feel sore do you finish and come ashore. It's not that you don't want to continue, but that you are worried about Gu Shuyao being home alone. At this time, there are already 4 to 5 pounds of small river shrimp, 3 to 4 pounds of small stream white fish, and more than a pound of loach in the wooden barrel. Although the loach in the river is small and thin, it doesn't have much of a muddy taste, and after cooking it with wine lees and adding some flour, it can be made into an incredibly delicious loach noodle dish. There aren't many yellow catfish, only about half a pound. To have such a harvest in the middle of the night, you are already very satisfied. Relying only on a soil scoop and not using any other tools, you have managed to catch so many fish, all thanks to your keen eyes. You have already decided that tomorrow you will go up the mountain to cut some bamboo and weave some traps to throw into the river. There are quite a few freshwater delicacies in the river. Just dropping a few traps can enrich the dining table, but you have to go at midnight when no one is around. Now the people in the village don't know what a fish trap is at all. Fishing basically relies on fishing rods, but fishing is a technical skill, and there are not many people in the village who have mastered it. In addition, fishing takes a lot of time, and everyone is tied up in the fields, so there is simply no time to go fishing. In your impression, only on rainy days do a few old men go out fishing in raincoats, but the catch is not much each time, leading to a lack of enthusiasm for fishing among everyone. Ultimately, the river is too small to raise any big fish, but for you, it's already enough. The taste of stream fish far surpasses that of the 4 major fish. If you are the only one who knows how to fish, your family's dining table will never be without fish. But once people know about the function of the traps, everyone will set traps, and at that time, you will no longer be able to enjoy these delicious river delicacies alone. Anyway, the people in the village didn't fish in the last life, and life went on, so there's no need to change it in this life. Carrying the catch of the day, you hum a tune that will only be composed years later. Leisurely walking home, the sound of frogs is mixed with sporadic dog barks, and occasionally, the cries of children. In this era, the indoors are dimly lit, let alone the outdoors. Just as you arrive home, you hear Gu Shuyao's voice from inside. Remember to lock the yard gate. Yesterday, Aunt Lu said a yellow weasel visited their house. Luckily it was killed by the big dog. You respond, you're still not asleep? Pregnant women should rest early. Saying this, you put down what you are holding and lock the yard gate. You said again, the chickens from the neighbor Lu's family. I've eaten them before, they are raised better than others. De Huang is also a good dog. Very intelligent. I get along well with it. Being idle. I'll handle these fish, you should hurry and go to sleep. Many of the small stream fish have died and need to have their intestines squeezed out, or they will spoil, causing their bellies to swell and become foul-smelling. In this era without refrigerators, to keep them fresh, one has to rely on a well. As long as these small fish are processed well, then packed into a container and placed in a basket to be hung in the well, keeping them fresh for a day or two is not a big problem. Hearing that you were going to handle the fish, Gu Shuyao was taken aback for a moment, then picked up the candlestick and came to your side. The dim candlelight illuminated the wooden tub, and seeing a pile of creek white fish belly up in the tub, Gu Shuyao's eyes widened. You caught so many. It must weigh a few pounds, right? After saying that, she couldn't help but swallow. It had been several months since they had seen any meat at home. You replied, it's probably about 2 or 3 pounds. There are still good things underneath. You grinned, unable to resist playing the fisherman for a moment, sharing tonight's catch with your wife. Gu Shuyao asked curiously. What good thing? Is it the yellow duck calling? Unable to resist your temptation, she reached out and pushed aside the top layer of the turned-over stream white, and saw the dense little river shrimp at the bottom of the wooden bucket. Gu Shuyao was instantly overjoyed, her eyes brightening a few more degrees. So many river shrimp. I can't believe there are so many little river shrimp to catch in that small river. Is there still some noodles at home? At this time, you were neglectful of your family, completely unaware of what was happening at home, only knowing how to wander outside. Occasionally, you would make some money, but it was squandered by you and a few friends. In your memory, since the two of you got married, you hadn't taken any money home or cared about family matters. Looking back now, you don't even know why you were like that for so many years. Later, at a construction site, you met an old man who read fortunes, who said that those years you were living in a state of confusion, aimlessly, and it all seemed quite mysterious. Gu Shuyao said, there is sweet potato flour at home, but not much. If you're hungry, I'll steam a few sweet potatoes for you. She didn't hide it from you, she just felt that you were a bit unusual. In the past, you would just ask for food and drink without asking what else was at home. You quickly interrupted her. Don't move. You're pregnant. Go lie down in the room. It's pitch dark. What if I fall? Gu Shuyao felt increasingly uneasy in her heart. What's wrong with you today? You replied, it's nothing much. I had a ridiculous dream that made me reflect a lot. I feel like I can't go on living so aimlessly. I should do something meaningful. Take good care of you and the child in your belly, and take on the responsibilities that a man should have. You don't need to worry about the household matters anymore. I know it's hard for you to believe all at once. Just take your time to look. You don't dare to say too much to Gu Shuyao, but you can't say nothing at all. You have already sensed her worries and unease. Gu Shuyao's eyes suddenly turned red, and for a moment, she didn't know how to continue the conversation. When the two got married, one was 17 and the other 18. And it has been 4 years since then. This is still the first time she has heard you say such words. You said, go lie down in the room. I'll cook some loach powder and bring you a bowl in a bit. As you spoke, you picked up the wooden bucket and walked towards the kitchen. Gu Shuyao murmured, isn't it me who's dreaming? She protected the candlelight and returned to the room, sitting back on the bed. In the pitch-black kitchen, you found a few pounds of sweet potato flour in a cabinet full of wormholes. If nothing unexpected happened, this sweet potato flour was made by Gu Shuyao herself. You found an oil can on the stove, which only had 2 spoonfuls of oil, and the only seasoning was some coarse salt. The color didn't seem quite right, and there was no rice wine at all. The kitchen was mostly filled with sweet potatoes and dried sweet potato shreds. You thought to yourself, even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. At that moment, Gu Shuyao's voice came, don't cook. I'm not hungry. Just go to bed early. Clearly, the noise you made while searching for things was not small. There is nothing at home, so it's really impossible to cook delicious loach powder. You said, you go to sleep first. I'll handle these little fish. You took an extra wooden basin, preparing to scoop out the creek white fish separately. River shrimp, loach, and yellow duckweed. They all have relatively strong vitality and are easy to raise. You have already figured out the situation at home, which is that there is nothing. You definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. That little catch is completely insufficient to resolve the situation at home. If you want to change things quickly, you can only go hunting in the mountains. However, Gu Shuyao hasn't fallen asleep yet, and she definitely won't let you go out with a gun, so you'll have to wait until she falls asleep to go up the mountain. Having made up your mind, you calmly started to handle the creek. After catching the fish from the creek, you changed the water in the wooden barrel to ensure there is enough oxygen. The small creek white in the wooden basin is quite a lot. After all, most of them are the size of a thumb. You patiently squeeze out the intestines and place them in a bowl beside you. Unfortunately, there is no flour and oil at home. Otherwise, wrapping them in a layer of flour and frying them in hot oil until golden would be absolutely delicious. After handling the small creek white, you place it in a basket and hang it in the well to keep it fresh. After doing all this, you entered the room and looked around. The gun was placed in her room by Gu Shuyao, and the bullets were hidden under her pillow. If it weren't for your night vision, it wouldn't be so easy to find them in the pitch-black room. Without waking Gu Shuyao, you successfully took the shotgun and the bullets. To avoid worrying Gu Shuyao, you found some charcoal and left a message on the door of your small sleeping room. Besides the shotgun and bullets, you also took a backpack and put a machete in it. Just as I stepped out, the big yellow dog next door barked twice. However, it stopped as soon as you made a sound, clearly recognizing your voice. Since it was late at night, everyone was fast asleep, and no one was disturbed. You didn't linger and headed straight towards the mountains, quickly diving into the forest, activating the blood bar mode. You saw some moving blood bars in the woods. They were so short, they should be something like mountain mice. You were looking at the ground and hadn't looked up at the trees yet. You muttered, the range of blood bars I can see is about 30 meters. It's a bit short, but it can still be useful. Continuing to push deeper into the forest, there were rarely any large wild animals on the outskirts. Even if there were, you didn't plan to use your gun, as the gunfire would be too obvious and would alert the villagers. In the past, no one in the village hunted. At most, they set a few snares. With the existence of the health bar mode, you don't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts at all. Moreover, the ground in the forest is bare, and all the shrubs and weeds have been cut down by the villagers to be used as firewood. If it weren't for the random logging being dealt with, there would be no way for forests to exist around the village. It can be said that in the woods around the village, you can't even find dry leaves, whether for firewood or hunting. You have to go deep into the mountains to have a chance. As Ji Chang continued to go deeper and deeper, there were some changes in those blood bars. The blood bars started to thicken a bit and increase in length. Obviously, these wouldn't be any little mountain rats. Ji Chang stared at a blood bar and crept closer. He held a stone in his hand, ready to strike. Blood strike equals positioning, and when it's not appropriate to move the gun, you can indeed try another weapon attack. The bullets in Kicho's hand were also relatively limited, and there was no way the critter was going to make him move his gun. Before the stone could be smashed out, Ji Chang heard a bang. A mountain chicken directly took to the air not far away, not giving Ji Chang the slightest chance to sneak up on him. So it's a grouse. I thought it was something. Ji Chang hefted the stone in his hand and aimed at the bloodstain in another spot. This blood bar was obviously longer than the one of the mountain chicken just now, so it was probably an animal of a somewhat larger size. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Chang pressed the bullet into the chamber and aimed it at the bloodstain. Bang! After the gunshot, Ji Chang saw that the blood bar was instantly emptied for the most part. There's no doubt he's right on target. Quickly rushing up, Ji Chang saw a rabbit collapsed on the ground, its legs still flailing. Chapter 4, 50 or 60 pounds of prey. Ji Chang lifted the rabbit and put it directly into his own carrier. The rabbit wasn't fat. It was estimated to be only 6 or 7 pounds. And there wasn't much meat after skinning it. But it's been a good hard dish for their family. A bullet for a rabbit is not a loss. We'll have to get a slingshot to play with tomorrow. It's a waste of a gun to shoot critters. Ji Chang immediately lost interest in the small bloodstains and began to look for larger animals. If he didn't get a big one, he felt like this trip tonight was all for naught. Ideal game, with roe deer, mountain roe deer, and muntjac, all of which are of the deer family, not small in size, and all of which are predominantly lean meat on them, but also have some fat, best suited to their family's situation. Wild boar, he'd like to, but he's not confident enough if he's relying on a single 3/8 cap. 200 or 300 pounds of the following is okay. If encountered 500 or 600 pounds, 3/8 big cap cannot be used. Even the spray, encountered that kind of big boar is to avoid. After spinning for over an hour, Ji Chang only saw some small blood bars. Depending on the situation, it's either a hare or a grouse. Stoned a few times, but none of them worked. Because it was so slow, the stone had sensed it before it reached its target. Even with the bloodstain positioning, Ji Chang couldn't take advantage of anything. The no-frill slingshot must be arranged as soon as possible. When there is money in hand, crossbows can be arranged. Guns, that's for big guys. Big guy. Ji Chang saw a blood bar that was over 20 centimeters in length and perked up. He paused and aimed his gun at the bloodstain the first time. Just as he was about to shoot, the blood bar suddenly jumped. Ji Chang saw a yellow animal jumping towards the front with great speed. I don't know if they found him or something else. He rushed to catch up, carefully controlling the movement of his feet. It took a few minutes of chasing before the animal stopped. It looked around warily before lowering its head to nibble on the tender grass on the ground. At this time, Ji Chang locked onto it with his end gun. Try hard to control your breathing, because you only get one chance. If it couldn't hit it, it wouldn't give itself a second chance and would quickly flee. Bang! The moment the gun went off, Ji Chang saw that the animal's blood bar was instantly emptied by most. This ability is practically made for hunting. Ji Chang lamented and darted towards the fallen animal. After seeing the animal's appearance, Ji Chang couldn't help but grin. It is a muntjac, called yellow muntjac on their side, and the adult weighs no more than 35 kilograms and is 115 centimeters long. Muntjac legs are thin and strong, good at jumping, and the skin is soft enough for tanning. Cowardly nature. A little wind and grass on the overreaction. The southern coastal area is also known as game meat. There are 4 species in the domestic distribution, namely, the black muntjac, the red muntjac, the little muntjac, and the felid muntjac. Their side of the muntjac is actually ruddy muntjac, called something different. Ji Chang didn't go straight for it because it wasn't dead yet. It's an old pain in the ass if you accidentally get stomped. The muntjac is estimated to be 50 or 60 pounds, making it a solid haul, and the bullet went through the neck with no damage to the fur. Only when he watched the blood bar empty did Ji Chang load it into his back basket. With this muntjac, Ji Chang can go down the mountain. Perhaps it was still possible to make it back home before dawn. By the time Ji Chang returned home, it was already slightly light. The courtyard door was wide open, and Gu Shuyao sat at the door with a worried face. Why are you awake so early? Ji Chang couldn't help but feel weak in his heart when he saw Gu Shuyao's expression was not right. And you know to come back? Where did you go with the gun last night? Did you go off to do something hurtful? What? Ji Chang hurriedly placed the backpack in front of Gu Shuyao. Hunting, didn't I tell you? Ji Chang explained in a pleasant manner. Seeing the prey in the basket, Gu Shuyao let out a long breath of relief. She looked up at Ji Chang, finding the person in front of her very unfamiliar. The idle Ji Chang had really gone up the mountain in the middle of the night to hunt, and had even returned ahead of 50 to 60 pounds of prey? What kind of animal is this? Gu Shuyao had grown up in the city and had not seen a muntjac before. Is it good? Ji Chang grinned. This is muntjac. The meat is tender and very tasty. Let's go. Go inside and take care of it. With that, Ji Chang lifted the basket and walked towards the courtyard. We'll start with small fish and rabbit meat this morning, and I've also shot a rabbit. Saying this, Ji Chang went straight to the water well, ready to get to work on the hare and muntjac. Gu Shuyao, who hadn't seen meat for a long time, was a little excited, and the saliva in her mouth was secreting like crazy. She walked briskly to the kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife and a wooden pot to the well, ready to get her hands dirty. I'll take care of it. This chamois skin can be made into leather. I guess I can sell it for money, said Ji Chang. Took over the wooden basin. Seeing that Gu Shuyao looked like she wanted to help but couldn't be bothered, Ji Chang spoke up and said, take the creek white from the well and steam it, and steam some sweet potatoes along the way. Boil some more hot water and scald the rabbits later to get the hairy legs down. Hare meat is more firewood if you cook it together without the skin. Give me the hair. I'll take care of it. Gu Shuyao stretched out her calloused hand at Ji Chang. No, you just boil the water. If I accidentally scald it, I'll be heartbroken. Also, it might scare the baby in the belly. Gu Shuyao's face couldn't help but heat up when she heard Ji Chang's words. Such sweet words were only heard when the two were first married. Seeing Gu Shuyao's face tinted with a layer of redness, Ji Chang was momentarily dumbfounded for a few seconds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Ji Chang smiled slightly and spoke. No, it's because you're so good looking that I can't help but look a little dumbfounded. Gu Shuyao was really good looking a bit like an actress named Li Qihong in the latter part of her life, but a few points prettier than her. You don't know how to be shy. Ignore you. The red haze on Gu Shuyao's face became even more pronounced, and her two pink ears were completely colored red. Forgetting even to take the creek white from the well, he walked quickly to the kitchen. My own wife. How come I don't know how to be ashamed when I say a few words of truth? Saying that, Ji Chang laughed happily. Beautifully he carefully slit the belly of the chamois with his kitchen knife and carefully peeled off its skin. Going and returning, Gu Shuyao took on the creek white from the well and didn't come out of the kitchen after arranging it in the pot. After skinning the muntjac, Kicho cut off all the fat from the muntjac's body. It's not much, like 3 or 4 pounds, and I don't think I can get 2 pounds of oil out of it yet. However, their family was very short of oil, and with this suede oil, he could give Gu Shuyao a show of cooking skills to improve the family's food. Chapter 5. What kind of oil is boiling? It smells so good. So much fat? Gu Shuyao, who had just raised a bucket of boiling water, couldn't help but see the fat oil in Ji Chang's hand. Because the family is so short of oil, she usually cooks without oil. She's pregnant, but she doesn't have a condition where she can't dip in oil. She just simply has no oil to put in it. It's still a bore that's good. This muntjac doesn't even have much oil. Saying that, Ji Chang took over the wooden bucket with boiling water and handed the fatty meat to Gu Shuyao. Wild boars don't thrive on fighting. I've heard that wild boars are even more powerful than black bears. You don't dare to mess around. Gu Shuyao furrowed her brows, writing her worries all over her face. In the past, Ji Chang was famously bold, and she was worried that if Ji Chang's brain got hot, he would go up the mountain to hunt wild boar. Don't worry, I value my life. With a dainty wife and twins to be born at home, how can I spare my life to fight with wild beasts? You don't have to use a knife or a gun to mess with a boar. You can set up traps too. Gu Shuyao was relieved when she heard Ji Chang say to use a trap. A few years ago, someone in the village did set up traps to catch wild boars, and Ji Chang even went to buy a few pounds of lean meat. Wait, how does he know that I'm pregnant with twins? Gu Shuyao rubbed her belly and glanced at Ji Chang, who was putting the hare into the boiling water. Was it that dream? She was now certain that Ji Chang's dream last night was certainly not simple. How else could it have made such a difference to him? Not only do they go down to the river to touch the fish, but they also go up to the mountains to hunt. Even with all this, he's become very sweet. This is clearly the Kichijo from before the wedding. Before they were married, Ji Chang was no wannabe, but a very upwardly mobile older boy. Handsome, sunny, funny, and motivated. I don't know how many girls have fallen for him. Otherwise, how could she have married Ji Chang? She's willing, her parents aren't. It was only since his father passed away that Ji Chang changed, becoming idle all day long, becoming idle and wandering and lazy. She'd advised, managed, and scolded, all to no avail. Though she is educated, she is not open-minded, but relatively conservative and traditional. So when people were urging her to get a divorce, she refused and quietly carried everything. She feels that women should be faithful to their husbands, and that if a man is not capable then he can hold up half of the sky himself and get by. She thinks this way all because of what her parents taught her and what she grew up with. And since she was forced to drop out of high school after only her freshman year due to drastic family changes, perhaps her mind would have been transformed if she had managed to get into college. Now, Kichijo has changed. A wash of past laziness. His eyes, they all looked much deeper, without the numbness of the past. She was sure that her man had changed. After sharing a bed for several years, it was impossible for her not to see such a drastic change. Looking at Ji Chang, who was skillfully handling the rabbit, Gu Shuyao couldn't help but reveal a happy smile at the corner of her mouth. This, then, was her ideal married life. Couples worked together to make their days peaceful. Taking a deep breath, he turned and went into the kitchen. The water in the pan has evaporated and it's time for the fat to go down. She cubed the fat and pushed it into the pan, followed by a couple of garlic cloves and sprinkled them into the pan. This will give the oil a garlic flavor and get rid of some of the fishy smell. Add a handful of firewood to the earthen stove and the fat in the pot makes a zippy sound. It didn't take long for the smell of oil to start wafting. She sniffed hard, because it's been so long since I boiled oil, and the last time I did it was over half a year ago. Granny, do you smell something? After moving his nose, Wang Shan sat up and walked over to the window and sniffed hard. It seems to be the smell of oil. Who's boiling oil early in the morning? The smell also floats to our house. Lu Chunhua shrugged her nose and got up while getting dressed. It seems to be the prodigal son's house. It's just their house that burns the fire. Old Zhang's mother-in-law is so lazy. I guess she hasn't gotten up yet. Wang Shan came to a conclusion after taking a look at the window head. It's clear who's got smoke from their house. Their family can still boil oil. They can't, can they? Lu Chunhua came over to her man's side and glanced at Ji Chang's yard. Someone came from Xiao Yao's mother's family yesterday? Lu Chunhua was a bit puzzled. Aside from Gu Shuyao's maternal family's succor, she really couldn't think of where the penniless Ji family would get the money to buy oil. There's money. It's all gone to Ji Chang to spend it. Not to mention the money. Even the rice that Gu Shuyao planted last year was sold out by Ji Chang, and the two families could only eat sweet potatoes all the time. I don't know. Maybe, or where else would they get the oil in their house and still smell so good? Hurry up and go cook something to eat. Fry some savory vegetables today and put in more oil. Wang Shan swallowed his saliva as he spoke. Early in the morning to boil the oil. Do not let people sleep a little more. This oil smells really good. It smells better than lard. What's boiling? As the chef in charge of the family, Lu Chunhua could naturally distinguish the aroma of various oils. You go and take a look, don't you just know? With luck you can also eat a few oil dregs, said. Wang Shan took over his own water pipe pot, added some tobacco, ready to smoke a few mouthfuls of relief. This kind of house hopping is only suitable for women, but men will be gossiped if they are wandering around the house. Their family is so poor that they still think about their oil dregs. The pickles that were pickled before can come out today. I'll take a bowl over and see if Xiaoyao's family has come. If they do, I'll have to persuade Xiaoyao to leave. Following that prodigal son, I'm afraid the children will starve to death in their stomachs. Xiaoyao has only been married for a few years, and she's lost a lot of weight. When she first got married, she was so beautiful, just like a fairy. I don't know what kind of sin she committed, but she fell into the hands of that swindler. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Wang Shan raised an eyebrow. The Ji family's kid wasn't like this before, but after his father died, he changed like a person, and his days are not over. If he can really leave, it might be a good thing. What? You're not going to say you'd rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage today? Lu Chunhua somewhat grumbled as she plucked out a glance at her man. Wang Shan knew that his mother-in-law had come to the temper, and did not dare to pick up the fight, bearing his water pipe. After going downstairs, Lu Chunhua didn't go to Ji's house right away, because that would be too obvious a purpose, and Howard would have to wait until after breakfast. And it's not good to go to the door to talk about divorce in front of Ji Chang, unaware that his neighbor was contemplating a visit to his door to persuade his daughter-in-law to divorce him. Ji Chang processed the rabbit and chopped it into chunks of meat to soak in a wooden tub. The muntjac was also chopped into pieces, part of which he soaked in water for midday cooking. The rest he was going to take to town and sell. Game such as muntjac is considered by many to be a great tonic and can be sold for quite a bit of money at a price comparable to pork. Without money in his pocket, Ji Chang's heart was unsettled. Also, he had to scout around to see if anyone was buying mountain goods. It's no use just taking out the treasures in the mountains. You still have to have a way to realize them. Chapter 6. It's really sinful to cook so flavorful. The oil is boiled, and I estimate that there are almost 2 pounds of oil, enough to last us until the new year. Gu Shuyao couldn't wait to come out and share with Ji Chang. In the past, both of them seldom communicated. Gu Shuyao held a lot of words in her heart. In her hand she also carried a large earthenware bowl filled with the drippings of suede, golden, bubbling with tantalizing aroma. Here, try this oil dregs. With that, she grabbed a piece of oil dregs with her own merciless iron hand ready to send it towards Ji Chang's mouth. You taste it first. Ji Chang's head flinched back, avoiding Gu Shuyao. Perhaps it was so hot that she hastily retracted her hand and brought the drippings to her mouth and blew on them. As she gently bit into it, a click sound came out of her mouth, and the oil aroma overflowed, instantly conquering Gu Shuyao's taste buds. It's fragrant and crispy. Try it. Gu Shuyao handed the bowl to Ji Chang. Kichijo grabbed 2 pieces and blew on them before shoving them into his mouth. The crumbs were crunchy to bite into and had a light garlic flavor that was really good. But he traveled all over the world in his last life, and before he was reborn there were more than 300,000 deposits. What good things have not eaten? This oil dregs to come to him that still lacks too much. Even worse, you have to sprinkle some pretzels on it to call it delicious. Enough. You eat more. I've wronged you all these years. I didn't even let you have a good meal. Ji Chang said with great guilt. No complaints. You're the one I picked. I'm willing to suffer even more. I knew that you would come to your senses sooner or later. Gu Shuyao smiled sweetly. It was just that this smile seemed a bit harsh to Ji Chang again. So harsh that his eyes reddened a bit. I'll go burn the rabbit. You sit here and eat slowly. Saying this, Ji Chang picked up the wooden basin and headed towards the kitchen. Gu Shuyao had just seen Ji Chang's eyes red, and knowingly didn't follow him. She grabbed 2 pieces of greased dregs and stuffed them into her mouth, tenderly stroking her belly. Babies, your daddy will be a good daddy. For sure, won't he? In the kitchen, Kichijo was in a bit of a pickle, because after looking around, I couldn't find much seasoning. Just some dried chili peppers. No soy sauce, no sugar. Red hot can't even be done. Patted a whole garlic and frothed it. Washed some chili peppers and cut them into small pieces. Add a tablespoon of oil to a pan and when it's hot add the garlic foam and chili peppers to the pan. The aroma rose and drew Gu Shuyao all the way to the kitchen. After walking to the stove and seeing several tails of suede oil in the pot, Gu Shuyao revealed a heartbroken expression. However, she didn't open her mouth to say anything. After all, she wasn't the type of woman who rambled or was stingy. After tossing for a while, the aroma got even better. It smells so good. Gu Shuyao took the initiative to add a handful of firewood to make the fire burn a little brighter. Zip! The rabbit went into the pan and made a sizzling sound. It was very cozy with one person burning the fire and the other frying the food. After stirring for a while, Ji Chang poured in a large bowl of water and covered the pot to simmer on. Is there any shiso in the yard? Since he hadn't looked closely at the yard yet, he didn't know if there was any perilla. Yes, I'll go pick some for you. With that, Gu Shuyao was ready to get up. You're pregnant. Don't run around. I'll find it myself. With that, Ji Chang snatched a step ahead and rushed out of the kitchen. There were some greens and cucumbers planted in one corner of the yard, both of which hadn't been sprouting for long and were very neatly organized. Gu Shuyao has a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder and likes to keep everything neat and tidy, which is pleasing to the eye. Ji Chang quickly found Zissou, and in addition to Zissou also found that Gu Shuyao had planted some small onions and garlic, but they had all just grown not long ago and were not ready to be used. After picking some shiso, Ji Chang noticed smoke rising from the homes of his neighbors to the left and right. In fact, it's just under 6 o'clock this time of year. Most people in the countryside just get up so early because they need to get out to work earlier. From growing grain to vegetables, from firewood to hogweed, there was endless farm work. Nowadays, when contracting to the household, except for the idle and lazy people, everyone else is very active and wants to create a happy life with their own hands. But Kicho knew that farmers could not dig happiness out of the dirt. They, always the most bitter and poorest group of people, carry everything silently. To live life in the countryside in a poetic and picturesque way, then someone must have carried your weight for you. Ji Chang knew that Gu Shuyao pursued that kind of poetic and picturesque idyllic life. In his last life, Ji Chang had seen Li Ziqi's video, and the kind of life Li Ziqi had in the video was what Gu Shuyao wanted. Push open the door to a flowery, colorful garden. All of these, Kichijo felt that he could help her realize slowly. The yard of your own old house is too small to carry too many plants. He knew of a good place. And in a previous life someone else had found hot springs in that area and developed it into a hot spring lodge and made a fortune. Right now, it's a disliked wasteland that will take a decade or so before anyone realizes its value. He himself could completely take it down and make it a private estate belonging to himself and Gu Shuyao. When he thought of this, a happy smile appeared at the corner of Ji Chang's mouth, and he slowly walked back to the kitchen. The aroma of the pot had wafted away, slightly choking the air. The 5 members of the Wang family next door were already seated at the table, each with a bowl of rice mixed with most of the groundnut rice, 2 courses of green vegetables and a bowl of pickled vegetables. This condition is the more common way of eating in the village. There were also 2 boiled eggs, which were given to the 2 planters, Wang Shan and Wang Bao. The others didn't get this treatment, and it wasn't every day, usually only every 2 or 3 days. Mom, what smells so good? Is there something that hasn't been served yet? Yeah, Mom, is the meat cooking? I think I smell it. It smells spicy and tangy. It must be delicious, right? Wang Shan frowned and tapped his own hookah on the table. That's wafting from next door. Eat? Dad, you can't. We're next door to Chang's family. Can they afford to eat meat? That's right. Their family doesn't have meat to eat during New Year's. I don't believe it. It must be Dad that you're lying to me. I'm going to go to the kitchen to take a look. Saying this, Wang Shan family's oldest 2 slid down from the stool and ran to the kitchen. Brother, come on. It's really wafting over from the house next door. It smells so good. You few brats. Don't eat if you don't want to. Wang Shan growled in anger. His father, how long has it been since you went to the mountains to lay sets? It's also been half a month since we've seen meat in the house, so it's normal for the kids to crave it. Lu Chunhua glanced at her man, then shrugged her nose. It really smells weird. What kind of hard food did this Shu Yao cook? How come it smells like this? It must be meat, right? If it's not meat, can it cook so well? If she hadn't been in the way, she would have wanted to stop by Ji's house right now with a bowl of rice in her hand to see what kind of goodies were being cooked. It's really sinful to cook so flavorful. How else can people eat? Chapter 7, It's so delicious. I'm stuffed. Is it going to cook much longer? Gu Shuyao could no longer resist the temptation of the scent, and her saliva was being secreted in large quantities. No, a few more minutes will do. The meat will easily get old if you cook it for too long, Ji Chang explained. Uncovered the lid and put the washed perilla into it. Toss a few times before covering the pan and simmering for about a minute. Open the pan and bring them to the table in a bowl for an even stronger aroma. A small bowl of steamed creek white, a large bowl of steamed sweet potatoes, and a bowl of rabbit with perilla were their breakfast for the day. It had been a most hearty breakfast for their family. Ji Chang chucked a few pieces of rabbit meat with more meat into Gu Shuyao's bowl. He knew that Gu Shuyao preferred spicy food, but since he didn't like spicy food, she rarely cooked spicy food. Gu Shuyao couldn't wait to clip up a piece of rabbit meat, directly biting into it and chewing it quickly. How was it? Did it taste okay? Ji Chang asked curiously. Delicious. Especially delicious. This is the most delicious rabbit meat I've ever eaten, Gu Shuyao said with some exaggeration. Eat more if it's good. There's suede meat in the afternoon. Saying this, Ji Chang gave her a few more pieces. You eat too. Gu Shuyao gave Ji Chang a few pieces. This kind of warm and sweet picture was what Gu Shuyao had been looking forward to. For Ji Chang, such images only appeared in his dreams, because he had lost his chance when he wanted to have them. Therefore, his attention was on Gu Shuyao, deeply afraid that this was a dream that he would wake up from. Here, eat some fish. Be careful of the fish spines. Ji Chang gave Gu Shuyao some xiaoxi bai and gently reminded her. This type of fish spine is soft, but it is possible to pierce the throat, so you should be careful. The rabbit meat was only average in flavor for Kichijo. After all, his taste buds had been trained by various cuisines in his previous life, and he had eaten all sorts of mountains and seas. Unlike Gu Shuyao, she didn't eat meat a few times a year. Not to mention that Ji often used so much oil for cooking, even if she just cooked it with some salt, she would still find it very delicious. Seeing her eat, Ji Chang found it very pleasing to the eye. Showy and beautiful, roughly speaking, is a woman like Gu Shuyao. He peeled the sweet potatoes and put them in Gu Shuyao's bowl. Meat has to be eaten and carbs can't be understated. Gu Shuyao's nutrition has to be balanced so that she and her child will have enough nutrients to be healthy. Yet it's really too delicious. I'm so full. I'm almost bursting. Gu Shuyao touched her stomach and felt it grow bigger. I'll go to the county in a while and see if I can sell the suede meat for some money. The family lacks everything. It needs to be made up. Saying this, Ji Chang began to clean up the dishes. Seeing this, Gu Shuyao hurriedly said, Put it down. I'll do it. You do everything. What am I doing? You're a pregnant woman. Naturally you're nurturing the fetus. Good boy. If you don't think of yourself, you should think of the baby in your belly. When I save up some more money, I'll take you to the county hospital for a full checkup to see how the babies are doing and if they're malnourished. Ji Chang's words directly blocked Gu Shuyao from knowing how to answer. She was tempted to say that women in the countryside weren't that pretentious, and that anyone who was pregnant wasn't going up and down the hill as usual. However, his gentle tone made her reluctant to contradict him. It had been too long since she had experienced this feeling of being pampered. One day, she thought, and she enjoyed it. In case this was a dream, waking up from it would be enough to comfort her for a long time. There weren't many bowls in the house, so Ji Chang quickly washed the dishes and the stove. After washing up, Ji Chang came to the yard with his wood chipper. After picking out some sticks of suitable thickness and length, Ji Chang began to make a leather bandage. The leather bandage, which is actually a frame, is made to hold the animal skin in place so that it doesn't shrink. It wasn't hard to make. Even if it was slightly constructed with mortise and tenon, it was easy for Ji Chang. In less than half an hour he had the leather bandage made and the chamois skin fastened to it. Gu Shuyao just watched quietly. It was the first time she had seen Ji Chang doing something so seriously. She felt that the current Ji Chang looked especially smooth and charming. Originally, Ji Chang was a handsome man with starry eyes and sword eyebrows. Looking at his red lips and white teeth, he was very good looking. At 6'8", he was a cranberry presence in the south. The fact that she had been quietly carrying everything all these years had more or less to do with his good-looking skin. When he went to the county, there were always a lot of girls inquiring if he was married and what he did for a living. Knowing that he was a prodigal didn't bother him, and some would even be bold enough to invite him to dinner and ask him to a movie. However, Kichijo didn't even accept it. At that time, he thought women were boring, which was not as interesting as drinking, playing cards and music. It's true, Ji Chang was the one who played music, and formed a band with a couple of wannabes from the county. He plays guitar, harmonica and accordion, and is considered a multi-talented artistic young man. Unfortunately, born in the wrong era. However, having relived his life, Ji Chang didn't think about mixing with the entertainment industry. After reading too much news about that circle, he found it very boring, and it had nothing to do with art. It was all business. Once the chamois skin was secured, Kicho took it to the second floor of the house to hang and dry in the shade. The spacious and airy hall on the second floor is most suitable. Once that was done, Ji Chang rolled out a 60 to 70% new 2-to-8 bar from the house. This is when he and Gu Shuyao got married. What was popular at that time: 3 turns and a ring. When Ji Chang got married, he was only 1 turn, but he was considered a great sight in the village. Today, there is just the village headman's house and his family has a bicycle. Watching Ji Chang push his bicycle out today, Gu Shuyao's mood was completely different from yesterday. Don't go out to work today. Rest well at home. I'll be back as soon as possible, Ji Chang explained as he hung the carrier on top of the bicycle. Gu Shuyao nodded, with a smirk on her way. Be safe on the road. Well, wait for me to come back. Ji Chang took a clean cloth and put it over the basket and carted it out the door. Ji Chang whistled and rode his 2-8 bar up the muddy village road without any hurry. After all, the bike was a little rusty for him and needed some caution. By now, there were already quite a few villagers on the village roads in farmland. They didn't greet Norichika even when they saw him on his bike because everyone disliked him. Everyone thinks he is an idle street skater. Every day just no-pedal bicycle to the county blind. What business is not doing, but also rely on a woman to support. When you see him, you feel bad luck, so naturally you won't greet him, and you can't wait to get away from him. Chapter 8, Making Money, Making Big Purchases. The county is full of cars, trucks, tricycles, donkey carts as well as bicycles. Seeing such a lively county, Ji Chang had the feeling that he had come to the wrong place. After inquiring, I realized that today was the day of the county fair. Today, it really is the right day. Ji Chang pushed his cart towards the fairgrounds. The county had a large field dedicated to it, where many people would go to set up stalls. In the old days, Ki used to come to the county to catch up on the fun. The villagers at the head of the village seldom came to the county to catch the fair because it was too far to walk, and they preferred to go to the town, where the fair was sufficient to satisfy the villagers' needs. In the bazaar, Ji Chang picked out a suitable place, laid the cloth on it, and took out the anvil from his backpack and placed it on it. Muntjac meat, fresh, delicious and nourishing muntjac meat. Walk by, don't miss it, eh? Yelling, Kicho yelled at the top of his lungs. In his last life, he certainly couldn't wipe his face yelling like that. But at this point the soul of his body was over 100 years old and his skin was thicker than a city wall. This opening of the voice immediately drew people in. There were quite a few wild game sellers in the bazaar, but not many dared to yell like that. Many of them are honest farmers. How can they be as bold as Ji Chang? An older woman with a basket of vegetables and fashionable clothes walked directly to Ji Chang's stall. How do you sell this chamois meat? And how much does it cost per pound? Sis, it's not expensive. 60 cents a catty. Ji Chang directly quoted the price. On the way here, he had inquired about the price of pork, 65 cents a pound. However, this is the price of pork, lean meat 50 cents. Hearing Ji Chang call herself sister, that big mom was directly happy and said with a smile, indeed it's not expensive. It's cheaper than pork. It's just that. How do you cook this muntjac meat to replenish your body? It's not difficult. Add some angelica and astragalus stewed slowly over low heat for 2 hours. Not only nourishing but also gluttonous, crying next door neighbors. Sister, how many pounds do you want to weigh? I'll pick fast and good meat for you. Saying this, Ji Chang raised half a muntjac in the basket. You're a young man who talks strangely interestingly, and you even crave to cry for the neighbors. So won't I be scolded to death by them? The big mother had a smug look on her face, as if she had already seen the envious expressions of her neighbors. Give me 5 pounds. There's a lot of people in the house. With that, she pulled out $3. Come on. Sister is not only beautiful, but also atmospheric. Ji Chang complimented, turned his head and asked an old uncle next door, Uncle, your scale lend me to use. I went out in a hurry. Forgot to bring a scale. It's not that he forgot. It's that he didn't weigh it at home at all. When he picked his spot, he paid special attention to the left and right stalls that had scales. Without saying a word, that old uncle directly handed the weighing to Ji Chang. Thanks uncle, I'll buy you a smoke later. Ji Chang somewhat regretted that he rubbed the small half-pack of cigarettes last night. He cannot smoke, but he can save for socializing. Oftentimes, handing over a cigarette smooths out the communication. Weighed 5 pounds of meat. Ji often used a string of straw and handed it to that big woman. The action is very skillful, like an old butcher. Sis, slow down. Ji Chang didn't forget to make a polite remark as he took the money. Young man, weigh 2 pounds for me too. A younger woman handed over money and weighed away 2 pounds of suede meat. Ji Chang thought it would take him half a day to sell out of chamois, but it turned out that he had sold out of 35 pounds of meat and had only 7 or 8 pounds of bones left in less than an hour after opening. The income of $21 still makes Ji Chang quite satisfied. At this time, the highest paying textile mills and steel mills in the county paid just over $30. There wasn't much demand for the bones, and Ji Chang had no intention of continuing the stall. He was going to make some purchases at the fair and get back home a little earlier. He was worried that Gu Shuyao hadn't listened to him and went back down to the fields to do farm work, wearing her out. The family is now mainly missing some flavorings that limit his cooking skills. Prices were still cheap in this day and age. He bought a bottle of soy sauce for only 30 cents, or because he didn't have a bottle, it would have only been 25 cents if he had beaten a bottle himself. In addition to soy sauce, he spent $1 on 2 pounds of fine salt, $1.60 on 2 pounds of sugar, another 20-cent bottle of vinegar, and a 30-cent package of monosodium glutamate. Seasonings for the time being bought these: ginger, onion, garlic, chili pepper. These Gu Shuyao have species, so do not have to spend extra money to buy. Also, it cost a total of $2 to buy food stamps and other bills, and $4 to buy 20 pounds of flour with the food stamps. Then he got his hands on a flashlight costing $2.50 to cover his tracks. After all, he couldn't let it be known that he had extraordinary night vision. Then he spent some more on a trip to the blacksmith store to buy an axe, a saw, and a bamboo scimitar. After a trip around, Norichika was left with $6. Bought a dog. Good green dog. Hearing someone selling dogs, Ji Chang decisively squeezed through. You can't drive a mountain man without a dog for sure. Even if Kichijo can see the blood bars, he would like to be able to have a powerful hound by his side. The black dog is accurate. The green dog is ruthless. The beaver dog is resourceful. And the yellow dog is steady. It's handed down from the old days. The green dog, a very large wolf dog, is not affordable for ordinary people to keep. Adult green dogs can eat as much as a full-grown man, and can't be afforded if they are not hunters or have a strong family. It did not occur to Ji Chang that there were even green dogs in the county. Ji Chang patted over and found a couple of metal cages with some little puppies in them, all looking very small. Ji Chang saw the green dog, which was kept alone and looked very alert. Good dog. When he saw it, Kicho fell in love with it. Upon inquiring, a puppy turned out to be $2. Ji Chang found another hyena suspected to be a border collie string, already 2 months old, and took both dogs for $3. Putting the 2 dogs in the front basket of his bike, Ji Chang rode towards his home. It was close to 11 o'clock when Ji Chang returned home. The gate to his own yard was open, and there was a 2.6 bike parked inside. Guests at home? Ji Chang was a bit puzzled. He doesn't have many relatives left on this earth. It can't be his relatives coming to the door. Gu Shuyao's side of her mother's family had also not had any communication for 2 years. It was unlikely that Ji Chang's foxes and friends would be able to come to the door. Those people were the prodigal sons of the county. So, who could it be? With a few moments of doubt, Ji Chang closed the gate to the yard and walked towards the house after carrying the 2 puppies down. Before he even entered the house, he heard a woman's voice inside say, "Yao Yao, think carefully. That Zhao Ping has a very good offer and doesn't mind that you are pregnant right now. As long as you divorce that prodigal son, he can marry you right away." Ji Chang stopped in his tracks and frowned. Now he knew who it was. Su Shanshan, a bosom friend who was very close to Gu Shuyao, occasionally sends Gu Shuyao some food. In her previous life, she hadn't cared less about taking care of Shuyao. However, there was no shortage of advice for Gu Shuyao to divorce Ji Chang. Only, Gu Shuyao has never agreed to divorce. For this Su Shanshan, Ji Chang really didn't have a way to just chuck the person out. Just as he was about to turn around, Ji Chang heard Gu Shuyao's voice, causing him to stop in his tracks. Chapter 9, Can you do something about it? That's enough. Sean, I've already told you, I'm not going to divorce Kichijo, no matter what kind of person he is, no matter what he's become. He's my Gu Shuyao's husband. He's my man. In my life, I will only marry once. Hearing his daughter-in-law's reply, Ji Chang's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile. What kind of counterintuitive good fortune did he have to be able to marry back such a stupid woman? Yao Yao, I'm so fed up with you. I also don't know where you've gone with your studies, and whether you have any self-personality left. We, women, are not subordinate to men, Su Shanshan said with hatred. Yes, we're not subordinate to them, so why should I remarry? If I get divorced, I'll never remarry either. It's not like I can't live without a man, so why should I remarry? Ji Chang hadn't expected his daughter-in-law to be so advanced in her thinking. Forget it, I don't care about you. I won't advise you from now on. Do what you like, as you like. Not a moment after the words fell, Su Shanshan's figure appeared in front of Ji Chang's eyes. She froze for a moment after seeing Ji Chang, but a look of disgust appeared on her face after seeing Ji Chang holding 2 puppies. You can't even feed yourself, and you get 2 dogs back for Yao Yao to feed. Can you do something about it? If you're still a guy, leave Yao Yao alone and take the initiative to divorce her. Don't let her and the baby starve to death in your house. Be a human being. After saying that, Su Shanshan directly pushed her bike out of the Ji family's courtyard, not willing to stay for a moment, because when she saw Ji Chang, she couldn't help but want to do it. However, she couldn't beat Ji Chang, so she could only look away. Brother Chang, don't listen to her. She went crazy today. Gu Shuya was worried that Ji Chang would think too much and quickly explained. I can understand that. I did used to be an asshole, and she did it for your own good. Thank you for not giving up on me yet, and I won't let you down next. Saying that, Ji Chang put down the 2 little puppies and turned to get over the carrier. I procured some living supplies and still have $3 left. Saying that, Ji Chang handed the remaining $3 to Gu Shuyao. Gu Shuyao froze for a moment, then took the $3 that Ji Chang handed over. Her hands shook a little. Since they had been married, this was the first time Ji Chang had taken money home to her from outside. Others might not believe that Kichijo had turned back, but she did. Gu Shuyao collected the money, then squatted down and touched the 2 little puppies that came up to her feet, and asked curiously, "These puppies are so cute. Are they the ones you're going to raise for hunting?" "Yes." "Are you going to name them?" Ji Chang also squatted down and petted the 2 puppies. "Is it okay?" Gu Shuyao glanced at Ji Chang and was a bit eager to try. She was also a dog lover. It's just that she couldn't afford to keep a dog in her previous family situation. I didn't expect Ji Chang to come back from a trip out today and bring back 2 cute little puppies. Of course, you're their master too. What's not to like? Ji Chang responded with a smile. Gu Shuyao's eyes rolled for a moment, and she quickly had an idea. The big one is called Pinyin, signifying that you are safe and sound every time you go out. Saying that, Gu Shuyao stroked its little brain. Good. Ji Chang's heart warmed. Gu Shuyao directly picked up the green wolf and looked at it for a while before speaking. Little fellow, let's call you Green Tiger. I hope you are as brave as a tiger and protect your master. Pinyin, Xing Hu. It's settled. Saying this, Ji Chang happily touched Pingyin's little head. What are going to feed them? Gu Shuyao squinted her eyes, enjoying the little green tiger licking her palm. I brought back the bones of the muntjac, and the meat scraped off the side of the bone is enough for them. Raised as a hunting dog, it's natural to eat meat. In his previous life, Ji Chang had also made a wide range of friends, and had taught dog training skills to an older brother who had trained military dogs. Alright, leave it to me. Gu Shuyao was a person who couldn't be bothered, and having been idle for half a day already today, she wanted to find something to do. I bought some things. You deal with them first. Saying that, Ji Chang took out all the things in his backpack. Gu Shuyao didn't say that Ji Chang was wasting it or anything like that. Instead she felt happy. These are things that a man who is not a family man would not even voluntarily buy. On the subject of spending money, she feels that as long as it's not wasteful, there's money to spend. and the money was earned by Ji Chang. There was no problem with how he spent it. She wouldn't try to bind Ji Chang. Kicho joined her in organizing all those things and placing them where they fit in the kitchen. Wife, go to Aunt Lu and buy some wine lees and spice bars. I'll cook you loach noodles and braised suede meat this afternoon. Gu Shuyao nodded and said, want more? Let's have 1 or 2 pounds of cooking wine. And a small bowl of wine lees is enough. Considering that Gu Shuyao was a pregnant woman, the wine lees and cooking wine should be eaten as little as possible if they could, lest they affect the fetus in her belly. Okay, then I know. Saying that, Gu Shuyao found out a small wine bottle and grabbed another small bowl before preparing to go to Wang's house to buy wine. At this time Ji Chang took out 2 pounds of flour, added some salt water to the flour, added 2 tablespoons of oil, and then began to mix the flour. Add salt and lard to boost the strength. If he didn't have any eggs in the house, Norichika would have wanted to add an egg to the mix, which would have made the handmade ramen taste even better. After kneading the dough for 10 minutes or so, Ji Chang placed it in a basin and covered it with saran wrap. The dough needs to wake up for half an hour, which is just the right amount of time for Ji Chang to go and cut down a piece of bamboo and come back to weave a floor cage. The 2 little puppies were chewing on suede bones in the yard, so Ji Chang didn't mess with them. Gu Shuyao didn't come back. Must have been dragged by Aunt Lu next door to nag. Ji Chang knew that his daughter-in-law was very popular with her neighbors and had an excellent reputation in the village, and many people liked to talk to her. Unfortunately, the usual Gu Shuyao was so busy that she didn't have much time for small talk. Today, she took the initiative to send it to Lu Chunhua. She definitely wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. That's why Ji Chang didn't even greet her and directly headed towards the back of the mountain. The family has their own bamboo forest, a 7 or 8 minute walk away. Drilling into the bamboo forest, Ji Chang saw some small blood spots on some of the bamboo. I can't believe there's a blood spot. Rare. Is it a bug? Out of curiosity, Ji Chang moved closer to take a look. Surprisingly, it's a bamboo chrysalis. Good stuff. Ji Chang didn't expect the rare bamboo chrysalis to be found in his family's bamboo forest, and his mouth couldn't help but secrete. However, he didn't split the bamboo joints to catch the nymphs right away. He still didn't know if Gu Shuyao dared to eat this, and was prepared to go back and ask before acting. After selecting a good bamboo, Ji Chang directly cut it down and carried it back after shaving the branches. Chapter 10, the prodigal son has started to lose his money again. Ha, why did you go and cut bamboo? Gu Shuyao was curious that Ji Chang had cut a bamboo back. Used to cook any delicacies? I'm going to eat something this afternoon so I can make sure we have fish and shrimp in the house every day. Continuing the explanation, he threw the bamboo to the ground. Fish and shrimp every day? What kind of God's day is this? However, Gu Shuyao was more curious about when Ji Chang learned to weave things with bamboo. He hadn't heard that he had mastered this craft before. Aunt Lu didn't confiscate my money, and she scolded me when I gave it to her. So, I want to take some suede meat to Aunt Lu's family. After finishing, she glanced at Ji Chang. It's fine. Send a bowl over when it's cooked. Their family probably can't handle suede meat well. Ji Chang was worried that none of the Wang family would eat it if he said he had fought his own back. He knew that Auntie Lu next door took good care of her daughter-in-law, and occasionally sent some vegetables and such to their home, so it was reasonable to give something back. Good. Gu Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lu Chunhua also spends all day urging herself to divorce Ji Chang, she worries that Ji Chang has a grudge. Ji Chang took advantage of the fact that the noodles hadn't yet awakened, picked up the newly purchased scornful knife and cut the bamboo open, dissecting it into a dozen or so portions in front of Gu Shuyao. You really know how to weave bamboo? Gu Shuyao looked at Ji Chang's skillful movements and couldn't help but be surprised. Well, learned from others. As you know, I learn things quickly. It's not true that I've been wandering around all these years, but I've also learned a lot of crafts. Gu Shuyao didn't know exactly what she was doing out there anyway, so Ji Chang could claim a lot of things as things she had learned over the years. Well, you do learn things very quickly, and you know a lot of things as soon as you learn them. This was something Gu Shuyao didn't deny, as they were in the same class in junior high school and knew each other better. In the beginning, Ji Chang was attracted to Gu Shuyao, who was 2 years younger than him in the same class. With this point, and finally successfully picked her, the former school flower. With a smug smile, Ji Chang put down his scornful knife and carried the barrel soaking the muntjac meat back to the kitchen. After checking the state of the dough, Ji Chang had Gu Shuyao boil hot water and blanch the suede meat to cook it first. While waiting for the water to boil, Ji Chang chopped the ginger and garlic and mixed up the broth for the braise. Gu Shuyao was responsible for burning the fire and stealing the lessons in the meantime. Norichika used to be a better cook than her, and better at doing these things than she was. After Ji Chang saw it, he opened his mouth and pointed out, when blanching, you need to put some cooking wine and ginger slices to get rid of the fishy flavor. Once you have boiled the blood foam, you can lift the meat and rinse it with water. Now, Wait for the pan to get hot and put in the oil. Seeing Ji Chang put down a spoonful of oil, Gu Shuyao was slightly distressed, but didn't open her mouth to say that Ji Chang was wasting something like that. When the oil is hot, pop the ginger and garlic in the pan until golden. Then add 2 tablespoons of sugar and sauté the sugar color straight away. After sautéing the sugar color, add the meat to the pan and stir fry. Stir fry for a while and the flavors will start to waft out. Next, put the seasoned soy sauce and wine into the pot and simmer it for half an hour. Then you'll be able to crave and cry for your neighbors. With that, Ji Chang covered the pot. Hearing Ji Chang say that he was greedy to cry for his neighbors, Gu Shuyao couldn't help but be amused and smiled slightly. Ji Chang went to continue kneading the noodles after his jibe, and the more he kneaded, the stronger the noodles became. After kneading the dough, Ji Chang rolled it out and cut it into noodles. The aroma of the pot had drifted out of the kitchen and into the next door. Next door, the Wang family. What's the matter with that prodigal son's house today? Even if he cooks something in the morning, he still cooks it at noon? After he finished speaking, Wang Shan took a puff of his water cigarette and glanced somewhat grudgingly at the chimney of Ji Chang's house. It's Xiaoyao's sister who came to see her. Just now Xiaoyao even came to our house to buy wine and wine lees. Was scolded by me. A little wine and wine lees. How can I charge her money? Lu Chunhua gossiped. Hearing his mother-in-law's recitation, Wang Shan nodded and said, that's true. In the past, Lao Ji didn't care about me much. Charging for a bit of wine and dregs. That's something that will get you poked in the back. It's all because this prodigal son doesn't compete. Lao Ji is more than capable of being a man. Alas. Listening to her own man's tirade, Lu Chunhua also sighed. I hope that after Xiaoyao gives birth to the child, that prodigal son will be able to get over it, or else that day will be even more fatal. Father, mother, what's cooking in Chang's house that smells so good that it's killing me? Wang Bao, the 17-year-old eldest son of the Wang family, sniffled and was tempted to get down on the wall to see what was going on. Father, when are you going to take me up the mountain to go down to the set? I want to eat meat. Chang's family must be cooking meat that smells so good. Wang Bao swallowed his saliva, his mind full of oily, fatty meat. I can't finish the work in the fields. What time do I have to go up to the mountains? Wait until it rains. After saying this, Wang Shan barred his water pipe. Meat, he wants to eat it too. But the family had to scrimp and save in order to give the oldest a daughter-in-law in a couple of years. As a result, the boss still had a sly look on his face. Ungrateful son, we'll have to smoke a meal sometime. Eat, and hurry to the fields afterward. Saying this, Wang Shan knocked on the water pipe kettle. How can I still eat this? The food at home doesn't smell at all. Wang Bao muttered, itching to go up to Ji Chang's house with his rice bowl. If you don't eat and starve, I'll eat. Wang Shan was furious and kicked the threshold. After all, he could not afford to kick his eldest son. In case he kicked his eldest son in the afternoon to find an excuse not to follow along with the field. The one who is tired is himself alone. Cootie, no way. I'm not eating. I'm going to eat half a bowl more today. With that, Womble went up to the table in indignation, ready to turn her anger into food. Halfway through the meal, Gu Shuyao's voice came from outside. Aunt Lu, Uncle Wang, where's dinner? Lu Chunhua hurriedly put down her dishes and walked out. Today, Gu Shuyao came to her door one after another, and she felt that something was very wrong. She was a little worried. Was it last night that Ji Chang started to hit Gu Shuyao? In the past, although Ji Chang was prodigal, he would never make a move against Gu Shuyao. If she did it, she would have to let Gu Shuyao leave even if she didn't want to lose her face. Auntie, my family has cooked some suede meat. It's too much to cook, so bring some over and you guys can help eat some of it, or it'll be a shame if it goes bad. Saying that, Gu Shuyao handed a large bowl to Lu Chunhua. Ha, so, that prodigal son has started losing money again. Ha, Lu Chunhua thought of Ji Chang's behavior in the meeting when they first got married, and her frown tightened. No, last night he picked up a wounded muntjac, took it to the county to sell some, and gave some money back. Not defeated, the rest was cooked. We too couldn't eat it, Gu Shuyao explained, and didn't say that this muntjac was hit by Ji Chang last night overnight, because no one would believe that Nori would go hunting in the middle of the night. It would be more convincing to say that he picked it up, and it's easier to pick up the bowl of meat when you say pick up. Picked it up? That's a lot of luck, and you know to take it and sell it for money to you, so you've grown up a bit. This is too big a bowl. How can it be good? Lu Chunhua was less resistant when she heard it was picked up. It's fine. There's still plenty at home. It's a waste if we can't finish it. Auntie, I'll go back first. Chang is still waiting for me to go back and cook the noodles. After dropping a sentence, Gu Shuyao twisted her head and left. Mom, what smells so good? Show me. When she heard Wang Bao's excited voice, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but float up into a smile. Remembering Ji Chang's words greedy to cry for the neighbors, Chapter 11, Mud Loach Noodles with Unrivaled Flavor. When Gu Shuyao came back, Ji Chang had already started cooking loach noodles. Loach, known as fish in the ginseng, with nourishing yin, yang, qi and blood effects, and simmering with red lees made of loach noodles, not only tasty, but also can treat hemorrhoids, edema, and so on. Before Ji Chang will be garlic, red bad, loach, added to the small pot in a small fire slowly simmering for 10 minutes. At this point, he puts heavy oil in a wok, adds garlic, celery, garlic cloves, shredded ginger, and dried bamboo shoots that he has grown, and sautés them. Next, pour the stewed loach wine broth into a pot and add water. The aroma was overflowing, pouncing straight towards Gu Shuyao, who had just entered the house. It smells so good. How come it smells better than braised suede? This kind of loach noodle does not belong to the cooking method of this place, and people over here seldom eat loach because it has an earthy odor and needs heavy oil and ingredients to cook to be tasty. Back just in time to get ready for dinner. Saying that, Ji Chang took the overwatered noodles down to the pot and poured them into the boiling mud loach red leaf soup. The reason why the noodles are strong, after cooking over high heat, must be over under cold water. Heat expansion and cold contraction. The noodles are smooth and strong. The noodles rolled around in the middle of the broth, and the aroma was so delicious that it made your fingers tingle. The yard of the Zhang family next door is also filled with the aroma of loach noodles. Zhang Depaying and his wife, Zhou Yingxi, were having lunch. Their family was in a better situation than the Wang family because they had only 2 daughters, all of whom were married off, and they were the only 2 in the family. On the table was a bowl of pickles, a bowl of dried bamboo shoots, and a bowl of bok choy. The 2 ate more rice, although it was also mixed with shredded groundnut. Half eaten, Zhou Yingxi inhaled and found a tantalizing scent in the air. What? Zhang Depaying frowned when he saw his wife's behavior. Is this another case of smelling like sweat? Can't you smell the aroma? What kind of delicious cooking smells so good? Smell it, Zhou Yingxi said with some jealousy. Zhang Depaying twisted his head and sniffed in the direction of the door. Smelling it, it seems to have added wine. Very fragrant. Does this Wang family have guests today? To cook so fragrantly, must not have put in less oil. Zhang Depaying turned over the green vegetables that didn't have much oil. It's not the Wang family. The Wang family went out a long time ago. It's the house of the prodigal son in the center. After Zhou Yingxi finished speaking, she inhaled the aroma again vigorously, as if she wanted to know what was cooking. Can't be. Their family can afford to cook anything good. I'm afraid they don't even have any oil. Last New Year's Eve, they even managed to borrow $2 from us, and they still haven't paid it back. Zhang Depaying said with a disbelieving face. Yes, poor as it is. What's cooking that smells so good? You say, did that prodigal son steal some meat? Zhou Yingxi maliciously speculated. That can't be, although the old Ji family's children are prodigal, but they never do things like stealing chickens and dogs. He, is noble. How could he do such a thing? Don't talk nonsense, and even more so, don't talk nonsense outside, or else he will have to find you to fight for his life. Zhang Depaying chided. There are some things you can say, but there are some things you should never say. Zhou Yingxi nodded her head and said with some embarrassment on her face. Am I the kind of person who chews the cud? Don't I just think that their family is so poor that they can't possibly afford to eat good food? That money and you're not out of chui chui. Why don't I go over and explore now? Zhou Yingxi felt like something had been tickling her, making her desperately want to know what exactly was so fragrant and didn't smell like meat. Come on you, what's the point of probing? At this time of the day, isn't it obvious that you're begging for food at the door? You can afford to lose this person. But I can't. Hurry up and eat. After eating you still have to go with me to hunt pig grass. Don't let me work alone all day long. Saying this, Zhang Depaying chucked a chopstick of pickled vegetables. Being choked by her own man, Zhou Yingxi rolled her eyes grudgingly and silently picked up 2 mouthfuls of rice, finding it a little difficult to swallow. It's a sin. Why is it so fragrant? Can't we eat in peace? Mentally spitting out a sentence, Zhou Yingxi chewed her rice fiercely. Ji Chang didn't realize that the loach noodles he cooked almost caused the old couple of Zhang's family to quarrel. He saw that the hand-rolled noodles were cooked and then he filled the bowl and served it on the table. That's all for lunch today, so you'll have a little something to eat. You'll be fine? You call that settling? Gu Shuyao felt that this was already a meal comparable to the New Year's Eve. Taste it and see if the saltiness is right. I cook things on the lighter side of healthy. Gu Shuyao picked up a loach and put it into her mouth, tasting the flavor. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. The flesh of the loach was incredibly tender and the flavor was beyond wonderful. It's really very tasty. It was the first time she had eaten such a delicious loach. There is no fishy flavor at all. There is just flavor. Freshness. She chucked a noodle and stuffed it into her mouth. The noodles were cutastic and strong, the flavor of the soup permeating the noodles nicely. Not true. It's unreal. How could Norachika cook such delicious loach noodles? When I was a child, I had eaten those chefs' handiwork, and none of them were as good as Ji Chang's. Simply unable to stop, she kept shoveling loach noodles into her mouth, taking sips of the incredibly tasty broth from time to time. She hadn't expected that the loach noodles cooked by Ji Chang would be so delicious and simply unbeatable. If this is going to open a restaurant, I'm afraid business will be exceptionally hot, right? Ping'an and Chang, who also couldn't help the temptation of the aroma, not even gnawing on the bones, circling around Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao, itching to climb right up to the table to have some as well. Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao threw down the loach's bones, causing the two little puppies to grab their food. Good hold. Gu Shuyao realized that she had eaten again, which was not a good thing. She rubbed her stomach, thinking that if she kept eating like this, she wouldn't be able to eat sweet potatoes or sweet potato rice later. She felt a little guilty that the task of cleaning up the table and bowls had been taken up by Kicho again. When the cleaning was over, Kicho went to work on the bamboo. Today he had one purpose for the afternoon, and that was to weave the floor cages. With the ground cage, you won't have to fish for yourself tonight. Go get some sleep. You haven't slept since last night. I know you've changed and don't need to abuse yourself like that. In his last life, Ji Chang was disobedient. In this life, he listens. Okay, I'll listen to my daughter-in-law, but it's not a good time to rest after just eating. I'll be there in an hour. So he spent an hour getting those bamboo strips into a thin gabion. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been really hard for Gu Shuyao to believe that these were all bamboo gimlets that Ji Chang had dissected out one by one. Then he went to take a nap, and before he went to bed, he didn't forget to urge Gu Shuyao to rest and nourish her baby at home. This sleep, Ji Chang slept directly until after 5 o'clock. After nearly 4 hours of sleep, Kichijo came back to life with full blood. He realized that there were some obvious changes in his body after he was reborn, and he seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Gu Shuyao wasn't at home, and neither were the two little puppies. I guess I couldn't stay home and went back to work in the fields. Instead of going out to look for them, Kicho braided up a floor cage in the yard. It wasn't hard to make ground cages out of bamboo gabions. Ji Chang didn't need a very dense cage, and he couldn't look at small fish anymore. Chapter 12. It's impossible to plant a field. It was close to 6 o'clock before Gu Shuyao returned home carrying a hoe with two puppies. I just went to weed the vegetable patch. I'm not tired. It's less than an hour. Gu Shuyao was worried that Ji Chang would get angry and took the initiative to confess. Well, before you go out to work, think more about the baby in your belly. You rest for a while and I'll cook dinner. Keep it simple tonight. Have some fresh shrimp noodles. Saying that, Ji Chang put down the half-finished ground cage and carried the river prawns kept in a wooden barrel into the kitchen. These river prawns are vigorous and all alive. Gu Shuyao took a look at the ground cage that Ji Chang had braided, and found that the braiding was very delicate, and the craftsmanship looked very unimpressive. With this craft, with some hard work, it will certainly not be a problem to support your family. She put her things down and she rubbed her stomach, a faint smile on her lips. She didn't go in to help, because going in wouldn't help Ji Chang much, and he wouldn't let himself be helped. So she cleaned up the yard and cleared the weeds. Within moments, she could smell the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Happy days, I guess, until this evening meal. So she wouldn't try to persuade Ji Chang to save some gas or anything like that. Just think of it as making up for the New Year's Eve dinner. Tomorrow? Tomorrow will certainly not be as bountiful as today. Who wouldn't want meat every day? But she knew very well that that kind of life could only be dreamed of. Today's conditions at home are such that you can't even eat white rice. The family still owes a whopping $8. However, she was going to go and pay back the $2 from John's family next door first after dinner. For the Wang family's 6 pieces, she was going to sell them after this year's rice harvest and pay them back. Just as she was thinking about it, Kicho called her for dinner. Dinner was a tantalizing aroma of river shrimp pasta and leftover suet from lunch. The simple river shrimp noodles were cooked very deliciously by Ki Chang. The river shrimp were small, but the meat was tender and tasted faintly sweet. Although Gu Shuyao was pregnant, she didn't have much of a reaction to pregnancy sickness and ate everything. It's still happier than other pregnant women. In his previous life, Ji Chang had worked in the kitchen of a moonlight center, where he had learned not only a lot about moonlight meals, but also a lot about pregnant women and maternity. So he felt sure that he would be able to take care of his daughter-in-law and make her eat nutritiously and healthily. Tonight, Gu Shuyao controlled the amount of food she ate and didn't allow herself to eat too much. Ji Chang, on the other hand, had noticed that his appetite had become much larger, seemingly also because of the rebirth. After dinner, the two men cooled off in the yard. In 83, the village did not have electricity. Even if it was electrified, not many people could afford to use it. Since 1 degree of electricity now costs more than $1, there are not many households in the village that would even part with electricity. After nightfall in the village, People would gather under the big camphor tree at the head of the village to chat for a while, and then they would go home to rest around 8 o'clock. Everyone is tired from working during the day, and they all try to go to bed as early as possible at night, or their bodies simply won't hold up. Gu Shuyao grabbed a firefly and asked curiously, "Are you still going out to hunt at night?" "Well, sure, it's at night that the beasts go out. It's a good time to hunt. No one even hunts around here, so going hunting at night will definitely be rewarding. For the sake of hunting, I even bought a flashlight on purpose," Ji Chang said confidently. "Just don't worry, our days will get better and better, and the family will definitely not lack meat to eat in the future." In fact, without relying on hunting, Ji Chang had ways to make the family's life better. But, for the time being, he had nothing else in mind but hunting. In a few years there will be a ban on guns and hunting, and then there will be no chance of trying to get to the mountains to hunt. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the loose policy to enjoy a few years of catching up with the mountains and hunting. And in the future, if he wanted to experience it again, he would have to go abroad and spend money on hunting. "I don't ask for anything else. I just want you to be peaceful. Hunting is still too dangerous. It's better to farm for peace and security." Although Gu Shuyao knew that Ji Chang was a good shot, but in the darkness of the mountains, what could be done if he encountered a fierce beast? "You know my marksmanship, 100 shots, and there is certainly no danger in going up the mountain. It's impossible to farm. Just like I won't go to work." Ji Chang directly surfaced his mind. Now that 100 pounds of rice is only $12 or so, how much money will be left over in a year if the family farms? Not only am I not planting it, you're not allowed to either. If you really want to grow it, a few flowers and plants would be about right. From now on you'll be responsible for two things. One is spending money and the other is responsible for looking good and making money to support your family. "I'll do it." Gu Shuyao frowned when she heard Ji Chang's words. It still hasn't changed. Talking out of turn, as usual. "I won't say anything else. To borrow your phrase, think about the child in my belly when you go up the mountain. Think about me." Gu Shuyao knew that Ji Chang was a man who couldn't be pulled back by 10 oxen when he was stubborn. "Of course I'll miss you. All the time." Saying that, Ji Chang held Gu Shuyao's small hand. You let go. How bad would it be to be seen?" Gu Shuyao didn't expect Ji Chang to be so bold. In the dark, who would see it? And, holding my own daughter-in-law's hand in my own home, who would say anything? Ji Chang didn't let Gu Shuyao struggle away, holding her hand firmly. "A good hand has become so rough. It's all because I'm too much of an asshole. Take good care of it in the future. I still like to touch your white and smooth little hands." Ji Chang's straightforward love words made Gu Shuyao's ears redden, and she didn't even dare to look at Ji Chang's eyes that were still a little bright in the darkness of the night. He directly swept Gu Shuyao over, letting her snuggle in his arms and enjoy the warmth. "I'll sing for you." Ji Chang was in the mood to sing. "Good. I haven't heard you sing for a long time." Gu Shuyao couldn't help but leap up. Ji Chang could have been a literary young man once, and she had been his fangirl. "You probably haven't heard these songs before. They're by a singer named Luo Dio, and the first one is called Childhood. Unfortunately, he didn't have a guitar or harmonica in his house, or else High and Low would have played it too. On the banyan tree by the pond, the robin is soundly calling for summer." Ji Chang's voice is magnetic, and it's even more pronounced when he sings, so it's very melodious. A song that could awaken memories of childhood instantly captivated Gu Shuyao, making her forget to stop Ji Chang's restless hands and completely immerse herself in Ji Chang's song. "This song is really well written, and you sing it exceptionally well. Is there anything else?" Gu Shuyao couldn't help but hum a couple sentences after she finished. "This song is called The Story of Lighttime. I like it very much. It's for you." With that, Ji Chang sang with his own magnetic voice, a song that he felt a lot of emotion about, and naturally his feelings were especially rich and in place. Streams of water he took away the story of time and changed a man. Just in that sentimental and first waiting youth. In his last life, Ji Chang sang this one the most. Chapter 13, How Can You Spare a Wild Goat in the Mountain? After singing 5 or 6 songs in a row, Gu Shuyao was no longer appreciative of Ji Chang, but with a few moments of admiration. She hadn't heard any of the songs that Ji Chang sang. She realized that she had lost some of her ability to keep up with Kicho, to keep up with the times. The wheels rolled forward and she was left behind in this ravine. "It's true that you can't farm anymore. If you keep farming, I'm afraid you'll become one of those ignorant village women, right? But what can you do if you don't farm? Is there any chance of going out to work? Do you, yourself, still have a chance to go back to the province?" She was so full of thoughts that she fell asleep in Ji Chang's arms as she thought about it. Pregnant women, who are already sleepy. In the past, she was the one who was hardened, but today she was especially relaxed, so she fell asleep at once. Kicho carried her back to her room and put her back on the bed and tucked her in. With night vision mode turned on, Ji Chang proceeded to finish the half of the ground cage that wasn't braided. He didn't stop after he braided it, but went on to braid a second one. Having 2 was already enough. Ji Chang put some flour mixed with wine dregs in the middle of the ground cage and used it as bait to lure the fish. When he went to put the ground cage on his back, he carried his own backpack and took his shotgun with him. Both puppies he didn't take with him because they were too small to carry. Left in the house. It also serves as a warning sign. Their family is so poor that they don't have any pigs or chickens, and no one who steals chickens or dogs will come to their door. And there were no chicken thieves in their village, so it was relatively safe. Their village is too poor to have anything to steal. It is only this year that production is being distributed to households, and it is only after this year's fall harvest that there will be money left in everyone's pockets, and only then will everyone's life gradually improve. On his way out, Ji Chang closed the courtyard door behind him, checking that it was clear before leaving. It was after 9 o'clock and most of the village was resting. Ji Chang didn't encounter anyone else as he walked along the village road. He went straight to the creek and found 2 places with dense bloodstains to drop the ground cages. After placing the ground cage, Ji Chang went straight up the mountain. Make it a big one. That's what he's doing today. At the very least, you need to hunt a wild animal like a muntjac. Other small game won't make much money at all and will consume bullets. Also, he was going to look for suitable tree branches to make a slingshot. Weaving through the forest, Kicho felt like he was missing out on a lot of meat. But there was no heartache for him, because right now he has no way to keep it fresh, and no freezer in the house for preserving prey. If he can't sell it, he has to make the meat into bacon or salami. However, many wild animals are not suitable to be made into either type of meat, and are still best handled for sale. It's most real when it's exchanged for money. He goes up to the mountains to hunt, both for his own gunplay and to make money. Traveling through the forest, Ji Chang kept an eye on his surroundings, because he needed to find suitable tree branches for his slingshot. There are a lot of tree branches, but a lot of the wood doesn't work because it's not strong enough and some of it warps easily. Suitable for making slingshots are mainly some hardwoods. Things like boxwood, date wood, sourwood, cinnamon, and oil tea are all appropriate. Of course, there are some high-end sandalwood, rosewood, etc. Good luck. I actually found a wild jujube. Ji Chang saw a few suitable branches on top of a wild jujube tree and was instantly happy. Taking out the saw and wood chipper from his backpack, Ji Chang then climbed right up into the tree to saw off a few suitable branches. Ji Chang got 5 tree branches and directly received them in his back basket by simply handling them. With the pitchforks for making a slingshot, Kichijo could focus on hunting. It's a shame there's no watch to tell the time, or I'll have to get one soon. Although the cell phone Ji Chang was on his mind, he knew that it had not been reborn with him. It's just hard to find prey in the dense forest, and it's hard to walk. After drilling into the primeval forest, Ji Chang realized that his speed had dropped a lot. However, if he wanted to hunt large beasts, he could only burrow into places like this. Bah! Suddenly, a voice reached Ji Chang's ears. Wild sheep? Ji Chang's heart was delighted, not thinking that there were wild sheep in this mountain. This wild goat is definitely not purebred wild. The probability is that it survived in the mountains after the domestic goats escaped. It's also unlikely to be something like a wild antelope, since there are no antelopes in the area. He remembered that when he was a child, the production team had raised 50 or 60 black sheep, and one night was attacked by a few leopards on the sheep pen, and at that time it fled more than 30 sheep, and the whole production team went up the mountain to look for 3 days before they could retrieve 12 of them, and the rest were nowhere to be found. He felt that the calling wild goats were probably the offspring of those black sheep. Following the sound, Ji Chang quickly approached. He realized that his hearing had sharpened as well, and his ability to hear voices was quite good. After a few minutes, Ji Chang saw 6 blood bars of about 20 centimeters. He came across a wild flock of sheep, surprisingly 6 of them. 2 of them should be lambs, as their blood bars are only in the teens. They hadn't noticed Ji Chang and were still grazing in the woodland. Ji Chang directly raised his gun and aimed at one of the ones with the longest bloodstain. After adjusting his breathing, Ji Chang directly pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gun went off, Kichijo moved his gun and chased after the bloodstains. Once again speeding a blood bar, Kicho pulled the trigger once more. The bloodstain. That's the best locator. The second shot hit again, making Kicho's heart soar, and then aiming towards the remaining sheep. However, they quickly disappeared from Kichijo's view. A distance of 20 meters is a blink of an eye for these wild sheep. Ji Chang put away his own .38 large cap and walked towards the wild sheep he had hit. One had been completely killed by a direct headshot from Ji Chang. The other limb was still stomping around, and the bloodstain hadn't completely cleared. Ji Chang walked up to the goat that had its head blown off, and the smell of goat stench hit his face. This wild black sheep is slightly different from the domesticated ones. The horns look big, so I guess it hasn't fought in the mountains much, and it looked strong, with quite a bit of meat on it. Much more give than that muntjac, looking at 100 pounds or so. Their side of the breeding belongs to the Tsongshan black goat. This black goat, hair color pure black, has a high healthy body, temperament, birth weight, fast growth, resistance to humidity and heat, strong resistance to disease, high rate of meat quality and other advantages and characteristics. Their young sheep weigh 3 to 5 kilograms at birth. An adult sheep can weigh up to about 100 kilograms, with a meat yield of 58.9% to 60%, making it the best pure green meat food. There's still a difference between the wild ones and the domestic ones, so this adult wild black sheep is only about 150 pounds. The other was smaller, but the two combined were close to 300 pounds, which was more than he could take. Now, what should one do with it? Should I discard some of it, or find a way to take it all? Chapter 14, what a surprise. Wait, where's my sheep? Ji Chang realized that his sheep had suddenly vanished into thin air. There was a moment of panic, then a moment of joy. Unable to help it, he thought of the spaces in those gardening novels he had read. Ji Chang was still looking forward to having a storage space. It would be much more aspectful to use for storing prey, but no matter what he tried, the disappearing wild sheep just didn't reappear. Damn, it's evil. It's not running away, is it? The reason he found it spooky and evil was because it was the wild goat that hadn't died yet that was missing. Ji Chang was speechless. He knew that there must be some kind of storage space of some kind. Otherwise, it's not possible to lose a sheep out of nowhere. With over 100 pounds of meat gone, Ji Chang was a bit unable to bear it. He felt sure it wasn't the goat that had run away. How can you run away when you're shot in the neck and there's blood all over the floor? Blah! Suddenly, a yelp came from behind Ji Chang, startling him. With a twist of his head, a wild black sheep stood behind him. Really living hell. Ji Chang subconsciously raised his gun, but in the next second, a message flashed through his mind. The wild black sheep, once again, disappeared into thin air. Still really outrageous. What kind of ability is this? To heal wounded prey and incidentally domesticate it to remove its wildness? With a thought, the disappearing wild black sheep appeared once again. The ability, and the surprise, is too powerful. Could it be that I am getting a hunting game feature? Ji Chang was a bit shocked at his ability. It was different from what was described in the kind of novels he had read in the past that had some kind of spirit field space. This is a hunting space that can only store the animals that Ji Chang hunts, as well as limited hunting tools such as bound shotguns and hunting bows, and cannot store anything else. It is also true that it can heal prey wounded by his blows, and make the prey's wildness disappear, becoming tame and suitable for captivity. Additionally, the hunting space displays a number, currently showing 2. He felt it should be possible to heal 2 more animals. He hypothesized that the word count had something to do with the big game he hunted. Yes or no? One can quickly surmise. With this hunting space, Ji Chang would be able to include his prey in it without having to worry about it being too heavy to take back. A perfect solution to his worries. This hunting space also has the function of sterilizing, disinfecting as well as dealing with parasites. As long as the prey is placed inside for 10 minutes, parasites, various viruses and the like will be killed. This effect Ji Chang felt was very powerful, so he could safely let Gu Shuyao eat the prey he had returned from hunting. With the thought, the dead wild black sheep on the ground disappeared from sight. The next moment, live wild black sheep appeared. Watching it walk up and stick its tongue out to lick his hand, Kichijo had the feeling of a dream. The appearance of the hunting space surprised Ji Chang. The beauty of it is that live animals can only be stored in the hunting space for a cumulative 12 hours, beyond which they cannot be reintroduced into it. Also, the total weight of the stored prey is 5,000 pounds, and it cannot exceed that. If only it could be upgraded like the game. A message had just appeared in Ji Chang's mind about this hunting ability of his. Hunting space, Eye of the Hunt, he had gotten the full ability, and there would be no more to come. You can call it a psychic ability, or you can call it a system. Anyway, that's all it's capable of. There is no mention of being able to upgrade. Maybe it's okay, maybe it's not, maybe, as in rise. As for Ji Chang's body above, such as the power to become stronger, hearing to strengthen the category, are the effects of rebirth? The specific how this hunting ability also did not give an explanation. Need to explore his own discovery. It's still a ewe, like it's pregnant? Ji Chang found a spot of blood inside the ewe's stomach, which should be a life being conceived. A live sheep can be more valuable than a dead one. It just so happens that the family has an abandoned pigsty that can be used to hold this wild black sheep for the time being. With that said, Ji Chang stroked its head and received it into his hunting space. It was unrealistic to make it follow him back, and although tamed, it was impossible to turn it into a wild black goat full of spirituality or raise its IQ. Let's see if we can catch up with the rest of the wild black sheep and take you all down in one fell swoop. Ji Chang carried his 38 large cap and tracked the wild black sheep in the direction it had fled. The hunting space can store a total of 5. 0.000 kilograms of prey. So it's no problem at all to take these wild black sheep in one pot without worrying about not being able to take them back. With it, Ji Chang could go on a hunting spree in the future. Also, he can hunt the globe and go hunting everywhere. The fact that the hunting space could store bound shotguns, hunting bows, hunting knives and other hunting tools meant that he didn't have to worry about such issues as transporting shotguns. It was just that Ji Chang hadn't thought that far ahead. He felt that a 3 to 5 year shot would be enough, and something like going hunting everywhere was probably unlikely to even be done, because family was more important to him now. After the birth of his and Gu Shuyao's child, he wanted to spend more time with his wife and child. Tracking prey is no easy task, and it's a lot easier with a hound that has a keen sense of smell. Right now, all Ji Chang could rely on was a little bit of his own experience. Soon he lost track of the direction in which the wild black sheep had fled. It looks like there's still a need to train Green Tiger as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll really have to rely on luck with this skill. Ji Chang gave up the idea of tracking and decisively headed down the mountain. He thought it was about time, and if he delayed any longer, it might be dawn by the time he reached the village. He wanted to get back to the village before dawn, as there were 2 more ground cages to collect. His ground cage could not be discovered by the village. It had to be taken back to his home before dawn. It was still relatively easy to get down the mountain because the backpack was pretty empty. Just 5 tree branches used to make slingshots. Jogging along, it took less than an hour for Ji Chang to return to the village. After returning to the village, Ji Chang went back home first. The house was quiet. The 2 little milk dogs were awake, but they didn't make any noise, and ran directly to Ji Chang's side, wagging their tails to please him. Kicho teased, dropping his own carrier. Then he released the wild black sheep from his hunting space and found a rope to tie around its neck. The abandoned hog pen side still needed some tidying up before it could be used, and there was no office to keep the wild black sheep in it overnight. Bah! The wild goat called out. The 2 little puppies barked at him at once, instantly livening up the yard. Hush, don't bark. Ji Chang hurriedly went to pacify the 2 little puppies. If they continue to bark, they will unsettle the wild black sheep and cause it to bark one after the other. Chang, is that you back? Inside the house, candles were lit. Gu Shuyao had already been woken up. Well, back. Caught a wild black sheep in the mountains. Ji Chang turned on his flashlight. Wild black sheep? Gu Shuyao heard Ji Chang's harvest and quickened her pace, hurriedly coming out of her room and walking to the courtyard. Ji Chang's flashlight hit the body of the wild black sheep, which looked very disturbed and tried to struggle off the rope around its neck to escape. Chapter 15, The Great Harvest in the Cage. Although it was tamed by the hunting space and its wildness was gone, it still had the instinct to protect itself. When you meet a stranger, it's natural to want to run away. There's even this kind of wild goat in the mountains? Gu Shuyao was surprised when she saw the black goat. She hadn't expected that Ji Chang would return with a wild black sheep this evening. The wild black sheep raised by the production team when I was a kid ran away to the mountains, I think, and it's impossible to have such wild black sheep in the normal mountains, Ji Chang explained. Then the black sheep on our side of the border got the goat plague and all of them were gone. And there are no more black sheep of that breed around. They're all imported goats from other places. Gu Shuyao walked over to Ji Chang's side and grabbed his arm, seemingly a little worried that the black sheep would go crazy and rush over to hurt the child in his belly. There's another hog pen over there, so hurry up and put him in there before he gets away. A live goat of that size, that's worth a lot of money. It is now the most valuable thing in the house, and Gu Shuyao naturally can't let it escape. Okay, you shine it here for me, and I'll drive it in. With that, Ji Chang handed the flashlight to his wife. The wild black sheep gradually quieted down once Ji Chang approached, removing the hog pen's baffles from the jams one piece at a time. Norichika drove the black sheep into the middle of the hog pen. Then he put the stopper back along the slot, stopping the goat inside. This pigsty was the handiwork of Ji Chang's father, and it is still usable after many years of abandonment. Well, shut it down and get some rest. I still have to go out. Get the ground cages back from the river before it gets too light, before someone discovers my means of catching fish. Although Gu Shuyao was filled with curiosity, curious as to how Ji Chang had caught that wild goat and brought it back, but she didn't pursue it at this time, instead handing the flashlight to Ji Chang. Be safe. I'll wait for you to come back. Okay, be back within half an hour. Saying that, Ji Chang lifted a bucket and went out with a flashlight. The 2 little puppies looked up at Ji Chang and didn't follow him out, but instead gathered around Gu Shuyao's feet, wagging their tails pleasingly. Ji Chang walked quickly towards the river and after a few minutes later reached the location of the first ground cage. The ground cage was still there, and he drew out the bamboo thorn stuck in the bank with a rope link tied to it above the ground cage. There were quite a few fish in there, as the dense bloodstains were piled up in what looked to be a large reddish color. Also, it's very heavy to pull up. As it left the water's surface, you could hear it crackling and moving inside. Opening the movable flap behind the ground cage, Ji Chang dumped all the catch into the bucket. I can't believe there's still chorizo. Little water snake. Take it back just right for the two little puppies, grabbing it out and pulling it hard enough to break its bones. Then he swept a glance at the catch in the bucket, and Ji Changfa was surprised that there were some wild carp in it. Besides creek whitefish, there's even wild crushing carp. Good stuff. It was the first time Ji Chang knew that there were crushing carp in his hometown's river. Pesticides were rarely used at this time of year, so the river was still relatively full of a variety of fish. When a few decades pass, it will be hard to see river shrimp and brook whitefish and pickerel in the river, all having been poisoned by pesticides. In addition to crushing carp, there are loaches, creek whitefish, small grouper, peach blossom fish, loaches, river crabs, river shrimp. The variety is very rich, a total of 7 or 8 pounds. The harvest is far more than Ji Chang's expectations. Then, Kicho went to retrieve the second cage. No chorizo appeared in the second cage, but the haul was about 10 pounds and filled the bucket to the brim. A big catch, 30 pounds combined in the 2 ground cages, an absolute bonanza. He tried to receive the fish into his hunting space and failed. He had to carry a bucket and 2 ground cages, and hurriedly darted up in the direction of his home. When Ji Chang arrived home, Gu Shuyao was teasing the 2 little milk dogs. Are there any other buckets in the house? There seems to be a big wine tank, isn't it? Ji Chang rushed into the house and inquired in a hurry. Well, there is a wine jar. In the storage room, Gu Shuyao hurriedly said. She knew that there must have been a lot of harvest. That's why Ji Chang asked so. Ji Chang put his things down, handed the flashlight to Gu Shuyao, and rushed straight into the storage room on the first floor. In a short while, Ji Chang carried the large wine vat out of it and placed it by the water well. How can there be so many fish? This is too much? Gu Shuyao shone her flashlight on the bucket, which was full of fish, not even water, because if you add water, the bucket will be too full, because no one put down a net, much less a ground cage, and it didn't work the right way. The vat had been abandoned for years and it didn't even smell like alcohol anymore. After cleaning it, Kicho moved it under the roof and pumped a couple buckets of water into it. Then the couple grabbed the live fish inside the tank. So many fish can't be eaten all at once, so keep them for now if you can, and feel free to fish them out if you want to eat them. This is also too much fish, and there is such a big fish. This is crushing carp, right? Isn't it only found in the reservoir? Gu Shuyao held a dirt crushing carp that was close to half a kilogram, her face full of incredulity. Well, it's just wild crushing carp. I didn't expect it to be in the river. Carp is especially good for pregnant women and women in labor, so I'm going to save all of these for your stew, to make sure you have enough protein intake every day. Saying that, Ji Chang grabbed all the carp in the bucket into this new fish tank as if they were babies. It came back in time, so only a portion of the brook white and peach fish died. Mud skippers and river shrimp. Kichijo didn't even fill this tank. They just went straight into a bucket of water. The river crabs were loaded into another bucket by Ji Chang. These river crabs weren't really big and probably didn't have much meat to eat. Alright, go ahead and take a nap. There's still a bit of time before dawn. With that said, Ji Chang carried out the chili bar and directly chopped it into several pieces and threw it to the 2 little puppies. I'll do it, you go get some sleep. I went to bed early last night. I won't be sleepy anymore this time. Saying that, Gu Shuyao grabbed the wooden basin to deal with the dead fish inside. Alright, after dealing with it you go rest some more as well. With that, Ji Chang went inside to rest. It took over half an hour to process the 1-pound minnows, and once they were done, they were put in a basket and hoisted into the well to keep them fresh. After doing so, Gu Shuyao also returned to the house to lie down again. She and Ji Chang still slept in separate rooms, and Ji Chang didn't seem to have any intention of moving back in with her. Of course, Ji Chang didn't move back, mainly because of the children. He was worried that he had touched the baby with his heavy hand. After all, there were adorable twins living inside. Any little mishap would be unacceptable to Ji Chang. Chapter 16, The sun hits the west side. A back to sleep that kept her up until just after 7 the next morning. By the time she woke up, the house smelled of fish. As it turns out, Ji Chang has woken up and cooked those yellow bonefish. Outside, it's pouring rain. The couple ate breakfast together, and Ji Chang still didn't let her do the dishes or clean up the kitchen. After breakfast, Gu Shuyao was feeding the 2 little milk dogs with the bones of the yellow bonefish. After feeding, she looked in the tank from the eaves. It was full of fish, and she was worried that they weren't getting enough oxygen and might die a bunch. Clearly, she had underestimated the vitality of these fish. Not only are they not dead, they're swimming fast in them. Ji Chang washed the dishes and the stove, took out the wild jujube pitchforks he had gotten back from the mountains yesterday, and began preparing to make a slingshot. Are you making a slingshot? Gu Shuyao saw something and asked curiously. Well, some small animals are too wasteful of bullets with a gun, and it's too much of a shame to let them go. so a slingshot is perfect, Ji Chang explained as he peeled the skin. Gu Shuyao nodded and went to find a wood knife to help peel the bark off the tree branches before there was nothing else to do. In the county hospital, there are a few of your classmates, right? Ji Chang vaguely remembered that Gu Shuyao had a few classmates working at the county hospital, but he didn't know if they were there at this time. Well, Fangzi and Lu Shui are working as nurses in the county hospital, and Zheng Pinggui seems to be a doctor. Although Gu Shuyao didn't leave the village much, Su Shanshan occasionally came by, and she knew quite a few of her classmates' movements from Su Shanshan. Yoshiko, I think she knows me. I want to go get some infusion tie tubes to use for making slingshots. Those kind of leather band tubes are extremely tough to make slingshots that are powerful enough to kill small prey like mountain chickens and hares otherwise. Definitely recognize there are a few girls in the school who don't recognize you and forget about you Saying that, Gu Shuyao's face carried a few points of complacency. After all, back then, Ji Chang was also a popular figure in the school. In latter-day terms, that's a male god. Ji Chang grinned, his heart rising slightly in triumph. Handsome, that's really for life. In his last life, he was still able to whore himself out into his 50s, but wasn't it just a good-looking face? Those old classmates, Ji Chang had little contact with in his previous life, and only knew that few people went out to make a name for themselves, mostly in the county. The best one, who seems to have blended in as second-in-command of a neighboring county, is still mostly an honest working-class farmer. The rain subsided, and by 10 o'clock the sun was shining again over the land. Those 5 branches of the tree Kicho had pretty much taken care of. Just the leather straps to go. I'll go around the mountains again, and if you really can't be bothered, go mow some grass. For the rest of the farm work, don't do it. Ji Chang has already calculated that if he has money in hand, he will go directly to the county to rent a house to live. She's carrying a belly, and it's easy to get to the hospital in the county if anything happens. Preferably, you can find an apartment near the hospital. Rent is cheap as hell these days, just a few dollars a month, and the most expensive won't be more than 5. So why live in the village? The county was also surrounded by mountains, and Kichijo was able to burrow into the mountains and hunt as usual. With the hunting space and the eye of the hunt, where could he not go? It just rained. The big mountain is full of rainwater. What if you go into the mountain and get wet? Gu Shuyao was full of worry. It's okay, the raincoat my dad left behind was brought back from the army and is of exceptionally good quality. So don't worry, that raincoat is a gem in their house and is really very good quality. Besides, Ji Chang just wanted to go around for a bit. Not really hunting in the mountains. He was just looking for an excuse to then carry the black sheep from the hunting space down the hill. How do you take it out and sell it when it's been hidden in space? Also, he had to let the village know that he had started hunting. Pay attention to safety. Safety is more important than anything else, Gu Shuyao admonished. After Ji Chang went out, she, who had never believed in ghosts and gods, clasped her hands together and secretly prayed to the gods and Buddhas in the sky, hoping that they would bless Ji Chang's safe return. Ji Chang hadn't been out for long when he saw Wang Shan carrying a hoe. Wang Shu, working on the ground? Ji Chang quickly caught up and initiated a greeting. Wang Shan twisted his head in surprise and glanced at Ji Chang, surprise in his eyes. Because of these ages it is common to ignore anyone, and he does not respond when people say hello to him. You're actually taking the unprecedented step of saying hello today? I'm afraid it's not a bad thing, is it? What are you doing with this basket and gun on your back? Wang Shan barred his water pipe and squinted. Go around the mountains and see if you can hunt anything. Let's go, uncle. Saying that, Ji Chang quickly crossed Wang Shan and walked in the direction of the mountain. Wang Shan looked at Ji Chang's back and his eyes drifted up. Hunting in the mountains? This is the sun coming out of the west, isn't it? This prodigal son. He's actually going hunting? Wang Shan really couldn't believe it. Old Wang, what are you muttering there? It will not be that prodigal son again tube you borrow money, right? An old man carrying a hoe and rolling up his pants leg smoked a dry cigarette and inquired with a gossipy face. Old who too? This Chong cub said that he wants to go up the mountain to hunt. Do you think it's true or false? After Wang Shan finished speaking, he took another look at Ji Chang who was walking towards the mountain. What? Listen to what you're saying to yourself. Just the prodigal son, willing to go up to the mountains to hunt? There's no way he's going hunting when the sun hits the west. The way I see it, he's just looking for an excuse to go up the hill and shoot some guns. As lazy as he is, he's too tired to walk more than a few steps. Wang Shan nodded, thinking that old man who was right. Ji Chang, indeed, is that kind of person. Once on the mountain, Ji Chang didn't hunt, but was looking for fungus. At this time of year, there are already some mushrooms, so, he wanted to take his chances. In the mountains, there are not only animals, but also all kinds of cherished wild mushrooms, all kinds of herbs, valuable wood and so on. However, not long after entering the mountain, Ji Chang came across some women who had gone up the mountain to cut firewood. These people were surprised to see Ji Chang. After all, in everyone's impression, these ages often run to the county. Sometimes 10 days and a half months do not see people home. Now, surprisingly, he carried a gun and a backpack up the mountain. Rare, too rare. All the younger women in the village, however, had a favorable opinion of Ji Chang. After all, good looks make it easy to gain favor with the opposite sex. However, they were just curious and no one came over to greet Ji Chang, because Ji Chang has been so high and mighty over the years, keeping to himself and ignoring everyone. Ji Chang didn't greet these people either. Being reborn back, he had a generation gap with this era, so he avoids interacting with people when he can. Too much talk is too much, and he's worried about talking out of turn and leaking things that shouldn't be leaked. Chapter 17, Encountering a Wild Boar in the Mountain. With so many people, he couldn't even be bothered to take that black sheep out of the hunting space directly. If someone finds out the end, he won't be able to live in peace. So, he could only head for the less crowded areas. He turned on bloodstain mode straight away so that he could spot all sorts of animals. Humans don't get blood bars because humans aren't prey. Otherwise, there is bound to be a mishap. Ji Chang headed for the less crowded area, not realizing that a small tail was following behind him. The sun was so strong that the rain had dried up. Ji Chang dug into the thick forest and began to look for a suitable opportunity and position. Originally, according to Ji Chang's plan, he was prepared to find a place far away from the crowd to take out the black sheep and put it into his own basket to carry it directly down the mountain. Tired, yes, but not a shot wasted. As a result, just after drilling into the forest, Ji Chang found some animal feces, wild boar droppings, to be precise. Ji Chang naturally knew that there were wild boars in the mountains, but he didn't expect to find them so easily. Not only did he find feces, but he also found footprints left by wild boars. Without saying a word, Ji Chang followed the trail and entered a mountain pass. From a distance, Ji Chang saw two mountain pigs. A large and small group is arching the earth in the depression in search of food. The big boar wasn't too big, just over 200 pounds. The smaller one is estimated to be just 20 or 30 pounds and is a young pig. With a combo like that, that's the kind of meat that belongs in heaven. Therefore, Ji Chang directly brought his gun in front of him and quickly approached towards the boar. Less than 100 meters away, Ji Chang crouched down and began to aim at the boar. Although he couldn't see the blood bar, Ji Chang was extremely confident in his marksmanship. After adjusting his breathing, Ji Chang pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, the boar suddenly jumped up and squealed. The little boar was startled and fled straight away. The adult boar also scurried a few meters away, but soon fell to the ground, stomping on all four hooves and screaming. Got it! Chang got it! So good! Behind him, there was an excited shout. A boy in his late teens screamed and ran towards Kichijo. It was only when the other party came to the front that Ji Chang recognized what the other party was. Li Shi, the son of a well-known widow in the village, might have become his brother-in-law himself if his sister hadn't suddenly become facepalmed. You kid, what are you yelling about? Be quiet. Ji Chang gave the other party a look, then quickly approached towards the boar. What are you doing up here in the mountains? Don't you have to go to school? Ji Chang knew that this kid had good grades, often taking time off from school, but could also often get perfect scores on his exams. He vaguely remembers that in his last life, this Li Shi entered Huawei, bought a house in the deep city, and belonged to one of the best mixers in the village. His sister seems to have never married in her life and was raised by him. Ji Chang and his sister were originally the golden couple of the village, and everyone thought that the two of them would get married as a couple, but no one expected Ji Chang to turn his head and marry Gu Shuyao. Actually, it was really close that year. Without that scandalous incident, he really would have married Li Shi's sister. Li Linen. Brother, I've dropped out of school for half a year. I'm plowing the land at home. What kind of schooling is it? There's no point in going to school. After saying that, Li Shi grinned at Ji Chang, hiding the sadness under his eyes. You're only 13 years old. What are you dropping out for? Go back to school. If you want to farm, you'll have plenty of opportunities later, but the chance to go to school is only for these years, Ji Chang said very seriously. At this time in his last life, he was indifferent to the village and its people, so he didn't know when Li Shi dropped out of school in his last life and when he returned to school. Anyway, none of it had anything to do with him. His sister, by the way, seems to be related to his sister, Li Linen. Unfortunately, Ji Chang didn't have much of an impression, and further efforts to recall it didn't help. Chang, I am 15. Li Shi took a bite of the sour vine in his hand and then said, Chang, can I learn hunting from you? I want to earn money. I want to support my sister and my mom. I want to take them to move to the county. I don't want them to be gossiped about by the people in the village. Li Shi used to be a particular admirer of Ji Chang and followed him around all day. At that time, Ji Chang treats him as if he were his own brother. And whatever Ji Chang has to eat, Li Shi is bound to have a bite as well. When Ji Chang plays with his gun, he also gives Li Shi a couple shots. You kid. Ji Chang is really not good enough to refuse the other party. Shoo. Ji Chang suddenly raised his gun and locked onto the small boar that had gone and returned. Bang! As soon as the gun went off, Ji Chang leaped straight out. However, Li Shi beside him moved faster than him. Go after them, and catch them on your honor. The shot had just missed, grazing the belly of the small boar. Li Shi was like a mountain monkey, pouncing straight on that little boar. It was not known whether Li Shi was lucky or the little boar was unlucky. It fell down when it panicked and hit a tree directly. After Li Shi rushed up, he directly pressed the little boar underneath his body, causing it to cry out in misery. I really let you catch it. Okay. Ji Chang ran to Li Shi's side and gave him a thumbs up. He was as good as his word. And since he had just let slip that Li Shi would be his when he caught him, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Does the basket have a rope? Yes, there is a rope, Li Shi replied with a blush. Ji Chang found 2 pieces of rope from his backpack, presumably used by Li Shi for firewood. He tied the 4 hooves of the little boar with a rope, for a live boar can be much more valuable than a dead one. Chang, this little piggy is really for me? Li Shi was still in a bit of disbelief. Pork is 60 cents a pound now, and if you raise it to over 200 pounds, you can sell it for quite a bit of money. When did your brother's words not count? Ji Chang kicked Li Shi's butt and said in mock anger. He, that's not true. No, Li Shi laughed nervously, completely altogether. It's great that my familiar Chang has finally returned. As he said that, Li Shi's eyes turned a little red. Before Ji Chang got married, Li Shi was bullied by no one in the village. Whoever dared to bully Li Shi, Ji Chang would definitely stand up for him. Later, after Ji Chang married Gu Shuyao, Li Shi didn't have this treatment. Ji Chang seemed to have stayed away from not only Li Shi's sister and mother, but also from him, Li Shi, in order to avoid suspicion. You kid. Ji Chang reached out his hand and patted Li Shi's still tender shoulder. Because of the long-term lack of nutrition, this Li Shi looked very thin and weak. That's why Ji Chang got his age wrong. Brother, how to get the big boar over their back? Can you do it alone? Do you want me to help you call out a few people to help carry it back? Li Shi pointed to the wild boar in the distance that was not completely dead and asked directly. Chapter 18, this prodigal son hasn't made a mistake. I'm afraid. Just over 200 pounds. Probably less than 200 pounds of hogs. Where do I need help? I'll just carry it straight back. Saying that, Ji Chang directly put the tightly bundled piglet into Li Shi's back basket. In the basket were some black fungus and a wood chipper. Nothing else. Black fungus isn't afraid of pressure either, so Norichika didn't even take them out. This little boar was only 15 or 16 pounds. Not quite 20. Are you okay? Ji Chang patted Li Shi. Brother, you take me as if I'm still 10 years old, right? Too much looking down on people. Li Shi said with some exasperation. I can pick 70 or 80 pounds of firewood. How can I not carry this 10-pound pig? Ji Chang said no more and walked towards the location of the large boar. The boar was not yet dead through and through, still struggling in that spot, and the pig's blood had not run out. When Ji Chang looked at it, he noticed that it had the words, curable, on its body similar to the game's hints. Obviously, it's the hunting space that does it. However, with Li Shi right by his side, Ji Chang had no way to use this function, nor could he receive the boar into his hunting space. He removed his carrier and then took his axe out of it. Using the axe against the boar's neck, Ji Chang chopped straight down. After a few consecutive chops, the pig's head was directly chopped off by Ji Chang, very bloody and violent. Li Shi was watching from the sidelines in shock. It was the first time he had seen Ji Chang this ferocious. After the head is cut off, the boar's hooves won't stomp around. A dozen or so pounds of pig's head was put into the head of the back basket by Ji Chang, and then he tied each of the boar's front and back legs tightly with a tree vine. Trying, he slung the boar directly over his shoulder. After taking a few steps to make sure there were no problems, he set the boar down. It's okay for you to help me carry the gun, right? Saying that, Ji Chang returned the bullets to prevent the poor gun from going off and accidentally injuring someone. Brother, give me the basket as well. I can carry it back. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves. Look at my muscles. I have strength. Leave it to me. No problem. Okay. Ji Chang didn't flirt with him and handed Li Shi the backpack as well. Ji Chang then shouldered the boar and walked along the mountain pass directly towards the bottom of the mountain. It was more convenient to go down this way. In the village, Gu Shuyao cut some tender grass and returned home. Lu Chunhua was standing outside the Ji family's courtyard gate, standing on top of a low stool and looking in. Bah! Inside, the sound of sheep bleating came. Auntie, Gu Shuyao saw Lu Chunhua and shouted out, Shuyao, you can come back. How come there are sheep in your house calling? Ha, you went to mow the grass ah? Lu Chunhua looked at Gu Shuyao with a surprised face. Auntie, that sheep was caught last night when Chang went hunting in the mountains. Let's go in and take a look. With that, Gu Shuyao took out the key to open the door. What? Hunting in the mountains brought back wild sheep? Then I'll really take a good look. Lu Chunhua instantly became excited. She was not quite convinced that Ji Chang's sheep were caught in the mountains. Where in the mountains were there any wild sheep to be caught? She couldn't help but mutter in her mind. I'm afraid this prodigal son hasn't made a mistake. Has he? If you really made a mistake, you'd have to talk yourself out of it. Stealing chickens and dogs is a bad idea. You can't let that prodigal son commit a crime and get arrested and go to jail. After Gu Shuyao opened the door and entered, she guided Lu Chunhua to the pig pen. Chang said that this wild goat might be a black goat from a former production team that escaped into the mountains and survived, and he caught one last night. She knew what Lu Chunhua was suspecting, which was why she let her in. She trusted Ji Chang unconditionally, knowing that there was no way he would do something like steal someone's goat. It's still easy to tell if it's a wild sheep or not. Now it's a contract to the household. Sheep raising is no longer a production team. Sheep farmers are very precious to cattle and sheep, these livestock. It's really a wild sheep, really looks like those black sheep of the production team. There are no more black sheep of this breed around here since that sheep plague. My goodness, this is a ewe. A big belly ewe. You guys are rich. Lu Chunhua had taken care of the black sheep of the production team before, and naturally recognized that the wild sheep in front of her was that breed of black sheep. So, she already believed that the black sheep that Ji Chang had captured were the offspring of the black sheep that had been bred by the production team that had fled into the mountains back then. Ewes? Pregnant ewes? Really? Gu Shuyao was instantly elated. Of course, your aunt didn't used to herd sheep for the production team. She's very familiar with sheep. She's really pregnant. Look at that belly. It's already bulging from both sides. How come that prodigal son has changed his nature, and has gone up to the mountains to hunt? The chamois we ate yesterday, we didn't pick it up, did we? Gu Shuyao nodded and busily said, he shot it with a gun, and for fear of me worrying about it, he said he picked it up. This kid is good. He didn't waste his good marksmanship for nothing. You don't know. The militia teams of several surrounding brigades have to ask him for advice on gun practice. I have long said to him, if he is willing to go up to the mountains to hunt, the days must be better. Now finally is listening to Lu Chunhua said happily. That's not true, and I have to thank Auntie and Uncle Wang for taking care of and advising our Chang. Gu Shuyao was very grateful. On weekdays, Wang Shun and Lu Chunhua do often help their family and often mention Ji Chang. It's just that the old Ji Chang had always turned a deaf ear to everyone's words and continued to do as he pleased. This kid is sure to make a good living when he gets real. Back in the day, he and his dad were capable people. Shuyao, you have to keep a closer eye on him in the future. Don't let him be lazy anymore. The two of you live a good life. This kid. Finally the prodigal son returns. Let's not think about this divorce. The two of you should fight hard and live a beautiful life. Aha, there will be no divorce. I've just never thought about divorce. I think Chang will mature sooner or later. Saying that, Gu Shuyao smiled sweetly. After all, she had never doubted her choice or regretted it. This is a good sheep. Serve it well. It can give your family constant money, said Lu Chunhua, grabbed a handful of tender grass and put it into the head of the pig pen. Auntie teach you how to serve this black sheep. First of all you have to. After all, Lu Chunhua had taken care of the black sheep and taught them. Gu Shuyao used a pen and a notebook to record all the points Lu Chunhua said, and the two of them spoke and remembered one after the other, both being very serious. Without realizing it, more than half an hour had passed. Suddenly, Lu Chunhua frowned. What's going on? What's all the commotion? Because Lu Chunhua heard someone gabbing, but the village shouldn't be so lively at this hour. Chapter 19, a group of eager village women. Lu Chunhua ran straight out of the yard and saw a group of people from afar. Lu Chunhua's frown tightened. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. When she thought of Gu Shuyao saying that Ji Chang had gone up the mountain today after the rain stopped in the morning, she thought of something bad. Oddly lively. Gu Shuyao also saw the crowd in the distance and realized that many people were picking firewood. But in the midst of the crowd she saw Ji Chang, seemingly carrying something dark. She had good eyes, and Kachijo was conspicuous by being the tallest in the village. After waiting for the crowd to get a bit closer, Lu Chunhua let out an exclamation of surprise. Yeah, that prodigal son of yours came back carrying something. It can't be that we hit the black sheep again, right? Lu Chunhua turned her thoughts to the fact that when Ji Chan caught the sheep last night, it was definitely not alone. Perhaps, today, he was going up the mountain to find those wild sheep herds. What a big boar. Chang hit a boar. Come out and see. Look at the boar. everyone out to see the boar. Some of the children in the village shouted with vigor. Hearing that Ji Chang had hit a wild boar, Lu Chunhua couldn't help but twist her head to look at Gu Shuyao, her eyes full of envy. A wild boar, a whole wild boar. How much fat? How much meat? How much money can you get? Aunt Lu, does your family have a barrel for killing pigs? Borrow it. Ji Chang's words brought Lu Chunhua back to her senses, and she busied herself by saying, yes, there is that kind of big wooden barrel. I'll go get it for you. Go together. Go together. Ji Chang said that each family will receive half a kilogram of wild boar meat for free. So let's say it's right. Right. Chunhua, where is your family's hoop barrel? Let's go and move it. Several village women put down the firewood they had picked back and said excitedly, killing a pig has always been a big deal in the village and requires a lot of help. On New Year's Day, there's a pig killing meal to be had. They watched Ji Chang carry the wild boar down from the mountain with envy. When they heard Ji Chang say that each family could receive half a caddy of lean meat, everyone stopped fetching firewood, bundled up as much as they had, and directly followed Ji Chang back to the village, ready to return to the village to help. They have a total of 53 households in this Xianmen village, a household half a caddy of meat, or 26.5 pounds of meat. According to the pig's old meat 50 cents a caddy, it is only about $10. Using a dozen dollars to publicize it in the village, Ji Chang thought it was acceptable. He's been very prodigal over the years, and the village has taken better care of his daughter-in-law, just as a token of gratitude to the crowd. And the odds of him hauling the boars to the county today and selling them all aren't great. After all, it was now past 10 o'clock, and usually pork sales went to the stalls early in the morning, and it might take a whole day before they could be sold out. Wild boar meat is a bit cheaper than domesticated ones, as it has a smoky-like stench and the meat is a bit tougher compared to domestic hogs, which is not so good to sell. There were many more women in the house, some of whom were responsible for helping to boil water, while others were responsible for setting up stools and arranging the casework. The Wang family's large wooden barrel was also moved into the Ji Chang family's yard by the women, ready to be used to scald the wild boar later. Sure, you take the little boar back to the house and lock it up before coming over to help, Ji Chang shouted at Li Shi in the crowd. Okay brother, I'll bring my mom and my sister over to help later. After saying that, Li Shi farted away under the envious gazes of the crowd. This kid's luck is better than mine. Directly caught a small wild boar, raised to the end of the year to kill a kill is estimated to be able to sell a lot of money, Ji Chang said cheerfully. This was mainly said to Gu Shuyao. After all, Gu Shuyao had heard about herself and Li Shi his sister. When Ji Chang, Gu Shuyao, and Li Linen attended the same elementary school, Li Linen was the youngest and belonged to the schoolmates, following Ji Chang around all day, similar to his sister. Gu Shuyao went to school for 2 years, then transferred to the county school, and then she and Ji Chang became secondary school alumni. After the first year Ji Chang stopped for more than a year, and then went back to study for half a year of the junior high school dropped out completely. After the marriage, she had heard that Ji Chang had almost married Li Linen, and the two families were originally ready to be engaged. Then, for some reason the two families cancelled and don't really see each other anymore. However, Gu Shuyao had never bothered to ask Ji Chang, nor had she taken the initiative to find the village people to gossip about this matter. While the guys were boiling water, Ji Chang took the black sheep out of the pig pen. When everyone saw the black sheep, they couldn't help but gossip again. Lu Chunhua seized the opportunity to talk to everyone about the origins of this black sheep, talking as if she had witnessed Ji Chang catching the black sheep. Ji Chang pulled the black sheep out at this time. Besides wanting it to show its face, he mainly still wanted to help clean it up and get rid of the ticks on it in the meantime. There aren't many beasts in the mountains that don't have ticks. Everyone saw Ji Chang cleaning the black sheep and came over to help. A little bit of everyone together makes cleaning much faster. Ticks were also found by the women, 20 or so of them, each with blood in their stomachs and sucking bulges. After the black sheep shook to the water on its body, it looked much more refreshed than when Kichijo had just pulled it out. After cleaning it, the stench was gone from the black sheep. The two little puppies were also cleaned by Ji Chang, looking like a furry mass, especially endearing. The way everyone in the courtyard looked at Ji Chang had changed significantly from before. They knew that the man who was loved by everyone at the time, Ji Chang, had returned, and each one of them felt relieved. Over the years, everyone felt very sorry for Ji Chang as they watched him fall. Everyone said that when Ji Chang's father died he took his soul with him, and he was a soulless shell. Now, back to the soul. People sent out that Ji Chang's family had not only black sheep and 2 small milk dogs, but also a tank of fish, and a lot of river shrimp and loaches. Those who have a good mind can't wait to inquire about it. Xiao Chang, where did you catch all these fish? Tell me about them. Our Qiangzi used to follow you around all the time, so next time you go fishing and hunting, bring him along too. Auntie, this was caught in the Turtle Lake Reservoir. It took a few days of fishing to get this much. It's not cost effective to get fish. This hunting thing isn't just about who you bring. You have to have a gun in the house. It's not enough to have a gun. You have to be a good shot. Otherwise, follow me for nothing. Ji Chang did not want to bring people to follow him to rush the mountains and hunt for the time being, as his hunting space could not be exposed. If hunting was easy, there wouldn't be a word for hunter. It's not like you can just take a gun in on it and be able to hunt back. Even if you're on a howitzer, you have to be accurate in your smashes to blow up your prey. In the village, only Li Shi and Wang Bao are better shots. However, both of them don't have guns at home, so following me won't help. After saying that, Ji Chang glanced at Lu Chunhua. Others don't bring them, but this Wang Bao can bring them. Not only is he honest and loyal, he's also Ji Chang's little fan, and he's a really good shot. When you go up to the mountains, you can also hunt. Chapter 20, Peddling Wild Boar Meat in the County. My family has a gun. I heard my man say it's called a so-and-so yang. It's appropriate for hunting, right? A woman said excitedly. At this time, there were actually quite a few people who had guns in their homes. The probability is that it's Hanyang made, and it'll make do for hunting. Ji Chang knew that many of the guns nowadays were Hanyang made in 3/8. The militia of their brigade used mainly the 3/8 cap, as they were all left over from the old days. As for the Type 56, there are but few. Seriously, Ji Chang would like to get a 56 back. That thing is much better than the 38 large cap he has. Our family has the 38 Dagai, the same kind of gun as Xiao Chang's. Chanhua, if your family Dabeo wants to use it, we can rent the gun to you. When you hit the prey, just share a few pounds of meat with our family. Those with brains immediately made a suggestion. This is a good idea. If our family Dabeo really goes up to the mountains to hunt with Xiao Chang, we'll go to your house to rent a gun. Lu Chunhua said excitedly. Those who have guns at home will have their minds alive. There are a lot of wild animals in this mountain. What if a blind cat meets a dead rat and hits it? If you don't use the gun thing, it's a burning stick, but in case you get lucky with any prey, it's a profit. Ji Chang didn't continue gossiping with them and took out the family's large kitchen knife and sharpening stone, sharpening the knife with all his heart. The family still lacks some knives for slaughtering, and if they sell the wild boar meat after going to the county today, they definitely need to get some butcher knives back. By the time Ji Chang had sharpened his knife, the hot water was boiling. The wild boar had long been placed in a large wooden barrel by Ji Chang, and buckets of hot boiling water were poured into the barrel to scald the boar. After being scalded with boiling water, the hairs are easy to shave off. He often used a scorn knife because it was very sharp and much better than the kitchen knife at home. However, it's not specialized enough, so it takes more time. Xianmen village didn't have its own pig slayer, or else Ji Chang could have gone to borrow some tools and come back to use them. Without specialized tools, efficiency is naturally low. It took half an hour for Ji Chang to scrape the pig's hair clean. The next step is to gut the boar. The women who come to the house take care of the entrails and all that. Gu Shuyao was pregnant, so everyone didn't let her do anything, so she just watched from the sidelines. Li Linen and her mother, widow Wang, and Wang Ji also came. Li Linen dropped out of school all these years at home to do farm work. The whole person is very tanned, hands rough. Even with a tan, her features still look good and she still gives off a beautiful look. Her appearance and features were not much worse than Gu Shuyao's, and it could be said that the two of them were on par with each other. Wang Widow is also very beautiful. There is a special flavor in her body, looking to be white and tender quite a lot, looking not at all like a woman in the countryside, but rather like a pampered rich wife in the city. It is said that Widow Wang's health is not good and she can't do any heavy work, so she is in charge of cooking and other things at home. Li Linen and Li Shi are the two siblings who do all the work at home. It was just that Gu Shuyao felt that Widow Wang looked quite good, not like she was seriously ill. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, the mother and daughter did not move towards Ji Chang's side, nor did they open their mouths to say anything to him. On the contrary, Li Shi followed Ji Chang and gave him a hand, looking very happy and positive. After Ji Chang split the boar into two halves, he cut off all the fat from the boar. This fat oil Ji Chang is not ready to sell, because the family is very short of oil. These fat oil just solved the problem of oil use in the family. Next, it's time to cut the meat. Ji Chang cut down about 30 pounds of meat and gave it to Li Shi. Half a kilogram of meat per household. Got it. You're in charge of cutting it. Your sister-in-law is in charge of registering it. Don't let anyone get the wrong one. Ji Chang gave this task to Li Shi, as he recognized everyone in the village and had a very good memory and execution skills. Li Shi nodded and patted his thin chest. Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely help my sister-in-law share the meat properly. Ji Chang nodded and pulled Gu Shuyao over to explain for a moment. Fair? It has to be fair. Half a pound of meat for each person. No more. If you want to give more, you have to do it privately and separately. And you have to do it fairly in person. Only in this way will people have no complaints. After the explanation, Ji Chang left the village with most of the wild boar meat on his bicycle. There was one purpose, and that was to sell wild boar meat in the county. After leaving the village, Ji Chang put the wild boar meat into his hunting space. Without over 100 pounds of meat, Ji Chang's car glared. Only when he was about to arrive at the county town did Ji Chang bring out the wild boar meat. After entering the city, Ji Chang started yelling about selling wild boar meat. Wild boar, 45 cents a pound of wild boar. Fresh and cheap wild boar. Come and see for yourself. 50 cents a pound is unrealistic, after all. Wild boar is not as popular as domestic pork, but if he sells it for 45 cents, that's a different story. At that price, that's the price of pure lean meat, and the fat must sell for at least 60 cents a pound. Ji Chang had just yelled up when someone called out to him, "Open the door." The other party directly bought 5 pounds of meat, said to take it back to make dumplings, as he shouted all the way. One after another people bought away Ji Chang's wild boar meat. At noon Ji Chang only bought a few steamed buns to deal with his stomach, and then continued hawking. Most of the meat is kept in the hunting space so you don't have to worry about them going bad. This is an advantage that no one else can have. Walking the streets and hawking until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Chang sold all of the wild boar meat, leaving some cartridge bones and the like that no one wanted. Finding an unoccupied step, Ji Chang took out all the money he had on him, all of which were small bills. He counted and came in at $68.50 for the day. For this time of year, it's already considered a huge amount of money. The most valuable part of a wild boar is the fat, 80 cents a pound. Lean meat is cheaper at 45 cents a pound. After he put the money away, he went straight to the blacksmith store and paid $5 for the complete set of pig killing tools, plus 2 hunting knives. With these knives, it would be much easier for Ji Chang to handle his prey in the future. After buying the knives, Ji Chang went to buy 50 pounds of rice. As a reborn person, Ji Chang really couldn't get used to living without rice. Then he went and bought some different varieties of green vegetable seeds, and some watermelon seeds. These, he is going to plant in his yard. While it was still early, Ji Chang procured some more fruit. Part of it was wanting to bring it back for Gu Shuyao to eat, and part of it was what Ji often used to do as a favor. He rode his bike to the hospital and after parking it in the holding area, he carried the fruit and started looking for someone. Since he needed that rubber hose from a rubberized pressure pulse belt to make a slingshot, he had to find his way to the hospital side. Just as he entered the hospital, Ji Chang heard someone call out to him. Chapter 21, Dude, you're going solo. Old Ji, it's really you. A man in a white coat walked quickly to Ji Chang and slammed his fist on his shoulder. What? You can't recognize your old classmate? The other party saw Ji Chang froze and directly removed his glasses. Good man, Huang Toi. Ji Chang hastily touched his opponent on the shoulder. This is Ji Chang's former classmate. Junior high school when the relationship between the two is still quite iron. Ji Chang helped Huang To several times. That Huang To's sister is especially enamored of Ji Chang, always saying she wants to marry Ji Chang. Very spirited, often making Ji Chang blush. Her pair of big headlights were even bigger than Widow Wang's, and to this day Ji Chang was still impressed. Unfortunately, she didn't marry well, and when she was pregnant her husband was still cheating on her, resulting in a miscarriage and hemorrhage, and her uterus was forced to be removed to save her life. Later on, it is a fortune, and Huang To set up a medical beauty company, making a lot of money, worth billions of dollars. Of course, by the time he made his fortune there was no longer any dealings with Ji Chang. It's just that Ji Chang didn't expect to meet him at the county hospital in this life. Unsurprisingly, he beat up his brother-in-law over his sister and then got suspended from the hospital before going to the city on his own and opening a clinic, then making a clinic into a medical beauty company. What? Coming to visit a patient? Or something else? Dr. Huang Tu was an ancestor. Their family was a TCM family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. The younger generation is either studying Chinese medicine or Western medicine. Something else. I want to get some pressure vein tape to make a slingshot, and I want to use it for hunting. Ji Chang didn't hide his thoughts and told his old classmate directly. He knew that Huang Tu was related to the hospital's yard, while so many department heads were on good terms with their Huang family. This is it. How much do you want? I'll go get you some, Huang Tu said very generously. By the way, do you want an 4-tube? Same material as the pulse pressure band, but smaller. Ji Chang's eyes couldn't help but light up as he saw a patient walk over holding up an 4, using an infusion tube that was surprisingly that same yellow rubber tube. Let's have 3 meters each. How much? I'll buy it straight away. Ji Chang came over and quoted a number. Money my ass. Pay me and I won't help you. However, you have to send me a slingshot. You promised to give it to me when I was in school, but I haven't gotten it yet. Ji Chang huffed as some dead memories came flooding back. Don't say I'll give you a slingshot. I'll take you to play with guns, Ji Chang said with a smile. Okay, that's what you said. Tomorrow is Saturday. And it just so happens that I'm off. I'll come to you tomorrow to play with guns and get a slingshot on the way. With that, Huang Tu walked into a nurse's station. Kicho didn't follow him in. The place had better be sterile. It wasn't appropriate for him to go in there. In less than 2 minutes, Tu Wang came out of the potions room and handed the rubber tubing to Ji Chang. I still have to go over to the ward, so I won't talk to you much. Tomorrow, I might not be the only one going to your house. Is that okay? Saying that, Huang Tu winked at Ji Chang. No that problem. Come a few are welcome. Ji Chang said very happily, then handed the fruit to Huang Tu. Take this fruit and eat it, and be sure to come tomorrow. Then it's a deal. See you tomorrow. Saying that, Huang Tu didn't be polite with Ji Chang and took those fruits and left directly. Ji Chang headed for the holding room with the rubber hose, got on his own bike and headed straight for the food market. Tomorrow is the weekend. Huang Tu and the others are coming to their house, so they have to prepare some hard food. After making a flurry of purchases, Ji Chang rode back to catch up. Just before he could leave the city, Ji Chang was stopped. Chang, what's the matter? You didn't come to us even when you went into the city. Are you flying solo? The ones who stopped Ji Chang were 3 artistic youths, all in their 20s. These guys are the buddies that Ji Chang has been hanging out with over the years. Lu Shixing, 21 years old. His father are the main leaders of the county winery. He is also the winery security section of the people. Just did not work a few days, counting on the empty payroll. Zhang Pei, 26. His family does all kinds of business. The most wealthy of the 4. Looks very pretty with glasses, but is a good boxer and kicker, with martial arts skills passed down from his family. After 2 years, he can also do a beautiful hand of breakdancing. Su Yi, 19. His father is the Armed Forces Department. The county gangsters have to go around when they see him. Not yet a family. Play a good guitar. Brothers, I'm sorry. I've been busy hunting these past few days and haven't had much time. You all know the situation in my family. No one to carry my weight for me. So I can't keep going on like this for ages. I'm a big man. Letting my wife support me all day long. I'm a wimp. In the future, I have to be responsible for earning money to support my family. So I don't have time to play the guitar. Brothers, forgive me. Saying that, Ji Chang arched his hand in a very apologetic manner. The crackdown started soon after, and in his last life Ji Chang had almost been beaten. He'd had better luck in the beginning, but the 3 of them had had a bit of bad luck, because of a woman with a very deep heart. All 3 of them were sentenced to heavy prison terms. Ji Chang had no woman in his heart at that time, and naturally did not have any entanglements with women to escape. It was true that Ji Chang had been very busy in the past 2 days and did not have time to go to the few of them. At the same time, he hadn't figured out how to change the fate of the few of them. After a few years of hanging out, it's still emotional. Also, the 3 of them are more righteous and worth pulling for. Both essentially literary young men and women, and not really assholes, and not doing anything to hurt the world. Good. Going up to the mountains to hunt is such a fun thing to do without bringing a couple of brothers. Beat him up. Lu Shixing flicked his cigarette and rushed towards Ji Chang. The other 2 came around as well, and one slammed a fist into Ji Chang's shoulder. If you didn't say it, we'd have forgotten that you have a wife at home. After saying that, Su Yi flicked the cigarette in his hand. Meh, women. Screwing is just so. No fun. Ha ha. Wasn't that what he used to say when we talked about women? Zhang Pei put his hand on Su Ye's shoulder and joked. Hunting in the mountains tomorrow? Take us with you. I haven't gone hunting since I grew up. Lu Shixing looked like he was eager to try. Of the 3, he plays with the most guns, but his shooting kind of stinks. Occasionally, he would take his gun to shoot birds, but unfortunately, he went 9 out of 10 times. Completely a senior Air Force, after being hit so many times. Naturally, he didn't want to shoot birds. Ji Chang thought for a moment before saying, I go hunting all at night. If you guys really want to go and have some fun, I'll come and take you to a good place in the county to hunt muntjac in the next couple of days. Chapter 22, Ji Changka is the face actor. Also, a few of my classmates will be going to my house tomorrow. Would you guys be interested in joining us? Ji Chang didn't forget to extend an invitation to these few buddies. No, you know we can't play with anyone else. If we go, it's just another 2 groups of people playing their own games. No fun. Zhang Pei directly refused Ji Chang's invitation. Alright, then you guys play first. I have to rush back to the village. My daughter-in-law at home is still waiting for the rice to come off the pot. Saying that, Ji Chang was ready to go home. Sui came up and slipped a pack of cigarettes into Ji Chang's shirt pocket. In the past, Ji Chang smoked mostly to rub off on Sui. Ji Chang originally wanted to refuse, but thought that he was once an old smoker, and now it was inappropriate to suddenly say that he had quit smoking. changes can show up slowly. You can't become a completely different person all at once. So he didn't pull out the cigarettes and give them back to Su Yi. He just said thank you and stomped away. Brother Zhang, are we still practicing the song today? Lu Zhixing renewed a cigarette, but his eyes fell on Ji Chang's back. Practice my ass. The lead singer has run away. Let's go. Go to my house for a drink. After hunting in a couple days. For hunting, Zhang Pei was also a bit interested. Seeing this change in state of Chang, we are afraid that this east-traveling band of ours is going to fall apart. Saying that, Lu Zhixing took a hard breath. He played music, not really so much for the music, but for the feeling of being courted, especially by women, beautiful women. Ji Chang, the face of the eastbound band, and has no interest in women. Without Ji Chang, among the few of them, only Su Yi would be able to attract women. He and Zhang Pei rely on the temperament. Literary temperament. Such a man fishing for ordinary literary young women also make up, but that very general will not have much chance. But lately, he's been obsessed with an extremely flirtatious-looking woman. It's not just him that's a fan, it's the whole band. They even wrote a special song for her, but without the lead singer, without Ji Chang's mesmerizing voice, there was simply no way to impress that woman with their otherwise underwhelming song. Zhang Pei hooked Lu Zhixing's shoulder and said confidently, "Scattering my ass. You guys don't understand what kind of person Chang is usually? He just isn't a farm worker or a hard worker. He won't be able to top it after a few days. Don't worry, he'll definitely come back to play with us. And our band already has few fans in the county. So after a while we'll just collect some tickets or something. When we make some money and give him a little more share, will he still go hunting and farming?" After listening, Lu Zhixing couldn't help but have his eyes light up, feeling that Zhang Pei's arrangement was very reliable. Money, it's a good thing. What Ji Chang lacked the most right now was this good thing. I can give him all my share. It's not like I'm short of that. With the money, he's sure to support his wife, and maybe even move to the county, which will be easier then. In the future, when we're going to be popular and put out our own records, then we'll have endless money to spend. The more he thought about it, Lu Zhixing's eyes brightened up, as if he could already see the day when he would be a big hit. In a previous life, they did also prepare to perform for money as well, but before it could be implemented, it was brought to an end by a severe crackdown. If it wasn't for the fact that they all had some connections in their families, they'd probably all be shot straight away. 3 guys in love with one woman at the same time is classic hooliganism, but this hadn't happened for a while, which was why Ji Chang hadn't been in a hurry to come to them. As he glared back at his bike, Ji Chang was figuring out how to arrange Suya's trio. People who don't have anything to do and loaf around all day are definitely screwing things up. There are a lot of ideas in my head, but it's not that easy to put them into practice, because the times were so backward. Many of the ideas in Ji Chang's head couldn't be satisfied in this era, so it really wasn't that easy to find a way that worked. Without realizing it, Ji Chang rode his bike to the village. Everyone was working in the fields, and there were not many people to be seen on the road. But the people in the farmlands along the roadside took the initiative to greet Ji Chang when they saw him. Obviously, half a pound of meat has done what it was supposed to do. After learning that Ji Chang had gone up to the mountains to hunt, everyone thought that the village's little powerhouse from back then had returned. Kichijo responded one by one, and was able to call out to the other by memory as well. It's just that he's got a sweeter mouth, either calling out uncle or uncle, and he's more polite than he once was. Riding all the way back to his home, Ji Chang found the door to his own yard open, and the shouts of Gu Shuyao and another girl were coming from inside. After entering, Ji Chang realized that it was Gu Shuyao and Li Linen talking and laughing. "Back. Are you hungry? Did you have lunch?" Gu Shuyao was the first to care about Ji Chang. "Not hungry. I ate at the county." Saying that, Ji Chang parked the car back in the shed and took down the 2 backpacks on top. "I bought 50 pounds of rice and some vegetables. Tomorrow Huang Toi and the others will come to the house to play." With that, Ji Chang carried the rice from the back seat back to the kitchen. "Sister-in-law, since Chang is back, I'll go back first." Ji Chang had just returned to the kitchen door when he heard that Li Linen was leaving. "Anun, where's the stone? Gone to work again?" Ji Chang directly called out to Li Linen. Hearing the once incomparably familiar name, Li Linen froze for a moment, looking a little flustered, and hastily covered up his emotions before saying, "He's gone to hunt hogweed, and today, thanks to Chang's blessing of you catching a small wild boar, he's all overjoyed. You bring him to me at night. I have something to explain to him." Saying that, Ji Chang went to the bamboo basket and took out a flashlight and handed it to Li Linen. "This I gave him, you give it to him. This isn't appropriate." Li Linen was a little too weak to pick up the flashlight Ji Chang handed over. "What's inappropriate about this? I've been treating him like my own brother since he was a child." "Brother to brother. What's inappropriate? You take it," Ji often said in a tone that could not be refused. He knew that as long as he used this tone of voice, Li Linen would be obedient. Tomorrow my classmate Huang Toi will come over, so come to our house and help me out. Li Linen's face is still a little crooked, and Ji Chang wants Huang to take a look at the situation. Chinese medicine is very effective, even miraculous, in treating facial paralysis. It should be said that it has worked wonders in treating many diseases, only to be later demonized, stigmatized, and subjected to all kinds of suppression and discrediting. Ji Chang is a beneficiary of Chinese medicine, and as many of his ailments have been cured by Chinese medicine, he naturally has a good feeling about Chinese medicine. However, he will not force people to believe in Chinese medicine and adopt Chinese medicine treatments. Healing karmic people, everyone has their own karma. Got it. About what time will you come over tomorrow? Li Linen subconsciously agreed. Let's do it around 10 o'clock in the morning. It's fine if it's later. After saying that, Ji Chang walked into the kitchen with his backpack. For Li Linen, he felt guilty for delaying her life because of himself. Having lived a new life, Ji Chang naturally wanted to make amends. Chapter 23, What do you want to eat tonight? Daughter-in-law, what were you just chatting with and so happily? After Li Linen left, Ji Chang gossiped with Gu Shuyao, talking about your childhood. I wasn't involved anymore at that time, but Anne was always by your side, so I asked her to tell me some things about your childhood in the village. So, you were also so naughty when you were a child, and did so many ludicrous things. Saying that, Gu Shuyao couldn't help but have a happy smile on her face. After saying that, she even touched her belly. Do you think our child will be that naughty in the future? That's hard to say. Maybe inherited your character. When one. Saying that, Ji Chang also touched Gu Shuyao's stomach. Do you like boys or girls? Gu Shuyao looked up at Ji Chang who was hugging her. Her heart all sweet. Of course it's a daughter. What's the point of having a son? The role of a son is to exercise your strength, challenge your temper, give you unlimited courage, raise your voice, pinch your breath, and grab your life. If I could have 2 daughters like you, it would be the greatest blessing of my life. Saying that, Ji Chang scraped Gu Shuyao's nose. Originally, he wanted to take a kiss, but was blocked by Gu Shuyao. In the middle of the day and in the yard, she couldn't accept such an intimate gesture yet, but she did make sure of one thing, which was that Ji Chang really liked her daughter and wasn't cajoling her. She also found her son's statement amusing and apt. That brother of hers, isn't that just as Kichijo said? It often caused her father to lose his temper and his voice got louder every year after her brother was born. Thinking of her half-brother, Gu Shuyao was a little curious if he listened to his parents now, if he studied well, and if he argued and fought with his fellow sister. If they knew how Kichijo had changed, they shouldn't hate this brother-in-law, right? And your own mom and dad, who shouldn't regret it and won't try to talk yourself out of a divorce, right? After the two of them got bored in the yard for a while, Ji Chang took out the money. I sold all the wild boar today and made a total of 68.50. I spent some of it and the rest is here. Keep it. Gu Shuyao looked at the pile of Mao bills in Ji Chang's hand and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. How can it be so much? 68. I can't earn this much money in a year. The fat meat is 80 cents a catty then. The 5 flowers, 55 cents. And the lean meat is 45 cents. A wild boar that big. It's not much, Ji Chang explained with a smile. Our life will get better in the future. There are plenty of wild beasts in the mountains. Now that people in the county are getting richer and richer in their hands, the demand for meat is getting bigger and bigger, and the current breeding speed can't keep up with everyone's demand. Gu Shuyao drew out 3 $10 bills from the woolen tickets, then gave the rest to Ji Chang. I'll take 30 and that's enough. Keep the rest. You'll need change next time you sell other prey. Saying that, Gu Shuyao received the money into her pocket. With this money, the family's debt will be completely paid off. Okay, the family's money is under your control. How you arrange it I will cooperate. Saying that, Ji Chang casually put the money in his pocket and walked to the back basket. There's still a lot of wild boar's barrel bones and ribs left back. I'll chop it up and you take it to the people who usually take better care of you. Stew soup also can be a little bit of oil. Saying that, Ji Chang took out all the bones left in the back basket. Not many people are willing to pay for a bone these days, but everyone is willing to take it if they can get it for nothing. Any stew would be a bowl of broth. There's still a bit of meat on the side of the bone, and there's marrow in the bone. Bones are also good for families who haven't seen meat in a long time. Good. We can't finish it as a family anyway. Just save a little for tomorrow's stew to entertain our classmates. Gu Shuyao couldn't fault Ji Chang's arrangement at all. She thought everyone was right. Kicho really had come back to life and was getting better and better. I bought some fruit. You're pregnant. You need to eat more fruit. There's no refrigerator at home, so I didn't buy much. So I'll buy more when I'm done eating. Saying that, Ji Chang carried out the fruits and handed them to Gu Shuyao. Don't be reluctant to eat it. It's a waste if it goes bad. Ji Chang was uneasy and gave another explanation. Aha! Gu Shuyao nodded her head in a touched manner, her heart as sweet as if she had eaten honey. From the time Ji Chang took up his shotgun and went to the mountains, the family's life immediately changed for the better. Not only fish and meat, but also fine noodles. In the evening, you can also eat fragrant white rice. Categorizing the vegetables for tomorrow, Kicho put them in a basket and put them in the well to keep them fresh. There were still a lot of wild boar's entrails hanging in the well, and Ji Chang directly took out the pig's heart. Cutting up some pig hearts with a hunting knife, Kicho used them to feed the two pups. If you want to haul out two good hunting dogs, you have to be willing to feed them with prey. After the couple fed for a while, Ping and Cheng who were full, they don't eat much and get full easily. Then Ji Chang chopped up the wild boar's bones so that Gu Shuyao could send some from house to house. There were quite a few bones, 30 or so pounds, and Ji Chang put them in a bucket to make it easier for Gu Shuyao to give them to people. What kind of dishes do you want to eat tonight? Ji commonly saw that it was almost daytime, and it was time for dinner by the time Gu Shuyao returned. You watch the cooking, as long as it's cooked by you, I like to eat it, Gu Shuyao said with a sweet face. Right, the oil dregs were distributed by me to those who helped out at home today, and only a small bowl was left at home, Gu Shuyao said in a hurry after remembering. Good, the two of us can't eat much. Ji Chang smiled faintly, approving of Gu Shuyao's behavior. You won't run out of oil at home in the future, and from a health point of view, you should try to eat less oil if you can. Foods like drippings are not only heavy in oil, but also have other health risks that make them undesirable to eat. Tonight Ji Chang is going to fry a pig's ear, fish a carp and steam it, and then make a braised spare ribs, a pork with preserved mustard greens, and a green pepper dregs. For soup, Kichijo was going to go straight for the rice soup. The rice soup from his hometown with a bit of pickled vegetables has a great flavor, and he has been thinking about it for a long time. If you want rice soup, the rice has to be taken and steamed. The family did have a barrel for steaming rice, which used to be used to steam shredded sweet potatoes for rice. After he had panned the rice, Ji Chang boiled water in a pot. Then he prepared all the dishes to be eaten in the evening, and processed them and put them in a newly bought plate to be prepared. When the water in the pot boiled, Ji Chang poured the rice into the pot. In order to get a thicker rice soup, he cooked the rice for both of them for tomorrow's morning. Once the rice is cooked in the pot until it is 5 or 6 minutes old, you get a pot of white, thick rice soup. Fish the rice out of the pot and pour it into the barrel in which it was steamed. The pot of rice soup was filled. The pot was cleaned, and after pouring some water into it, the barrel of steamed rice was placed in the pot and steamed on. Chapter 24, Brother, I want to learn hunting from you. Taking advantage of the need for a fire to steam the rice, Ji Chang took out the rubber hose. He found that the infusion tubes just fit into the pressure pulse bands, which boosted the power of the slingshot. If you don't have a lot of strength, you probably can't even pull the slingshot. The slingshots given to Huang Tu and Li Shi would not have been necessary in this way. They would have been better suited to slingshots made directly from infused rubber tubing. The one used for the slingshot pockets was made of tough leather, a part of the belt his dad used to use. After all, he used to make slingshot pockets out of it. The first slingshot uses a single pressure pulse band that is ready to use straight away as soon as it is strapped in. The first slingshot was made before the rice was steamed. Walked out into the yard and picked up a couple small stone seeds of the right size and couldn't wait to put one in his pop pocket. Fingers pinched the stone seed through the bouncy pocket and pulled it back hard. Moving the bow fork on his left hand, Kicho took aim at a steak. Pop! After the stone seed hit the steak, it blew up some wood chips and left a crater in the steak. This power. Absolute. Ji Chang didn't expect such an effect from just using the pulse pressure band and was happy. This kind of slingshot is not to say that it is used to hit squirrels and mountain chickens, and even a wild rabbit will be cold when it is hit. He couldn't wait to get back to the kitchen, grabbed a bit of flour, covered the surface of the infusion rubber tubing with flour, and easily threaded it into the pressure pulse band. Only after cutting out the lengths needed for the two slingshots did he cut them in half. Ji Chang grabbed a slingshot and strapped it on, but instead of rushing to test his prowess, he began to prepare dinner. Gu Shuyao had already returned from dividing the boar bones, just in time to help Ji Chang burn the fire. A spoonful of aromatic wild boar fat goes into the pot and sizzles. Ji Chang popped the chopped onion and ginger into the pan and the aroma was overflowing. Gu Shuyao's saliva started to secrete as she smelled the scent. How did you fry it? How come it smells so good? I also put down a lot of oil at noon. How come it doesn't smell good? Gu Shuyao and Ji Chang asked for advice. I guess the oil wasn't hot enough at the same time. Hot oil? That's what makes it smell good. But you don't need to learn about cooking. The fumes are not good for your health. And you're still pregnant. Ji Chang knew that many women's lung cancer was related to kitchen fumes. Chinese food is delicious, but it's heavy on the grease. His body had been energized by the benefits of rebirth, and this bit of fumes was nothing to him. He got a cut on his foot last night when he started the ground cage, and it's completely healed today, showing a superb ability to heal itself. Also, he realized that his buddies had become braver, and he was having an old time pretending to be a man. Gu Shuyao nodded. Because of Ji Chang's relationship, she was gradually becoming more and more attentive to the child in her belly. She was a bit of a listener, especially willing to listen to Ji Chang. While Ji Chang was cooking dinner, the three youngest members of the Wang family next door were sitting in the kitchen doorway waiting for their dinner. Brother, do you smell that? It smells so good. Wang Xiaowei, the third oldest member of the Wang family, pushed his arm against his second brother, Wang Xiaojun, who was sitting beside him, revealing a picture of a gluttonous cat's expression. Smell it, crunchy aroma. I don't know what's cooking. I want to take a bite. After Wang Xiaojun finished speaking, he didn't forget to wipe his saliva. Don't think about it. Tonight we have wild boar meat at home, and greasy dregs of green vegetables to eat. You too, don't you smell it? Wang Bao was more realistic, and didn't forget to sweep a glance into the kitchen as he spoke. Brother, I want to go to Brother Chang's house to see what they cook. Is that okay? Wang Xiaowei felt that her heart was in the right place. She really couldn't stand the aroma wafting out of Ji Chang's house. Go ahead. See if mother doesn't whip your ass. Wang Xiaojun gloated. Smack my ass. I want to go too. I really want to take a bite. If I can have a bite, I'll take as much beating as I want. Firmness was written all over Wang Xiaowei's tender little face. I want to eat it too. Do you remember the taste of yesterday's suede meat? It was the most delicious meat I've ever eaten. But I think the one cooked at Chang's brother's house today might be even better than that. No way. It can still be better than that suede meat? After Wang Xiaobao finished speaking, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then you dare to come with me? Wang Xiaowei blew out a goading horn. Don't dare. Why don't you go yourself? And if you go, people don't necessarily give you food. Could it be that you still dare to ask directly? Wang Xiaojun knew that if he followed, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned. But Wang Xiaowei would most likely just be scolded a few times. As the only daughter in the family, Wang Xiaowei is obviously more favored than him and his brother Wang Bao. Softy. Wang Xiaowei bared her teeth at her second brother. She knew that the only one she could hold was Wang Xiaojun, and didn't dare to mess with Wang Bao. However, at this time Wampum twisted his head to look in the direction of the kitchen. Let's go. I'll take you there. I have something to ask Chang. With that, Wang Bao took a big step away. He felt he had to find out today why the stir-fry always smelled so good in Ji Chang's house. When I was in school, my teachers always said that you have to set a clear goal to be a human being. Now, his goal is to be able to eat the delicious dishes that made his neighbors cry every day. Wang Xiaowei reacted the fastest and was the first to run to open the door. The Ji family's courtyard door was unlocked, and the Wang family's three little ones entered the Ji family directly. The closer you get to the kitchen, the stronger the scent becomes. Chang, can we come in? Standing in the kitchen doorway, Wang Bao summoned up the courage to ask. Xiao Bao, come in quickly, just in time. I'll stir-fry a plate of pig's ear. You guys go get chopsticks and try it. Ji Chang greeted and poured the chopped ribs into the pot and stir-fried them. The last dish was a stir-fried pig's ear, which had just come out of the pan. Wang Po was followed by two boys, both looking a bit timid. Wang Bao used to be Ji Chang's little follower, the kind with a particularly good relationship. But Wang Xiaojun and Wang Xiaowei's relationship with Ji Chang wasn't as deep. After all, the two of them weren't very old. One was 9 years old and the other was 8 years old. When Wombat and Ji Chang played together, the two of them were just getting good with pea and mud. Brother, I want to learn hunting from you and cooking from you. I don't want to farm. Wang Bao sensed Ji Chang's past enthusiasm for himself, so he boldly said what was in his heart. In his mind, if he could learn just one of these things, he could escape the countryside and make a living in the county. After all, Wang Bao is a person who has been out of the village, went to junior high school, and has seen the life of the county town. He didn't want to live with his face in the dirt, doesn't want to spend his life like his father, stuck in Xianmen village forever. More than anything, he didn't want his future children to be like he was now, where he had to think about even a bite of meat for days. No one else could give him the chance to step out, but Ji Chang could. In his eyes, Ji Chang had always been capable and had always been his idol. Even if the village people felt that Ji Chang was loafing around all these years, he thought that the village people didn't understand Ji Chang, and he thought that Ji Chang was out there planning great things. Not to mention, being able to stare at his bike all day to go to the county can go days without coming home. Such a life is enough for him to envy. He felt happy enough to be able to do that. Chapter 25. Can poverty still limit imagination? Not bad. Still as thoughtful as ever. Ji Chang glanced at Wang Bao with satisfaction, a slight relief in his eyes. In his last life, Wang Bao did go out and do catering. Although there is no great wealth, but the county has a self-built house comparable to a villa, driving hundreds of thousands of dollars of cars. It is also considered a small success. It just didn't occur to me that he'd show up at his door now wanting to learn to cook from himself. I can teach you anything you want to learn, but it'll only work if your mom and dad agree, and my agreement won't be enough. Ji Chang knew that his image as a prodigal son hadn't been completely reversed, and Wang Shun and Lu Chunhua probably wouldn't give Wang Shun over to him yet. If Wang Bao followed himself, his time for farm work would shrink considerably, and Wang Shun's labor force would increase directly. Hunting Ji Chang himself is half a bucket of water, relying on extras. Not much can be taught, and with his last life as a reference, he feels that the probability is that Wang Bao will take the path of catering. Only in the last generation his leader was his great-uncle. In this life it was himself. Come on, all of you go and try the pig's ear I fried. If you want to learn cooking, you can't even be ignorant of my strength, right? Saying that, Ji Chang took his chopsticks and handed them to Wang Bao and the two little ones behind him. Still seeing eye to eye with your brother? Ha! I fried a lot of it. And your sister-in-law and I can't eat it all for two people. While Ji Chang was talking, Gu Shuyao had already taken 3 small bowls and gave them some. Come, you 3 come over and try your brother's handiwork. Saying this, Gu Shuyao handed a bowl to Wang Xiaowei. Gu Shuyao knew that others would refuse, but Wang Xiaowei, who was a foodie, definitely wouldn't. Thank you sister-in-law Shuyao. Wang Xiaowei smiled sweetly at Gu Shuyao before taking the small bowl. It came up for sniffing, and Wang Xiaowei's mouth was full of saliva. Picking up a thinly sliced pig's ear and stuffing it into his mouth, the flavor conquers the taste buds instantly in his mouth after a bit of chewing. Brother Chang, this is too delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Wang Xiaowei looked at Ji Chang with adoration written all over her eyes. Wang Xiaowei ate away. Wang Xiaojun is no longer polite. Took the bowl and thanked him, then hastily put a chopstick in his mouth. Pig's ear has cartilage in the center, which makes it very crispy to bite, and at the same time the fat is soft and sticky, which belongs to the existence of very special texture inside the pork. Ji Chang cooked it so flavorfully that one bite made Wang Xiaojun fall in love with its taste straight away. It is, indeed, superior to yesterday's suet, because the fried pig's ear itself has a lot of oil, and more oil makes it extra flavorful. Wombat even closed his eyes as he ate so he could more fully take in the flavor of the food. He had no way of describing how this pig's ear tasted, only that after eating this pig's ear, the pig's ear cooked by unusual people would be difficult for him to eat. You brats, you're really at Key's house. Are you still eating? Outside, came Lu Chuanoa's voice. Mom, I want to learn to hunt and cook with Chang. Brother Chang has promised, as long as you and my father are willing. Wang Bao couldn't wait to talk to his own mother. You go back and discuss with your father. I can't make the decision. Lu Chunhua didn't expect to come to the Ji family to hear this news. Brother, then we'll go back first. After saying that, Wang Bao stuffed a stream of fried pig's ear from the bowl into his mouth. Wang Xiaowei couldn't afford to gulp it down like that. She felt it was disrespectful to the food. Food should be taken seriously and every bite savored. So, she chose to pour all the pig's ears into her little hands to take back and eat slowly. Wang Xiaojun followed suit, and if the bowl hadn't belonged to Ji Chang's family, he would have wanted to lick it clean. When Wang Bao went back, the first thing he did was to tell Wang Shun what he thought. I knew your heart wasn't in the fields or the ground. Since your China is willing to teach you, you should follow and learn well. But in the future, you must change your name to Master. Understand? Wang Shun is able to send his 3 children to school in the hope that they can change their destiny and not be bound by the land anymore. Otherwise, going to a ing school and all staying home to do farm work doesn't smell good? The aroma wafting from Ji Chang's house these days is an indication that Ji Chang is an excellent cook, and as long as he is able to learn the trade, he will be able to work in a state-run restaurant in town or in the county and eat public food. Anymore, you can work in the cafeterias of various factories. How much money do you pull out of the ground in a year? It's natural to get out there when you can. He can't block his own kid's path when he's not capable of doing it himself. Wang Shun was able to be so enlightened mainly because Ji Chang's father had a profound influence on him. Sending his children to school was also something that Ji Chang's father had asked Wang Shun to do, and he approved of it. Father, thank you. I will learn well. I will not let you down, and I will be filial to you in the future, so that you can live a good life. Wang Bao said excitedly. Let's eat. Wang Shun picked up his chopsticks and chucked a piece of wild boar meat into Wang Bao's bowl. With red eyes, Wang Bao picked up the piece of wild boar meat and stuffed it into his mouth, and after chewing it twice, he wanted to spit it out. The meat was cooked to firewood and had a very strong smoky and fishy flavor that didn't connect with the aroma at all. What a waste! What a waste of half a pound of wild boar, he muttered inwardly, then swallowed the meat in 3 swallows. The heart is more and more determined to learn cooking. As long as you learn cooking, you can cook unusual things very delicious. Soon, Wang Xiaobao and Wang Shelwei also found out, but they were both very understanding and didn't say anything, silently drying their rice. The two little ones just threw their hands up in favor of their big brother wanting to learn how to cook, because when they learn it, they can eat all kinds of delicious food. The aroma wafting from the Wang family next door was the air squash they had down for dinner. In Ji Chang's house, there were 4 dishes, 1 soup and 2 bowls of white rice on the table. Even city people don't have as much abundance as our family, right? Looking at the table of meals with tantalizing aromas, Gu Shuya would still feel that this was like a dream. That's because poverty limits one's imagination. Rich people eat much more sumptuously than this. Saying that, Ji Chang picked up a yellow bonefish and put it into Gu Shuya's bowl. Come and try the yellow bonefish. It's good for you and the babies. Poverty can still limit imagination? Gu Shuyao looked at Ji Chang with a curious expression. Of course, if we have money, we can buy TVs and we can learn about the outside world through it. With money, we can buy a washing machine and let it do our laundry. We can buy refrigerators to keep our food fresh. There are personal computers in the US now, and that stuff is future-changing tech. When you see more, your imagination will naturally be enriched. Otherwise, you don't even know what a computer is. She had never seen any of the washing machines, refrigerators, or personal computers that Qi often talked about, and she couldn't imagine exactly what they looked like. By Ji Chang's words, Gu Shuyao realized that she seemed to be able to understand the meaning of Ji Chang's words. Poverty not only makes food and medical care unaffordable, it also impoverishes the imagination. Chapter 26, Is there really that much prey on the mountain? The flesh of the yellow bonefish comes down with a gentle suction, and the meat is tender, smooth and flavorful. After eating the yellow bonefish and then taking a bite of the fragrant rice, Gu Shuyao's heart was filled with happiness. She felt more and more that all these years of age often spent 3 days running around the county, even going to the city, were not really loafers. He, surely, is trying to learn about the world, trying to learn all sorts of skills. Otherwise, how could Ji Chang possess such good cooking skills? In order to live up to Kichijo, she savored every bite of her food with all her heart. Are you going hunting again at night? Well, I'm definitely going to go around for the rest of the night. By the way, after dinner you go around the village and see who has extra water tanks for sale. Buy a few and bring them back for the fish. The container in which you raise your fish is important if you want to eat fish without the earthy flavor. Water tanks and wine tanks and the like are pottery, which costs a bit more but is more reliable than digging mud puddles and keeps fish that don't smell like dirt. Okay, I'll have someone bring it to the house if there is one. Gu Shuya knew that Ji Chang would definitely not let her carry it back by herself. I'd rather add a few extra cents to have it sent back than worry Ji Chang. As they ate and talked, the table was wiped clean by the two, mainly because Ji Chang was a bigger eater. Most of the food went into his stomach. After washing the dishes, Ji Chang took out the rest of the tree branches and proceeded to make the rest of the slingshots. Once all the slingshots were made, Ji Chang saw someone with a flashlight approaching in the direction of his house. Unsurprisingly, it must be Li Linen and Li Shi. Sure enough, after 10 minutes or so, the two siblings shouted at the door. The two little puppies barked up at the door and were calmed down by Kichijo. Brother, what are you explaining to me? Li Shi looked at Ji Chang with a curious face. He was ready to go through fire. Go back to school so I can take you hunting every weekend. Ji Chang didn't beat around the bush with Li Shi and directly stated his thoughts. If I go back to school, the family's farm work 1T all be on my sister. Brother, this won't work. Li Shi was also very direct. Do you know how much I sold a boar for today? Seeing Li Shi shaking his head, Ji Chang directly said, $60. Now a pound of rice is 13 cents, and 100 pounds is only 13 yuan. 60. How much rice can you buy? And how long will it be enough for your family? Li Shi's brain immediately spun. Then said, 461.5 pounds. Enough for our family to eat for most of the year. In the mountains, there are wild animals that are worth more than wild boars. Even if you follow me on weekends, you'll make 500 or 600 a year. So, do you still want to farm? After saying that, Ji Chang looked at Li Shi with a smile on his face. Don't want to, cootie. Only want to farm. It's just that, brother, is there really that much prey in the mountains that our county can consume? Li Shi kept his composure and tried to control his emotions. Of course, by following me, I can guarantee you a minimum income of 500 or 600 a year. You don't have to worry about the marketing matter. I naturally have the means to sell them. After saying that, Ji Chang glanced at Li Linen at the side. I've got plans for N too. She'll make more than you. Trust me. You can stop planting the family's fields and get your ass to school. After saying that, Ji Chang threw a slingshot to Li Shi. Trustworthy? Of course, brother. I'll go to the school tomorrow and ask to see how I can go back to school. Li Shi had unconditional trust in Ji Chang. On your mom's side, you two are responsible for convincing. I won't be involved. When he said this, Ji Chang looked a little vain. Li Linen bit her lip. She was a participant in that incident back then. I will. My mother knows it's Chang's decision. And she definitely agrees, Li Shur said cheerfully. He was into school and didn't like farming at all. Chang, what are you going to arrange for me to do? Can I know in advance? Li Linen was more concerned about this matter. I'm going to do some business in the county, and I need you to help me. Ji Chang didn't have the time to run a business himself, but he wasn't willing to miss the opportunity to make money. Partnering with someone else is the way to go. At the same time, you can help each other change their destiny. Why not? Me? Can I do it? Li Linen asked with some inferiority complex. Of course, if you can't, no one can. However, this thing I still need to operate for a while. Not so quick to have a brow. You just get ready first. Lillian nodded and clenched her small fists. Okay, I'll listen to Chang. Ever since she was a child, she had especially enjoyed listening to Ji Chang. Ji Chang directly turned around and went back to the house, taking out some pig's head meat and handing it to Li Linen. Take it back and eat it. And tell me the first time you have any difficulties at home. Okay, thank you brother. Li Linen didn't push back, and accepted the things graciously, because she knew Ji Chang well enough to know that what he took out was something he was bound to let her have back. If she didn't take it, Ji Chang would just send it to her house. She'll say no. Her mom won't. The siblings didn't linger long and went back with those pork heads. Just as they left before them, Gu Shuyao came back. Behind them were 3 men who carried their own clay pots. With these 3 tanks, Ji Chang could continue to go down to the nets for fish at night. Ji Chang told the girls to put the clay tanks in the backyard patio. That place was more suitable for placing these fish tanks, and at the same time, they didn't have to worry about being discovered. Once the few village women had left, Ji Chang dumped the river shrimp into one of the fish tanks. It's best to keep each type of fish separate and easier to eat when you want to. After getting it done, Ji Chang, who was tired from the day, dug into his room and went to rest. After sleeping until about 12 o'clock, he had to get up to go down to the ground cage and then up to the mountains to hunt. Gu Shuyao was also tired and went to bed after cleaning up a little. However, instead of going back to her room, she laid down next to Ji Chang. The bed sharing used to be a thing, but now she doesn't think it should continue. Otherwise, the couple's relationship will fade. There are some things that don't have to be initiated by a man, but by a woman as well. After lying down, she pressed herself against Ji Chang's side, smelling the scent emanating from his body and closing her eyes in immense contentment. At the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but show a faint smile, incredibly relieved by the effect of the frequency of Kichijo's breathing. She too fell fast asleep. Late at night, Ji Chang woke up to find his petite wife beside him. Bracing himself, Kichijo watched for a while. In the end, he didn't hold back and tasted Gu Shuyao's soft and full lips. He didn't wake her, though. After tasting it, and not having had enough, he grabbed his shotgun and bullets and put on his back. Tonight's hunt, once again, opens. Chapter 27, Slingshot's Open Door. Carrying 2 ground cages, Kicho went to the river to lower the cages first. It was a dark night with only various insects and frogs chirping. It's only the beginning of May and it's still cool after nightfall. However, it had no effect on Ji Chang. His body had become much stronger after his rebirth, and he had quite a feeling of being invulnerable to cold and heat. After drilling into the mountains, Ji Chang took out his slingshot. Tonight was a good time to use it to test the slingshot. Ji Chang had picked up a number of stone seeds, estimated to be 30 or 40. He knew that these small stone seeds were not ideal for projectiles, as they were irregular and would cause the flight path to be deflected from the intended target by various wind resistance effects. The ideal projectile is a steel ball, and it has to be between 0.9 and 1.2 in diameter. Such steel balls can be relatively rare and not easy to obtain. There is another kind of the same shape ideal projectile is the pottery projectile. This kind of projectile is a clay ball rolled with clay. After drying in the shade, high temperature firing into pottery projectile. The hardness is even more than the general stone seeds. So Ji Chang was going to take those old classmates of his to dig up some clay in the clay field of the production team's bowl factory tomorrow and make his own pottery balls. They probably haven't played in the dirt in a long time, and a little mud rubbing would probably be quite pleasurable. What can be fun in the countryside? Not just down the river to touch the fish to pick up the snail, or go up the mountain to find wild game these. So that's all that's scheduled for tomorrow. Just as he was thinking about it, Ji Chang heard a squawk, the squawk of a mountain chicken. Following the sound, Ji Chang quickly spotted 2 similar blood bars. Without saying a word, Ji Chang directly pulled the slingshot and locked onto one of the blood bars. Success depends not only on accuracy but also on luck. Pop! It's the sound of the rubber hose and the bag of bullets, not the projectile hitting the target. But in the distance, there was a sudden cackle. At the same time, Ji Chang saw one of the blood bars clear most of the way. I can't believe I won? Ji Chang marveled as he rushed towards his target. Boo! The other mountain chicken rose into the air and quickly disappeared from Ji Chang's view. But he didn't care. After all, it had paid off. Upon approaching, a grouse had collapsed on the ground, stomping its legs about, grabbed it straight away and hefted it. It's not bad. It should be 3 pounds. It's not easy to get that big in the wild. Above its head, the words, curable, were displayed. BTW. The hunting space number has gone from 3 to 4. Now, he's pretty much certain that when he hunts an animal, the numbers will follow. Ji Chang didn't choose to heal. Why waste a chance to heal when this one could be taken back and added to the diet tomorrow? Mountain chicken. Meat tender and delicious. Strong wild flavor. High protein content. Is the table shall not be food. In later times, many people rely on farming this to become rich. Slingshot opens the door and gives Ji Chang some confidence. He continued to look for prey with a comparable bloodstain, while also keeping an eye out for various calls, trying to spot suitable prey amongst them. After 10 minutes or so, Ji Chang saw quite the blood bar again. The distance of this blood bar is upgradable, and can be automatically upgraded to expand the range after a certain amount of prey has been accumulated. It was currently 30 meters away, a range that was already very powerful for Kichijo. The effective shooting range of a slingshot is only about 30 meters, beyond which the power is weakened. After locking onto the bloodstain, Ji Chang slowly approached. At a distance of a dozen meters or so, Ji Chang could see clearly that it was a dirt-colored hair that nearly blended in with the environment. If Ji Chang hadn't been able to see the blood bar, he would have really been confused by its disguise. Without saying a word, he pulled back his slingshot and took aim directly at the hare, which was still feeding on the tender grass. From time to time it would stand up and look around, looking very cautious. Pop! When the slingshot made its noise, the projectile went straight for the rabbit. Ji Chang saw the blood bar jump for a moment, then move quickly, and knew he had shot short. Too bad it didn't hit. The hare didn't flee very far, though, and the movement of a single stone seed didn't send it into a frenzy. Approaching again, Kichijo continued to look for an opportunity. A few minutes later, Kicho once again pulled back his slingshot and locked onto the hare. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on Ji Chang's face, because he saw the blood bar clear most of the way, indicating that the rabbit had been hit by him. The rabbit was still trying to escape after a quick run over. He lifted it straight up, the stone seeds having gone through its skin and stuck right into its flesh, fatally wounding it. Seeing the number of the hunting space jump from 4 to 5 again, Ji Chang happily put the rabbit into the head of his carrier. Today's slingshot was a nice surprise. It's amazing how even a distance of a dozen meters can seriously injure a hare. You'll be able to hunt these small game steadily from now on, and you won't even have to deliberately mess with a crossbow. However, one could go and get a pistol for defense against raiding beasts. It's not too much to get as many guns as you can. As a child of China, it's reasonable to have a phobia of insufficient firepower, isn't it? With these two gains, Ji Chang was even more motivated. These hunts don't have to be taken out right away. After all, the hunting space has a time pause feature. What kind of prey you put in is what you take out. Therefore, as long as they were once dead through, Ji Chang would receive them inside his hunting space. He also didn't need to make contact. With his mind he could put prey within a meter of his surroundings into the hunting space, which was still very convenient. Silently, he traveled through the forest, using his sense of hearing to find his prey. If there was a hound with a keen sense of smell, Kichijo would be able to harvest all the way under its lead. Unfortunately, there aren't any hounds like that around here, nor are there any great ones. They were in the south here, where hunters were already scarce, and even fewer trained hounds. After all, it's not like the northeast, which has a hunting mecca like the vast Daxingin Mountains. Without realizing it, Ji Chang found himself walking back to the place where he had hunted the boar in the morning. Since he had arrived at this place, Ji Chang was naturally unwilling to let go. There is a water source in that small depression that does attract wild animals to drink there. With any luck, that much, Ji Chang saw that a group of wild boars were in the mountain pass, and he couldn't help but stagger in his heart. A quick count of the boars, large and small, totaled 23. It's a big herd, or it's mating season, and several boar families are getting together to exchange genes. These wild boars are as big as 400 or 500 pounds, and even carrying a 38 large cap. Ji Chang's legs are a little soft, so much that you really need to pull a cannon over before you dare do it. Otherwise, if any of them bumped into or whisked away from Ji Chang, he'd have to be sent away on the spot. Therefore, he didn't dare to provoke these wild boars at all. Even if he could hit one at this distance with the range of his 38 large cap, as long as there were boars coming his way, it would be difficult for him to escape. In the mountains, you don't expect a two-legged one to outrun a four-legged one. Chapter 28, Getting Rich, Harvesting 3 Black Sheep, but with a Gatling, I'm not even babbling. Ji Chang muttered in his heart and decisively chose to leave. It's easy to eyeball and get attacked by wild boar here. These things have a keen sense of smell. And already one of the boars on guard duty had just gone his way to sniff the scent. After walking around for some distance, God gave Ji Chang another surprise. Wild sheep, once again, came into his vision. This black sheep is obvious. And lamb is also more expensive than pork, let alone wild boar. The animals were all piling up tonight. There were 8 sheep in his field of vision, and 6 of them were adults. He approached slowly, cat-like, and these sheep had poor eyesight in the dark, and only 2 were standing. The others were lying on the ground in a false sleep. Locking onto one, Kisho adjusted his breathing. This shot, it has to be hit. It's a hit to get a second shot, a third shot, bang. Pulling the trigger, Ji Chang didn't even bother to see if it hit. Immediately locking onto the second one, bang. Another shot was fired, and once again, Ji Chang locked his gun on a third one, bang. 3 shots in a row, all no more than 10 seconds apart. At that speed, it's already considered excellent, because what he needs to lock onto is a moving target. By the time the 4th shot was fired, he had lost his chance. Putting away his gun, Ji Chang darted towards those goats at the first opportunity. His eyesight at night was definitely better than these goats. As he got closer, Kicho realized that all 3 shots he had fired had hit, and none of them had landed. Get rich! These sheep are curable. Just in time to test this own conjecture, Ji Chang decisively used heal and healed all 3 wild black sheep. Sure enough, the number went from 5 to 2. By now, Ji Chang had figured out the meaning of the hunting space numbers. Getting 3 black sheep, Ji Chang was happy. The hunting space smells too good, and the ability to heal prey is so counterintuitive. He didn't get the black sheep out of the space. After all, he could stay in there for 12 hours and there was no need to rush now. When it's almost time to go home, Kicho gets them out again and leads them back on a rope. He could say that he had set up traps on the mountain to snare these black sheep and get them back in a sensible way. Better yet, bring the black sheep back during the day for all to see. Ji Chang realized that he should have poked into the sheep's nest, and the probability was that this place was the gathering point of this flock of black sheep, because there's a lot of goat poop here, which means they've been here for a long time. Sweeping the perimeter around him, Kichijo began to try and track down the wild sheep. There were 8 black sheep in all. 3 were hunted by Kichijang, and 5 more were unaccounted for. Perhaps these 8 black sheep are all that's left of the herd. This is not a prairie that would allow for large-scale breeding of black sheep. It would only be small herds. Their presence also proved that there were no large beasts of prey in the neighborhood, or that this area was not a hunting ground for beasts of prey. At the moment, Ji Chang really didn't want to deal with this kind of beast. After all, it didn't have enough firepower. After tracking for a while, Ji Chang quickly lost track of those black sheep. Still inexperienced, you'd have to rely on the hounds if you wanted to track. It would be almost impossible on your own. Tracking wasn't an easy skill to master, and it wasn't like Ji Chang had the means to gain such an ability through his golden finger. Asking for advice from other hunters isn't something that can be mastered in the short term. After abandoning the tracking, Ji Chang returned along the same path. Standing in the black sheep's habitat, Ji Chang looked at the sky. It's really inconvenient without a watch. I don't know the time at all. I'll sell the goat in the hunting space today and see if I can buy a watch back. Not having a cell phone, Ji Chang had become so uncomfortable that from time to time he would reach into his pocket, hoping to feel a cell phone out. There was no way to know the time of the moment, and it was more than enough to keep Kichijo scratching his head all day long. You definitely can't mess with the boar side. There are too many of them. However, you can take your chances tomorrow by going to that location and setting up some rope traps or large traps. Perhaps they will continue to appear in that place. Humming a little song, Ji Chang was ready to go down the mountain. As a result, it hadn't been long since he was halfway there when Ji Chang saw the flashlight. He turned off his night vision at the first opportunity and pulled out his flashlight. Is this meeting a fellow traveler? Ji Chang had just muttered something when he heard a bang. There was no doubt that someone was hunting. He turned on his flashlight in a hurry, but didn't turn off the bloodstain mode. He waved his flashlight toward the side where the gun went off to give the other side a warning. When hunting at night, the biggest fear is accidental injury. In a previous life he'd seen some guys hunting at night, mistaking smokers for rabbits, and dry humping them to death with a single shot. Is that Ji Chang over there? In the distance, someone shouted at the top of their lungs. Yes, it's me. Who are you? Ji Chang couldn't hear the other party's voice, so he asked directly. Me, your Uncle Ah Sang. There was a muntjac just now. See if it's headed your way. Lin Ah Sheng, a militia member of the previous brigade, was later disqualified from the militia for drinking and causing trouble. If it was him, Ji Chang wasn't surprised. The only person in the village who knew how to hunt in the mountains was him. After all, he had a gun and had been trained by the militia. Haven't hunted a few times, though. Considering it, Ji Chang directly got the 3 black sheep out of the hunting space, while quickly tying a rope around the black sheep's necks. By the time Lin Ashang got close, the sheep that Ji Chang was holding let out a baa. Q. What's wrong with you sheep? Eyes red. At this time Lin Ashang was very red. He'd been in the mountains for 3 hours now, and hadn't hit a single animal in all that time he'd been around. As a result, Ji Chang was seen leading 3 black sheep. Lin Ashang wrote his jealousy directly on his face, not hiding it at all. I didn't catch one that day, and then I laid the lasso, and I didn't expect to actually catch 3, said Ji, tugging on the rope forcefully. These black sheep were still afraid of people, and when they saw Lin Ashang approaching, they kept backing away. It was also fortunate that Ji Chang's strength was strong enough, or else he might have let them escape. What kind of luck are you having? 3 sheep, at least $300. Lin Ashang's voice was trembling. In 83, $300 was an absolute fortune. It's indeed better luck. Or maybe it's my father's blessing. Then uncle, you get busy. I'll get the sheep down the mountain first. Saying that, Ji Chang directly dragged the 3 sheep down the mountain. Damn it. I don't believe I won't be able to hunt tonight. Lin Ashang huffed and pulled out a cigarette and lit it, shouldering his gun and climbing towards the top. He actually wanted to ask Ji Chang where he caught these sheep, but he also knew he wouldn't get an answer if he asked. As long as it's not a cutie. Who would want to tell someone about a chance to get rich? However, he had already made up his mind that he would secretly follow Ji Chang up the mountain tomorrow. Follow him? There's always room. As long as we know about the flock, we'll each eat when the time comes. Chapter 29, we can't let Ji Chang do it all by himself. Ji Chang stopped within a few steps and stared at Lin Ashang, the gun in his hand ready to be aimed and fired. The countryside and simplicity are not directly related. Poor mountains produce unruly people, and the poorer the place, the more likely it is that such things as killing people to get rid of them will happen. It's not a good time period for cases. Most can't catch you with an alibi. It was only when he saw Lin Ashang keep walking upwards that Ji Chang breathed a sigh of relief. A quick walk down the hill leading the black sheep. When there was no one else, the black sheep were more docile, as they were tamed by the hunting space, and Ji Chang was their master. Returning safely to the village, Ji Chang breathed a sigh of relief. His gun doesn't want to be pointed at people, but when it comes down to it, he'll be more decisive than anyone. Leading the sheep straight back to the house, Ji Chang put all 3 of the black sheep in the pig pen, perhaps reunited. The 4 sheep called inside several times. Ji Chang paid attention and saw that Gu Shuyao didn't wake up, so he hurriedly went to the river to collect the ground cage. Because of his own excitement, perhaps there is more than one Lin Ashang on the mountain today, perhaps there are others. When you shoot a boar by yourself, you can't help but have people eyeballing you and wanting to take their chances on the mountain. It's not unusual for this to happen. After all, there are a lot of people with guns. Rushing to the river, Ji Chang yanked the 2 ground cages straight out of the water. Tonight's haul was significantly less than last night's, with only 7 or 8 pounds of fish caught in total, and only 3 or 4 small carp, mostly peach and brook white. Without lingering, Ji Chang rushed straight back to his home with a ground cage and a bucket of water. When he returned home, Ji Chang found that Gu Shuyao had already woken up and was holding a candlestick and was looking at the black sheep at the pig pen. Did the black sheep wake you up? Ji Chang asked as he closed the door. I was a little worried about you when I heard the commotion, so I came out to check. In here? How come there are 3 more black sheep? Gu Shuyao asked, full of surprise. Ji Chang walked straight over and wrapped his arms around Gu Shuyao from behind her. The hand was pressed against her belly, which wasn't very visible yet since she was just over 3 months pregnant. I laid the noose. Ah, did not think it really let me hit? Probably my old man blessed it. Gu Shuyao nodded and leaned her body back. Ji Chang's hand stirred as he smelled her hair. Perhaps it was the dead of night, and Gu Shuyao didn't interrupt Ji Chang. With these sheep, we won't have to worry about food this year. Selling one will be enough to buy us rice for a year. Gu Shuyao nodded excitedly, and her breath couldn't help but catch a few moments. When the lambs are born and raised, they will make another profit. I can't imagine that it's only been a few days and our lives have changed so dramatically. With that, she leaned back so that she was close to Ji Chang. Sometimes, I'm really afraid that this is a dream that will wake up. Saying that, Gu Shuyao turned around and hooked Ji Chang's neck. It's not a dream. It's real life. Where is life now? We've just enriched the table. The good life. It's still ahead. After saying that, Ji Chang directly kissed. It was a few minutes before he carried her back to her room. Why don't you go to bed first? I'll go take care of the fish I retrieved tonight. Some of them are dead and need to be cleaned up. Saying that, Ji Chang kissed her forehead. Gu Shuyao looked at Ji Chang's back and pressed her hand against her hot face. Originally, she was ready to risk a deeper exchange with Ji Chang, but she didn't expect Ji Chang to call it quits at the last minute. Re-entering the yard, Ji Chang carried the bucket carrying ground cage from the front yard to the back patio. Dead fish in there need to be picked out. And also river prawns and all kinds of fish are categorized and kept in different tanks. After spending half an hour to deal with it, Ji Chang went back to sleep. Gu Shuyao had already fallen asleep, and after Ji Chang saw her tantalizing touch, he turned his head and went to the next room. Legitimate couple. And a beautiful wife with a hot body. Who could stand that? But considering the still fragile baby in his stomach, Ji Chang could only work hard on himself and didn't even dare to sleep next to Gu Shuyao. Early the next morning, Kichijo opened his eyes under the assault of a rooster's crow. You don't have the luxury of soundproofing an adobe house in the countryside. As long as there are chickens around, it's noisy enough. Although he hadn't slept for a long time, Ji Chang's spirit was very full and his condition was recovering well. Gu Shuyao hadn't woken up yet. She was sleeping relatively well. Ji Chang started to prepare today's breakfast after a simple wash. Today he was going to cook some shrimp congee for Gu Shuyao with some green vegetables, fried eggs, fried fish, and cold mixed cabbages. After washing the rice, Ji Chang poured the rice and the right amount of water into a clay pot and placed it on top of the charcoal stove, preparing to slowly simmer the porridge. This makes a thick, rice-flavored porridge, and it's soft and sticky. It just takes more time. While the charcoal fire was heating the clay pot, Ji Chang went to the yard and picked some fresh greens. Why are you up so early again? I'll cook it. You go to bed. Otherwise, your body will be exhausted. Gu Shuyao said with a heartbroken face. The change in Ji Chang now made her a little less comfortable, and even a little uneasy. It's fine. I slept quite well and I'm not sleepy at all. Ji Chang smiled weakly at his daughter-in-law. The two little milk dogs also began to pamper and please their mistress. Circling around Gu Shuyao. I only came back in the middle of the night. Where did I sleep for long? Gu Shuyao didn't recognize Ji Chang's statement and rolled up her sleeves before she was ready to come and take over Ji Chang's work. Wait for me to finish cooking breakfast before you sleep. This morning I'm going to cook shrimp porridge. Just wait and eat. Saying that, Ji Chang went to fish for river shrimps in the fish tank on the patio. Shrimp congee? Gu Shuyao felt good just listening to it, so she became a bit expectant. She went and washed up, then went back out into the yard to get grass to feed the black sheep. The former pigsty has been completely transformed into a sheep pen. Inside, all 4 black sheep lay on their backs chewing hay, their eyes unopened. Looking at the 4 sheep, Gu Shuyao felt very solid in her heart. Farming, indeed, is better than not hunting. Even if they are contracted out to households, they can't dig out a few dollars in the fields all year round. A sheep for rice is enough to feed them for most of the year. Mutton, which is very popular in town, costs 90 cents or even $1 a pound. The ones Ji Chang caught and brought back were adult black sheep, the kind that could be hauled off and sold at any time. However, she feels that such sheep should be sold as breeding stock, rather than sold directly after slaughter, which would be of too low a value. After feeding the sheep, Gu Shuyao weeded the vegetable field in the yard. Since she couldn't get her hands on the kitchen, she had to do something else. The work. You can't let Ji Chang do it all by himself. Within a short while, Gu Shuyao stopped what she was doing and inhaled hard. A rich egg aroma wafted over her, causing her to gulp. Chapter 30, You're born with it. You can't learn it. The golden eggs were turned over in the pan by Qi Chang, and they reacted with the lard, expanding quickly and aromatically. These days everyone can't be bothered to fry an egg because it's more fuel intensive. The easiest way to do this is poached eggs, and the more extravagant is stewed eggs. Gu Shuyao returned to the kitchen and watched Ji Chang put the fried egg into the plate. The hot oil was still bubbling a little in the area around the edges, making you want to get close enough to smell it. Next door, the 3 youngest members of the Wolf family are already up. Brother, when are you going to learn how to stir fry from Brother Chang? Brother Chang cooks delicious food first thing in the morning. It smells so good. Wang Xiaowei supported his hands against his small face, 2 small fists clenched, like a small flower. You little glutton. Your nose is a dog, right? Wang Bao glanced at his sister, somewhat speechless. Humph. I don't believe you didn't smell it. You've been drooling. Wang Xiaowei directly revealed Wang Bao's shortcoming. Wang Bao flicked Wang Xiaowei's little brain, then said, it should be a fried egg. It smells especially good. Chang should have put a lot of oil in it. Ah, brother. How do you smell that it's a fried egg? Quickly teach me. Wang Xiaowei grabbed Wang Bao's hand and began to use her own pampering techniques. At home, the only person she can pamper is Wang Bao. That's a tactic that would only get her beat up when dealing with anyone else. As for Wang Xiaojun, he doesn't deserve it. And Wang Xiaoman can make direct threats. It's natural, not learned, Wang Bao said somewhat proudly. Wang Shelby wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but think of the pig's ears she ate at Ji Chang's house last night. She really wished she was Ji Chang's sister so that she could eat all kinds of delicious food that one would hate to swallow with their tongue. In contrast to the Wang family's three youngsters, Jiang Depeng and his wife Zhou Yingji, who are also Ji Chang's neighbors, are not as gentle. This Ji family kid is also too inappropriate. Early in the morning to start torturing others. What is cooking? So fragrant? Jiang Depeng spat as he knocked dirt from the soles of his shoes at the pillar. Ji Chang's kitchen was right next to Zhang's house, and the smell easily spread to Zhang's house. You can't smell what's cooking, but that's a lot of oil down there. It's so wasteful. These two families, they're both losers, and you said Ji's daughter-in-law was virtuous. Virtuous my ass. If they keep building like this, their family will be poor in a few days. Zhou Yingji had a grumpy face. Originally she didn't want to get up, but because of this tantalizing scent she was roused up by Jiang Depeng. She had a particularly heavy wake-up call, but didn't dare to get angry at Jiang Depeng. Stop grinning. Hurry up and fry the dregs of oil they sent yesterday. Lousy wants to eat meat today too. Hurry up and go. Saying this, Jiang Depeng flung his hand and smacked his mother-in-law's big ass. You deadbeat. Won't you be gentle with your hands? Zhou Yingji twisted her butt, and the resentment on her face suddenly diminished. Put the wild boar meat together and fry it. Dip it in more oil. Make it faster. Jiang Depeng inhaled the scent in the air. His stomach rumbling, he couldn't help but urge for the gluttonous cry left and right omelette. Ji Chang directly clamped it and sent it to the mouth of Gu Shuyao. Here, taste how it tastes. Is it properly salted? I cook on the lighter side. Gu Shuyao directly bit down on a bite. The outside was crispy and the inside was tender, and the flavor was overflowing. It's delicious, even better than my little mother's fried ones, salty and light. To my taste, Gu Shuyao said with a satisfied face. A good day starts with this bite of omelette. Eat more if you like it. 2 fried eggs for one person, so that you can ensure that you have enough protein intake. Saying that, Ji Chang handed the bowls and chopsticks to Gu Shuyao. Next, he's going to saute a bok choy and chill a serving of Cavallo Nero. Gu Shuyao sat down by the earthen stove with a bowl in her hand, eating an omelette as she stoked the fire. The shrimp congee in the clay pot had begun to boil, and a rich rice aroma wafted out and filled the kitchen. To Gu Shuyao, this was the most reassuring scent. After Ji Chang's return, the family was not only well-fed and clothed, but also exceptionally well-fed. Better than she remembered eating in the once precious good old days. What is happiness? That's it. With a sweet husband, you don't have to worry about 3 meals a day. She couldn't think of any day that would be better than the present. If she could live like this forever, she felt she would have no regrets in her life. In a short while, a bright green vegetable was fried, causing Gu Shuyao to inhale. She didn't think that a green vegetable Ji Chang, which was sparse and ordinary in the past, could be stir-fried in such a tantalizing way. Here, taste the flavor. Ji Chang saw Gu Shuyao's restrained expression, so he pampered her by picking up a chopstick and sending it to Gu Shuyao's mouth. Gu Shuyao blew out hot air and came up. Take a bite and the juices explode in your mouth. Yummy. Very yummy. It's amazing how good Brussels sprouts can be. Gu Shuyao couldn't help but give Ji Chang a thumbs up and said with some petulant smugness, hubby is also too good. The green vegetables can be fried so deliciously. Hearing Gu Shuyao call herself her husband, Ji Chang couldn't help but smile happily. Usually, only when she was particularly moved would she call him that. Eat more if you like. Breakfast is important. You need not only protein but also vitamins. After saying that, Ji Chang rubbed her head before continuing to prepare the next dish. When all the dishes were served, Ji Chang poured a serving of sautéed bok choy into the clay pot. The greens were finely chopped and poured into a clay pot and boiled for a few minutes before he brought it to the table. A bowl of shrimp and green vegetable porridge was placed in front of Gu Shuyao, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. This was the first time Gu Shuyao had seen such rice porridge. She knew for the first time that the original porridge could be cooked together with various ingredients in it, and it was particularly fragrant. Filled a spoon with it, blew through it and brought it to his mouth. The thick rice congee has a tantalizing aroma, and the shrimp is tender and bouncy, mixed with the flavor of the greens. This is the best bowl of porridge I've ever eaten. Gu Shuyao's eyes turned into a crescent moon, revealing a sweet smile. Seeing that Gu Shuyao loved food so much, he felt that it was valuable to put some effort into it. And he was satisfied with his own food. To be able to eat such a breakfast in 83 was a good day that once he did not dare to think about. Omelette, fried fish, sautéed greens, coleslaw, none left. It certainly has to do with the small amount that Kichijo cooks, but mostly because it's delicious. After eating her fill, Gu Shuyao said nothing to allow Ji Chang to wash the dishes and clean up, instead urging Ji Chang to catch up on his sleep. It was not good for Ji Chang to disappoint her love, so he just went back to his room to rest. Just having just eaten was not suitable to lie down and rest. Ji Chang found a pen and paper in the room and wrote and drew on the paper. It was his plan for the future and he felt it should be written down so that he could check and make it better. Chapter 31, Picnic. Of course, Gu Shuyao didn't come in to disturb Ji Chang. After she cleaned up the kitchen she continued to weed the yard. She didn't go to the farmland or the vegetable field outside for a while either, because today Ji Chang's old classmates, Huang Toi, and the others were coming over, and she had to stay home to greet them. She didn't even need to worry about the food and drink part. Ji Chang had already opened up and returned. With Ji Chang's handiwork, he's sure to wow those old schoolmates of his. It was unbelievable to myself. A pillow talker, let alone anyone else. Gu Shuyao had taken the grass to the black sheep as a snack after pulling it clean, and needed to take the time to cut some grass back today. These are wild sheep, and they certainly can't be put out to pasture. You dare to let them out, and they dare to run away in front of you. Therefore, this kind of black sheep can only be raised in captivity, and sheep second generation can be considered to be free range. After dealing with the weeds, Gu Shuyao took out the changed clothes and prepared to wash them. At this time, the two little puppies barked twice at the outside of the yard, signaling that someone was approaching. Sister-in-law, outside the courtyard. Li Linen poked his head in. Anun, why are you here so early? Didn't your Chang brother tell you to come over after 10 o'clock? Gu Shuyao said as she went to open the door for Li Linen. The two were very much in touch yesterday and could talk and have a good time. So Gu Shuyao was still happy to see Li Linen come over. In the village, Gu Shuyao actually does not have a friend, are nodding acquaintances, with whom they cannot talk a few words. But Li Linen was different. The two had a lot to talk about and were sincere with each other, knowing each other and hating each other. This was Gu Shuyao's true thought after meeting Li Linen yesterday. Li Linen didn't let Gu Shuyao do the laundry, but snatched the job. She only used one reason, which was that a pregnant woman in the village had previously lost her baby in the laundry, and she talked Gu Shuyao out of it. Around 10 o'clock, the outside of the yard came alive. Brother, I brought your classmate back for you. From a big distance, Gu Shuyao and Li Linen could hear Li Shi's voice. After a while, the two of them saw Li Shi jump off the back of a bicycle. Sun Feng, Lu Shui, long time no see. The smile on Gu Shuyao's face intensified when she saw the people on the other bike. You're welcome, come on in. Before she came, Gu Shuyao had guessed that the people Huang To had brought were the two of them. Shuyao, where's your family's Lao Ji? I heard Huang To say that he's changed quite a bit. He's not loitering anymore? Lu Shui looked around curiously. Back then, Lu Shui hadn't missed out on secretly passing notes to Ji Chang. Over the years when she always heard Su Shan say that Ji Chang was idle, she felt very glad that she did not marry Ji Chang. Otherwise, it would be her, Lu Shui, who would suffer. From the state of Gu Shuyao in front of her, she knew that Gu Shuyao hadn't suffered much. I'm here. Don't look. Ji Chang walked out of the house with a smile on his face. With that, Ji Chang tossed a slingshot to Huang To. Huang To took the slingshot and pulled it, and couldn't help grinning. Not bad, very strong. Know that problem to hit the birds. Sure is here too. I'll go get you one. Saying that, Ji Chang went back to the hall to get another slingshot for Li Shi. Do you guys want to go to the river for a picnic? Or do you want to eat at home? Nonsense. Then of course I'll choose the picnic. Huang To made a decisive choice. It has to be a picnic, and we can go to the river to play in the water. Zheng Fong made the same choice. Stone, Anun, come in with me to pack up. Ji Chang greeted on the two of them went in to pack up some things and took the various dishes that he bought back yesterday. Anun, you take them to the white stone beach there, and I'll take Huang To and Shi to cut a bamboo. Take care of your sister-in-law. Don't let her fall. There are still goodies like bamboo nymphs in the bamboo forest, so I just happened to get them all in one pot today, while others didn't dare to eat it. Li Shi and Huang To definitely dared to eat it. Why do we need to cut down bamboo? Aren't we going on a picnic? Huang To asked with some confusion. Because at noon we bamboo tubes to cook rice and vegetables. Surely you guys have never eaten bamboo rice, right? Saying that, Ji Chang glanced around the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads as their eyes lit up. It sounds like a good idea. Can't we go chopping bamboo together? Lu Shui thought it would be interesting to experience chopping bamboo. The bamboo forest is full of mosquitoes. I haven't made mosquito repellent yet. Otherwise I wouldn't have to be afraid of spraying a little for you guys. Ji Chang explained. Bamboo forests have the most mosquitoes and are the most poisonous. Then don't go. I'm the most attracted to mosquitoes. Going is quasi a bag. Lu Shui, who had carefully made up and dressed up, and also wore a skirt on purpose, quickly took a stand. So we all split into two. Li Linen carried the vegetables and led the people to the white stone beach that Ji Chang said. White Rock Beach has a waterhole that is a natural swimming pool and a summer paradise for the village children. There are plenty of stream snails to pick up and fish to catch downstream. And there are no kids in the village who don't like it over there. Ji Chang led Huang Tu and Li Shi directly into the bamboo forest, and along the way Li Shi and Huang Tu picked up a lot of small stones, ready to play slingshot in a while. After drilling into the bamboo forest, Ji Chang went straight to the place where he found the bamboo nymphs last time. After splitting the bamboo joints with one slash, Ji Chang saw some white and plump bamboo nymphs inside. So much, brother, this bamboo chrysalis is so fat. I'll have a good meal at noon. Li Shi was excited because he had eaten bamboo chrysalis with Ji Chang before, and from time to time, he remembered how delicious it was. There is also a type of wood chrysalis, which is similar to bamboo chrysalis, and has a great flavor, which makes it taste delicious. Therefore, Li Shi's saliva began to secrete like crazy. This thing, it's the same kind of roasted bug you used to give me, isn't it? Huang Tu also became interested and stopped shooting the slingshot and came over to have a look. That's right, it's bamboo chrysalis. It's even more flavorful when it's freshly roasted with bamboo. It'll make you cry in a while. Ji Chang joked. Get more, and cut down more bamboo. We can also get some fresh bamboo leech to drink, just to bring down the fire. Huang Tu couldn't help but swallow his saliva as well. That's a must. Ji Chang grinned, splitting the bamboo and cutting a note out for the bamboo chrysalis. There are also 2 bamboo nymphs in the bottom, which are bunched together. In less than half an hour, the bamboo chrysanthemums were filled with bamboo tubes, and the 3 men's mouths split open with laughter. Bringing the bamboo nymphs with him, Ji Chang carried a large bundle of bamboo and led them to Baishar Beach. When they arrived at White Stone Beach, Lu Shui and Sun Fong were already in the creek following Li Linen and touching the stream snails. Gu Shuyao was very measured and didn't go into the water, but sat on the shore to tease the 2 little milk dogs. However, from a long distance Ji Chang noticed that Gu Shuyao was frowning and didn't seem too happy. Ji Chang's eyesight was exceptional, far beyond that of normal people, and he could see things clearly from a great distance away. That, too, he had just realized. The odds are that it's the same as sniff, because rebirth brings benefits like 2 people's abilities stacked on top of each other. Chapter 32. You can get rich even if you go down the river. Shu Yao. You have to control Ji Chang. He is also too inflated now. Just started hunting to raise a family. Just hold 2 such small pups. Can be raised well. Raised to be able to hunt have to put down how much capital. Sean was so angry with you the other day that she went back and talked to us about it. We're old classmates who are very close, and we all want you to make the best of your lives. In the past few years, Ji Chang has gotten used to loafing around and it's normal to be a little overambitious, but you have to be sober. Control both the man and the money well. Don't let him spend recklessly. If a man is spoiled, you'll have to suffer in the future. These words were the reason why Gu Shuyao frowned. However, it was not good for her to refute anything. It was because no one else but her knew how much money Ji Chang had made, much less how many means of making money he possessed. Onlookers, too, find it hard to believe that a man who had been idle for years suddenly became industrious and down to earth one day. She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and watched how Ji Chang had changed over the past few days. Therefore, she understood Lu Shui's worry and concern, but after understanding, she would still be unhappy, and still feel aggrieved for Ji Chang. Thank you for your concern, Chang. He's changed a lot lately. I'm sure it won't be long before you guys are impressed. Any decision he makes, I'm all for it because I know he's all for us as a family and all for making life better. Li Linen straightened up his very burdened body, glanced at Gu Shuyao, and nodded in approval. She felt that she could tell by looking at Ji Chang's eyes that the old Ji Chang brother was back, because his eyes were no longer confused. I knew you'd be like this. I'll talk about her myself when Ji Chang comes later. You're just too spoiled for him. That's why he's become like this. If I had been the one who married him back then, I would have kept him in line. As soon as those words came out, Sun Fong couldn't hold her tongue. Ah Shui, you've got to be kidding me. You're almost engaged and you're still thinking about Ji. If you were, I think you could spoil Ji Chang so much that you'd hate to pour foot washing water on him. Go. I'm not that kind of person. Lu Shui directly cupped some water and splashed it towards Sun Fong. Obviously, she's covering up. Gu Shuyao had a clear door in her heart, and she couldn't help but twist her head to look at it. And when she saw Ji Chang walking towards the side, she couldn't help but have a smirk on her face. Fortunately, this man had himself in his eyes, not Lu Shui. Seeing Gu Shuyao like this, Ji Chang guessed that his daughter-in-law's frown just now must have something to do with Lu Shui and the girls. Without asking, he knew it had something to do with him. In my last life, I was a real jerk. The ones who are willing to call themselves names and talk about themselves are the ones who care about them and wish them well. More people that are looking at their own jokes. Huang Tu, you stay here with them. I'll bring the stone to gather some firewood and come back to cook the bamboo rice. With that, Ji Chang threw the bamboo on his shoulder into the grass on the side. Huang Tu nodded. He was interested in Sun Fong and couldn't wait to show more around her. Otherwise, He wouldn't have used Ji Chang as an excuse to ask Sun Fong and Lu Shui to come along today. There will be some dead wood washed down from upstream on the riverbank. Not much, but it's still possible to pick it up and cook a meal. Half an hour later, Ji Chang and Li Shi returned with a bit of dead wood in their arms. When he came back, Ji Chang sawed out the bamboo with a saw and asked Li Shi to clean it. Then Ji Chang took out the large earthenware pot from the carrier, poured in a sufficient amount of rice, and then panned the rice with stream water. Now the river is not polluted in any way, and there is no septic tank water discharged into it. The water is still clean, and a few villages are even picking water directly from the river to drink. After panning the rice, Kicho took the vegetables to the river to wash them. Because the comparative river beach is more pindan, so Gu Shuyao wants to help wash vegetables together. Ji Chang did not refuse. Really nothing is allowed to touch her and she gets bored. After all, there are no cell phones to play with or much other entertainment to pass the time. Ji was often against her doing some heavy work, not against her doing anything. After washing the vegetables, Ji Chang used the cutting board he had brought from home to dice the various vegetables and put them into the clay pot containing the rice. Li Shi had been watching from the sidelines, and he was also curious about what bamboo rice looked like. When he saw Ji Chang chopping vegetables, it kind of dawned on him, but he was shocked by how many dishes there were. It's filled with fatty and lean pork, home-raised pork, bought back from the market. Also, cowpeas, mushrooms, and corn. Mix the chopped meat and various vegetables in a clay pot. Put some salt, soy sauce and other seasonings, and then mix well with the rice inside. Ji Chang, Gu Shuyao, and Li Shi, the three of them filled these rice inside the bamboo tube, adding the right amount of water. Ji Chang stuffed the top of the bamboo tube with groundnuts to plug the bamboo joints. Although I haven't eaten it yet, I already know that this bamboo rice will be very delicious. Li Shi tried to control his saliva, worried that it would come out. He also noticed that everyone here had an extra tube on top of the one they had. He didn't say much though, and silently helped with the fire to cook these bamboo rice. With rice and no soup feasible, Ji Chang took out some ribs and put them in a bamboo tube, cut some winter melon into it, added water, and then sealed it with sweet potatoes as well. I'm going to take a spin in the river and see if I'll get anything. Saying that, Ji Chang drew out the slingshot pinned to his waist. When he was just picking up the deadwood, Ji Chang saw a strip of blood in the water that was about 20 centimeters long. It must be a big object. So Ji Chang wanted to go and see what it was. Walking upstream along the river, Huang Tu and the others were also picking up stream snails upstream. Ji Chang quickly walked near that blood bar, and just as he approached, Ji Chang saw what it was that had a blood bar that long. It's a snapper. It was a 7 or 8 pound turtle, and Ji Chang's appearance had directly startled it. However, before it could run, Ji Chang pounced right into the water and grabbed its armor. Ji Chang, what are you catching? Making such a big commotion that your whole body flops into the water. Catching a fish, that's not the way to catch it, is it? Lu Shui was closest to Ji Chang, and she had been keeping an eye on him. Lu Shui's words also attracted Huang Tu and Sun Fong, and the two also approached towards Ji Chang. Wow, what a big turtle! Lu Shui couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Ji Chang grab the turtle out of the water. It's not a turtle, it's a turtle. Huang Tu obviously recognized it and explained. Ji Chang, you can be lucky. You've gotten rich again today. Huang Tu looked at the turtle in Ji Chang's hand with an envious face. 7 or 8 pounds of turtle, which is a rare commodity. Meet the people who know the goods. Can be sold for a lot of money. It just so happens that Huang Tu knows a man who knows what he's talking about, and he's been begging for this kind of snapper all over the place. That's why he said it was lucky and that Qi was always rich. Chapter 33. A turtle can be sold for 200. Fake it? Is this worth a lot of money? Sun Fong came over and asked curiously. Huang Tu nodded, then said, it's worth money in the eyes of those who know what they're talking about. Before, one of my grandfather's patients bought one that was half as big as Kichijo had caught for $100. Ji Chang would probably sell this one for 200 if he sold it to him. Lu Shui's eyes widened and asked with some disbelief. How much? 200? Are you right? Our salary is only 36 a month and this one turtle can be sold for 200? Huang Tu smiled faintly and then said, you heard right. It is indeed possible to sell this much. Exactly how much to sell? I'll help Ji Chang bring it back and ask that patient to know. He is still living on my grandfather's side to accompany his wife to see the doctor, and is in need of this kind of wild turtle to replenish her wife's body. After listening to Huang Tu's words, Lu Shui felt bad about her whole body. A turtle that was worth so much, several months of her salary. Where does that man get his money? From a gale? Spend 200, just to make up for your wife? Extravagant. That's extravagant, isn't it? When will I be able to marry someone who is so rich and loves his wife? Then please take it for me when you go back and ask how much to sell it for, Ji Chang said cheerfully. He also didn't think that a trip down the river could be profitable. Snappers? and in a previous life I have heard of many people catching wild snappers in the river. Next, he can look for snappers along the river. You can see the bloodstain. It's really quite counterintuitive, and you've got yourself another fortune. No problem, leave it to me, I guarantee to help you sell it at a good price, Huang Tu said very righteously. Ji Chang went straight ashore and brought the snapper back. How about it? Now you don't have to worry about Ji Chang not being able to afford 2 little puppies, right? Sun Xiu joked by Lu Shue's side. Humph. I'm not worried. He's not my husband. Lu Shue huffed and walked away. But within a few steps, she twisted her head to look at Ji Chang. These, naturally, fell into the eyes of Huang Tu. He naturally knew that Lu Shue had always liked Ji Chang. He just hadn't thought that she was still so concerned when Ji Chang was already married. He, kind of, didn't deserve it for that co-worker of his. He was better to Lu Shue than to his own parents. But it turned out that Lu Shue didn't have a place for him in her heart at all. It's not like that with Sun Fong, is it? He paid more attention to it. After all, he did have a lot of girl crushes at school when he was older. Over here, Ji Chang returned to Gu Shuya with the turtle. Such a big turtle, ah, can this thing be eaten? Gu Shuyao came over and looked curiously at the turtle in Ji Chang's hand. This is a turtle, also called a soft-shelled turtle, and it's very valuable. According to Huang Tu, it can be sold for a couple hundred, Ji Chang explained to Gu Shuyao. And by the way, reminded Gu Shuyao to be careful not to be bitten by the turtle. If you get bitten, you can't say goodbye to your fingers. Dropped the snapper into a bucket of water, then got a slab of rock to cover it to prevent it from escaping. For the matter of burning fire, there were Li Shi and Gu Shuyao. Ji Chang didn't need to worry about it, and simply took an earth skip and headed upstream. It's also a great way to get some small fish and shrimp to cook in a bamboo tube. Ji Chang, what are you going to catch again? Lu Shue was immediately curious when she saw Ji Chang carrying an earth skip. Fish for some small fish and shrimp, Ji Chang explained, launching himself directly from the shore. There was one spot that was all weeds with lots of blood spots in it, indicating that it was full of river shrimp. When she heard about the small fishes and shrimps, Lu Shue was instantly uninterested. She wanted snappers she could sell. If she could catch one, she'd get a windfall. 2. As he got closer, Ji Chang saw the blood spots moving. He slowly lowered the dirt skip into the water and moved closer to the grass on the bank. Instead of fishing for it right away, he waited where he was for a while. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he fished the earth skip towards the grass quickly. Lift up the soil skip and there are a lot more small fish and shrimp in it. Brother, you're also too good. I can't even fish for many fish and shrimp, Li Linen said with an adoring face. Li Linen used to go down to the river occasionally, but the harvests were not big enough to make up a bowl of food, so he gradually stopped going. In this regard, it was still Li Shi who was a little more powerful, and occasionally when the family could eat fish, it was Li Shi who went to the river to get it. Not bad. I can't believe I can fish so much. You guys still have this kind of small river shrimp here. It should taste good, right? Sun Fong came over to grab a small river shrimp. Can I bring some back for my sister to keep and play with? Sun Fong teased the tiny shrimp in her hand. The body of the shrimp flicked and directly escaped from Sun Fong's hands, making her a bit fidgety and almost fell into the water. But fortunately, Li Linen held her up. That's fine. Take a bamboo tube to pack some back in a while. Saying this, Ji Chang loaded these river shrimps and small fish into Li Linen's wooden barrel and prepared to continue to fish for some more. Then after fishing upstream for a while, Kichijo caught quite a few small shrimp and fish. Huang Tu, what time is it? Ji Chang had long ago noticed that Huang Tu had a watch, so he asked the time. It's 11:21. Almost? Huang Tu couldn't help but go and look at Sun Fong after he finished speaking. Ji Chang noticed Huang Tu's gaze and couldn't help but smile slightly. Huang Tu, go help Sun Fong with her things so she doesn't fall over. After saying that, Ji Chang couldn't help but pat his shoulder. If you like it, you have to express it. Who knows if you hide it? Hearing the second half of Ji Chang's whispered sentence, Huang Tu couldn't help but glance at Ji Chang with wide eyes. You, how do you know? Huang Tu reddened. I know what's the point. I have to let people know, Ji Chang said cheerfully. In his last life, instead of marrying Sun Fong, Huang Tu married a big lady from the city and wore a hat. If you've been born again, you can't still let your old classmates suffer from this, right? And Sun Fong is really nice, and her touch looks too quite nice and cute. Also, a very virtuous person. However, it was also a case of meeting the wrong person and finding a husband who was quite handsome but also a playboy. These two certainly wouldn't be so tight if they could get together. As for Lu Shue, this is a first-generation green tea that plays quite well and has been in the healthcare system, climbing quite high in the ranks. But she's pretty nice to her friends and classmates, and she'll help out most of the time when asked for help, which is fine as a friend, as long as she's not on to you. Under Ji Chang's guidance, Huang Tu finally took a step forward and took the initiative to go over and help Sun Fong carry the bucket of water. One by one, everyone returned to Baishur Beach, where an odor mixed with the fresh scent of bamboo was already wafting. The outside of the bamboo tube was moistening with water and had been burnt to a crisp. Chapter 34, There's nothing easier than making money. It smells so good. This bamboo rice must be delicious, right? After Sun Fong finished speaking, she inhaled hard again. Definitely good. It smells good. Huang Tu also inhaled, while sizing up Sun Fong with his afterglow. Ji Chang, I didn't think that you still have this kind of craft. I only knew that you were good at singing and fighting in the past. Lu Shui directly leaned over, her arm gently brushing past Ji Chang's arm. Have you been hiding these skills? And even we, Shu Yao, only just realized it? Lu Shui said in a teary voice. Walking directly to Gu Shuyao's side, he wrapped his arms around her. It's not that I'm hiding it. All these years my mind has been outside. I really haven't taken good care of Shu Yao. However, from now on this mind of mine will be on her. You all can supervise. If I, Ji Chang, fail to do a good job and take care of Shu Yao, you guys can just come and scold me and beat me up. I will never complain and will definitely correct myself. After he finished speaking, Ji Chang didn't forget to glance at Gu Shuyao, who he was holding in his arms. Fine. This is what you said. If you dare to treat our Shu Yao badly in the future, I, Sun Fong, will come to you with a stick. After saying that, Sun Fong said with an envious face, dare to admit your mistakes. Not in vain I like you for a while. Man enough. Saying that, Lu Shui directly gave Ji Chang a thumbs up. That's my buddy. If you want to bully sister-in-law in the future, Sun Fong and I will come together to beat you up. Huang Tu took the opportunity to say, ha ha, in order to make it easier for you guys to supervise me, I've decided to rent a house in the county town. Huang Tu, you help me keep an eye out for where there is a suitable small one-door house for rent. Now that Shu Yao is pregnant, living in the county town to go to the hospital is also a bit more convenient. With that, Ji Chang looked at Huang Tu. Before it was the lack of money in his pocket, Ji Chang thought of renting a house in the county after hunting some more trophies. But last night I got 3 sheep, and today I went down to the river and caught a snapper, which would have been at least $500 if I had sold them all. It's enough to buy a small apartment, not to mention rent. However, you have to be careful in buying a house and pick the right place well. He likes the kind of big house with a yard, but not the kind that will be demolished in the future. As a born-again, do you still need to get rich off of demolition? There are countless ways to make money and countless windfalls in your head. Pick any one of them and you can feed and clothe yourself. He chose the house mainly for his own comfort and convenience, and the county house was mainly for transition. His ideal house was still the one with the hot springs in the mountains. There's no use in rushing that place now, because there's no chance to get that place in your hands until a year from now, and he doesn't have a lot of money in his pocket right now to think about it. Renting a house in the county? Gu Shuyao tilted her head and glanced at Ji Chang beside her, somewhat puzzled. Well, now that you're pregnant, you'll have to do some maternity tests and stuff. Nothing is convenient in the village. Nothing you want. Besides, do you want our child's beginnings to still be in the countryside? It is the consensus of Chinese parents to plan far and wide for their children, and it is a concept engraved in their bones. Naturally, I don't want to, but Gu Shuyao has a lot of worries in her heart. Don't worry, leave the money making to me. With me, there is nothing simpler than making money. Saying that, Ji Chang revealed a confident smile. Nothing easier than making money? I've been working my ass off for a month for nothing, right? Lu Shui mentally spat out a sentence, feeling that Ji Chang had bragged a little too much. Catch one kingbird and you dare to think about the county house, the county life. It's not that easy to make money. She and Sun Fong studied for so many years and squeezed out several people to become nurses at the county hospital. The house is still available. A family next door to my grandfather recently moved to the city and just posted an ad for rent. However, the rent isn't cheap. It costs $8 a month. Huang Tu gave Ji Chang a timely piece of information. Next to your grandfather. That's great. Old Mr. Huang has excellent medical skills. It would be good to be neighbors with him. Ji Chang was happy. It's only $8. I'll rent it. Go back and you'll help talk the house down first, and put off the snapper. You can't get robbed of such a nice place. In his last life, Ji Chang went to the ceremony when the old man of the Huang family left, and all the old houses in that area were there and had not been demolished. And a row of large, single-family houses in a quaint setting. If he had money in his pocket, Ji Chang would have wanted to just buy it, because that place is really nice, downtown and very convenient transportation. Okay, leave it to me. Huang Tu was naturally happy for Ji Chang to be able to move to the county town so that he could have frequent exchanges. The feelings of friends is to deal without. Do not get along, do not walk around, feelings slowly fade. Come on, Which one of you wants grilled fish for dinner? Sign up. Ji Chang took the initiative to change the topic. Pick out the bigger fish from the bucket and save the smaller ones to cook in a bamboo tube. It's still pretty quick for everyone to work together on these little fish. After all, you don't need to scrape the fish either. Just mainly squeeze out the intestines and roe. After handling the small fish, Ji Chang split the bamboo to set up a makeshift place. Bamboo green is oriented upwards as it is smoother. This grilling method is only suitable for small fish. Larger fish need to be filleted for this to work. So you can still bake fish like this. It looks really good. Lu Shui felt very novel and fun, and took charge of a piece of bamboo by herself. Not only did Ji Chang's 3 classmates find it fresh, even Gu Shuyao and the Li family siblings found it fresh, as none of them had ever seen this kind of roasting method either, much less used it. Ji Chang did not participate. He fished out the river crabs from the bucket into a bamboo joint, added water, salt, garlic paste, dried chili, poured in cooking wine, soy sauce. Finally, seal it with sweet potatoes and put it in the fire to cook on. Now, on to the main event. Which one of you wants to roast the bamboo chrysalis? Saying that, Ji Chang took out the bamboo section filled with bamboo pupae. Bamboo chrysalis? Gu Shuyao curiously came over, then immediately shrunk back before shaking her head repeatedly, wiggling white worms, so dense that the cold hairs on her body stood up as she looked at them. This thing can be eaten? Lu Shui expressed some doubts after seeing it. After all, she was someone who often came into contact with corpses and was still relatively calm when she saw the bugs. It's edible, and it's especially delicious, Huang Tu said while swallowing his saliva, not only because of the memorable flavor, but also because of the scent of bamboo rice wafting through the air. This is not good to roast with a bamboo tube. Right. You should use an iron plate, right? Sun Fong was quite interested in grabbing a bamboo chrysalis from the bamboo tube and placing it in the palm of her hand. She is also from the countryside and had eaten wood nymphs as a child, and the flavor is still fresh in her mind. Chapter 35. If you want to marry the one you like. No need. Use a clay pot to deep fry it directly. The aroma will fly afterward. Saying that, Ji Chang took out the clay pot from before. Ji Chang took out an oil can and poured all the oil inside into the clay pot, but didn't start frying right away. That's using too much oil too. It's a waste. You can fry it with a little. My sister and I ate wood chrysanthemums when we were young. There wasn't even much oil at that time. Put it on top of the fire shovel used to burn the fire and roll it around. It will also bubble up with grease. Sun Fong was a little distressed that Ji often used so much lard. You know how to live. Sun Fong, whoever marries you must live a beautiful life. Ji Chang joked, then looked at Huang Tu. Say Turu-chan, haven't you had a crush on someone for years? You wouldn't have failed to act on it until now, would you? Ji Chang came up and stabbed right through it, and planted it on him too. With or without a crush of several years. Its deep love is a persona that is still more palatable in this day and age. Ahem. Huang Tu didn't expect Ji Chang to suddenly come up with such a sentence, directly confusing him. His face swished red. Something's up. I told you. Why did you come to our dormitory to say that Ji Chang invited us to come and play? So it's because you're hitting on our Fong's idea. Lu Shui directly came with an assist. Don't you guys talk nonsense. Sun Fong's face also turned red, her hands fiddling with her chopsticks uneasily. No, it's not nonsense. Huang Tu is also clear that if he denies it at this time, he won't be able to do anything in the future. Success or failure was at stake, and he decided to go for broke. He knew that Ji Chang had pointed it out just to give him a chance. Don't you guys make fun of me? I'm about to have a date, Sun Fong said, somewhat at a loss for words. Seriously, she really didn't expect Huang Tu to like her and have a crush on her for years. Hasn't he always been close to another girl in his class? Quickly have an object is not an object. Your family introduced can have Huang Toi good. Moreover, what era is it now? Still arranged submarriages. Thinking is too outdated. I think Huang Tu is quite good. Not only is his family well off, but he's also quite a good person. Quite a caring person. In the hospital, who doesn't praise him? Originally, I thought he liked Lin Fei, but it turns out he's been secretly in love with you for years. Lu Shui continued to play the role of an assister, but also did not forget to clear the air for her girlfriend. Lin Fei is my cousin. How could I like her? I have always liked Sun Fong, just have not dared to say it. This matter on Ji Chang no, Huang Tu quickly explained. He felt that his life's work might be coming to fruition. That's your cousin. How come I've never heard you say that before? Lu Shui was directly dumbfounded. Ji Chang couldn't help but laugh and quickly said, this I testify. Lin Fei is indeed his cousin. You guys are mistaken. He has always been thinking about Sun Fong, but unfortunately he has a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. So far he is still a single dog. You're the dog, betraying your brother. You're not righteous enough. With that, Huang Tu went up and tried to hoop Ji Chang's neck. However, he was no match for Ji Chang, and was subdued by him in 3 or 2 blows. Sun Fong, what's wrong with you and that object? If you don't like it, don't commit yourself. Marriage is only once. Make sure you find the one who likes each other and runs to each other. Take Shu Yao and I for example. If she hadn't been replaced by someone else, she would have kicked me out long ago. Where would she have given me the chance and time to wake up? Ji Chang took the opportunity to feed them another big mouthful of dog food. I don't like it, but I can't help it that my parents like it. I've been in trouble with my family several times over this matter. Sun Fong frowned and said with great distress, this matter is actually quite good. Ji Chang smiled faintly with a winning look. How can I solve it? Sun Fong instantly looked at Ji Chang with a look of help. Your parents are only looking at that person because of the other person's family or the conditions offered. I believe that the other party's conditions are no better than Huang Tu's. All you have to do is say that Huang Tu is pursuing you, and that his family makes several hundred a month and spends money recklessly all day long, which makes you feel very bottomless. Where did I spend money recklessly? I'm quite a frugal spender, Huang Toi retorted somewhat unhappily. Stupid. It's for getting Fong's mom and dad's heart. What's the use of having money and not giving it to spend? It's only the ones that will spend it frivolously that will spend it on them. Lu Shui gave Huang Tu a blank stare, but then she turned her thoughts to ponder the upper part of Kachijo's sentence. Since Tu Wong didn't refute that point, it's probably true. This is not good. Isn't it cheating my parents? Sun Fong shook her head. Can you feed yourself? Ji Chang asked directly. Yes, why not? I can still save half of my paycheck every month for my parents. Sun Fong stood up and said with some pride. Ji Chang smiled slightly. Then why are you obeying your parents? They still need to rely on you. Why should you marry someone you don't like for them? Not only are you condemning yourself, but you're being drained of your wallet. So what are you looking for? Wouldn't it be better to find one you like in the future? Struggle with each other and support your parents together? You're the one who married, not them. So what's the point of them liking it? They like it. They can simply marry each other themselves. That's an anticlimactic thing to say, isn't it? Not only Sun Fong, but the others all froze and looked at Ji Chang. Yes, why commit yourself by marrying someone you don't like? Fong, I support Chang's suggestion. Gu Shuyao was the first to come forward to support her man. I also support, said Lu Shui. Looked at Ji Chang, that's so right. I also don't want to aggravate myself. Why should I marry someone I don't have much feeling for? It's not like my old mom can't feed herself. Oh parents, slowly pay back is, and not only married people can return the grace of nurturing. I also want to support it, even though I've only just met Sister Fong. Li Linen also raised his hand. Seeing that everyone was in favor of her following Ji Chang's suggestion, Sun Fong bit her own lip and rolled her eyes back and forth for a moment. Okay, that's it. If you're going to marry the one you like and who likes you. A smirk appeared on Ji Chang's face before he said, such thoughts are what will live up to your years of study. Knowledge should be used to change your destiny. Tozy, turn around and cooperate well. Okay, Sun Fong's lifelong happiness is in your hands. Your crush is a crush, but this thing must not be in the dark. It must be a little more high profile, a little more attentive. Huang Tu nodded foolishly and said repeatedly, definitely, I'm not a crush now. I'm clear. Off and grill your fish. Ji Chang gave Huang Toi a kick, interrupting him at the right time. Right now Sun Fong's heart is still in turmoil, and there's no way she's going to go along with it just because Huang Toi's heart has been poked and prodded. After all, she hadn't thought of Huang Toi in that way before. However, the fact that she didn't react strongly meant that she didn't have any ill feelings towards Huang Toi either. Therefore, Ji Chang felt that the chances of the two succeeding were still high. If these two became a success, it would be a lot easier for himself to invest some money in Huang Toi's medical beauty business to gain some raw in the future. After all, he was their matchmaker. Chapter 36, 2 Doggy, always taking the opportunity to feed dog food. Huang Tu, come with me to gather some firewood. There isn't quite enough of this. Ji Chang decided to give Huang Tu another lesson on the rhythm and scale. The current Sun Fong must be quite embarrassed, and it was good for the two to separate for a while. Moreover, Ji Chang believed in his wife and was sure that she would play the auxiliary well. Huang Tu was quite uneasy this time, because Sun Fong has not taken a stand. That's why following Ji Chang away gave him a sense of relief. Tozy, do you want to marry Sun Fong? Ji Chang asked directly. I want to. I've dreamed about it. I've had a real crush on her for years. Since my second year, Huang Tu said excitedly. But how did you know that? I've never told anyone. Ji Chang patted Huang Tu's shoulder and said smugly, keep it a secret. If you want to marry, listen to me, and I'll make sure you hold a beautiful woman. Ji Chang was an old driver who had returned from Rebirth, so it was too easy to deal with the youngsters of this day. Although the subtle sensations in love take first place, such things as sensations can also be achieved through external stimulation. In the view of Master G, who has more than 10 years of experience in repairing cars, the feeling, it is actually a hormone effect on the human brain. Just hook that technique up and the other person will have feelings for you. The X impulse is the easiest way to tickle that hormone. There are many ways to deal with women. Kichijo. Passing on a few moves to Huang Toi. It was still easy to take down Sun Fong. It's not easy for Ji Chang to go into detail here at the starting point, except to say that sincerity is the best weapon against women. Specifically, one can only whisper in Huang Tu's ear. Over there, Gu Shuya was indeed as taciturn as Ji Chang expected. She took Sun Fong's hand and smiled. Don't be psychologically pressurized. Liking you, that's Huang Tu's business. It's none of your business. Deal with him how you usually deal with him, and how you will deal with him next. If you really like him, then be bold with him. If you don't like it, get it over with, and then clear the air with him. We women have to have our own way of living. Great men have said that we can hold up half the sky, so we have to hold up our minds. Don't feel like you have to accommodate whoever you owe. We can pay back what we owe. Double it, in a way that suits. Sun Fong nodded. These words from Gu Shuyao gave her a feeling of enlightenment. She finally realized where she lost that year. If I say this Huang Tu is really good decent features, height if not compared with Ji Chang, is also considered quite tall. All aspects are also quite excellent. The hospital inside and outside the word of mouth is very good. Do not know how many nurses to stare at it. In a few months if you really don't like it and don't accept it, you'll have to make it clear to your sister me. I'll go after him. Such a good man. Can't be cheap to other goblins. We'll digest it internally. Lu Shui directly lit up the bright card. Gu Shuyao silently gave Lu Shui a thumbs up. This pressure was given in a timely manner. However, how could she know that this was Lu Shui's own true thoughts, and that she didn't say this on purpose in order to help her best friend? I also know that he's quite good, but I'm worried that I might not be good enough for him. After saying that, Sun Fong obediently lowered her head and pinched the corner of her coat. Yuck! What kind of words are these? This mentality of yours is not good. Are you forcing him to crush on you? It's not that he himself is craving for you, or it's that he doesn't deserve you. Our woman is important is self-confidence. If even their own do not feel worthy, that position was born then others a shortcut. That day do not live. I tell you. Lu Shui began to bombard Sun Fong. Information was exchanged on both sides, and embarrassment and uneasiness subsided in their respective exchanges. When Ji Chang and Huang Tu returned, they did carry some dry firewood as well. Ji Chang, can you eat this bamboo rice? It's making me cry. Ji Chang had just returned when Lu Shui yelled, hungry, and indeed hungry. It's ready. It should be cooked. Stone, retire the fire. Ji Chang dropped the dry firewood and returned with a bucket to fetch some water. The bamboo tubes still need to cool down. You can't put water directly on them now. They will crack if you do. By this time, the bamboo rib soup on the side should also be cooked. Cleaning all the dishes, Ji Chang turned the bucket over to use as a small table and placed the soup bowls on top. Grabbing the bamboo tube with a wet rag, Ji Chang pried open the already cooked sweet potato on top. A scent with the fresh aroma of bamboo came to the surface, which was also mixed with the flavor of broth. Ji Chang poured the broth into a bowl, and the aroma was overflowing. This also smells too good. This is the first time I've seen someone using a bamboo tube to cook meat soup. Gu Shuyao sniffed the broth and felt that her saliva was secreting like crazy. Appetite, all of a sudden, is pulled to the top. 2 servings of bamboo rib soup were poured into a bowl and the aroma was overflowing. Can't help it. I want a sip. Huang Tu took his own spoon and was ready to get on with it. Don't worry. In this one drinking from a bamboo cup tastes best. Sure, bring the bamboo cups over. Ji Chang had previously explained to Li Shi that he had sawed some bamboo cups. Ji Chang used a spoon to fill a serving and handed it directly to his daughter-in-law. Gu Shuyao. Here, daughter-in-law. You taste it first. Gu Shuyao took the bamboo cup and first sniffed it, then blew on the broth in the bamboo cup with her own little cherry mouth. At this time, Huang Tu snatched the wooden spoon in Ji Chang's hand and filled a portion and handed it to Sun Fong. Try it. If it's good I can cook it for you more often too. What? Lu Shui glanced at Huang Tu and suddenly regretted coming to see Ji Chang. I don't mind watching Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao, but I still have to watch Huang Tu and Sun Fong? Sun Fong took the broth even though it wasn't very nice. After all, the broth was gluttonous, and she wanted to know how this rib soup would taste. Although she was paid $36 a month, she usually didn't buy much meat to eat. If she did buy meat, it was unlikely to be used for stew. Lu Shui, you try it too. Ladies first. Huang Tu was still a bit eye-catching, and at the same time took Ji Chang's words to heart. That's more like it. Lu Shui was quite satisfied as she took the bamboo cup. For the next serving, Huang Tu handed it to Li Linen. but Li Linen refused, saying he could serve himself. Huang Tu's purpose had been achieved and he did not insist, walking away with his own portion of soup and blowing on it. This broth also smells too good. The flavor is unique, and there's a faint sweetness. It's too refreshing, Gu Shuyao said with a happy face. It's such a blessing to be surprised every day. And the refreshing aroma of winter melon. Growing up, I've never had such a good broth. Shuyao, your family man is also too good at living. After Lu Shui finished speaking, she swept a somewhat depressed glance at Ji Chang. Chapter 37, Your life is so much better than ours. Instead of drinking the soup, Ji Chang took the kitchen knife and started splitting the bamboo tube. When it split open, a smell of rice rushed out. Wow, it smells so good. So good. Lu Shui squatted beside Ji Chang and looked at the bamboo rice in Ji Chang's hand. The crystal clear fat, bright green cowpeas, orange corn, glistening white rice, a mixture of colors, looks very attractive. This bamboo rice is too good looking. It's really a long time ago. Ji Chang, how do you know so much? Sun Fang was also attracted by the bamboo rice in Ji Chang's hand. I learned it outside, and I'll naturally learn it after eating more. Ji Chang grinned and handed the first serving of bamboo rice to his daughter-in-law. Here, you taste how it tastes first. Splitting a bamboo tube required skill, so Ji Chang didn't give Huang Toi a chance to show it. In case you get all your food on the floor, it's counterproductive. Then the bamboo rice was split and handed to everyone one by one. So delicious. Really delicious. I used to think that white rice is the best rice. I didn't think that this bamboo rice could be so delicious. I was too shallow, Lu Shui said while wiping her tears. She's a bit of a crybaby and good at it. When emotions come up, I like to shed a few tears. However, in Ji Chang's opinion, the teary acting is not yet very natural, cannot get an Oscar, but also need to hone more. It is indeed the most delicious rice I've ever eaten. With the fresh scent of bamboo, rice, and meat, it's really superb. Ji Chang, thank you for letting me eat such delicious bamboo rice and growing my knowledge. Sun Fang gave Ji Chang a thumbs up, her eyes full of light. Gu Shuyao didn't say anything and looked at Ji Chang with happiness and adoration written in her eyes. This man, he thinks of her in everything, and the first bite of good food is for her. Li Linen silently ate the bamboo rice with mixed feelings in his heart. She actually wanted to cry, but she knew she couldn't. She had to hold it in and endure it. Ji Chang, already Gu Shuyao's husband. She can't think about it. She can't like it. Stone, send this tube back to your mom. She's home alone and probably waiting for you guys to get back for dinner. Ji Chang's words directly hit Li Linen's tear spot. I'll go. Stone, you stay. Li Linen took that bamboo tube and quickly walked away, not even giving Li Sure a chance to react. Stone, how's the questioning about school going? Ji Chang decisively opened a topic. Teacher said I can go back anytime, and she's especially happy that I can go back. Brother, can I really earn money from hunting? Can I really support my sister and my mother without relying on farming? Li Sure asked while eating the incomparably delicious bamboo rice. Sure, I set 3 sheep back last night. In addition, also see a large herd of wild boars in the place where we hunt wild boars. I will take you to set the trap in the afternoon, Ji Chang said confidently. 3 sheep, it's okay, a sheep can be sold for $100 or so now, right? $300 earned in one night. Awesome. Huang Tu directly gave Ji Chang a thumbs up. Li Sure was also wide-eyed, not realizing that Ji Chang had caught 3 sheep last night. The money, it's too good to be true. Being told this by Ji Chang, Li Sure instantly gained confidence and ate with a big mouthful. The money in the mountains is so good. You can make 300 in one night? Lu Shui didn't quite believe it. If it's really that easy, why didn't Ji Chang go before? Of course it's not that profitable. You have to be a good shot. My brother's marksmanship. This one. Saying that, Li Sure also flashed his thumb. The title of Chang'an God. Several brigades of militia know. It is said that in the past the troops also came to dig people. Ji Chang did not go. With that, Huang Toi glanced at Ji Chang with some gossip. There was such a thing, but I had just gotten married at the time, so where could I leave my wife behind? After Ji Chang finished speaking, he landed his gaze on Gu Shuyao. So general people carry guns to the mountain is useless. The prey hit in front of you ran through. You cannot hit, what is the use? Follow Ji Chang hunting. Surely every time do not fall short. Still worry about the days are not hot? Huang Tu said in an old-fashioned manner. Rely on the mountain to eat the mountain. Rely on the sea to eat the sea. We don't have your education and knowledge, so we can only rely on a gun in our hands to make a living. Ji Chang laughed at himself. Then you're eating so much better than we are. And when I came here I was worried that you'd have a bad time. Now that I look at it, it's entirely because I thought too much. Huang Tone flirted. Right. Today's meal is meat and rice. Not many people in our hospital can eat like this. Sun Fang followed and agreed. Right. causing me to keep worrying about Shu Yao suffering when I came here. As a result, the one who suffered was myself. After Lu Shui finished speaking, she glanced at Ji Chang with some grudges. It's only in the past 2 days that the days have gotten better since I carried my gun up the mountain. In the past, Shu Yao suffered a lot. So, next I need to make it up to her in a good way, so that she can have a better life. Come on, let's toast to tomorrow and wish everyone the best. Saying that, Ji Chang held out his hand with his cup. Here's to tomorrow and a better life. Gu Shuyao was the first to respond. The others clinked their glasses one after another, and only Li Shi felt some regret that his sister was missing from the scene. How's the fish you guys grilled? Is it cooked yet? I'll start hot frying the chrysalis bugs on my side. Ji Chang decided to add a dish for everyone while eating the fragrant bamboo rice. Just now, he had just poured the oil into the clay pot and hadn't put it on the heat yet. Yikes! My fish! Lu Shui exclaimed and rushed to get the small fish she had baked. It's cooked! It's cooked! I'll taste it! Yay! Baked by myself! It's just delicious nah! Lu Shui tasted a bite and smiled happily. She felt that the trip had not been wasted today, and that she had eaten food here that she had never eaten before. And it was quite fun to play. The biggest takeaway, meanwhile, was that Ji Chang's remark had given her new ideas about her life. In no time at all, the aroma of hot oil bubbled up from the clay pot. All of them gathered around in anticipation of the bamboo chrysalis that was about to be dropped into the pot. At this time, Li Linen also returned. Ji Chang picked up the bamboo tube filled with bamboo nymphs and poured them into the clay pot in one gulp. The sound of zip, zip, zip was very pleasant to everyone's ears, because it's always associated with deliciousness. It was stirred with long bamboo peel chopsticks and the aroma was overflowing. Wow! This smells so good, even better than wood chrysalis. Sun Fong was instantly hooked, and fond memories came flooding back. The others also sniffled, enjoying the tantalizing scent in the air. Originally, Gu Shuyao, who was still a bit scared of the bamboo chrysalis, couldn't help but look forward to it, curious about what kind of flavor this enticingly fragrant bamboo chrysalis would taste like. Chapter 38, What should I do? I don't want to go. Wow, the fried golden color is too tempting. That smells good. I'll chuck one. It doesn't seem so scary when it's fried, and it looks delicious. This is absolutely delicious. Unbeatably delicious. Everyone had a few moments of excitement when they saw Kiki fish out the bamboo nymphs with a wooden spoon. Ji Chang put into the lid of the ceramic pot, sprinkled some salt with the help of the bamboo chrysalis at this time of high temperature stir-fried a little, so that everyone can let go to eat. My God, how can it be so delicious and fragrant? Lu Shui very exaggeratedly said in a high-pitched voice. It's really good. The outer layers, and when you bite into it, you'll pop the pulp, and that pulp carries this bamboo fragrance. Ah, it's really so good, just the way Lu Shui acted. You can tell how delicious this bamboo chrysalis is. Gu Shuyao originally had some hesitation, but after seeing Lu Shui's performance she plucked up the courage to clip a bamboo chrysalis. There was still some fear on his face, and looking at Ji Chang showed a picture of his aunt smiling. Gu Shuyao took a bite. The aroma rushed to her nostrils at once, and the crunchy texture made her brows instantly stretch. The bamboo chrysalis instantly conquered Gu Shuyao with its excellent flavor, making her instantly fall in love with this unique delicacy. She quickly took another one to her mouth, sending one after another of the tantalizingly golden bamboo nymphs into her mouth. It's so worth it to come today. I don't even want to leave. Is there still such a sumptuous dinner in the evening? Sun Fong ate the bamboo chrysalis and looked at Gu Shuyao with an envious face. When she came, she was full of worries about Gu Shuyao's life, because Su Shanshan would always tell them something about Gu Shuyao's miserable situation, saying that Gu Shuyao was so miserable that she couldn't even live anymore. As a result, today came to take a look. The couple love each other, not to mention, life is also ridiculously good. According to Ji Chang, he had this kind of life not even a few days after he carried the shotgun. So his days would not be better in the future? Then you can stay and be Ji Chang's little one, and make sure you get to eat such delicious food every day. Lu Shui snickered, deliberately teasing Huang Tu. She still holds a grudge, having just been fed dog food by Huang Toi. I think it's you who wants to be the little one. Your heart is written on your face. Sun Fong refused to take the loss and immediately counterattacked. Good you ninny, bullying sisters now that there's someone to protect them. Right, let's see if I don't tickle you to death. Ah, there was a lot of chicken and laughter. I have to say, it looked pretty good. Both girls were good looking, and the haunting added a bit of aura to the mix. Huang Toi smiled throughout his aunt, his two eyes itching to grow on Sun Fong. This is youth. Ji Chang couldn't help but lament. It's great to have a do-over in life. Ji Chang, sing a song, just the one you sang the other day. The story of light time. Gu Shuyao felt that the atmosphere was just right for a song. Okay. Ji Chang did not reject Gu Shuyao's request and cleared his throat. Hearing that Ji Chang was going to sing, Lu Shui and Sun Fong instantly stopped making a fuss. The two of them, their minds couldn't help but conjure up the image of Ji Chang wearing a white shirt and singing on a high stage during their school days. It was that time that countless girls had snuck Kichijo into their hearts. The blossoms of spring, the winds of fall, and the setting sun of winter. As soon as Ji Chang, the bassist, opened his mouth, he instantly attracted all the women present, and everyone's gaze towards Ji Chang changed a bit. At this moment, Ji Chang was like those heavenly singers, and those who listened to the songs became his loyal fans. What kind of song is this? Ji Chang, you sing it too well. If you go to be a singer, you will definitely be a big hit, right? Lu Shui looked at Ji Chang with unusually bright eyes. Aha, I think it will definitely be a hit. Those singers I don't think are as good as Ji Chang. Sun Fong also very much agreed. This is last year's new song The Story of Lighttime by a singer named Luo Dio from Mao Island. Unfortunately it's missing a guitar, or else I could still sing it for you while playing. Showbiz I don't like, and I won't go mixing with showbiz. Although Ji Chang had also worked as a wandering singer in Lijiang in his previous life, his level was actually limited. It's okay to cover someone else's song for your friends to listen to and enjoy for yourself, but it's not necessary to use it to make money. Once you turn a hobby into a job, it's easy to get stale. Ji Chang, you used to smoke, old handsome, why don't you smoke now? Huangta felt that Ji Chang should clip a cigarette at this time, and then sweep the guitar, directly handsome to the sky. Quit. Second-hand smoke is very unhealthy. It affects Shu Yao and the baby in the belly. Ji Chang smiled slightly. Good, quit. Good man. Sun Fong directly gave Ji Chang a thumbs up. No, one song doesn't work. One more, Lu Shui said with lust. She felt that Ji Chang was not only exceptionally handsome when he sang, but also exceptionally cool, with a charming quality that made her very much on top of her game. Okay, so sing an old Cantonese song, Idiot Dreams of Genius from Sam Hui, a song we often sing in the Eastbound Band Machine. Life is like a dream that rolls over the lucky and the unlucky. Although none of them could understand the words very well, Ji Chang still clapped hard and shouted after the song. Eastward Band. Is it the Eastward Band from our county? The lead singer Chang is especially handsome. It can't be you, can it? My god. I heard my co-workers talking about it, saying that you guys are pretty hot in the county and have a lot of fans. Lu Shui had just wanted to say that a long time ago, and had held her tongue until Ji Chang finished singing. Ji Chang nodded and said, if it's the county's Eastbound Band, it's me. It's okay, brother Chang, you even play in a band. Why didn't you mention it to us? I only realized it on the first day. Huang Tu was also very surprised. Looking at Ji Chang's eyes changed a bit. Young people, which one doesn't have a special filter for literature? For music? For bands? Underground band. Playing blindly. It doesn't make any money. After saying that, Ji Chang held a chopstick of bamboo chrysalis. Gu Shuya was also surprised. After all, she wasn't sure what Ji Chang Lao was doing in the county all these years. The band? His own man, who ran off to the county to play music. No wonder. The literary flavor of the body is getting stronger. Does anyone want to go hunting this afternoon? Ji Chang glanced around the crowd and changed the subject. It won't be dangerous, right? Lu Shui had an expression of being wimpy and wanting to go. No, you'll be safe with Stone and I here to make sure you're safe. Ji Chang was ready to go borrow a gun for Li Shi. Li Shi's marksmanship is good. Give him a 3/8 cap and he is perfectly capable of following himself up the mountain to hunt. And the more people there are, the safer it is. Beasts, too, are bullies. Chapter 39. If you have money, your parents have to support you. Smoke rises from the village. Everyone is coming back from the village one after another to cook the noon meal. Ji Chang gave Li Shi $2 and told him to go rent a 3/8 cap and come back. After everyone had eaten and drank their fill, they chatted on the rocky beach. We talked about the funny things we did when we were in middle school and the embarrassing things we did back then. Li Linen facial paralysis thing Huang To looked at. He himself is not good at Chinese medicine. He suggested Ji Chang take Li Linen to his grandfather. Cure Li Linen is not a big problem. Thinking that he would soon be renting a house by Grandpa Huang Tu, Ji Chang was in no hurry. When Gu Shuya moved to the county town to live, Li Linen just happened to go over to keep her company. And in the meantime, he could go and treat his facial paralysis. After resting for a while, everyone cleaned up the mess, even taking away the bamboo tubes and whatnot. These split bamboo tubes can also be used as firewood and should not be wasted. When he got home, Kichijo checked the snapper and repositioned it. It's worth $100 or so at least, so you can't let it slip away. After returning home, Ji Chang prepared some rope sets and then took Li Shi, Huang Tu, Sun Fong, Lu Shui and the others up the mountain. Gu Shuyao was pregnant, so Ji Chang didn't dare to let go up the mountain. but let Li Linen stay with him. Ji Chang and Li Shi were carrying backpacks, while the others were empty-handed. Huang Tu took his slingshot and looked around for a suitable target. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a squirrel in sight. Everyone's stamina is still good and no one is crying out of exhaustion. Without realizing it, Ji Chang and Li Shi led Huang Tu and the others to the place where the wild boar was shot that day. Is this mountain depression the place where you guys hit the wild boar? Lu Shui looked at the depression in front of her and asked curiously. After entering the mountain, Ji Chang talked to them about the wild boar hunt yesterday morning. Yes, that's it. The yellow mud exposed underneath is all arching out from the boar, so I'm just going to go down there and set up the noose. Great. If we really catch a wild boar, don't forget my big pig's hooves, Lu Shui said with incomparable anticipation, because on the way Ji Chang promised them that if they lassoed a wild boar, each of them would have a big leg of pig. How can I forget this? Just don't worry, Ji Chang grinned, then handed Li Shi his own gun. You guard this place, shoot any wild boar that appears nearby. Never let the wild boar go down the mountain. Ji Chang was uneasy with other people's guns. In case they jammed it would be troublesome. Other people's guns don't get much, if any, maintenance at all. Brother, don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on you. Li Shi patted his chest and assured. Ji Chang observed the circle, then led the men towards the mountain pass. Laying out a rope set was still a novelty to Huang Tu and the others, and it was the first time they had seen it. Ji Chang picked 3 locations and then began to set them up. The set is a boar, not some other critter, and firmness is the first ingredient. The boar's strength was very alarming to people. Ji Chang was a little worried that the twine wasn't strong enough, but there's no wire rope in the house right now either, so you'll have to use hemp rope. It took more than 40 minutes for Ji Chang to set up the noose. The wild boar didn't show up. After all, the animal wasn't active during the day. Ji Chang, it's only 2 o'clock. Why don't you take us to the place where you lassoed the black sheep, just in case we can still encounter them? Huang Toi, who hadn't shot a single bird, hurriedly reminded Ji Chang when he saw that he was busy. Okay, Ji Chang nodded, then said, Huang Tu, is there a watch for sale in the county? It's really inconvenient to go up the mountain without a watch. I'm going to buy one. Not knowing the time is really inconvenient. He wasn't one of those experienced hunters who had no way to tell time by the sun. Yes, there are in the big department store in the county, but you need a coupon. You want? I'll get you a coupon. $12. The cheapest watch costs 108. Huang Tu offered to give Ji Chang a favor. This is too expensive. A watch arrives at 120 ah. I don't eat or drink for 4 months before I can afford it. Lu Shui looked at the Shanghai watch in Huang Tu's hand with incomparable envy. It's already cheaper this year. Last year when I bought it the watch alone was 120, not counting the ticket money. Huang Tu spat out. Saying that, Lu Shui became even more misty-eyed. Being a nurse is also too poor. This is not good, Lu Shui said in a depressed manner. Then looked at Ji Chang. Ji Chang, didn't you say that there is no longer anything easier to make money? Bring me to be rich. This nurse is no fun to do. There is no comparison, there is no harm. Originally Lu Shui felt that he could have 36 a month's salary is quite impressive. Has been the head of the village is the most able to make money girl. Do not know how many people envy themselves. As a result, she realized that she had worked hard and studied hard for so many years, but she hadn't earned as much as Ji Chang had earned by running up the mountain with a gun and shooting 2 shots. So, her mind came alive. If you can make up your mind, I can really bring you money, Ji Chang said dryly. However, your parents won't be able to pass this hurdle. Ji Chang knew that people nowadays had a very sacred attitude towards work and valued the iron rice bowl. They don't care what I do as long as I make money. Moreover, I don't like being a nurse at all. Those patients are not so nice to get along with. Every month I don't know how much anger I have to suffer, how much aggression I have to suffer. Lu Shui skimmed her mouth, a touch of gloom flashing under her eyes. Her situation, too, was no better than Sun Fang's. Unfortunately, Huang Tu is only one. It is impossible to help Sun Fang and then come back to help her. And, more than anything, she wanted Kichizhou to help her. Can you endure hardship? Ji Chang glanced at Lu Shui. She really wasn't suited to serving others. She was better at dealing with people and more suited to business. That's not nonsense. We are all from the countryside, which can't suffer. As long as we can make a lot of money, I'll be able to endure any hardship. I am now figuring out that money is a master. If you have money, your parents have to provide for you. If you don't have money, parents also give you a face. Lu Shui has 2 younger brothers at home, and she doesn't dare to spend a penny more every month. Alright, wait for me to arrange it. 3 months at the latest. Ji Chang gave a time. Looking at Ji Chang's confident appearance, Lu Shui couldn't help but ignite a hint of anticipation. Huang Tu and Sun Fang looked on and didn't say anything. Lu Shui was also very interested, and did not ask Ji Chang how to bring her to make money. and opened another topic of conversation. After walking for a while, Ji Chang suddenly shoo. Then he took out the slingshot pinned to his waist and took out a stone seed from his pants pocket. Everyone stood still and watched as Ji Chang slowly approached towards one spot before a pop was heard. Then, not far away, there was a coo. Is this a hit? Lu Shui saw Ji Chang run up and glanced at the stone on the side. Yes, hit it. It should be a mountain chicken. Listen to the sound like, my brother is really great. Slingshot can hunt. After saying that, Li Shi directly ran up. Chapter 40, calling out so breathlessly. By the time the crowd ran to it, Ji Chang was already carrying a mountain chicken in his hand. It's really a mountain chicken. Awesome. Lu Shui looked at the pheasant that was still moving around in Ji Chang's hand and couldn't help but then ask, how did you find it? How come we didn't even see it? Look more, listen more, and pay more attention. Ji Chang hadn't really found it just now by virtue of the bloodstain. It was really by his own eyesight. However, his eyesight was also far beyond that of an ordinary person, and it wasn't a surprise that he was able to spot this mountain chicken. This kind of mountain chicken must be very delicious. Right. Even more delicious than the domestic chickens raised at home? Sun Fawn looked at the mountain chicken in Ji Chang's hand and couldn't help but think of the mountain eggs she had picked up when she was an hour old, which were also very tasty after being roasted. At least, it was especially delicious in her memory. Well, the flavor is absolutely top-notch with the right cooking method. The meat is tender and juicy, Ji Chang said as he put the mountain chicken into the back basket. Only one was too small, and it was less than 3 pounds. Not much meat. It's not even very enjoyable to eat alone. Stop it. Stop it. I'm drooling. Lu Shui took on a bit of a petulant tone. There was no way around it. The midday meal was still fresh in her mind. Just thinking about Kichijo's handiwork made her feel her saliva seething. I kind of regret coming here. After eating the delicacies cooked by Ji Chang's, will I still be able to eat the cafeteria's bok choy and salted fish when I go back? The more Lu Shui thought about it, the more she didn't want to work as a nurse. Ji Chang is not the son of a man. Why do you cook rice so well? Why is it so delicious to braise rib soup? And that bamboo shrimp, sweet and tender. She still recalls that flavor to this day. Regret. Especially regret. In the future, how will those tasteless meals go down? Now, she finally realized the true meaning of the saying that it was easy to go from frugality to luxury and difficult to go from luxury to frugality. In response to Lu Shui's tirade, Sun Fong nodded with deep approval. She was also born in the poor countryside, and also didn't spend a penny extra, saving what she could, and didn't need much of anything good. This is simple. Once I get Shu Yao settled in the county, you guys can come over often to dine. As you all know, Shu Yao likes to be lively, Ji Chang said with a smile. Gu Shu Yao does like to have a good time, and is especially fond of children. Before, she wanted to be a kindergarten teacher. Unfortunately, she was forced to interrupt her studies because of her family. Otherwise, she would be an extremely popular kindergarten teacher by now. Alright, this is what you said. Don't mind us going hard when the time comes, Lu Shui said nonchalantly. Come every day. You're both welcome anytime, Ji Chang said seriously. Eating in a group is the only way to smell good, and grabbing even ordinary food is a few moments more delicious. Ferns, there are ferns now, eh? Let's pick some. Sun Fong couldn't help but be happy when she found some fat and tender ferns. This is good. You can take it back to the hospital and fry it up for dinner. I'm tired of eating the hospital's food. Lu Shui also followed and ran over, picking up the ferns together with Sun Fong. It is indeed the season of growing vegetables that is lacking in the mountains now, and those who come up to the mountains to cut firewood will pick some back by hand. And every family has such a dish. Carcinogenic, you say? How hard it is to have an extra dish when you don't have enough for all 3 meals. Besides, where's the amount you can eat to cause cancer? You think this stuff is available every day. There's not enough for the villagers to pick, and it's good to have a bowl together for a few days. This area seems to be unattended these days and the ferns look all fattened up. Ji Chang and the others joined in and enjoyed the picking. Everyone had a special time watching the ferns in their hands grow, too many to fit in one hand. This joy is the joy of the harvest. Ji Chang told the girls to tie up the ferns in bundles and put them in the back basket. The mountain chickens in his back basket had already been secretly transferred to the hunting space by him, displacing the pheasants he had shot yesterday. Quite a lot of wild game was potentially disease-causing, so he tried not to consume it if he could. But Ji Chang's hunting space had a poison-killing effect, so he didn't need to worry about that. Not only can you eat it yourself with peace of mind, but you can also sell it to others with confidence. Picking their way through. It was nearly 4 o'clock when the group finally reached the area where the goats were. Everyone was quieter under Kichijo's guidance. Bah! Suddenly, there was a crisp goat call. Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly leaned towards Ji Chang. Nor did Ji Chang think that there really was even a sheep back, screaming so breathlessly. It's 80% that you're trapped, Ji Chang said happily. Yesterday he made 2 random sets with the vines, not really holding out any hope of catching the black sheep. After all, these black sheep were shot by themselves one after another. They should not dare to come back. I just didn't expect a real surprise on the mountain today. Unexpected. Really unexpected. Everyone be careful. Don't make any noise. And approach slowly with me, Ji Chang exhorted. Then took his gun off his back and exchanged a glance with Li Shi. Li Shi also took off his gun and brought it straight up. Slowly approaching. Within a few moments, a black sheep, a small black sheep, only a dozen pounds, was in everyone's sight. Its legs were firmly ensnared, and from time to time it tugged twice in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, the noose was surprisingly strong. There are no other goats, just this one. Lu Shui got a little lost, originally thinking that there would be quite a few black goats. That way, you can see Norichika shoot the gun. She hadn't seen Ji Chang's marksmanship yet, and was eager to see it up close and feel 100 paces. Stone, keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll go catch it. With that, Ji Chang put down his backpack. This lamb can be grabbed right back. It doesn't have much strength left. The probability is that its companions have abandoned it, and it is unlikely that the other black sheep are returning. Brother, don't worry. If there's another black sheep I'll definitely shoot and dry it out. Li Shi grinned, inwardly expecting that a black sheep would appear. That would have made him over $100. Ji Chang quickly rushed towards the little black sheep, which struggled madly when it saw Ji Chang, but Ji Chang didn't give him a chance to break free and directly pounced on it to hold it down. Then, he pulled over the trailing vines and began to bind the limbs of the little black sheep. Once it's tied up you can put it in the carrier and carry it back. It's still a great feeling to have stabbed a sheep's nest. Counting the one in his hunting space, there were now 6 sheep in his hands, almost a pot of awe. Just then, there was a sudden bang. Shots fired. Li Shi fired. This meant that there were still black sheep in the vicinity, and they had been discovered by Li Shi. Only, did he hit it? Chapter 41, Killing a Goat with His Hands. Bingo! Bingo! It's down! Awesome! Stone! You're great! This shooting skill can be quick quick quick! Let's go catch the sheep! Huang Tu shouted excitedly. It was the first time he had witnessed a hunt and he seemed very excited. Normally, as a doctor, he would have been more calm. Li Shi observed that there was nothing else going on, and immediately rushed out with his gun. Huang Tu followed closely behind, wanting to go over and help together. Just at this time, a black shadow suddenly rushed towards Ji Chang. Brother Chang, be careful. Lu Shui, whose attention was on Ji Chang, was the first to spot the black sheep and issued a reminder. Ji Chang twisted his head to see a black sheep coming directly at him. It pressed its head down, revealing its sharp ram's horns. Obviously, it was going to attack Ji Chang. Nor did Ji Chang expect to encounter such a thing in his short hunting career. He also lowered his body and held out his hands. A sheep of over 100 pounds, and not a ing cow. I can still wimp out on you. In an instant, the goat crashed into Ji Chang. Ji Chang dodged and avoided the black sheep. Black sheep braked after landing, but by this time, Ji Chang had already counterattacked, grabbing one of the black sheep's horns and pressing his entire body up. A dropkick on the feet takes black sheep down and puts him right on top of black sheep. Then, Ji Chang drew the hunting knife hanging on his waist and stabbed it into the black sheep's neck. The movements were in one fluid motion, like that of an immensely seasoned hunter. No animal that would attack a person should be allowed to stay, because if there's one, there's two, and they have to be killed. At this time, Lu Shui also rushed up with her gun. After all, he had received formal military training when he was in school, and using a gun wasn't a problem at all. It was just a matter of whether it was a good shot or not. Ji Chang, you're also too powerful. Huffing and puffing twice to press it down and then kill it off. Lu Shui looked at Ji Chang with a face of adoration. Although she didn't see Ji Chang's outstanding marksmanship, she also found it very enjoyable to see Ji Chang use the hunting knife to swiftly finish off the black sheep. Ji Chang stood up and shook the blood off his hunting knife. The black mountain on the ground was stomping on all 4 legs, constantly accelerating the loss of blood. Ji Chang felt that the probability was that the black sheep had been taken in a pot by itself, and there might not be any surviving black sheep left. Let's go. Go and see how things are going over there with the stone. Saying that, Ji Chang took the shotgun in Lu Shui's hand and headed towards Li Shi and Huang Tu's side. Here too is a ram that is more out of breath than in at this point. The whole neck was about to be broken by the bullet, busted wide open. Because the bullet head was cut with a cross by Kichijo, this would enhance the destructive power. Brother, I hit the sheep. Really hit the sheep. These don't have to worry about tuition, Li Shi said happily. Originally, he was worried that it might take him a long time to hunt. Where did you expect that it would be so easy? This way, Ji Chang and the others are over here, and they're really hunting. Ha! In the distance, someone's voice came. A couple of village women are rushing in, seemingly to see what all the fuss is about. However, Ji Chang felt that they might not just come to watch the fun. Stone, tie up the 4 legs of the goat and cut a small tree for you and Huangtu to carry down the mountain. Ji Chang gave an explanation and then walked in the direction of those village women. Ji Chang, you're too good. You've actually hit such a big black sheep. A woman looked at the black sheep on the ground that was still twitching with a greedy expression in her eyes. It was just luck. Hasn't everyone been carrying guns up the mountain the last few days? I shouldn't be the only one who's gotten prey, should I? Saying that, Ji Chang put the bundled lamb inside the back basket. How can anyone else be as good as you? You not only hit the big sheep here, but you caught a little one too. Ha, TSK, great. Your family Shu Yao is going to have a good time. Today at noon I even heard Shang say that you caught 3 sheep last night. So this is where you caught them? Chang, we can have sets on the side at our house too, right? Ji Chang nodded and said, of course you can. It's not like this is my private territory alone. Everyone can come. However, everyone has to be careful. Just don't hurt anyone. If you go down the railroad gate, make sure you mark it. If he just wanted to come here to lay a trap, Ji Chang would naturally not object. That's for sure. It's not good to hurt someone. The women nodded their heads. Such a big head of sheep. Can you carry it back? Who are those girls? They are strange-looking miles. When the women get together, they can't help but gossip a little. They're classmates of Shu Yao and I. They came to play with us today. Just this 100+ pounds of sheep. Easy. After Ji Chang put on the back basket, he directly carried the black sheep that didn't move much on his shoulders. Although they didn't ask for a share of the mutton, they couldn't give them no benefit at all if they were asked to help. Could they? With this head of sheep, Ji Chang was going to let Huang to carry a leg of sheep back alone. It wouldn't sell for much money if you subbed it out again. Right now he was still short of money and didn't want to be a great benefactor. But, to each his own. He hunted, and Kachijo was not opposed to it, nor would he resent it. Be careful. Such a heavy goat. Can you do it? If you can't, Auntie will carry it with you. That's right. We work on the mountain all day, but we're much stronger than you. Yo, that's a pretty steady pace. And your back looks strong. Being reminded by that woman, all eyes gathered on Ji Chang's waist. Ji Chang could be sure that they were starting to race in their minds. The city is tough as nails right now, or it wouldn't have started its first crackdown this year. There's another one over there. Did your classmate hit that one? The older woman who opened her mouth to speak had red eyes, looking straight over there. That was shot by Li Shi. My classmate doesn't have that kind of shooting skill, Ji Chang explained. So it's Stone. Back then he was your little follower, calling you brother-in-law all day long. It's a pity that their oldly family didn't have this blessing, the flower-like girl said, face paralyzed. Stone didn't call you brother for nothing. It's good to take him. The village people are still sympathetic to the Li family. After all, the widow's door half of the right and wrong. It is worthy of admiration. Stone, you can follow your Chang brother not 2 days and get rich. Such a big head of sheep. Have to sell hundreds of dollars, right? So people envied Li Shi and couldn't wait for their own children to be able to follow Ji Chang. Hunting isn't quite the same as normal things though. You have to be a good shot. There were only 2 people inside the village who could gain Ji Chang's approval. One was Li Shi and the other was Wang Bao. The others want to follow, and they don't have that. The others, even if they wanted to practice their guns to improve their marksmanship, they had to have money to buy bullets, and they wouldn't be able to afford that money. So, they also know that they can only think about it. There is no way to do it practically. Chapter 42, What happened back then? Li Shi and Huang to carried a black sheep, and both expressed great shock at seeing Ji Chang carrying one by himself and another in the basket. After all, Ji Chang looked not the kind of strong man with a tiger's back. He looked to belong to the kind of man with an ordinary figure, even appearing to be thin. As it turned out, Ji Chang had it easier than the 2 of them. Along the way, there was a lot of chatter. The ride back was much more lively with those women joining in. We all chatted on the way and it was after 5 o'clock when we got back to the village. Sis, I hit a goat. Li Shi just entered the village and shouted happily. To Li Shi, the black sheep meant a great deal. It was a huge sum of money. A large sum of money that could tangibly change their lives. From a big distance, Li Linen heard Li Shi shout and she rushed out. Seeing Li Shi and Huangta together carrying a black sheep of more than 100 pounds, he could not help but cover his mouth with his hand and hot tears rolled down at once. There was nothing more gratifying to her than to see her brother excel. How could she not have expected that her brother's first trip to the mountains with Ji Chang would be so rewarding? That man is, indeed, as good and as omnipotent as he was then. Quick, carry it in. Gu Shuyao opened the courtyard door completely so that Li Shi and Huangta could carry the black sheep inside. Those village women didn't come to watch the fun. After all, they followed all the way back. And there wasn't much fun to be had. And there's still a lot of work to be done around the house for everyone. The point is that everyone has to go back and urge their men to go up to the mountains to put down sets. There are so many wild sheep and wild boars in the mountains. Any set to any animal can make a fortune. Brother Chang, it's almost dark now. It's too late to send it to the county, right? Gu Shuyao said with some worry. No harm done. Deal with it cleanly at night. And tomorrow I'll take Li Shi and pull the two heads to the county for sale while it's still dark, Ji Chang said as he lowered the clothes on his shoulders. The army green clothes were stained with so much sheep's blood that they had turned the color of pig's liver. There's still a lamb. Still alive, Lu Shui said while helping Ji Chang take the basket off his back. Ji Chang raised the lamb straight up, untied the vines from the lamb's legs, and put it in the sheep pen. You two went to mow the grass. Ha! Ji Chang realized that there was quite a bit of tender grass put outside the sheep pen. And didn't ask me to go. She went with Auntie Chi, Gu Shuyao explained. Ji Chang nodded and added a handful of tender grass to the sheep pen. Once the lambs entered the sheep pen, they quickly approached a black sheep, as if they were reunited with relatives, and called out, Huang Tu, let's hurry back now. It's not too late to go back to the county before it gets dark. Sun Fong spoke after looking at the sheep, because she still needed to work tomorrow and had to get back. Yeah, we should go back too. We still have classes with my son Fong tomorrow. Lu Shui glanced at the sky and said with some worry. Ji Chang nodded and didn't make a sound to stay. When they came, they hadn't planned to spend the night in their own home, and there would be gossip at this time of night. He took out his axe and directly chopped down all 4 thighs of the black sheep. All of them, each thigh, estimated at 10 pounds. 1 leg of lamb for each of you, and we'll treat you well when we come to the county. Huang Tu, I'll leave the renting of the house to you, as well as this turtle. Saying this, Ji Chang handed over everything to Huang Tu. Lu Shui and Sun Fong pushed back a bit on the leg of lamb, but eventually took it. Huang Tu, you carry this gun. Tomorrow Stone and I will go to the county early in the morning to sell mutton, and then we will take the gun with you. Huang Tu did not refuse. This time the sky is dark is not peaceful. Have a gun heart is much more secure. They are all military trained and using guns is not a problem. Ji Chang and Stone escorted the 3 of them out of the village, then turned their heads and went into Li Shi's house. Wang Ji is chopping pigweed in the yard, but she is not chopping it for herself. She is chopping it and using it to exchange it with others for some vegetables and sweet potatoes. Auntie Chi, Stone and I each shot a goat. You're good at cooking goat down, so I'll disturb you to go over and help. While Ji Chang and Wang Ji were talking, Li Shi went inside to carry the pot, because 1 pot was not enough. The 2 sheep had to boil a lot of boiling water. Wang Ji glanced grudgingly at Ji Chang, stood up, and wiped her hands. Ha! Willing to come meet me at the house? Auntie Chi, I've turned the page with Anne, but you're a big old man pretending to be on top of things? After all these years of not even hitching a ride with a rock, you're really something. It's not your fault that prosperity and you didn't work out. Back then, when you two had that kind of thing happen, it was also a love affair, and I shouldn't have rushed in and carried you out, let alone just kicked you out and wouldn't let you wear your pants. At that time I don't know what happened. I couldn't accept you two that way. I had to stop you too. It was really hitting and evil. Ji Chang scratched his head and said, because I crashed your affair with my father? Of course, such words must not be uttered. Back then, it was indeed an ill-calculated and muddled account that led to the estrangement of the 2 families and the stirring up of the marriage. Let's just say that things like marriage are really quite mysterious. What everyone favored and thought would work, in the end it didn't. Alright, don't mention the past again. You two are not destined to be together, and I won't let you and Shu Yao divorce and remarry my family linen. Good, Aunt Chi. You are still my aunt who loves me the most. In the future, if I want to do something unorthodox, I'll let you scold me. Ji Chang set his mind right and collected those wild thoughts. This is all. Eventually, to be faced, there is no escape. The one who had a problem with his heart was himself, and it was indeed he who was pretentious and not as open-minded as Wang Ji and Li Linen. Couples having sex before marriage is too normal in the latter days, and that's when it would be unacceptable to everyone. Considering the mores of your own latter-day society, this is nothing, so there's really no need to be melodramatic. Li Linen can face it openly, but he can't? Thinking this way, Ji Chang was enlightened, and his eyes no longer averted. Ji Chang returned home with Wang Ji and Li Shi, who was carrying a pot, then went to Wang Shun's house to borrow a large wooden barrel. The 2 men carried the large wooden barrel back to their yard and then set up the benches to be used for dissecting the sheep in a while. There were stone bars in the yard, and Qi used a wooden stick to pry them up and make a simple stove. Once you put the pot on, start the fire to boil the water. Stone, go to Master Chai's house and buy some angelica, yam, and jujubes and come back. Ji Chang gave Shi some money, which was for the mutton soup. Master Chai is the village will use a little green grass to cure the disease of the local bone setter. The village head who want to be uncomfortable to go to him to grab some herbs to eat, but also can cope with most of the minor ailments. Other than that, the herbs he has there for lower back pain are still very useful and usually make a big difference every other day. After explaining to Li Shi, while the water was boiling, Ji Chang scalded the remaining leg of lamb in the already boiling water, scraped off the wool on it, and chopped it into pieces of meat. After Li Shi came back, Ji Chang washed those herbs and put them into the earthenware pot along with the mutton to stew on. Also, he wanted to prepare a braised pork dish, as there was still some wild boar meat that was still suitable for braising. What's left is wine-dusted ferns, steamed crushing carp, stir-fried garlic terrace lamb, and 2 stir-fried greens, all together. Chapter 43, This mutton soup is too good. It would still take time to boil the water, so Ji Chang began to prepare the ingredients for tonight. Ji Chang, how many dishes are you going to cook tonight? This plate after plate. It's not all going to be fried for dinner, is it? Wang Ji had given Ji Chang a hand when she started preparing the ingredients, so enthusiastic that Gu Shuyao couldn't even persuade her, so she had to let her go. Well, these are for the evening, after I got married. It's also the first time for you guys, and Chi, to come to my house, so mustn't Shuyao and I treat you well? Ji Chang said very generously. This is too much, right? In the past when the leaders of the county came to inspect our brigade, it wasn't this sumptuous. Wang Ji looked at the dishes, and the extremely rich side dishes, and couldn't help but marvel. Ji Chang, did you learn from some chef? This whole dish is even better than the one from the state-run restaurant. That bamboo rice at noon was also too delicious. Your aunt, I almost swallowed my tongue. Ji Chang took the wooden bucket and opened the water while saying, Indeed, I have learned for a short period of time, and I will let you all have a good taste of my handiwork at night. The one at noon. It's not much of a craft. It can only borrow the light from the ingredients and the bamboo barrel. After saying that, Ji Chang carried out the boiling water. The 2 black sheep had already been put into a wooden barrel, and Ji Chang poured boiling water directly into it. Wang Ji also beat a bucket of boiling water out and poured it into the large wooden bucket. After pouring the hot water, Ji Chang grabbed the sheep's hooves and let the sheep go back and forth in the boiling water, scalding every corner of the body. After ironing, he took out 2 melon knives, handed one to Li Shi, and began to teach Li Shi how to shave. As a hunter, not knowing how to handle prey was unqualified. Wool can also be collected after it has been scraped off, and sometimes people come to collect it and use it to make blankets or other things. It was getting dark by the time the first sheep was scraped. Ji Chang directly cut open the stomach and dissected out all the internal organs inside, then put them in a wooden basin and handed them over to Wang Ji and Li Linen to deal with. In the past, when the brigade killed sheep, Wang Ji had not dealt with these internal organs and the like. These downwaters are a good thing. You can get a third for disposing of them, and a lot of people grabbed them, but none of them handled them as well as Wang Ji did, so the job became uniquely hers. Wang Ji handled it while passing on the skills to her daughter and son. Today's dinner wasn't destined to be early, but Ji Chang had asked Gu Shuyao to steam some sweet potatoes for everyone to pad their bellies early. Then the scraping of the wool was left to Li Shi and Wang Ji, with Li Linen in charge of lighting the way with a flashlight. The village is not electrified only so. In Ji Chang's memory it will be 88 years before the village will be electrified, so it is really inconvenient to live in the village. If you want electricity, you have to buy a generator yourself and use diesel to generate electricity. Right now, there's really no need for that. In addition to the 2 flashlights, there was a campfire in the yard for light, which was more than enough. In the kitchen, there were only 2 couples left, Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao. The candle flame was a bit dim, but it had no effect on Ji Chang. It's been a long time since the house was this lively. Gu Shuyao lamented as she burned the fire. Ji Chang smiled slightly, looking at the expression on his daughter-in-law's face, then said, You like it so lively, right? Yeah, it's fun to liven things up. Gu Shuyao used to like living in school, because there were 8 people living in one dormitory, and liked that kind of group life. Unfortunately, she lived there for just 1 semester before her family wouldn't let her live on campus. Then let's have a few more in the future so that the house will be lively, Ji Chang said with a smile. In terms of hilarity, there's no hilarity like a child. A family with 1 child has chickens coming home to roost. Gu Shuyao touched her stomach and nodded. They don't have jobs either, and having more children is nothing more than a fine. The idea at this time was still to have more children, and there were a lot of people sneaking around. As the couple chatted, the braised wild boar in the pot gave off a tantalizing aroma, because the wild boar needed to be simmered for a longer period of time, so that by the time Ji Chang had finished frying all the dishes, the lamb over there would be almost done stewing. Mom, smell it. Doesn't it smell better than rice cooked in a state-run restaurant? Li Shi inhaled his nose and showed a gluttonous expression. Li Shi knew that his mother used to work at the state-run hotel in the county, but because of the men's harassment Wang Ji gave up that job and returned to the village. It really smells good. I didn't expect Ji Chang's cooking skills to be so good, Wang Ji said with great surprise. This aroma is completely different from the bamboo rice as well as the bamboo rib soup at noon. Chopping vegetables is what I watched. I think Ji Chang is cooking those pork. It will be delicious. As Wang Ji spoke, saliva was being produced. Although padded with some sweet potatoes, it didn't suppress the hunger. It just made the stomach less upset. It smells even better. It's boiling, isn't it? I think that white mist of water rushing out must be especially fragrant. Li Linen described the image before swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Mom, sis, you two stop talking. You're making me greedy, Li Shi said with a depressed face. The image that Li Linen had just spoken of was especially impactful to him. Help! What is this scent? What exactly is Ji Chang cooking? It also smells too good. Wang Ji twisted his head and looked in the direction of the kitchen, itching to rush in and find out. Why don't we go and have a look first? Wang Ji began to encourage Li Linen at the side. Ji Chang used to love Li Linen the most, and whatever was delicious would be the first to give Li Linen a taste first. It's better not to. We'll find out later when we eat. Li Linen was not too kind to explore the kitchen. Now her relationship with Ji Chang was not like it was back then. Although the reasoning was this, Wang Ji felt like there were many ants crawling in her heart, making her feel very uncomfortable. This one smells like angelica and lamb. It smells so good. This Ji Chang also knows too much. What exactly has he been doing outside all these years? Wang Ji inhaled, his heart filled with curiosity. Li Shi stopped moving and glanced at his mother. He used to wonder what his idol was doing out in the world, so he'd inquired and followed him. It's just eating, drinking, and having fun, and a couple of other guys have formed some kind of eastbound band. And they sing weirdly well. Didn't I tell you guys about that? What band fascinates him so much that his family doesn't care and his wife doesn't care? Wan Qi was a little skeptical. Then, she added, fortunately, now that you've come to your senses, you'll have to follow your Chang brother well and hunt well in the future, and your sister and I will be relying on you for the rest of our lives. Your sister? Let her marry someone else without thinking about it. Saying that, Wang Ji glanced at her daughter who had her happiness ruined by herself and was filled with guilt. Back then, if it wasn't for her obstruction, such a happy life would have originally belonged to Li Linen. Li Linen heard his mother's guilt and revealed a smile. Mom, I will support myself. I don't need to be supported by a stone. Or study hard and try to get into a good university and find a city daughter-in-law later. Chang said that he would bring me money. Marriage is also a matter of fate. So maybe one day I'll meet someone who makes me want to marry? Li Linen's eyes were bright, the opposite of her previous numbness. Chapter 44, all the previous days had been wasted. Gu Shuyao in the kitchen wasn't bothered by the aroma of the food, because for every dish that came out, Ji Chang would clip some for her to taste. Each dish gave Gu Shuyao a surprise. It was just a taste that didn't overpower, but it was able to quench the craving. A dish was brought to the table, bubbling hot under the light of 3 candles. Everyone, stop working and wash your hands for dinner. Hearing Ji Chang's words, all of them put down what they were doing. After all, they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If it wasn't for Ji Chang's comment about washing his hands, they would have rushed right in. After washing up as fast as possible, everyone walked into the hall of the Ji family. The table was topped with several dishes of steaming meat and bowls of white rice. This is too sumptuous. It's too broken. Wan Ji looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but speak. That's right, brother. It's too broken. Li Shi was also a little embarrassed and didn't even dare to take his seat. Alright, quickly sit down and eat. Ji Chang placed a bowl of richly scented mutton soup on the table. Everyone took their seats after Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao sat down, but some of them didn't dare to clip their food. What? You still want me to give you guys food? Ji Chang swept a glance at the 3 members of the Li family. Everyone, don't be polite. Quickly start the chopsticks. We're all starving. Gu Shuyao chimed in. Wang Ji moved her chopsticks first before the others picked up their dishes. Every dish here was exceptionally delicious for them. No matter it was Wang Ji, or Li Linen and Li Shi. In their impression, they had never eaten such delicious food since they were young. Everyone was so engrossed in the food that they didn't even think about small talk and focused on the dry meal. The table was cleared and everyone's stomachs were bulging with food. So bracing. It's the first time I've eaten so bracingly since I grew up. Li Shi touched his stomach and said with a happy face. For him, it was the most enjoyable meal he'd had in 15 years, and he was on the verge of swallowing his own tongue. It's so happy. The previous days were all in vain. Wang Ji had never enjoyed any good times, and her family was especially poor when she was small. Even white rice could only be eaten in small bowls during the new year. Meat that you don't see once every few years, and the kind that's cured until it almost stinks. The more she did so, the more she regretted the wrong decision she made back then, to stand in the way of Ji Chang and Li Linen. At that time, she ironically thought that Ji Chang was the kind of heartless man who started and ended his life, just like her short-lived husband, because she also stole the forbidden fruit before marriage, and as a result, after marriage, his man went around womanizing, eventually knocked up other people's stomachs, got a corpse, and was eventually shot dead by the woman's husband. Such an experience makes Wang Ji unable to accept that Ji Chang and Li Linen have sex before marriage, and forces Li Linen and Ji Chang to separate by death. Then, he also went to force Ji Chang's father to marry a daughter-in-law to Ji Chang as soon as possible, completely cutting off the chances of the two of them. It was just that she couldn't explain such a thing to Ji Chang. The head of the village still does not know that Li Linen's father was killed by this kind of cause. At that time he and Wang Ji did not live in the village, is out of town. In order to maintain Li Linen and Li Shi's impression of her father, she made up some lies that she naturally couldn't possibly poke holes in. Auntie Chi, I plan to have Linen come with me to the county to do some small business. I wonder if you agree. Ji common timing was appropriate, so he took the initiative to mention it. Of course, I support it unconditionally. Wang Ji had figured it out now, and felt that Li Shi should study well and shouldn't be stuck in this poor mountain valley by himself. Not only did Li Shi have to go out, but Li Linen had to go out as well. Since Auntie Ji agrees, then we still need to ask you to take care of Shu Yao in the county. You've worked in a state-run restaurant and you're good at cooking. Ji Chang had originally planned to hire a nanny, but it would be better to hire someone else than Wang Ji, who knew her roots. Alright, you are half a son in my eyes. If you open your mouth, Auntie will definitely agree. Wang Ji narrowed her eyes and said, this was true. She did treat Ji Chang as half a son back then. If it wasn't for that muddled account, and if it wasn't for Ji Chang's old man's sudden malady, Wang Ji really might have become Ji Chang's stepmother. It's a deal, Ji Chang said very happily. After saying that, Ji Chang was ready to get up and clean up the dishes. Go go go. What kind of dishes are you packing as a big man? There's still a goat outside that hasn't been killed. Go and get busy with yourselves. Leave this place to us, the two of us mothers. Saying this, Wang Ji pushed Ji Chang outside. Ji Chang didn't insist and pulled Gu Shuyao out to take care of the lighting, then brought Li Shi to deal with the second black sheep. Ji Chang directly let Li Shi do it. See more than the actual operation. In this aspect of learning, Li Shi's talent far exceeded that of others, and he dissected it in a decent manner the first time. The entrails were packed in wooden barrels. Ji Chang and Li Shi unraveled the sheep into two halves, rinsed them well and then hoisted them directly into the well to soak them. Brother, are we still going up the mountain at night? Li Shi sat next to Ji Chang and asked curiously. They have also been roping the hills during the day today, so if they hit the boar, there will be another harvest. Ji Chang looked up at the sky, then said, no need. It rains back at night, and the odds are that the wild boars won't come out. Rain? As soon as the words fell, a bolt of lightning pierced the night sky. Rumble. Thunder rolls. Li Shi glanced at Ji Chang with some shock. They just said it was going to rain, and now it's thundering? The wind just picked up, didn't you feel it? Cooling is often a prelude to rain. Ji Chang patted Li Shi's shoulder. Auntie Chi. Anun. Come on in. It's going to rain soon, Ji Chang shouted, then moved the pot outside back into the hall as well. A few minutes later, the rain poured down. Brother, do we still need to rush there early in the morning tomorrow? Li Shi frowned worriedly. Those mutton go bad if you don't sell them for a long time. On a rainy day, there are not many people who rush to the grocery store in the morning, or will even just not go out. How could he know that just now Ji Chang had already secretly transferred the cleanly slaughtered black sheep from the water well to his own hunting space, so he didn't have to worry about spoilage at all. It's okay, none of the thunderstorms will last long. You worry too much. Relax, don't go back to sleep at night. Sleep with me, we'll leave at 5 tomorrow. Yes, it's raining heavily, Auntie Chi. Little you two don't go back either. Squeeze in with me. Gu Shuyao also opened her mouth to retain Wang Ji and Li Linen. Listening to you. You two still sleep in separate rooms? Wang Ji glanced at Gu Shuyao with some surprise. It's not a good thing for a husband and wife to sleep in separate rooms. This was something that one had to read about with Gu Shuyao. By the way, teach a little bit about how couples live when they are pregnant. She knew that Gu Shuyao's mother and family had gone back to the provincial capital and would definitely not teach her this, and she had no one to turn to on this side. As a person from the past himself, he had to shamelessly point out Gu Shuyao in any case. Chapter 45, Taking Li Shi to peddle mutton. Well, Chang is worried about the child in his belly and is afraid of touching me, Gu Shuyao explained. Her face gradually heated up and reddened to the roots of her ears. Wang Ji took Gu Shuyao's hand and gently patted it. Ji Chang and Li Shi were also on the sidelines, and this kind of private talk was naturally not suitable for chatting here. I haven't been in your house for a long time. Go to your room. When your father-in-law wanted to marry me, we almost became a family. Unfortunately, I don't have that blessing." With that, Wang Ji pulled Gu Shuyao back to her room. Guessing what his mother was going to say, Li Linen stood silently and reached for the rain outside. Li Shi was teasing the two little puppies, and he also loved Pingyan and Cheng Hu, who were raised by Ji Chang. Ji Chang looked at Li Linen standing in the doorway with more or less mixed feelings. That day, too, it was pouring rain, and both men felt that rain would not stop. If the rain hadn't stopped in the middle of the day to give Wang Ji a chance to go home, perhaps the two men's destinies would have taken completely different trajectories. Retracting his gaze, he simply pushed the thoughts cluttering his mind out of his head. In his last life, he'd had enough fun in waves. He's been so much luckier than the others. So, he didn't want to go around fixing cars in his life. Unlocking so much knowledge and imparting it to Gu Shuyao was enough. "Sure, come upstairs with me to get the tiles, and you help me with the lighting." Ji Chang thought about how his house would still leak, so he called on Li Shi. Almost all houses in the south are two-story adobe tiled houses, and there is no such thing as a small flat because there is a lot of rain. There were actually rooms on the second floor, but there wasn't enough bedding. It was just too poor. Using a ladder to climb up to the higher ground, Kichijo began to organize the tiles. It wasn't difficult for him to deal with the matter of water leakage, but it was a bit more complicated for Gu Shuyao. In the past, Norichika didn't care at all, which is why she let it leak and then seep through the boards and drip downstairs. The leak has completely disappeared after Kichin's treatment. "Now, you can sleep in peace." Ji Chang clapped his hands in satisfaction. Taking Li Shi back to his room, Ji Chang urged him to sleep. Although Li Shi had a lot to say, he could only hold it in. The rain stopped after more than 2 hours, and the three people in the next room didn't go to bed, still chatting away before finally falling asleep in a daze of hooch. Early the next morning, before dawn, Ji Chang woke up, went outside and got both sheep into 2 bamboo baskets and hung them in the back seat of the car. Put a knife, a tablet, and a weighing scale before waking Li Shi up. After the sleepy-eyed Li Shi got up, he sat on top of the crossbar in front of the 2-8 bar, which he could still sit on now that he was thinner. The rain had completely stopped, but the road became muddy. Li Shi was in front of him with a flashlight, but it was only used to perfume Li Shi himself. Ji Chang didn't need a light at all. Just turn on the night vision mode. After a bumpy ride, the two finally made it to the county seat at dawn. Ji Chang rode his car directly to the food market, and outside there were already some people from the countryside picking vegetables to sell. Ji Chang picked a spot. Then he put the 2 bamboo baskets in place and set up the tablet and weighing. Black sheep. Fresh wild black sheep. Don't miss it if you walk by. The market has had a lot of people coming in and out, and there are a lot of people catching up on their early grocery shopping. When Ji Chang yelled like this, a fat man was immediately attracted to him. "Yo, this black sheep is very fat, well raised." Fatty held a cigarette in his mouth and flipped the lamb. This is because the wool on the 2 sheep's heads is not shaved so that customers can instantly recognize what kind of animal it is. After all, sheep's heads don't sell very well either, and odds are you're going to take them home and eat them yourself. Leader good vision. These 2 black goats are raised by nature. Eat natural herbs, the flavor is excellent. Also those ordinary goats can be very different. Ji Chang flattered. Handed over a large front door. "Why? What leadership I am the small role in the steel plant to blame for buying food." Fatty cheerfully took the cigarette, and did not in Ji Chang polite. "This meat wrong How much a caddy?" "It's not expensive. $1 a caddy. And if we sell 20 caddies at once, we'll even give away an extra caddy." Ji Chang knew that this fat man was definitely not someone who procured 1 or 2 pounds. "1 piece that's really not expensive. I'll take these 2 hind legs. In addition to the tenderloin, give me 10 pounds. The side meat come 10 pounds. The fat man said with great bravado. "Leader is so bold. I'll get it for you right away." With that, Ji Chang went straight to work. The total for one operation was 56 pounds, with 2 extra pounds of meat from Ji Chang. With 56 pieces in hand, Li Shi's entire body stuttered a bit. "Brother, this much? That's right. Put the money away and don't lose it. The days of making money are still ahead. Follow your brother. I guarantee that you'll get richer and richer," Ji Chang said confidently. Li Shi nodded vigorously and received the money inside his inner pocket. Just now Ji Chang sold his goat, so the money went to him. "Here, you yell. Follow my example of how I just yelled." Ji Chang decided to give Li Shi a good workout. Li Shi cleared his throat and didn't flinch or shy away. "For $56. This is too much of a thrill." He yelled at the top of his lungs with particular vigor. Within moments, a woman walked over and inquired about the price. Learning that it would cost $1, the woman decisively chose to give it up. Lamb for $1 is a little harder to sell than pork for 60 cents. However, as more and more people come to the food market, there is less and less lamb on the stalls. By noon, only half a head of the goat from Kichajang was left, along with a few bones. Don't keep covering the spot where you put the money. That's like telling others that you have money there. Ji Chang reminded Li Shi when he realized that he was always protecting the money. There are still some gangsters on the streets at this time of the year, and it's not unheard of to rob people of money. Li Shi nodded and moved his hand away, turning to look around warily. It wasn't his fault that he was carrying $97 in his pocket. He hadn't touched that much money in all his life. That's a lot of meat for one goat. Let's go. Not many people come to the food market anymore in the afternoon. Let's sell in a different way. With that, Ji Chang put the things into the bamboo basket and prepared to leave. Brother, that group seems to be coming at us. As he was preparing to leave, Li Shi suddenly reminded him. Ji Chang swept in the direction that Li Shi saw, and there were indeed a few stragglers walking towards them. Mutton sellers, we'll take the rest of your mutton for 50 cents. The man at the head held a cigarette and raised his head with an expression of I am the king of heaven. In response, he was met with the soles of Kichijo's feet. Chapter 46, You'd better divorce that asshole. Ji Chang carried a sharp knife in his hand and kicked his opponent on top of his abdomen. I'm going to you up. Yi Hui. Robbing me, right? Ji used the sharp knife to pat the other's face and asked directly. Here, you ask my knife if it answers. 50 cents. I'll give you a 50 on the face. Saying that, Ji Chang raised his hand and slapped the other party. Brother Chang. Brother. Is sorry. How dare I ask for your mutton? Yi Hui's face turned white and he kept shrinking back. He was kicked to his knees, not daring to stand up or shrink too much at all. Brother Chang, I was wrong. I really didn't know it was you selling mutton here. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come even if I borrowed 100 guts. Yi Hui looked at Ji Chang pitifully. It wasn't the first time he had been beaten by Ji Chang, but this time Ji Chang was considered to have hit him lightly. Last time, he was surrounded and beaten by Ji Chang as well as Su Rue and the rest of their eastward traveling band, and 2 of his ribs were broken. In this part of the county, all the jerks know that the eastbound band can't be messed with, because, behind it stood a big local clan, the Su family, which was extremely powerful in the county ground, and a ruthless man from the Su family, Su Yi. Over the years, the punks in the county hadn't been concocted by Su Yi. Of course, Ji Chang is also known for his ruthlessness in fights. Once a man broke both legs of the people who robbed him, and one stabbed his eyes blind, and became so famous in one battle that no one dared to mess with him. Keep your eyes wide open. This is my brother. If he gets bullied in the county in the future, I'll be the first to come after you. Get out. Get away from me. Seeing you makes you diabolical. Seeing this Yi Hui, Ji Chang thought of something bad. This crackdown can't let this scumbag get away with it. He must be sent to eat peanuts. It hasn't started yet, so let him bounce around for some time. Some of the damned didn't die, and Kichijo felt bad about it. Li Shi looked at Ji Chang with a face of adoration. Just now he thought that he couldn't keep his money or even something big was going to happen. As a result, the other party was directly beaten up by Ji Chang and didn't dare to fight back. It was obvious that the 2 parties knew each other, and the other party was afraid of Ji Chang. Go get some food. With that, Ji Chang brought Li Shi to buy steamed buns to eat. In 1983, their county was a culinary desert, and there wasn't much food to eat at all. After eating the steamed buns, Ji Chang took Li Shi and started walking the streets to peddle the rest of the mutton. The touting was so good that they sold the rest of the lamb just after 2 p.m. They also sold the lamb bones for $4. There is a private restaurant that needs to use goat bones to make a soup. That's why they are willing to buy goat bones for 10 cents a pound. In the end, Li Shi benefited from 99 blocks and Ji Chang benefited from 51 blocks. Instead of going straight home, the 2 rode to the hospital. Just as he entered the hospital, Ji Chang heard someone call out to him. Brother Chang, Stone, you're here. Sister Fong, Li Shi hastily greeted. You guys are here to see Huangtu, right? He doesn't have a shift today, but he's helping out over at the nurse's station. Sun Fong's face reddened slightly. It was obvious that Huangtu was coming for her. By the looks of things, Huangtu acted decisively this time and didn't squirm. When I found Huangtu, he was giving an infusion. Old Ji, you guys finished selling the sheep? Huangtu saw Ji Chang and couldn't help but be surprised. Well, has the house been rented? Ji Chang's main concern was still the house. He didn't care about the rest. It's been negotiated. Just waiting for you to rent it. I'll take you to see the landlord here. Saying that, Huangtu and Sun Fong greeted each other before leading Ji Chang outside. Why don't you ask me if that turtle was sold and how much it was sold for? When Huangtu saw Ji Chang not even ask, he became sullen. Ji Chang smiled slightly. Looks like it wasn't sold cheaply. Huangtu had a look on his face like how did you know before he said, 288. That person likes lucky numbers. After saying that, Huangtu pulled out the money and handed it to Ji Chang. I can't believe I sold so many. Not bad. Then does the big boss want more turtle? Is there any other demand? This was a money-giving boy, and Ji Chang wanted to earn more. The turtle is still needed, but also need Ganoderma lucidum, monkey head fungus, planed mountain beasts. If you can get them, he wants them all. Huang To reported the other party's demands. Ji Chang wrote these things down before following Huang Toi to the house. Although it is also a wooden house, it is a brick structure, and the first floor of the first floor is also hardened with cement, looking very clean. Not only is the house over 100 square feet, but the yard is over 100 square feet as well. The yard is planted with a number of moonflowers, an old grapevine and cherry tree, along with a water well. It was a place that Ji Chang was very happy with. He could be sure that Gu Shuya was also very satisfied. Ji Chang was looking at the house when he heard someone call out to him. Sister Xinu. Long time no see. When Ji Chang saw Huang Xinu, he immediately revealed a hint of a smile and waved his hand at the other party. It's really you. What are you doing here? Too. Is this the surprise you told me about? Huang Xinu walked in with a surprised look on her face, then gave a sly glance at her brother. Yeah, haven't you been looking forward to seeing old Ji? So I've brought him to you. Moreover, he'll be living here in the future. How's that? I'm a brother. Is that righteous enough? So hurry up and divorce that asshole. Being a junior to Ji Chang is better than following that asshole, Huang De said with a sad face. Leave. You say it so easily. Leave? You support me? Huang Xinu rolled her eyes at her brother. Sister Shu, are you divorcing Gong Bin? Ji Chang asked in a hurry. He remembered that in his last life, Huang Xinu and his husband almost got divorced, but in the end, he didn't know what relationship didn't get divorced, and the two got back together. Yeah, pregnant. She got pregnant when her asshole husband got her drunk. It's a bit of an idea. What's wrong? Huang Xinu asked when she saw that Ji Chang's expression was a bit off. That husband of yours is screwing a widow named Gong Fei and has a baby on the way. If you don't get divorced, you should be a stepmother to someone. Ji Chang directly broke a big story. Needless to say, there are many advantages to being born again. What? Huang Xinu's face changed. She directly rushed over and grabbed Ji Chang's arm. Are you telling the truth? Isn't that Gong Fei his cousin? How could they? Whether it's a cousin or not I don't know. But I heard with my own ears that your asshole husband told Gong Fei to go get rid of the baby. But Gong Fei refused to do so. Ji Chang said fervently. Good. Sis believes you. I've long felt that the two of them are not right. Gong Bin, Lao Ion will get you killed. Saying that, Huang Xinu turned around and rushed out, obviously going to find Gong Bin's trouble. Old Ji, you take care of the house yourself. The landlord is at home. I've already negotiated. The rent is 50 a year, and you pay it once a year. Also, your gun is at my grandfather's. Go get it yourself. I'll keep an eye on my sister. And thanks for this. If you really leave, I'll treat you to a 3-day feast at a state-run restaurant. Saying this, Huang To directly chased after him. Obviously, he couldn't wait for his sister to get a divorce and stay away from that Gong Bin scum. But surely To Huang doesn't know that Gong Bin will be eating peanuts at the end of next year because of that Gong Fei. Chapter 47, If one stab doesn't work, stab 2 more times. Ji Chang found the landlord. The two signed a rental agreement. After signing their names and fingerprints, Ji Chang gave the landlord $50. The house is pretty much packed up and it will take another 3 days before it is completely vacated. Ji Chang discovered that there was a backyard behind the house that was 70 to 80 square feet, which the landlord used to grow vegetables and keep chickens. Such a place. Ji Chang looked very impressed and was ready to buy it once he made some money. This is a place that would be excellent for retirement. Negotiate with the landlord. After 3 days they will put the key to Huang Tu's grandfather's side, then go directly to get it. From the house that was about to be emptied, Li Shi said what he had been holding back for a long time. Brother, can you take me to buy something? With money in his pocket, Li Shi wanted to procure some things to go back. Sure, you have an hour. Then come back for the gun. Granted, people weren't much more sensitive to guns right now, but it wasn't appropriate to be waving it around on your back. He gave it to Huang To last night because it was dark, and it was dark when they got back to the county, and it wouldn't cause any trouble. Ji Chang was very familiar with the county and drove Li Shi through the streets to buy what he needed. Got some tickets that I needed to use from a second-hand dealer before I could use the tickets and money to buy something. All Li Shi needed was actually some food, and some fabric. When he had the money, he wanted to make a set of clothes for his sister and his mother because their clothes were all patched. Ji Chang also bought some and was going to ask Li Linen to help make a set for Gu Shuyao. Li Linen's craftsmanship is very good, recognized as #1 in the village. The next business that Ji Chang wanted her to do was actually related to clothing. After all, she had a talent for it and enjoyed figuring it out. Horses for sale, Fine Dian horses. Full of stamina. Come and see. Come and see. A voice that suddenly attracted Ji Chang. Ji Chang and Li Shi said a word and directly sought out the sound. Then he saw an old man riding a black horse, leading a brown horse and a white horse behind him. He was followed by a group of watching children. After all, the horse which they are very rare here. But there are some donkeys. With a single sweep, Ji Chang noticed that the black horse's blood bar was clearly about 10 centimeters longer and thicker than the other two horses. However, the dark horse looked thin and listless. Rare. Old uncle, how do you sell this horse? Ji Chang directly inquired. Though he has a bike, which is also handy, but there is no way for the bike to get up the hill. Horses are different. Especially Yunnan horses. They can walk on broken roads like the T-horse road and carry heavy loads. The feeling of riding a horse was something Ji Chang also liked, and in his last life, he had also gone to the frontier to gallop. This white horse is a top-quality Dian horse. Look at how thick these limbs are, how sturdy the buttocks are, and how long this neck is. And these nostrils are so big. A first-class Dian horse, with endurance that far exceeds the others. The old man made a flurry of introductions to the white horse. Ji Chang knew that the other party was not fooling around, and it was indeed quite a good horse. At least, it has a longer blood bar than a brown horse. Of the three horses, the brown horse was the weakest. Old uncle, how much? Name a number. Ji Chang directly asked the price. They didn't have much of a horse market here either, and there were very few people trading livestock. 200. Hearing the other party's offer, Ji Chang was directly happy. That's making a fool of yourself. This horse, 134 at the most. Horseflesh is not worth much. I don't think you can sell it for $80 if you slaughter it. 200. That's a lot of shouting. Old uncle, you can't kill a pig. I'll give you 150 at most for this white horse. However, I can't afford it. What if you really want to sell it? Give me a real price for the brown horse. With that, Ji Chang drew out a cigarette and handed it over, accompanying one himself, though he was not prepared to go over the lungs. Look at what you said. This white horse can really be a first-class good horse. The old man took the fire and lit a cigarette and took a drag, then said leisurely, 101 you take away, 80 I lead away. How? Ji Chang spat out a mouthful of cigarette smoke and cut 30 straight away. How yo? You young people want people's old life as soon as they open their mouths. Not to mention 80, even 100 I do not agree. You have to be more reasonable in your bargaining. There is no such thing as blind bargaining, said. The old man straightened the black horse's stirrups, ready to go. Uncle, then this black horse, is it for sale? Ji Chang pointed at the black horse. The old man was surprised to look at Ji Chang, then said, this simpleton is very arrogant. Nah, no beans are not down to the mouth. The average family cannot afford to raise. Moreover, it has a big temper, and if it hadn't saved its life, it wouldn't even let me ride it. It's for sale, but do you really want it? I'll tell you what, he's not a good feeder. Chews all the beans and won't eat regular grass. If you really want to, 75 will lead away. When Ji Chang heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but look at the black horse twice more. Only soybeans? So, it got this look all from starvation? The old man nodded helplessly and said with some bitterness, that's not true. It's just my bad fate to come across a thing like this and still be willing to give it a chance to live. Interesting, I'll take it. Ji Chang pulled money out of his pocket and prepared to pay. Give it 66 and it's a hit. It's an auspicious number. I see you. Indeed. Rare it. Otherwise you wouldn't have stared at it in the first place, the old man said cheerfully. Ji Chang froze for a moment and couldn't help but glance at the old man. You've been reading my mind? It's true that if you're a jungle runner, your eyes are poisonous. Follow people well. Don't play with your temper all the time. It's just a horse. You can still go to heaven. Saying this, the old man patted the black horse's butt. The black horse snorted as if to contradict the old man. The saddle and these are for you. Treat it well. After saying that, the old man rolled over and straddled the brown horse, took out a gourd from the side and poured a mouthful of wine. Humming an unknown ancient tune, he yelled twice from time to time and faded away. Ji Chang took the reins and touched the black horse beside him. As a result, it didn't let Ji Chang touch it at all and directly twisted its head. So bad to get along with. Ha! Ji Chang gave it a look, not worried at all. After all, he had room to hunt. It doesn't matter if you can't tame it yourself, just stab it and give it to the hunting space. If one stab doesn't work, stab two more. In this world, there are no creatures that are really not afraid of death. So, that hunting space of your own does seem a bit anticlimactic. Luckily, it only works on prey. If it was useful to people, Ji Chang didn't even know what kind of anticlimactic things he would do. Brother, where did you get the horse? When Li Shi carried his things out, he saw Ji Chang leading a horseback and couldn't help but get curious. Just now, Li Shi did not hear the yelling of the horse seller. Ji Chang's overhearing talent could hear it. Chapter 48. She didn't wait for Ji Chang's white horse. But, it's rare for someone to sell a horse on our side, Ji Chang explained. There is a natural fondness for horses in many people, especially men. Therefore, Li Shi was very envious. However, he knew he couldn't afford it, so he didn't even ask the price. Ji Chang tried to ride the black horse, but it didn't give Ji Chang a chance and almost bit him. Horses are known to bite and kick even more. It's unlikely that you'll want to ride one if you can't tame it. Stone, go buy 10 pounds of soybeans for me. Ji Chang knew that if he wanted to ride this black horse, he would probably need to use soybeans. Additionally, Norichika noticed a small floating spot of blood on the small of the dark horse's back. He guessed that the odds were that the dark horse was pregnant. With this wave, it's a buy one get one free. It just so happened that the tickets they had bought earlier also had bean tickets in them. So Li Shi quickly bought the soybeans from the supply house. Ji Chang grabbed a handful of soybeans and was just about to approach when the black horse came over and happily rolled the beans into his mouth and chewed on them. At this time, Ji Chang went to touch its neck and it stopped avoiding it. You've got some ing milk. That's ing realistic. Sputtering, Ji Chang grabbed another handful of soybeans from the bag to feed it. After 3 consecutive feeds, Ji Chang smoothly mounted the black horse, making Li Shi envious again. 2 men, one on horseback and one on a bicycle, rushed to Grandpa Huang Tu's house to take Ji Chang's gun, and then the 2 men rushed toward the house. It was almost dark by the time we got back to the village. Gu Shuyao, Li Linen, and Wang Ji, all 3 of them were waiting at the head of the village. The 3 of them were a little worried because Ji Chang and Li Shi had been gone all day. Worried about whether the lamb would sell, whether they would be robbed of their money, whether they would get into trouble in the county. Back. Look guys, they're back. Li Linen had sharp eyes and shouted when he saw people riding bicycles in the distance. How come there are still people riding donkeys, and how come it looks a bit like Ji Chang? Wang Ji was puzzled. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Gu Shuyao and Li Linen were also puzzled. Maybe, it's Chang who bought a donkey back, Li Linen explained, feeling that the probability was just like that. Once they got a bit closer, they were sure that it was indeed Ji Chang and Li Shi who had returned. And it wasn't some donkey that Ji Chang was riding, but a black horse. Phew! Ji Chang pulled on the reins, stopping the black horse in its tracks, and then jumped down from the horse's back. The black horse snorted, then continued to chew the soybeans in his mouth. Along the way, Ji Chang fed it a few more handfuls of soybeans before it made it honestly to the village. Brother Ji, did you buy this black horse? Li Linen looked at the black horse in Ji Chang's hand with interest. She remembered that Ji Chang had promised her that he would buy a white horse to marry her, so that she could ride out in her wedding clothes. Unfortunately, she didn't get to wait for Ji Chang's white horse, and she didn't get to wear a wedding dress. Seeing Ji Chang return from his ride, her thoughts ran wild. Well, I just happened to come across someone selling a horse today, so I bought it. However, it still has a big temper now, and needs to be tamed for a while. Ji Chang stroked the black horse's neck. After this journey together, it had already accepted Ji Chang, but it still had a big temper towards others. So, Ji Chang still planned to stab it twice. Hunting space this kind of heaven-defying golden finger. Do not use it for nothing. It's expensive, isn't it? Wang Ji looked at the black horse with envy. Livestock is worth a lot of money these days, and a cow is especially rare. Oxen can plow the land and make money plowing for others. In the case of female cows, they can also produce offspring. And when the cows get old and can't plow, they can be slaughtered and sold for meat. Currently, the village does not have a farm tractor and relies on buffaloes. Horses can be used to plow the land without oxen. Her envy stems from this. Mother, sister, I made $99 today, so, bought some rice, flour and cloth and such. Mother, you keep this 30. In the future, I will be filial to you. Li Shi didn't give all the money to Wang Ji, but only part of it. He took Ji Chang's advice and took charge of the finances himself, learning how to manage money. Money management is actually very important, and many men in China lack exercise and discourse in this area. Ji Chang had already worked out in his last life, otherwise he wouldn't have had 300,000 or so in savings before he was reborn. Good, then I'll put it away for you and save it for you to get a daughter-in-law. Wang Ji happily put the money away. It was the first time she received such a large sum of money. She didn't say anything about Li Shi spending money. When it comes to her children's finances, she does not control them too much, nor shall she have to ask them all to give her their money and let her take care of it. Li Shi is already 15 years old, and in a few years will be ready for a daughter-in-law, so it's time to be more independent. Brother, I'll push the bike home and bring it to you in the evening, then we'll go up the hill together. Ji Chang and Li Shi had agreed that they needed to make a trip up the mountain in the evening to see if they had any luck with yesterday's news. Ji Chang led the horse with one hand and Gu Shuyao towards the house with the other. Yo, Ji Chang, you bought a horse? Ha, it's amazing. It's only been a few days since the hunt, and you can afford a horse. That's too much, isn't it? Shuyao, you're going to enjoy your happiness. Ji Chang is too good at making money now. Little Chang, you are too good at this. If you had gone hunting in the mountains a few years earlier, your family would have been rich. When I met people along the way, none of them were envious. Gu Shuyao had a smile on her face, a feeling of a daughter-in-law becoming a mother-in-law. She also didn't expect Ji Chang to change so much and become so profitable. In the future, our days will get better. I've already rented the house in the county. This is the rental agreement and the remaining $200. Saying that, Ji Chang handed both the agreement and the $200 to Gu Shuyao. How can there be so many? Gu Shuyao was in complete disbelief. Ji Chang has bought a horse, and there are still $200 in the account? Snapper sold for $288. Met a big tycoon. Also that sheep was sold for $51. Just today I spent $66 on the horse, $2.8 on 10 pounds of beans, $50 on the rent, and I still have quite a bit left for myself. Ji Chang and his daughter-in-law reported the situation. Gu Shuyao drew out $100 and handed it to Ji Chang. Then said, don't you want to buy a watch? Hurry up and buy it tomorrow or whenever. It's very inconvenient to go into the mountains without knowing the time. Good. Thank you, daughter-in-law. Saying that, Ji Chang gave Gu Shuyao a kiss on the cheek. Aya, you're bad. It's still in the courtyard. Gu Shuyao blushed in shame. Her mind couldn't help but recall the words Wang Ji said to her last night. Thinking of the picture Wang Ji described, Gu Shuyao felt her cheeks burning and wondered if she should really help Ji Chang like that. But that's really embarrassing. What to do? Chapter 49, The Fragrant Assorted Fried Rice. Daughter-in-law, give this black horse a name. After Ji Chang bolted the black horse, he let Gu Shuyao name it. This will give her a sense of involvement. And, when hunting outings were on the horizon, their names, Ji often thought of Gu Shuyao at home. Is this a stallion or a mare? Gu Shuyao was happy to participate, enjoying how much Ji Chang cared about her. A mare that might be pregnant. Ji Chang wrapped his arms around Gu Shuyao, enjoying the feeling of being close to her and smelling the faint fragrance of her body. Then let's call it making clouds. Look at its front hooves. They have white fur like white clouds. Saying that, Gu Shuyao pointed at one of its front hooves. Tian Ma Muyun? Ji Chang instantly thought of Gu Shuyao's naming point and couldn't help but glance at her. Aha! It felt good to be read. And Gu Shuyao liked it. Pressing her head into Ji Chang's shoulder. You're really good at naming. A very poetic name. I like it. With that, Ji Chang glanced at the snorting Muyun. The little milk dogs Qinghu and Pingon stayed away from Muyun, sniffing his scent from time to time before slowly approaching. Ma Geng has a big temper with strangers, but seems to be gentle with the two little puppies. Lowering his head, he sniffed the two little puppies, then licked them. Watching them live in harmony, Gu Shuyao's face was all happy smiles. Riding horses and teasing dogs. This is the idyllic life she once wanted. She rubbed her stomach. If she wasn't pregnant she would have wanted to experience horseback riding. Well, I'll go cook dinner for you. What do you want to eat tonight? Ji Chang didn't keep hugging, because the reaction was huge. And hugging again at night would require hard work on his hard-working hands again. There's still a lot of leftovers at home. I want to eat fried rice. Gu Shuyao put forward her idea. Okay, I'll give you a whole shrimp and egg fried rice tonight. Ji Chang instantly had an idea. He went to the shrimp tank on the patio and fished out over a pound of river shrimp. Then 2 yellow duck calls. Yellow duck calls are processed by clipping the fins, dissecting the belly and removing the gills. Then remove the heads of the river shrimp and remove the shells. It was a more delicate job, so Gu Shuyao helped along. Gu Shuyao was also full of curiosity about her new home in the county town and took the initiative to ask about it. Gu Shuyao was not born in the countryside. There is no small peasant ideological constraints. There is no countryside is difficult to leave the kind of ideological ties. She is willing to go to a better place to live and give the next generation a better start. After listening to Ji Chang's description and knowing the layout of her new home, Gu Shuyao became even more eager, because she thought the layout was similar to the houses in the village now, and her favorite moonshine. 3 days, in the blink of an eye. By then, she could go to her new home and set it up, because Ji Chang had made it clear that he was prepared to buy the place. In the future, their children will be able to have county accounts. Nowadays, a county account is worth more than a rural one, which also pays poll tax, grain tax, etc. The two of them took care of the river shrimp while discussing the decorating setup. After handling the river shrimp, Ji Chang cut some cowpeas and carrots. Then he cracked the eggs and whisked them quickly so that they turned a golden brown color. After 5 or 6 minutes of continuous stirring, Kichijo poured the egg mixture on top of the rice. For this egg fried rice, Ji Chang had beaten 5 eggs, and watching Gu Shuyao was a bit heartbreaking. Too little egg wash and you won't be able to achieve the effect of wrapping the rice in egg. Stir the rice and egg mixture well so that the rice is completely saturated with the egg mixture. Next, Ji Chang put a spoonful of wild boar fat into the pot. The aroma of the lard comes out right away when it's hot again. Shrimp, tank beans, and carrots go straight into the pot. Zip! The sound rang out and smoke rose from the pan. Quickly tossing and stirring, the smells of the various ingredients mixed together to create a tantalizing aroma. The shrimp turned an attractive red color and the cowpeas became more emerald green. After tossing it around, Ji Chang added another tablespoon of oil to it. Then, pour some of the rice with the egg mixture into the wok and stir-fry it. If you pour it all at once it will quickly lower the temperature of the wok, and it will cause the rice wrapped in the egg to not be able to fluff up instantly, resulting in sticking together. Unfortunately, it's impossible to turn the pan upside down, so you have to rely on a spatula to toss it. Toss twice and watch the top layer of rice fluff up with the egg, then add more rice and toss. After a while, the rice was all in the pot. The golden egg wraps around the rice, making the color of the rice almost invisible. Gu Shuyao watched Ji Chang's fried rice the whole time. It was the first time she knew that rice could be fried like this, and it could be fried so fragrantly. Next door, the Chang family. The couple sat at the dining room table, looking at the sautéed greens and fried pickles with little grease in front of them, and a large bowl of sweet potatoes. Make it, can make it, this one meal all makes so fragrant, that 10 or so pounds of lard can stand up to them to make a few meals, and so on to make their mouths feed the tricky, to see how they will live in the future. Jiang Depaying said indignantly, this day in and day out, there isn't a single meal that doesn't involve heavy oil, this is using oil as water, and you're not afraid of getting fat. Zhou Yingji poked the sweet potato in the bowl with force, as if she wanted to vent her anger with it. While other people's families ate and drank, they could only eat sweet potatoes and salted vegetables with no oil. Hard, angry, jealous. Old man, where are you going? Aren't you going to eat? Zhou Yingji saw Jiang Depaying get off the dining table and couldn't help but look in the direction of the stove. Inside is a bowl of wild boar that you can't afford to eat all of, so fat and lean that the grease splatters as you take a bite. Right now, she wanted a piece of it. It's not enough to eat a small piece at one meal. Jiang Depaying didn't say anything and walked towards the stove. Zhou Yingji was delighted in her heart, thinking that she could eat meat again. After a while, Jiang Depaying grabbed a garlic and put it on the table. Eat a garlic and you won't be able to smell anything. After saying that, he peeled a garlic and stuffed it into his mouth and bit it open. It didn't take long for the tears to get spicy, but he didn't stop, because he found that eating garlic so raw was quite a kick, and his mouth was particularly flavorful, and it was also true that you wouldn't smell anything else, which was an effective way to find a way to deal with the delicious food in Ji Chang's house. Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao didn't realize that their frying a meal of egg fried rice would cause such an effect. After Ji Chang set the 2 plates of egg fried rice on the table, he poured out the yellow bone fish from an earthenware jar. Ji Chang simmered it directly in water, adding only a few slices of ginger, some cooking wine, and a small spoonful of salt. Drinking plenty of fish soup during pregnancy can also promote fetal brain development. Gu Shuyao took the spoon and looked at the colorful and fragrant egg fried rice in front of her, and the prancing aroma couldn't help but make people inhale. The egg flavor is so rich that it goes straight to the soul. Filled a spoonful and sent it straight to the mouth. Then, Chapter 50, is there anything you don't know how to do? The aroma of egg mixed with lard and chewed without a greasy feeling, and the aroma of rice mixed in during the chewing process, making the aroma even richer. When you bite into the shrimp, the kind of bouncy and delicate shrimp meat makes for a different taste experience, and the cowpeas are crisp and refreshing, with the juices mixed into the fried rice serving as a neutralizer. Gu Shuyao didn't know how to describe this kind of fried rice because it had completely overturned her impression of fried rice. As it turns out, rice can be as good as this. She was completely immersed in the deliciousness, taking one bite of rice to her mouth and not wanting to stop for a moment. Seeing Gu Shuyao enjoying her assorted fried rice so much, Ji Chang felt very happy. The biggest relief for people who cook good food is that other people enjoy it. Recognize your craftsmanship, and eat all the food. Hiccup. After eating her fill, Gu Shuyao burped. Alright, stop eating. Ji Chang saw that Gu Shuyao still wanted to eat, so he stopped her. But it's clear that I haven't finished eating. Why do I feel full? Looking at the small half of fried rice still left on her plate, Gu Shuyao became a bit puzzled. That's because the baby in your belly grows. The space in your abdominal cavity is squeezed. Your stomach is pushed upwards, and you eat less. That's why pregnant women are required to eat smaller meals. Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao explained. Gu Shuyao blinked her own big eyes at Ji Chang and asked curiously, how do you know so much? Reading books. I actually haven't read many books over the years. Ji Chang babbled in a serious manner. He learned a lot about pregnant women when he worked at a monthly center and when he loved talking to people in general. Gu Shuyao nodded. This was the only way to explain why Ji Chang seemed to know everything. In books, there is a myriad of knowledge to be drawn from. She, too, is particularly fond of books. Let me cook you some more snacks in the evening. These leftovers will be cheaper for the two little puppies. Saying that, Ji Chang glanced at Qing Hu and Ping'an, who were squatting at the side with their heads raised. After the last few days of feeding, both puppies have grown quite a bit. However, they won't be able to get out for a while. Even the larger Heian didn't seem to be able to beat the rabbit, so there was no point in following Ji Chang out. Will it be too much of a waste? And if others know about it, I'm afraid they'll poke us in the backbone, right? Gu Shuyao said with some worry. Rice. Nowadays families only get 1 or 2 meals of plain rice on New Year's Day. Normally, only a small amount of rice can be mixed into the sweet potato shreds and cooked together to make sweet potato rice. Others will only be jealous. No one will poke us in the backbone. Besides, there's no need to care about what other people look at or think when we live our lives. The days are ours to live as a family. They, too, are our family. Saying that, Ji Chang loaded out the fried rice on Gu Shuyao's plate, as well as a portion of what was left in the pan, and took it to feed the 2 little milk dogs. They'd been craving it for a long time, and when the clay pot with the fried rice was set down, they pounced on it with excitement. Ji crouched down next to them and petted them. This is a test to see if they have food guarding behavior, and if they do they must be made to change. Luckily, several tests did not. Even when Ji Chang had just directly grabbed them and prevented them from eating, they just looked at Ji Chang and licked their own mouths, and didn't pounce on them. This shows that they are indeed protective of their masters and know not to attack them. Such loyal dogs that naturally put their masters first are rare and mostly require training. Good dog. Sit. The 2 little puppies reacted at once, but instead of sitting down, Qinghu ran to Ji Chang's side, but Ping'an just honestly sat down. Good dog. Ping'an did a good job. Saying that, Ji Chang put the shrimp in his hand to his mouth to give him a reward. As a result, Green Tiger also ran back and crouched on his butt. It seems, has a relatively strong ability to mimic. Good. Green Tiger, you're a good dog too. Ji Chang also fed Green Tiger the shrimp. Then he moved the dog bowl in front of them. Ji Chang wasn't going to let them eat out of separate pots, wanting them to be comrades in arms who ate from the same pot. Gu Shuyao just watched from the side and didn't disturb Ji Chang and the 2 little puppies as they cultivated their relationship. Kichijo is a hunter, and it is essential to develop a close relationship with your hound. Only then can they protect Kichijo. She cleared the dishes down and took it upon herself to clean up the mess. She wasn't that pampered and didn't want Ji Chang to cover everything in the house. Compared to other men, now Ji Chang had no idea how many times better. After feeding the 2 little puppies, Ji Chang went to feed the black horse Macon. The tender grass doesn't eat any of it and still only eats beans. It wasn't that Ji Chang couldn't afford to keep it, but the horse's chewing beans tended to fall out all over the place, and if he went out, he needed to give it a whole feeding bib to put over his mouth. Home, and a manger. Daughter-in-law, you stir-fry the soybeans I bought back today and give them to Muyun. Raw soybeans are poisonous. There's nothing wrong with eating a small amount, but not if you eat too much. After saying that, Ji Chang went and found a few suitable boards and sawed them to length to fit. Then, Kiki used nails to nail them into a most simple feeding trough. By the time Ji Chang had finished the manger, Gu Shuyao had also fried the soybeans. She set the wooden tub full of soybeans down and observed the manger that Kicho had nailed up. Chang, is there anything else that you don't know how to do? Gu Shuyao blinked, feeling a bit incredulous. Before, Ji often used bamboo scorn to weave a ground cage, and today, he nailed out a manger with wooden boards. All of these, Ji Chang had not shown before. It's not like these things are hard to do. Just look at them more and figure them out. As long as one is willing to get their hands dirty, it really isn't hard. Ji Chang explained with a smile. American men know more. They can renovate their own houses. They can fix all kinds of things themselves. It all boils down to being poor and not being able to afford professional workers, so you have to do it yourself. But it also proves the point that anyone who is willing to get their hands dirty can learn these things, because it really isn't that hard, and it's not like they have to be made to a professional level. The main one works. Just be practical. But it's also very powerful. Others won't. Gu Shuyao said somewhat smugly, because this man is hers and has her in his eyes. When the beans have cooled, you will feed Magung, so that it can familiarize itself with your mistress' scent. With that said, Ji Chang stood the manger up so he could dry it out faster. Corn, soybeans, bran, rice bran, these are all concentrates used to feed horses. In addition, Ji Chang also knew that a kind of alfalfa grass, which everyone called clover, was the best fodder, and all kinds of herbivores loved alfalfa grass. Alfalfa is the king of pasture, with excellent grass quality, rich in protein and low in sugar, making it a good high fiber, low-calorie feed. It can make the horse feel full without adding weight to the exercise burden, and it can also enhance the explosive power. There is some wild clover grass right in the village, but not much. He could have mobilized the little group of kids in the village and spent some small amount of money to get them to help him cultivate those clover grasses by shoveling them up by the roots and planting them in his yard. Chapter 51. Did you catch a boar? Chop wood and feed the horses. One short of traveling around the world and will be living the life in the poem. Ji Chang took the axe and prepared to start chopping wood. There were some round logs in the house, which had been left behind by Ji Chang's father, but none of them had been split, and they were all piled up under the eaves. In the past, it was Gu Shuyao who took the wood knife and chopped it, and when Ji Chang saw it, he would only say that it would be good to burn the whole thing, so there was no need to chop it. What poem? Gu Shuyao tried to recall and realized that there were poems she had learned that described splitting firewood and feeding horses. Ji Chang froze for a moment, thinking that at this time Hai Zi probably hadn't yet written the song Facing the Sea, blooming flowers in spring. I forget where it seems to be, something to the effect of facing the mountains, blooming in the spring, chopping wood, feeding the horses, and traveling around the world. Facing the mountains, flowers blooming in spring, chopping wood, feeding horses, traveling around the world? Well written. Is there more behind it? Gu Shuyao felt that this poem was a reflection of her current life. Is traveling the world a vision of the future? Traveling around the world sounds very aspirational. I don't remember the latter. I'll tell you when I remember. After saying that, Ji Chang grinned at Gu Shuyao before continuing to chop firewood. Don't you have to go up the mountain with the stone at night? Go rest earlier. Don't be busy, Gu Shuyao said with some heartache. It's fine. We went there at 8 or 9 in the evening to look at the place to lay the noose. And we'll be back soon. There was still a black sheep in Ji Chang's hunting space that had not been dealt with, and Ji Chang planned to go to the county tomorrow to get rid of it. Then you sleep with me at night. I am afraid. After saying that, Gu Shuyao hurriedly ran into the house. What? Ji Chang stopped moving and couldn't help but touch his nose. Is this a signal to yourself? As a first-rate skilled car mechanic, Ji Chang could still hear the hint. However, right now Ji Chang really didn't dare. He was afraid. What happened in his last life would happen again. So, he'd rather pretend to be himself than take the risk. It's impossible to be in the same room when you're in the same room. Kichijo tried it. It's too hard to get through. It's better to just sleep well and clear your mind on your own. By the way, you can also practice the Vajra Kung Fu that you practiced in the later years of your last life. That nourishing Kung Fu is still very effective in fixing your essence, and although it can make you stronger, it can make you less desirous and do it from the root. In my last life, I myself have been focusing on my kidneys and health since I was 50 years old. These, are the advantages of being born again? Knowing where a man's future pain points are. Keep chopping wood. There's no gas to use right now. If you start your own biogas, you don't have the equipment and it's not safe enough to live and cook. You still have to rely on firewood. Much of the rural labor force is consumed in cutting firewood. After chopping for a while, Ji Chang realized that his endurance had improved a lot, as if he could chop for hours on end. I also wonder if this endurance is only possessed by my own unicorn arm, or if it's all over my body. Unfortunately, there is no way to properly verify this. It took 2 hours of chopping before Ji Chang felt some soreness in the muscles of his arms. It's still quite an accomplishment to look at a small wall of dry wood. After resting for a while, Ji Chang took out his shotgun and began to rub it with snatch oil and do maintenance. Guns are also delicate, and if they aren't properly cared for, they can have all sorts of problems. Problems such as jamming, blowing up, and deflection all seriously affect the safety and reliability of a firearm, as well as its longevity. Take all the parts off, clean them and then wipe them with gun oil and finally put them back together. All of this was taught to him by Kichijo's father. Unfortunately, I won't be able to teach my own children again. Ji Chang was going to get a gun license, preferably with a ranger status, so he could legally carry a gun. After all, we don't have legal hunters in this country. Only certain ethnic groups do, and they have legally issued shotguns. After maintaining his 38 caps, Ji Chang took out a bayonet. This bayonet is the self-propelled bayonet of the 38th cap, but it was kept in a case in the house before and not taken out. Ji Chang was going to sharpen it up a bit. The last time he fought a sheep with his bare hands, he relied on a hunting knife. So, he was going to put it in his hunting space after sharpening it. He had already thought about buying 2 more hunting knives to put in his hunting space, just in case. Although the hunting space was very rigid in its restrictions, it could still be used in unexpected ways when utilized well. Brother, I'm coming. Outside the courtyard came Li Shi's voice. Okay, right away. Kikyo scraped the sharpened bayonet with his thumb. It was sharp. With a chill, Ji Chang directly bound it to his hunting space before receiving it in his storage space. Picking up the backpack he had prepared long ago, Ji Chang put his gun on his back and headed towards the door. Outside, Li Shi is also carrying a gun and a backpack, looking very excited. Let's go. Ji Chang closed the courtyard door and prepared to leave. Chang, can you take me with you? A voice came from behind. Yes, keep up. Ji Chang didn't need to turn around to know it was Wang Bao. I hadn't planned to hunt tonight, so I could just go around the mountain twice and come back. It's okay to bring Wang Bao. It won't affect him or Li Shi in any way. Wombat also brought along Rhubarb, who had no special training but had the talent to be a hunting dog. However, it's a bit old. It's 10 years old, and it's not very fit anymore. Brother Chang, quite a few people have gone into the mountains at night. There are several clusters of kerosene lamps on the mountain. I've been staring at them for a long time. Wang Bao was also carrying a backpack with a slingshot in his hand. Wamba's slingshot's leash was used since the inner tube of the car, and not surprisingly this inner tube was still provided by Ji Chang. This kind of slingshot is okay for shooting birds. At most it's good for hitting chickens, but nothing else. Rabbits can't even be killed. Ji Chang gave the flashlight to Wang Bao and told him to take care of the lighting. In their last life, the two of them, they were the two most productive people in the village. The two are also close because of Kichijo. The most basic thing about hunting is to have eyes to see and ears to hear, whether it's day or night. This is the most basic. Ji Chang began to teach them some of the basics of hunting. Though he was half-baked himself, it was better than the two of them. Led by Ji Chang, the three men went straight to the depression where the rope trap had been laid. Along the way Kasiki spotted a number of mountain rats, and a rabbit. Unfortunately, neither Li Shi nor Wang Bao found the rabbit. They still didn't have enough eyesight, or they could have used a slingshot to try to attack the hare. They missed it, but Ji Chang didn't miss it, and directly used his slingshot to seriously injure the hare, receiving it in his own back basket. Just as he reached the small hill pie where he could see the mountain pass, Li Shi got a little excited. Brother, there seems to be a sound. Did you lasso a boar? Chapter 52, what if you burn yourself? No, that's the wind, not a boar's squeal. Hearing Ji Chang's words, Li Shi listened carefully for a moment before saying with shame, it's really the wind. I was too excited just now. Ji Chang could understand Li Shi's excitement because he was the one who actually gained benefits from hunting. Ji Chang looked over to the depression and knew that the noose he had set up hadn't caught the boar. Take care of it first and see if there are any wild boars in the mountain pass. Ji Chang spoke to Li Shi and Wang Shun before looking into the distance. There were 2 oil lamps, only an estimated 500 or 600 meters away from them. Because of himself, everyone was running to the mountains, and Kichijo was still a little worried. Encountering a herd of wild boars is likely to kill someone. The men were more spread out, and even with guns in their hands, it was difficult to deal with the boar. It's even worse if it's a herd of wild boars. Brother, there are no boars. Do we still have to go down? Li Shi said with a lost face after shining his flashlight for a few minutes. There's no point in going down there without it. Let's go around that way back to the village. Not every time you go up the mountain you'll get something. If it's really that easy, why do people still farm? After saying that, Ji Chang simply walked away. As he said, hunting doesn't always pay off, and you can't expect to hunt every time you go into the mountains, much less every time you get something worthwhile. 9 out of 10 times is not uncommon. Not long into the walk, shots rang out from the hills. Ah! A miserable scream caused Ji Chang's face to change. It's no good. It's a mistake. Go, quickly. Ji Chang hurriedly ran towards the direction of the scream. Help! Someone! Help! Someone yelled out in the same direction the gun went off. Li Shi and Wang Bao, whose faces were also white, chased after Ji Chang with flashlights to illuminate him. A few minutes later, Ji Chang rushed to the place of the accident. The fact that the wailing continues means that people are still alive. Ji Chang saw a man covering his shoulder and wailing. Uncle Jinbao, let me see. Ji Chang crouched beside the man and said in a hurry. It hurts. It hurts. Ah! Ji Chang directly broke the other's hand. After all, he had to see how the wound was before he could treat it. After seeing the wound, Ji Chang was relieved. The bullet went through the body and the wound in the back wasn't very big. Just a tear. The odds are that it was a 3/8 cap hit, and the odds are that it didn't hit the bone. Uncle Changming, don't just stand there. Hurry up and carry the person down the mountain and send him to the clinic in town for treatment. Ji Chang spoke to Lin Changming, who was already in 6 minds. No, it won't die. Lin Changming had been stunned, his face and body covered in cold sweat. No, luckily, no major injuries or bleeding, Ji Chang explained, then took the carrier off his body. After handing the gun to Li Shi, who had rushed over, he directly crouched down. Lin Changming's condition was such that it was no longer possible for him to be taken down the mountain. His legs were shaking, and he was wetting his pants. The clothes on everyone's body were not clean. and if they were hastily bandaged and treated, it could also cause Lin Jinbao's wound to become infected. At this point, it's still important to get it to a clinic for treatment as soon as possible. How's it going? What happened? Those who were close by had arrived and rushed to ask what had happened. Uncle Changming shot Uncle Jinbao. Luckily the person didn't die, Li Shi explained and then gave Ji Chang lighting. Lin Jinbao had already wailed and slumped onto Ji Chang's shoulder. At this time he had to get onto Ji Chang's back even if he was in pain. Otherwise how would he get down the mountain? Blessed by the Bodhisattva. Fortunately no one was killed. This hunting is also too dangerous. And you can't hit anything, so I won't be coming back. Fortunately, hurry up and get the people to town. Li Shi and Wang Bao were in charge of the lighting one after the other, while the others helped support Lin Jinbao on either side of Ji Chang. Lin Changming's legs were weak, but he followed down the mountain. After arriving at the village, someone pulled a crate and put Lin Jinbao on top of it, ready to send him to the clinic in town to have his wounds treated. Gunshot wounds are not trivial and need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Ji Chan didn't follow. He still had to go home and cook a midnight snack for Gu Shuyao. He lent Lin Changming a flashlight. After all, there weren't many flashlights in the village, and it wasn't convenient to use a kerosene lamp. Tonight's events would definitely spread tomorrow, and by then Gu Shuyao would probably be worried about herself. Ji Chang returned home. Gu Shuyao hadn't gone to bed yet and was teasing the two little milk dogs in the yard, waiting for Ji Chang to return. Back, come over and take a rest. I've boiled hot water for you. Take a shower and change into clean clothes in a while. After Gu Shuyao finished speaking, she only felt her heart thumping. Aha! Kicho walked into the hall and put the carrier and gun away. Something happened tonight. Uncle Jinbao was accidentally shot by Uncle Changming. Luckily, the bullet went through his shoulder and nothing serious happened. Ha! Gu Shuyao instantly tensed up and hastily grabbed Ji Chang's arm. Why don't you stop going into the mountains in the future? What if you get injured by mistake as well? Gu Shuyao said very eagerly. She would rather be poorer than let Ji Chang take risks. Don't worry. There won't be that many people up in the mountains after this. They're all laymen who think they can hunt just because they have a gun. Your man isn't like those guys. I'm a professional. I don't get misplaced. And I'm not likely to get misplaced by anyone else. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be careful and cautious, as well as try to go up the mountain at night as little as possible. After saying that, Ji Chang wrapped his arms around Gu Shuyao and kissed her on the forehead, soothing her worries. Why don't we go into the city and start a small business? You're so good at craftsmanship. It will definitely be very profitable. Gu Shuyao was still worried, unwilling to risk Ji Chang's life. Well, in a few years I'll change my profession to something else. You don't have to worry about hunting. I'll be sure to be careful and peaceful every day. Gu Shuyao knew that Ji Chang was also quite stubborn and not that easy to persuade. The two of them warmed up for a while before Ji Chang went to take a shower. After washing up and coming out, Ji Chang realized that Gu Shuyao had changed her clothes. Gu Shuyao was wearing nothing else but the wedding dress they wore when they got married back then. A red sweater, but it was a bit too hot to wear it in this weather. And Gu Shuyao had some fine sweat on her forehead. Ji Chang wiped his hair while walking over to Gu Shuyao. Face to face, he wrapped his arms around her waist and softly asked, "What did Auntie Chi say to you last night? Are you really not afraid that I'm going to be on fire?" "I'm afraid. That's why I need to help you get rid of the fire. Otherwise what if you set yourself on fire?" Gu Shuyao reached out and put her hand on Ji Chang's shoulder, her gaze fiery. Chapter 53, they've all been swept away by Ji Chang. Don't. If I get lit up, you'll have a hard time later. Ji Chang held Gu Shuyao's small hand and placed it between his lips for a kiss. You haven't been tested until now in your pregnancy and you don't yet know where the embryo is laying. It's true that most people being careful after the third trimester won't affect the fetus, but it's not absolute. Right now, we're all about the baby. It's not like a little personal physical need can't be tolerated. For you and the baby, it's okay for me to be a monk for a year, Ji Chang said very seriously. He wasn't really just a young man in his early 20s after all. There was still an old soul living in his body. He wouldn't just go to his head with the slightest desire and ignore everything. A sign of a man's maturity is that he can control his desires and behavior. Of course, there's more to desire than lust. There's also material desire, power desire, fame desire, and so on. So don't you ever tease me. Wait until you've had a pregnancy test to find out exactly what's going on. Gu Shuyao nodded. She didn't dare to fool around when she saw Ji Chang's words. It seems that I can't remain stagnant either. I'll have to read and learn more in the future as well. Gu Shuyao felt that the gap between herself and Ji Chang was getting wider and wider, and some pressure gradually built up in her heart. Ji Chang nodded with great approval. Well, live and learn. First of all, one has to have this kind of mindset to keep up with the times. In the future, there will be countless fresh things, and you won't even be able to use those fresh things without learning. Gu Shuyao nodded, her entire body pressed against Ji Chang's chest. enjoying the solid embrace. Alright, hurry up and go change your clothes. You should get a heat stroke later. I'll go get you a snack. Saying that, Ji Chang let go of Gu Shuyao. Any more hugs and he won't be able to keep it honest. Ji Chang had stewed a mountain chicken before the mountain this evening and kept it simmering over a charcoal fire. In a short while, a bowl of incredibly fragrant mountain chicken soup was brought up by Ji Chang. There were only 2 cuts of angelica and a handful of astragalus in it, and it smelled especially good. Why don't you eat some together? I can't finish it alone. Gu Shuyao looked at the large bowl of mountain chicken soup, so she wanted to eat it with Ji Chang. Fine. The wife's kindness must be accepted. Ji Chang grinned and turned his head to bring over a small bowl. This soup is so fresh. It's even better than chicken soup. Gu Shuyao used to think that chicken soup was the most delicious, but she didn't think that this mountain chicken soup was even more delicious. And this meat, it's especially tender. The feeling of it melting away after just a couple chews. Gu Shuyao said with incomparable satisfaction. Late night snacks. Where would I have dared to think of late night snacks before? Oftentimes, there are only 2 meals a day, and you can't even guarantee 3. Now there are not only 3 meals a day, but all of them are served with rice, meat and vegetables, and there is even a midnight snack. She wondered what Suzanne would say or do if she knew about her life now. That day, when Su Shanshan came and advised her to divorce and told her to remarry someone else, she became very angry. Back then, she even grabbed and wanted to marry Ji Chang. There wasn't much in a mountain chicken, and the 2 of them ate it quickly. After eating, the couple chatted for a while before Ji Chang told Gu Shuyao to go and rest. In fact, she had been sleepy for a long time, and had stayed awake to wait for Ji Chang to come back safely. Gu Shuyao was listening to advice, so the 2 slept in separate beds. Nor did Ji Chang stay up late. There was no entertainment to be had in the rural nights of the 1980s. Only sleep. The next morning, Ji Chang was up at 6. In fact, getting up at 6 o'clock in the countryside is not early, and there are quite a few people who get up at 5 o'clock, like Gu Shuyao. Before that it was getting up at 6:30 for preparing breakfast. If there was a pig to raise in the house, you'd have to get up at 5 or so to cook the food. After getting up, Ji Chang began to prepare breakfast. Today he was going to cook some sweet potato porridge, then fry 2 more vegetables and boil 2 eggs. Breakfast still needs to be nutritious so that Gu Shuyao's body can get better as soon as possible. When Ji Chang had finished eating, he went up the mountain with a basket on his back and a gun on his shoulder. He still had a black sheep in his hunting space and needed to find a chance to take it out. At this time of the day, no one had yet come up the mountain to cut firewood, making it most suitable for Ji Chang to go up the mountain. When he got up the mountain he went straight to the small set of that depression, wanting to see if he had any luck. As a result, he found several more nooses there that had been laid out and marked by others. None of them were set, though, so Kachijo left that depression and headed for the black sheep's gathering point. It was after 8 o'clock by the time we got there, and that area did have a lot of nooses set up. However, there was no harvest at all, and the only survivor would have been a small black sheep. The others were all wiped out by Ji Chang. Once he was sure, Ji Chang took out the black sheep from the hunting space and carried it all the way down the mountain. On his way back Ji Chang encountered some more women who had gone up the mountain to cut firewood, and when they saw Ji Chang carrying another goat down the mountain, they directly wrote the redness of their eyes on their faces. Word of last night's accidental injury has spread, and everyone's enthusiasm for hunting has died down quite a bit. There have been a lot of people up the mountain in the last 2 days, but none of them have had a hunt. Where's Ji Chang? Carrying game to the house every day, and it's all hundreds of pounds of the big guys. Who wouldn't be jealous of that? Who wouldn't be jealous of that? Ji Chang didn't interact with them much either, and after a few greetings, he went straight down the mountain. When they returned home, Gu Shuyao was chatting with Li Linen in the courtyard with laughter. Wang Ji and Li Shi were also there, but the 2 of them were feeding the black sheep. Today, Li Shi is getting ready to go back to school and wants to borrow a bicycle from Ji Chang. As a result, not long after he arrived, he saw Ji Chang coming carrying a black sheep. Brother, you shot the black sheep again. That's too powerful, right? Li Shi was a bit shocked. After all, he knew that hunting wasn't that easy. It's hard to meet, let alone fight. Yeah, good luck. Went up the mountain for a spin and came across this single black sheep. Ji Chang explained and put the black sheep directly into the large wooden barrel. Ji Chang hadn't had a chance to return it to the woofers yet, and it turned out to come in handy again. I'll go boil water. Li Linen took the initiative to speak. Gu Shuyao didn't let her go alone and followed her into the kitchen. Ji Chang wasn't idle either, moving some firewood inside, which was about to run out. Brother, I'm getting ready to go back to school this afternoon, so let's take your car and go into the city together this afternoon, Li Shi said while helping out. Yes, I happen to go to the county to sell mutton in the afternoon. Ji Chang knew that Li Shi had chosen to stay in school. After all, It would take quite a bit of time to rush every day, and this time could be completely used to study well. Course he's also fallen behind quite a bit and is taking some time to catch up. Moreover, Ji Chang also said that he would let Gu Shuyao live in the county in the next few days, let his mother go to work as a nanny, and let his sister go to the county to do business. If he hadn't gone hunting with Kichijo over the weekend, odds were he wouldn't even need to go back to the village. Chapter 54 Relationships in State-Run Hotels. After killing the sheep, it was not even 11 o'clock. Ji Chang was the first to take the lamb and leash her straight to the county. Sheep don't sell very well in the afternoon, and Kichijo had to get there a little early to peddle them. For lunch, naturally, there was no time for slow cooking at home. Ji Chang didn't ride a horse, and it was easier to get to the county seat on a bicycle. After arriving at the county seat, Ji Chang and Li Shi went their separate ways as Li Shi had to report to school. Ji Chang rode his bike and rode towards the steel mill. Because the last time that steel mill's purchasing finished buying the mutton, he said to Ji Chang that if there were any more black sheep he could go to him. When he arrived at the steel mill, Ji Chang was stopped by security, handing over 2 cigarettes. Ji Chang asked them to help inform the procurement called Wei Bing. In 10 minutes or so, the small, fat, cigarette-smoking Wei Bing appeared. Brother Wei, you smoke. Ji Chang decisively handed over a cigarette. Got the black sheep again? Wei Bing took the cigarette and glanced at the black sheep in Ji Chang's bamboo basket. Thanks to Brother Wei's blessing, I hit another one and rushed to send it to you, Brother Wei, to take a look at it after it was processed. Ji Chang explained. Your luck is enviable. A black sheep is more than my salary for a few months. Wei Bing glanced at Ji Chang with incomparable envy. Still 2 hind legs. Yesterday the leaders above ate it with great satisfaction. Today they still want to come and eat it. You sent it in time, said Wei Bing, flicked his cigarette. The rest is also the same as yesterday. After saying that, Wei Bing purposely glanced at Ji Chang. Brother Wei, where does your family live? I want to go and recognize a door. In the future there are good things or send you to see. Ji Chang asked in a small voice. After all, he wanted to weigh 2 extra pounds for Wei Bing, and at the same time, he was worried that he would not be able to conveniently take the meat away from the factory, so it's best to send him straight to his home. Hearing Ji Chang's words, Wei Bing narrowed his eyes a bit. With a twinkle in his eye, he spoke. At 73, Howie Lane. We're still neighbors then. Ji Chang was overjoyed, because that place was where Ji Chang had newly rented. However, one is at the head of the alley and one is at the end. Wei Bing glanced at Ji Chang with some suspicion. Neighbors? You're a rural hunter who's a neighbor to a working-class man from my county. You can afford to live in a house in Howie Lane? I'm next door to old bonesetter Huang. Just rented, Ji Chang explained. In the whole county, there is no one who doesn't know Grandpa Huang Toy. Hearing Ji Chang say this, Wei Bing's eyes changed a bit. You're the one who rented my second uncle's house? The cigarette in Wei Bing's mouth dropped in shock. I'd say it's quite a coincidence that the landlord's surname is also Wei. Ji Chang couldn't help but smile. Having the courage to give up $50 a year for rent, Wei Bing gave Ji Chang a thumbs up, thoroughly believing in Ji Chang's words. Because his second uncle was having dinner at his house last night and mentioned that the person who rented his house was from a country village. These days, it's not usual boldness for a rural person to spend $50 to rent an apartment in the county without a job or camp. Brother Wei overpraised. How could I have any vigor? Then in a moment, I'll make a trip to Brother Wei's house to recognize the doorway, so that I won't be unable to find a place next time. With that said, Ji Chang took out the tablet and chopped off the hind legs of the black sheep. Then, 10 pounds of tenderloin and 10 pounds of bone-inside meat were cut as required. 1 pound 1 and 2. How much do you calculate? Wei Bing took out a book and wrote with a fountain pen. Ji Chang, with a mirror in his heart, weighed all the meat before saying, a total of 48 pounds, 57.6 yuan for Makoto. Wei Bing took out a pile of money and drew out 6 grand unions and handed them to Ji Chang. Ji Chang on the spot to find 12 yuan change to Wei Bing. Ji Chang sold at 1 yuan. The extra 2 cents is naturally Wei Bing's rebate. Alright, brother is open for business. Wei Bing grinned, appreciating Ji Chang more and more. My brother-in-law is in the state-run hotel. You can pull all this mutton to him. He wants more there. With that, he wrote a note and handed it to Ji Chang. My brother-in-law's name is Sun Weiman, so if you give him the note, he'll understand. Ji Chang hadn't thought that there was such a good thing. If someone bought it in large quantities, he wouldn't have to peddle it around in the future. Then thank you for showing me the way. I'll treat Brother Wei and Brother Sun to dinner some other day. After saying that, Ji Chang gathered up the rest of the mutton and prepared to make a run to the state-run restaurant. There's money in it, or is it just these fat ass who have money? Take a kickback and it's $9.60. But this is money that not everyone can eat and dare to eat. Ji Chang pedaled and went to buy 2 steamed buns and ate them before heading to the state-run restaurant. Just after arriving at the hotel, Ji Chang saw Huang to come out of the state-run hotel, and together with him there were several young people, along with Sun Fong. Old Ji, why are you here? Huang saw Ji Chang and looked surprised. Brother Chang, you came to the county to sell sheep again? Sun Fong also ran over and took the initiative to ask. Ji Chang nodded and spoke. I've come over here to see if anyone wants mutton. What about you guys? A few of my classmates came to the city for a visit and stopped by to see me, so I invited them to come over for dinner. Huang explained. He had to drag me along, saying that he couldn't argue so he had to come along. Sun Fong explained with some embarrassment. It's okay. Ji Chang patted Huang Tu's shoulder with a smile on his lips. Oh yeah, the watch ticket you wanted. I got it for you. Saying that, Huang took out a ticket from his pocket and handed it to Ji Chang. Thanks a lot then. With this ticket I'll be able to buy my watch today. You guys get busy first. I'll go inside to find someone. Ji Chang put the watch ticket into his pocket and was ready to go into the state-run hotel to look for Sun Weiman. Alright, then we'll leave first. Huang didn't politely talk to Ji Chang either, as he knew that Ji Chang would soon be moving next door to his grandfather's clinic, so he could always look for Ji Chang then. A few of his classmates were from the provincial city and were too high-minded to have any contact with other people. There was no need for Ji Chang to have to get acquainted with them. Ji Chang went to find Sun Weiman, only to be told that Sun Weiman had gone to the city on a business trip. So instead of selling the rest of the black sheep at the state-run hotel, he had to continue pedaling up on his bicycle everywhere as planned, on his way to the big department store in the county. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Chang arrived at the big department store on East Street in the county. There weren't many customers inside the department store, so Ji Chang went inside and turned around to find the place selling watches. The salesman in the department store was a bit indifferent. Even if Ji Chang paid for the watch, he didn't fake color, a perfunctory style. Ji Chang is not surprised. After all, it is the state-run. People think they are superior, and now that more people are buying watches, it would only surprise these salesmen if Ji Chang could take down a washing machine on the spot, or a big appliance like a color TV. Over the years, people have gotten married and bought color TVs, washing machines, and refrigerators. Ji Chang saw these things in the department store building and instantly got an eyeful. He targeted a 14-inch Venus color TV with a price tag of $999, ready to buy a TV for Gu Shuyao first, so he could also revisit the old movies of this era. Otherwise, there is no entertainment at all and it's really torturous. Chapter 55, Gu Shuyao's culinary talent. Walking out of the department store with his watch, Ji Chang retrieved his stored bicycle and bamboo basket. He turned his head and went over to the supply house, which was less than 100 meters from here, to buy some cloth, as well as some corn and soybeans, as well as soap, toothpaste, and other household items, one after another. He bought some things he needed before he hurried towards the Howie Lane side. After finding Wei Bing's house, Ji Chang explained the purpose of his visit and left 2 pounds of mutton before leaving. Wei's family was very warm, especially Wei Bing's sister, Wei Bing, because she recognized Ji Chang as the lead singer of the band Eastbound and asked him to give her an autograph. But Kicho denied it, saying he was just a hunter. All he wants to do now is drive the mountains and hunt. He doesn't want to play music and isn't ready to enter the entertainment industry, so he wants to make a cut with his past self. Ji Chang strongly denied Wei Bing also had no way out, but could not stop Ji Chang to prevent him from leaving. Right after leaving the Wei family, Ji Chang gave 2 pounds of mutton to Elder Huang as well. When he was in the county, any headache or fever was looking for Master Huang to get medicine, and it was Old Lady Huang who stewed the medicine, so naturally he couldn't forget these favors. Elder Huang was not polite with Ji Chang and directly accepted the lamb. Leaving from Master Huang's house, Ji Chang pedaled his bicycle towards his home. I have a little bit of savings in hand today, but it's still a long way from a $999 color TV, so I'll have to go hunting for more soon. Also, expenses will increase when you get to the county, and the money on hand is totally inadequate. Speeding along, Ji Chang finally made it back home before dark. Back at home, Gu Shuyao had already prepared the meal. It smells so good. What did you cook? Ji Chang couldn't help but inhale after parking his bike. Auntie Chi, she taught me to fry fish at noon, so I fried a bit of fish, and then under her instruction I fried some eggplant with meat foam and a plate of shrimp and squash. It just so happens that I'm also hungry. Let's go. Taste how my virtuous wife's newly learned dish tastes. Saying that, Ji Chang washed his hands and couldn't wait to enter the hall. Gu Shuyao hurriedly went in and brought the dishes that were hot in the pot to the table. Gu Shuyao is still willing to use oil, and it does smell pretty good. Ji Chang chucks a chopstick of eggplant with meat foam. This is still a test of culinary skill. After taking a bite, Gu Shuyao asked somewhat nervously, "How is it? Is it still good?" She had tasted it herself and thought it was already at the top of her culinary game. However, she didn't know if it would be to Kichijo's liking. Ji Chang directly gave Gu Shuyao a thumbs up and said with a happy face, "Wife, you have a high talent for cooking, higher than me. When I cooked eggplant with meat foam once, I was far worse than you. How many good things did I do in my past life to marry such a virtuous and beautiful you?" Gu Shuyao was coaxed by Ji Chang's heart. The smile on her face could not be collected. "It's good that it won't be hard to eat. You eat more. It's been a hard day outside." Saying that, Gu Shuyao gave Ji Chang's bowl some shrimp loofah. "Try this again. See if it fits your taste." Ji Chang picked up a chopstick and brought it to his mouth. The shrimp was bouncy and the loofah was tender and refreshing with a sweetness. "Tasty. Very tasty. This cooking skill can be out of a master," Ji Chang praised continuously. In her last life, Gu Shuyao's cooking skills were definitely limited by poverty. The same goes for cooking. How can you cook good food when you don't even have enough ingredients and seasonings? Daughter-in-law, you eat too. Saying that, Ji Chang also gave Gu Shuyao some. "Let me taste the fish you fried." Saying that, Ji Chang put a chopstick of carp meat into his mouth. "There are many thorns, so be careful," Gu Shuyao gently reminded. Delicious. This fish is extremely well fried with the right amount of fire. Really good." The more Ji Chang ate, the more satisfied he became. "Here, you eat a little more fish, and watch out for a little splinter." The two couples were eating each other's food and were very happy and sweet with each other. "Brother Chang, are you still going to go up the mountain at night?" After Gu Shuyao had her fill, she watched Ji Chang eat. "Let's go at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, but not at night. There are probably other people coming up the mountain at night, so I'll avoid it." Ji Chang replied. Gu Shuyao nodded, feeling that this was indeed more stable. She was also more relieved to know that Nori was always taking care of her safety. When Ji Chang finished eating, Gu Shuyao cleaned the dishes down and didn't let Ji Chang work. Ji Chang didn't rush in with her and carried the bamboo basket in. "I bought some cloth, so tomorrow you can have and make you a new set of clothes. You haven't gotten any new clothes since you got married." Taking out everything inside, Ji Chang then transferred the rest of the lamb bones and more than 5 pounds of lamb from the hunting space into the bamboo basket. There was some meat on the side of the lamb to scrape off for the two little puppies. They seemed to know that there were delicious food in the bamboo basket, and early on, they behaved themselves by squatting in front of Ji Chang. Ji Chang put the mutton into a basket and hoisted it into the well in the yard, so that it would stay fresh for a night with no problem at all, and when tomorrow daytime came, it could be used for cooking. After taking care of things, Ji Chang gave the two little puppies a moment of simple movement training before giving them scraping bones inside meat to eat. After scraping, Kicho put the bones in a clay pot to cook the broth. In the evening, he was going to cook a bowl of goat soup noodles for Gu Shuyao to use as a midnight snack, and at the same time, he could also eat hand-rolled noodles tomorrow morning. After Gu Shuyao cleaned up, she came to the hall. After looking at the rags that Ji Chang had bought, he spoke. "Why don't you buy yourself some cloth? You haven't made any clothes in a long time either." "I don't need to. Those clothes can still be worn. Men's clothes are just the same styles. It's just newer and older. I don't care about that." Ji Chang smiled as he wrapped his arms around Gu Shuyao's stomach, touching it as he did so. "In another month, the babies inside will be kicking, and I don't know if they're naughty or not." Ji Chang was looking forward to his two unborn daughters. Ji Chang hugged him for a while before letting go of Gu Shuyao and going to take out the flour to knead the dough. Gu Shuyao played on the side and sang the song, "The Story of Light Time." She has a great voice, a bit like Teresa Tang's, so she sings very beautifully. "In the past, I even said I would teach you the guitar, right? When we get to the county, I'll go buy a guitar to teach you." Ji Chang felt that it was a happy thing to be able to listen to his wife sing once in a while. "Good. I've wanted to learn it for a long time, but I've never had the chance." The more she said, the more Gu Shuyao looked forward to life in the county town. The time flew by, and Ji Chang quickly kneaded the noodles. Roll them out and cut them into noodles. Sprinkle them with dry flour, and in a few moments you can just use them to cook. After taking care of things, Ji Chang went to rest, as he planned to go up the mountain at 4 o'clock in the morning. "I just hope that tomorrow's trip up the mountain will be a good one and that I will be able to get a give-and-take hunt." Chapter 56, Shooting White-Faced Beavers one after another. It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet when Ji Chang woke up. Glancing at the time, 3:36 a.m., Ji Chang got up straight away, took the lamb out of the well and put it in a clay pot to simmer on. Stew it until Gu Shuyao wakes up, and the lamb inside should be very soft and tender as well. After stewing the mutton, with his gun and basket on his back, Ji Chang walked out of the house. The two little puppies lying at the door were woken up by Ji Chang and ran straight over. Ji Chang teased for a while, then led the black horse, Mako Cloud, out. Perhaps it was early in the morning, but he was still grumpy and snorted several times in protest of his master's tossing and turning so early in the morning. Ji Chang put the feeding bib on top of Ma Gong's head, which contained fried soybeans. This feeding bib was sewn by Gu Shuyao last night, Her needlework is good, much better than Ji Chang's, and she sews very well. Riding his horse, Ji Chang rushed directly towards the mountains. Being a night vision animal, it has no problem at all moving around at night. What's more, it has Kichijo to keep it in check. However, Mu Yun's temper was still great. Originally I wanted to save you 2 cuts, but it looks like you're going to have to take this one. Not long after entering the mountain, Mu Yun began to lose his temper indiscriminately. After Ji Chang rolled over and dismounted, he directly drew the hunting knife at his waist and stabbed it down at Mu Yun's neck, without the slightest hesitation. Is it cured? Cure. Mu Yun was instantly taken in by the hunting space, and after a few minutes, it reappeared. After coming out, Mu Yun took the initiative to rub his head against Ji Chang, becoming much gentler. Your girl just owes it. A long time ago to cooperate with a little is not finished. Have to take a knife to be honest. Ji Chang patted its head and breathlessly rolled over and rode up. Now, it's much faster than even before. I don't know if it's because I've gotten better at night vision or because I've lost my temper. First, he rushed to the depression where Ji Chang had set his trap to see if there were any wild boars. Unfortunately, there were no boars in sight. He continued to ride towards the deep woods drilling for some give and take hunting. Passing through the forest of mountains that had been cut bare of firewood, Ji Chang and Mu Yun came to the thickly scrubbed woods. Such a place would be difficult for Ma Geng to enter, as it was not easy to find the way. It's a pity that the hunting space can't bind the mount to be included in the space. That would give it power. Ji Chang regretfully spat out a sentence and found a way to bring Mu Yun into the forest. Ji Chang thought his Goldfinger was probably a single-player hunting game. Hunting space, night vision, bloodstain. The game is so vestigial that there's no way to think otherwise. If only there was a mini-map feature. Can a game not have a mini-map? Ji Chang did a test run of his abilities to see if he could still explore new ones. Unfortunately, it didn't respond to Kichijo. After walking for some distance, Mu Yun was unable to walk. The bushes in the forest were too dense, and forcing his way through them would only cause Mu Yun to get hurt. Finding a tree, Ji Chang bolted Mu Yun underneath it and prepared to burrow into the mountains by himself alone. Animals were territorial, and the prey on the periphery had already been hunted by Ji Chang, so he could only go deeper into the mountains and forests where no one was involved. In the future, maybe a trip up the mountain will take days, if not days. That was why Ji Chang had to rent a house in the county, because he didn't feel comfortable in the village, and it was very troublesome to even go to the doctor for any headache or fever. Gu Shuyao had 2 babies in her stomach, and Ji Chang felt that she couldn't be more careful. Just after drilling into the forest, Ji Chang saw a spot with red dots all over the tops of the trees. As he approached, Kichijo realized what was at the top of the tree. A hive. Not sure if it's bees or wasps. Without the anti-bee suit, Ji Chang didn't dare to mess with these bees, much less to directly cut the hive. Unless, of course, one can receive it directly into one's hunting space. Obviously, this is impossible to do. If only there was a mini-map to mark the map so we could come and harvest next time. Kicho took out his hunting knife and made some arrows in the tree. He couldn't guarantee that he would find this place again next time. Continuing on, he didn't get far out before Ji Chang saw a few bloodstains. Finding a suitable angle, Ji Chang observed. After getting a good look at the animal, Ji Chang instantly recognized what it was. White-faced civet, an animal of the civet family. Ji Chang didn't expect to come across this kind of wildlife, and it looked like there were quite a few of them. In addition to the 4 in front of us, there were more in the distance. Ji Chang directly took out his slingshot and aimed at one of the white-faced beavers. Pop! After the sound rang out, the stone seed shot towards the white-faced beaver. The stone seed hit a blade of grass and did not hit the white-faced beavers, startling them and sending them scurrying up in all directions. Ji Chang slapped his thigh in chagrin, regretting that he hadn't made the projectile in time and had overestimated his own strength. The stone seeds are irregular and it's hard to get a shot. However, it is not cost-effective to use a gun for a white-faced beaver, which is comparable to a rabbit, and is only 7 or 8 pounds, and does not yield 4 pounds of meat. If you sell it in the county, you won't get much for it. Since the commotion wasn't very loud, these white-faced beavers didn't run very far. Ji Chang followed for a moment and regained sight of the bloodstain. Raising his slingshot once more, Ji Chang locked onto a white-faced beaver directly. Taking a deep breath, Ji Chang adjusted his breathing. Letting go, the bouncing pocket snapped and shot the stone seed at the white-faced beaver. In Ji Chang's field of vision, the white-faced beaver's blood bar was emptied for the most part, indicating that the white-faced beaver had been seriously injured by stone seed. The other white-faced beavers froze for a moment before running off. They realized the danger, but don't know where it comes from. 2 of the white-faced beavers ran straight at Ji Chang, giving him a chance. Locking onto one, Ji Chang snapped on a stone seed again. The closer you are, the easier it is to shoot. Pop! A white-faced beaver was directly shot by Ji Chang. and its bloodstain was instantly crippled by most. The other one fled at a fiery pace and instantly disappeared from Ji Chang's field of vision. However, it was good enough to harvest 2 white-faced beavers. The pelts of this white-faced beaver are also purchased and can be taken and sold for money. Quickly stepping forward, Ji Chang lifted the white-faced beaver. It also tried to bite Norichika, but unfortunately it was all in vain. While walking to the location of the second white-faced beaver, Kichijo made a new discovery. Among the dead leaves, a plant grows, a plant of value. This is the golden thread lotus. The golden thread lotus that is worth thousands of pounds in the latter days. Ji Chang looked at the golden thread lotus amongst the withered grass and couldn't help but reveal a smirk. What made Ji Chang happy was that there were extremely large quantities of this goldenrod in patches. In the mountains, it's not just the prey that's valuable. Those valuable herbs are even more valuable and have the opportunity to generate income on an ongoing basis. Chapter 57, Surprises keep coming in the mountains. Goldenrod can continue to grow as long as the rhizome is not pulled out completely. This place was obviously just untouched, so Kichijo could leave their rhizomes to continue growing. Goldenrod, which Huang Tu's grandfather, Huang Xuanqi, needed in large quantities, and he also had channels to help Ji Chang sell this goldenrod. However, Ji Chang's time alone was limited, and it was impossible for him to waste a great deal of time on picking herbs. Ji Chang didn't pick a lot, only a small half-pound, and it took 10 minutes. I don't know how much a pound costs now, so you can ask Master Huan when you go to the county. If it was suitable, Ji Chang could mobilize the village's young girls who had dropped out of school, about a dozen of them. Not only our village, but also neighboring villages can be mobilized. The fact that there are goldenrod here means that they have the right climate and environment for them to survive. And there must be more than just this one place. Perhaps, most of the forests have them. After making his mark, Ji Chang continued to explore forward. There are only 2 white-faced beavers that haven't been able to make it home. So Ji Chang decided that he was ready to continue searching for prey. After all, he was still very short of money and needed to hunt some more prey to sell for money. After this experience with the golden thread lotus, Ji Chang paid more attention to the situation in the jungle. No one else has set foot here, and there may be many surprises. After walking not much farther, Ji Chang made a new discovery. What he did find, however, was the bloodstain. There's something special about this bloodstain, one that's clearly in the ground. Being able to spot prey in the ground, this one surprised Ji Chang a bit. Originally, he thought he could only spot the ground. It's still more powerful, and the ability really does keep prey at bay. Unfortunately, there is no way to know what the prey is. All that can be known is that it had a bloodstain of 10 centimeters and was at least a 4 or 5 pound animal. It's hard to say what it will be. After looking around, Ji Chang found a hole. So he found some dead leaves to ignite, ready to use the smoke to force the prey out of there. This method was still more practical, and he had used it to catch rabbits without any problems when he was a child. But back then, it was often the case that they didn't find all the holes, thus letting the rabbits get away. But now Norichika didn't need to worry about that. By being able to see the blood bar, he could see the animal move and not have to worry at all about it running away from the other holes. Less than a minute after the smoke drifted in along the beast's path, the blood bar inside moved. Ji Chang's eyes followed the bloodstain and realized that it was running out directly towards the hole where the fire was burning. He squatted at the entrance of the hole for a while, and then Ji Chang saw a rabbit leap right out of the hole. Ji Chang reacted quickly and grabbed him straight away. Needless to say, the rabbit was also very strong, as it stomped and kicked one after another, trying to escape. Unfortunately, the encounter was with Kichijo. The head was yanked so hard that the cervical vertebrae were ripped right out of Ji Chang's head. After being reborn, he had a lot of strength, comparable to the sum of 2 people's strength. Putting it in the carrier, Kichijo extinguished the fire completely before continuing to explore. The day was quickly dawning, but Ji Chang had no intention of going back, because the harvest is too little. This trip is not even $10. So when can we get enough money to buy the house we rent first? In addition to the house, Ji Chang also wanted to get a 56 for hunting. However, he was already going to go to his buddy Suyi to rent one first, which would be the least expensive and easiest to accomplish. Color TV is fragrant, but it's not a pressing need at the moment. Make money, gotta make more money. Just a short distance out, Ji Chang heard the sound of pheasants. It's not a grouse call, it's a chicken call. Unsurprisingly, it would be the original chicken, from which the domesticated chicken was domesticated. Following the sound and looking past it, the bloodstain soon appeared in Ji Chang's field of vision. It's really an original chicken. I didn't think that there would be original chickens in the mountains. Ji Chang was so happy that he immediately picked up his slingshot. After locking on, Ji Chang fired directly, not giving it a chance to fly away. Cluck! The original chicken was directly shot by the stone seeds, screamed miserably, and its blood bar was emptied by most of the time. Ji Chang grinned and walked over quickly. Raw chicken is a good thing to sell as a house chicken. It also doesn't look much different from a domestic chicken, just a little smaller. There's still a nest of eggs. No wonder I see little blood spots. Ji Chang was happy to see 5 small original eggs in the original chicken's nest, and picked them up and received them directly into his hunting space. That way, you don't have to worry about breaking those raw eggs on the way. Ji Chang didn't resurrect the original chicken because there was no plan to raise it, since that's how big the original chicken would be as an adult. Nowadays, the original chicken was in the wild and ate better than a domesticated one might. Doesn't it smell good when nature raises it and you take it straight for yourself? Putting the dying raw chicken into the back basket, Ji Chang continued to start exploring. In the mountains, there are really all kinds of surprises. After 7 or 8 minutes of walking, Kichijo encountered another surprise. A fallen dead tree was covered with fungus, which looked very fat. Ji Chang went straight to work, picking all the larger of these fungus. It's natural to keep the small ones. There's no need to glean them all. Sustainable development is important, and it has to be so, both in the mountains and in the water. After harvesting the fungus, Ji Chang heard some movement. The sound of some kind of animal stepping on a branch as it walked around was very noticeable. Ji Chang's ability to hear and recognize sounds was good now, and he walked directly towards that side. After walking a few meters, Ji Chang saw a blood bar. The length of the blood strip was 30 to 40 centimeters. It was not the blood strip of a small animal, and it was just a little bit shorter than the blood strip of a black sheep. It was definitely a big prey of hundreds of pounds. Taking off his gun, Ji Chang locked onto the bloodstain. 30 meters is good enough for a shot. I didn't see what the prey was, but aiming at the bloodstain and firing was sure to hit the prey. Adjusted his breathing and aimed at the bloodstain. Ji Chang pulled the trigger straight away. Bang! After being toppled by the recoil of the gun, Ji Chang stood straight up. The blood bar was instantly emptied for the most part, indicating that he was right on target. Kicho held his gun and moved in the direction of his prey. The blood bar was still moving, though it was moving slowly, indicating that it was still trying to escape. Unfortunately, having taken a bullet, he was doomed to die. After continuing to chase a few steps forward, Ji Chang saw a yellow figure. It had collapsed to the ground, its hooves stomping about in a final struggle. After seeing it, Ji Chang immediately recognized it. It's a mountain roe deer, or proto-musk. The musk, that's where it comes from. The valuable medicinal value has led to the mountain roe deer being hunted in large numbers. Originally, they were distributed everywhere. I didn't think that we would have this kind of mountain roe deer here. Rare. After thinking about it, Ji Chang directly chose to heal. 4. It was a pregnant mountain roe deer, and there were already 2 little strips of blood in its belly, indicating that it had included in the hunting space. Ji Chang was prepared to continue to look around to see if there were any more mountain roe deer, as they would sometimes move around with their daughter beasts as a family, and were more active during the morning and evening hours. Chapter 58 Roasted to a golden brown mountain chicken. Soon enough, Ji Chang found some mountain roe deer droppings, and they were fresh. This suggests that Ji Chang was correct in his assumption that there were indeed other mountain roe deer operating in the vicinity, and the large number of feces suggests that they are not a small colony. There's not a lot of shrubbery around here. It's all big trees with a lot of vegetation in the forest, so it would be suitable for such a large animal to survive. If it's all dense shrubbery, large animals are restricted in their movements and naturally have little room to live. Looks like it's better to get a gun with a silencer or you'll spook the other prey. Ji Chang searched in a big circle, but did not find any trace of its mountain roe deer. Glancing at his watch, Ji Chang couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's 7 o'clock so soon ah. It seems like I have to go back and check on Muyun." Kicho was worried about his horse. After all, there was a chance that someone from that place might go there to cut wood and possibly take Kicho's horse. Ji Chang was going back the way he came. Otherwise he could easily get lost in the jungle and thus not find his black horse. Back at the starting point, Ji Chang saw that Makoto Cloud was lazily wagging his tail. Seeing Ji Chang, it looked a bit happier, its tail wagging even more vigorously. Just as it approached, it rubbed its head against Kichijo. Worthy of being tempered by the storage space, it knows how to offer. Ji Chang stroked its head, then checked its feeding pocket and found that the soybeans inside had already been chewed up by it. It's good to be able to eat. Right now Makyun is still skinny and weak, so he can only grow fat if he eats more. We won't rush down the mountain today, we'll just cut a path to take you in and around. With that said, Ji Chang untied the reins, leaving Magun unencumbered. However, Ji Chang didn't go on along the same path. When he came out he observed the terrain. There was a place where the bushes were a bit sparser. Presumably, there are beasts coming in and out of that place as well. And by the way, let's see if there are any beast paths. It was a depression with low ground and a small stream running even lower on the ground. Ji Chang observed that this place should have been washed out by a flash flood, which was why the shrubs were not as dense. Also, he found some animal feces. The most obvious of these was the feces of the boar, and it didn't look very long, so it must have been left in the last few days. Mu Yun didn't even need to hold the reins. It would follow Ji Chang on its own. Ji Chang took the wood chipper and opened the way in front, cutting down the bushes that were in the way. After spending half an hour, Ji Chang finally cut a path into the large forest. Mu Yun leisurely ate the tender grass, seemingly enjoying this feeling of being in the mountains and forests. Ji Chang glanced at his watch and realized that it was almost 9 o'clock. Shu Yao should have had breakfast, right? When he thought of his petite wife, a happy smile floated to the corner of Ji Chang's mouth. If only we had a cell phone, we could contact each other at any time. Ji Chang dug a thatch out of the dirt and held it in his mouth. Ji Chang's stomach was already hungry, so he got up and went to find some dry firewood. Then, he took out a mountain chicken from the hunting space. Going to the edge of the small stream, Ji often used a hunting knife to slice open the belly of the grouse and clean it up. The intestines and such were simply tossed aside, ready for a noose to be laid here later when the grouse was roasted. Ji Chang took out an iron fork he bought yesterday from his hunting space, and since it could be bound as a hunting tool, it could be put into the storage space. Running the grouse through an iron fork, Ji Chang went and cut down a few bushes to make 2 tripods, put the fork between the tripods, and built a fire underneath. Slowly turn the fork and you're ready to start roasting the grouse. After 10 minutes of roasting, the grouse gave off a tantalizing aroma. Ji Chang took out a bamboo tube with some seasonings from a carrier. There's salt, there's chili. Before going up the mountain, Ji Chang had made plans to stay there all day. After all, going into the mountains was going to be an accident, so he even brought his raincoat. Next time, he would bring more, because with Ma Gong, and also with this path into the big primitive forest, it was quite possible to spend maybe a day or 2 in the mountains in the future. Ji Chang sprinkled a bit of coarse salt and some crushed chili pepper on top of the roasted, golden brown mountain chicken. Under the high temperature, the coarse salt quickly melts and is then absorbed by the roasted to golden brown mountain chicken, and the aroma of the chili peppers is instantly emitted through the high temperature. Drops of oil from the skin of the mountain chicken moistened in the fire, and the aroma was unmistakable and tantalizing. After poking it with a stick and realizing that the gobbler was cooked through, Kicho moved it away from the fire. Unable to wait for it to cool down naturally, Ji Chang kept blowing on the roasted golden and tantalizing mountain chicken with his mouth, accelerating its cooling. After blowing on it for a while, Ji Chang grabbed one of the mountain chicken's legs and ripped it right off. The juice drips smoothly and is aromatic. Ji Chang blew several times in a row, then took a bite of the meat. The meat is tender, juicy and aromatic. It smells so good. Ji Chang bit off all the meat from one of the legs in a couple of bites and swallowed it into his stomach after sufficiently chewing it, revealing a satisfied expression. The rest of the mountain chicken was quickly solved by Ji Chang. Quite a lot of bone parts Ji Chang did not let go, chewed into pieces, also all swallowed into the stomach. A mountain chicken was appropriate for one person, and at least Ji Chang felt quite full. After resting for a while, Ji Chang put out the fire completely. Taking out his very historic marching canteen, Kicho filled it with a few mouthfuls of cool water. There is no tea, still drink, not accustomed to awe. I remember the village of which mountain has a strain of 100-years-old tea to come, and then it seems to sell hundreds of thousands of dollars. Have to go to look for awe. In his last life, Ji Chang was a tea lover, especially fond of drinking new tea. If a familiar tea house has any new tea on the market, Ji Chang will definitely go there to taste it. After resting for a while, Ji Chang packed up his things and rode on Ma Gong. The shrubs in this virgin forest are sparse and fewer, making it perfectly rideable, and riding on Ma Gong's back had a better view, so he could see farther. Ji Chang had found quite a few mountain rats hiding in their holes, and if these things weren't so hard to catch, Ji Chang would still want to catch some, because rat meat is actually very tasty, and bamboo rats, mountain rats, and voles each have their own flavor. Back in the day, you can get a mousetrap to catch them. Ji Chang's hunting space had the ability to deal with all sorts of germs and parasites in his prey, so Ji Chang could eat with peace of mind. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't dare to eat wild game without a fight or let anyone else eat it. Since wild game has various disease-causing viruses, it's best not to go easy on them, unless you go into emergency shelter. Because of all this, hunting and eating wild game was banned in later times. While taking stock of these mountain rats, Ji Chang advanced towards the front. Suddenly, Ji Chang's eyes lit up. Phew! Ji Chang made a discovery and immediately pulled Ma Gong down, quickly jumping off its back. Chapter 59, The Precious Chickweed and the Flowering Mouse. Chanterelles, good stuff. Kicho came to some mushrooms with a happy smile. Chicken fur mushroom is known as the crown of the fungus. Thick and plump meat, fine white silk, sweet and crispy flavor. contains essential amino acids, protein, fat, but also contains a variety of vitamins and calcium, phosphorus, riboflavic acid and other substances. Chicken fur mushroom is not only delicious, but also a famous medicinal fungus. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica records that the chicken fur is good for the stomach, clearing the mind, and curing the effect of hemorrhoids. These mushrooms are most flavorful and valuable when the cap is not open. 2/3 of the large area of chicken fur in front of Ji Chang belonged to the unopened umbrella, and the heads were particularly large. Apparently, the environment is perfect for chanterelles. Chickweed is a symbiotic fungus with termites and will grow year after year as long as you don't disturb the termites to get them to move their nests. Also, chanterelles grow over a long period of time, with late May to early October being the growing season for chanterelles each year. It's still early May, but the chanterelles are already growing here. Regardless of size, Kicho pulled them out of the dirt and maintained a 1-2 punch. There's more than 2 pounds without opening the umbrella, right? It's really good. This harvest can be. Looking at the chanterelle mushrooms in the basket, Ji Chang was happy. Marked a nearby tree so I can keep coming back here in a few days to pick these delicious chanterelles. Ji Chang continued to explore, not only keeping an eye on the various blood bars, but also began to keep an eye on the various plants. Catching a mountain is about as much fun as fishing. It's all about the surprises and the rewards. The feeling of winning a fish and discovering a mountain of fish is similar. Both are moody. Between the trees, Kisho pulled back his slingshot. Pop! There was a loud noise and a chipmunk fell out of the tree. This thing is extremely flexible, leaping up and down in the trees. It's not easy to hit it. Ji Chang shot it down 3 times in a row. There are quite a few varieties of squirrels, and the northeast is mainly dominated by the devil's squirrel, which belongs to the Eurasian red squirrel and is also known as the gray dog son in folklore. There are no greyhounds on Ji Chang's side of home, but there are chipmunks, which are also in the squirrel family and are slightly smaller than greyhounds. Adult chipmunks are about 15 centimeters long and weigh 100 grams or more. Squirrel has medicinal value. Its flavor is sweet, salty, and flat, with the effect of regulating qi and regulating menstruation, eliminating accumulation and relieving pain. The squirrel meat is edible and has the fresh flavor of pine nuts. Squirrels are valued for their fur, and are important resource animals in the hunting industry, with their fur pieced together into light furs that are highly valued in the marketplace. In addition to chipmunks, there are also some red-bellied squirrels over here, which will gnaw on the bark of trees such as willows, ginkgos, horse-tailed pines, chestnuts, and sidecars, causing their growth to be seriously affected, and the gnawing can be so severe as to cause the death of the trees. However, red-bellied squirrels are relatively large, with adults over 20 centimeters and weighing between 350 to 450 grams. G often heard that there is another kind of giant squirrel in this world. They are long and thin. Adult body length 35-40 centimeters, tail length 50-60 centimeters, weight 1,000-3,000 grams. Of course, there are no such giant squirrels here. Instead of immediately picking up the chipmunk, Ji Chang continued to shoot. There were a dozen or so of these chipmunks, hopping around in the forest, which was why Ji Chang did it. Shot after shot, Kicho shot another one. The other chipmunks had already disappeared, so Ji Chang had no choice but to call it quits. Ji Chang directly picked up the 2 flower mice, then used a small knife to slit their necks and drain their blood. If blood is not bled, it will seep into the meat, thus making the flavor worse, and all animals need to be bled. After draining the blood, Ji Chang directly put the flower rat back into his backpack. There is no rush on the skinning. It can be dealt with when you get back. The pelts of such game killed with a slingshot are all intact and can all be sold for a good price. The 2 chipmunks did not satisfy Ji Chang as he continued to search for them. This is not a small pine forest, so there are a lot of chipmunks. Before long, Kicho spotted a few more. Ji Chang's superior marksmanship combined with his bloodstained extras, and 3 more flower rats were hit by him. Looking at the time, it was past 11. Ji Chang decided to go down the mountain first. He probably wouldn't meet any other big game today. He rode Ma Gong down the mountain, and once he was out of the big primitive forest he took the mountain roe deer out of the hunting space, tied it to the top of the horse's back, and made his way down the mountain. On the way they met a number of village women who had come to cut wood and pick mushrooms, again making them envious. Many of them didn't recognize the mountain roe deer and just thought it was a muntjac. Even suede is worth a lot of money now, so how can you not be envious? They are busy all year long, but they can only eat some groundnut rice mixed with white rice, and they don't see meat a few times a year, not to mention any surplus produce to sell for money. None at all. It's not easy enough to feed a family because they all have a large population with many children. There is also the possibility of starvation if there is a natural disaster. Because the land has just been divided into households, people do not yet have stocks in their hands. In Ji Chang's impression, The village's life is also slightly better from this year. After a few years everyone will be able to eat white rice. Groundnut rice gradually withdrew from the table. All the way back to the house on Magong. Ji Chang heard laughter coming from the yard. Riding through the door, Ji Chang realized it was Su Shan who had arrived. Look, didn't your man come back? What are you blindly thinking about? Su Shanshan tickled Gu Shuyao's waist after seeing Ji Chang. Hungry? Hurry up and come eat. I've warmed up the meal in the pot. Gu Shuyao hurriedly got up, worry written all over her eyes, and walked directly towards Ji Chang. Ji Chang rolled off his horse and removed the mountain roe from his back. There's no rush. I'll tie up the horse and give it some feed. Ji Chang led Muyun to the corner of the yard so that it wouldn't hurt anyone. Yeah, it's still alive? Su Shanshan squatted beside the mountain swineherd, and couldn't help but shout in surprise when she realized that the mountain swineherd was alive. Yes, it's a live mountain roe deer, and it's pregnant, so I want to keep it. With that, Ji Chang, who had tied up Ma Gong, walked over and prepared to untie the ropes from the mountain roe deer. Ji Chang, I'm sorry for the other day, I was tongue-tied and insulting. Seeing Su Shanshan apologizing at herself, Ji Chang was a bit surprised. I hope you can forgive me, I was really mouthy. I'm sorry. Seeing the sincerity of the other party's attitude, Ji Chang nodded. Well, let's forget about the past and turn the page. Although Ji Chang didn't hold grudges, he wasn't a licking dog either. Trying to get him to smile was impossible. It would depend on how much effort Suzanne put into the restoration. The mountain roe deer had been tamed by the hunting space, and it did not resist Ji Chang. After Ji Chang untied it, he carried it and put it in the sheep pen. The family is getting more and more animals, and the little piggy bank can't hold so many anymore. Chapter 60. Don't worry, you don't have to wait long. Come and eat. Chang. Gu Shuyao had already brought the meal to the table, and the thick-smelling mutton soup emitted a tantalizing aroma. Ji Chang sucked up his hands and face and stepped into the hall. Have you eaten? Eat? Shan and I just ate not long ago. Had I known you were back, I would have waited for you to eat it as soon as you did, Gu Shuyao said with a few apologies. Fool, you're pregnant now. You need to eat when you're hungry. What if you starve yourself and the baby in your belly? I won't go hungry out there. I even roasted a mountain chicken for dinner this morning. Saying that, Ji Chang sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Gu Shuyao didn't move away and also sat down to eat lunch with Ji Chang. Su Shanshan was also more sensible and didn't come in to disturb the two people's two-person world, but instead fed the sheep there in the sheep pen. Ji Chang had such a big change in such a short period of time and made so much money that Su Shanshan was very shocked. More money in such a short period of time than she made in a year's salary. Just the 4 black sheep in the pen, plus a pregnant roe deer, add up to over $600. She's making $32 a month. Almost don't do it for 2 years. At most. The big benefit was the distribution of housing. But she had already heard Gu Shuyao say that Ji Chang had rented her a large house with a front and backyard in the county, and was going to buy it. Perhaps, by the time Ji Chang's house is all bought, his own house is not even shared. Thinking about it that way, she suddenly felt that her man was the one who was a loser, and that she was the one who should be divorced. Ji Chang made so much money in less than a week, and it's going to get more and more lucrative in the future. Himself, it's ridiculous to taunt him about not being able to feed himself. Now, all she could feel was her face hurting. Just the thought that her good sister would be able to live a life without food and clothing in the future was quite comforting to her. When she first persuaded Gu Shuyao to get a divorce, it was because she wanted her to have a better life. On this side, after Ji Chang ate his fill, Gu Shuyao neatly packed up the dishes and went to clean them, not giving Ji Chang a chance at all. Ji Chang couldn't argue with her, so he could only follow her. Anyway, the day after tomorrow we will be in the county, and by then Wang Ji will be in charge of all this as a nanny, so Gu Shuyao won't have to do any of this. Are you going to the county in the afternoon? Gu Shuyao asked when she saw that Ji Chang hadn't walked out and was still in the kitchen with her. Not going. Not much hunting today. Just a couple of chipmunks. Can't sell them for a few bucks. Just save them for an extra meal tonight. Ji Chang had already put the 2 white-faced beavers into the hunting space to prevent them from spoiling and stinking, so it would be fine to take them out of the hunting space when they needed to be sold. Gu Shuyao nodded, then said, then I'll bring the letter to Shan Shan to send to my little mom. I've already told them the address of the county. The letter will be sent to the county by then. Well, it's also really important to check in with them so they don't worry about you. All these years, I've let everyone down. Ji Chang understood Gu Shuyao's thoughts and just felt a little ashamed. If he hadn't been reborn, he would still be a jerk. Yeah, the family has changed quite a bit recently, so I just wanted to let them know how we are doing. With that, Gu Shuyao smiled sweetly at Ji Chang. When her own man came out on top, she couldn't wait to let everyone know. She was especially happy when she just heard Su Shan Shan and Ji Chang apologize. The two chatted idly for a while before Ji Chang stepped outside. Ji Chang, these are squirrels, can they be eaten? Su Shanshan glanced at Ji Chang's back basket and asked with some curiosity when she saw the flower squirrels inside. Of course, they taste good. Better than pork, Ji Chang said as he took out the flower mice inside. It's even better than pork. How is that possible? Su Shanshan had a disbelieving expression on her face. Are you bullying me for not having one? Su Shanshan held up her waist and ruffled her hair. Right, Ji Chang grinned, with an expression of just bullying you. Well, yao. Your man bullied me. Su Shanshan directly pouted at Gu Shuyao who was walking this way. That's what I call bullying. Gu Shuyao tickled Su Shanshan's waist. Being fed a mouthful of dog food, Su Shanshan was suddenly depressed. The couple was on the same page, and she had no choice but to admit defeat. Shuyao, why don't you go call in an Auntie Ji to come over for dinner later? I picked quite a few chanterelle mushrooms today. I can't finish them all. Chicken fur tastes worse after overnight and needs to be eaten today. It wasn't a very nice day. Or else Ji Chang would have wanted to cook it and take it to the sun to dry. By the way, let your good sister bring some back while it's fresh. It's just over 3 pounds of chicken fur, and can't be sold for a few dollars in the county, so there's no need to make a trip to the county town for this amount of chicken fur. No, I don't want to go back today. Cum's stomach is suddenly not feeling well. Saying that, Su Shanshan's face suddenly turned red. Ji Chang understood in a second that it was time for his period. No wonder. There was a faint odor of blood. This sense of smell of my own has really strengthened a lot. Then stay and sleep with me. You haven't slept with me since I got married. Gu Shuyao pulled Su Shanshan's hand and said somewhat happily. Yeah, by the way, I also want to taste how the squirrel meat tastes. After saying that, Su Shanshan also glanced at Ji Chang, as if she wanted to know Ji Chang's reaction, wondering if Ji Chang would resent her staying. After all, people sleep well as a couple, and suddenly they have to separate when they have an extra one of their own. Then you're in for a treat. Definitely won't let you down. Guaranteed you'll want to eat it again. After saying that, Ji Chang smiled faintly and sorted out all the chicken fur in the back basket. Open covered. Kichijo was ready to give it to a neighbor. Cooking things all day long in your own home with a great aroma is a bit of a torture for both families. This open umbrella chanterelle has a somewhat lesser flavor and is not worth the money. And the left and right neighbors are all pretty good to their family. They used to send some mushrooms to their family when they picked them in previous years, so now it's just a return gift. These things were left to Gu Shuyao. She was much better at socializing than Ji Chang. Once that was taken care of, Ji Chang began to work on the few chipmunks. Ji often makes a circular cut around their necks and then peels their skins off in their entirety. Next, Ji Chang found an appropriately sized wooden stick and turned the skin over on top of it. The fat on the skin should be scraped off, as the fat causes the fur to smell and rot. After Kicho shoveled the greasy skin off all the chipmunks, he filled it in with some dead grass. Ji Chang, what are you doing? Making it for Shuyao to play with? Su Shanshan was very curious, thinking that those chipmunk skins became chubby after being stuffed with hay. Looking a bit naive. No, this is for the skins to shade dry better so they can be sold, Ji Chang explained. Ha, this can also be sold for money? Su Shanshan was a bit shocked. Of course, it sells for more than meat, Ji Chang said with a smile. Ji Chang's words made Su Shanshan directly break her defense. For a moment she actually did not know how to answer, and was directly silenced by the dry. Chapter 61 Li Linen's Skillful Hands. Just in time, Gu Shuyao also came back, and along with her were Wang Ji and Li Linen. Gu Shuyao was holding a floral dress in her hands, a smile on her face. When Ji Chang saw it, he couldn't help but ask, the clothes are done? Well, it's done. Anne's hands are very skillful. She and Auntie Chi made it together. Not only did she make mine, she also made 2 sets of dresses for the little baby to wear, Gu Shuyao said happily and incomparably. It was when she saw those 2 little dresses that she really thought she was going to have a baby. Then hurry up and go change. I want to watch, Ji Chang said impatiently. The material of this dress is good the color is also good. Who picked it good vision Su Shanshan came over, touched the dress and said with some envy. Chang picked it out. After saying that, Gu Shuyao carried the clothes inside. She had wanted to change it for a long time, but she just wanted to wear it to Ji Chang for the first time. That's why she didn't try it on at Wang Ji's house. After a few minutes, Gu Shuyao, wearing a floral dress, walked out. Ji Chang looked directly dumbfounded because his daughter-in-law was just too beautiful. Li Linen's design is very ahead of its time, and instead of the loose fit that is the norm today, it is very slimming. Because in Li Linen's opinion this skirt of Gu Shuyao's was not to facilitate labor, it was to show the beauty of women. Embodying the figure is the best means of displaying beauty. The waist is cinched and the waistline holds the skirt up naturally, and the arc looks great after it naturally sags. The length is just above the knee. revealing part of the calf. Well, Gu Shuyao looked at Ji Chang, because what she cared about most was Ji Chang's opinion. Beautiful, too beautiful. Daughter-in-law, you're a fairy who sneaked down to earth, aren't you? Being complimented by Ji Chang like this, Gu Shuyao's face turned red. Here, take a turn. Ji Chang made a request. Gu Shuyao obediently turned around. She herself was very satisfied with the outfit and found it particularly beautiful. Perfect. Anne's aesthetics are too good. The design of this dress is ahead of its time. Sure enough, you're just like what I previewed. A clothing designer who can walk on the cutting edge of fashion. Ji Chang gave Li Linen a burst of praise. I was referring to the clothes on top of a foreign magazine in your room. Chang. Li Linen didn't dare to take the credit and put it all on top of a colorful magazine in Ji Chang's room. At her comment, Nori often remembered that he did have a magazine in his room. A music magazine. That magazine, or Suyi gave it to him. Only Ji Chang was looking at the tune on it, while Li Linen was looking at the costumes inside. It's really well designed. Clothes that are slim are the future trend. Loose looks bloated, Ji Chang commented, his gaze moving back to his wife. Still missing a pair of white or black stockings and a pair of black leather shoes. TBH. The more he looked, the more satisfied Ji Chang became. The clothes and the person set each other off, making Kichijo feel like she wasn't from the 80s, but from the future. Unfortunately, no cell phone and no camera. Otherwise, be sure to take crazy pictures and leave your daughter-in-law's beauty behind. Therefore, Ji Chang couldn't help but have the idea of buying a camera. But before you buy a camera, you can take pictures at a photo studio in the county. Having a camera makes it possible to document the changes in one's wife during the course of pregnancy. In later times, many people do this. Ji Chang thought it was very meaningful, so he could take it out and look at it later when he was older and reminisce. Don't change it, just wear it like this, Ji Chang said as he saw that Gu Shuya was a bit shy and wanted to go back inside. Will it be too revealing? Because this dress had 7/4 sleeves and was only just above the knee, it really wasn't that conservative compared to the mainstream clothes nowadays. Of course not. There are quite a few similar clothes in the county, but it's far worse than this one on you, Su Shanshan said with an envious face. It's true what Ji said. All the clothes in the county are too bulky. It's easier to labor, but it doesn't look good. That dress of yours, it's so nice. I'd like to have one. Sister, am I satisfied with spending money to commission you to make one for me as well? Saying that, Su Shanshan twisted her head to look at the designer. Li Linen. Li Linen was very happy that her own achievements were recognized, and with a sweet smile, she said, yes, of course, it's actually quite convenient. It's perfectly fine to do some housework. It's not suitable for farming and heavy work. After moving around a bit, Gu Shuyao shared her feelings. However, she doesn't think she'll be able to wear it anytime soon because her belly is getting bigger every day. Anne, didn't the stone buy you guys cloth? You can make some clothes of the same style. Ji Chang gave a suggestion. In his previous life, Ji Chang had raised his number in various short videos quite well, and he also concealed that he liked to watch beautiful women because it was very stress-relieving. This fun was all gone when I came back because even the women in the county dressed very plain and conservative, and not many wore skirts. The styles of these dresses are not looking good right now, and you have to wait at least 4 or 5 years if you want them to look good. So with such a nice-looking dress, Ji Chang wanted a few more people to wear it to fill himself up. There's no man who doesn't love to look at beautiful women as long as he's a man. Li Linen nodded. Those cloths she hadn't moved yet. When she saw the effect of the ready-made clothes she made for Gu Shuyao today, she was also very moved. Of course, what was more important was Ji Chang's words. After chatting with them for a few more moments, Ji Chang carried the bamboo basket and water bucket out the door. He was going to go around along the riverbank and see if he could catch another snapper. Because there is so much lack of money, you have to make money as soon as possible to fulfill your various ideas. The others didn't follow along. Kichijo went down to the river alone. Though small fish and the like Ji Chang could not look at, his purpose was one, and that was the more valuable turtle. After all, last time that big boss people stupid money can shell out 200 yuan to buy 7 or 8 pounds of turtle. This does not take advantage of the opportunity to glean a sum of money, but also afford this pie in the sky opportunity. However, Ji Chang felt that the other party should be buying bones for 1,000 pounds, hoping to use this opportunity to get more to catch snappers to sell to him. After all, someone who can have so much money and send his wife around to seek treatment is bound to be no naive lot. Even so, the price of wild turtle is not low. 7 or 8 pounds of turtle market price is also to 50 or 60, because this thing is originally rare, and high nutritional value. Ji Chang hadn't been in the water long before he encountered Tanji. It was good stuff, too, and Ji Chang hadn't expected to be so lucky lately. You can see the bloodstain and it has nothing to hide. It took a few minutes for Ji Chang to catch the field hen. Chapter 62, A New Path to Fortune. Ji Chang looked at the 9 field fowls in the barrel with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected to catch so many fieldfares. On second thought, he realized why there were so many fieldfares. Rural people can't afford to cook it because they are too poor. Not many people like aquaculture in the countryside nowadays. For one thing, it's fuel-intensive and requires heavy ingredients. If you don't use oil or ingredients, it will not only not taste good when you cook it, but it may also have an earthy odor. Muttering to himself, Ji Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. These things are frowned upon in the countryside. No one catches them and no one buys them, but not so in the big cities, especially in cities with better economies. There are more and more rich people. Not only do they cook with spare oil, but the seasonings have been enriched as well. And those rich people like rare things. Things like field fowl and turtle are a rarity for the rich, because they originate from rural areas. But rural people do not take the initiative to catch them, which leads to demand outstripping supply and completely failing to meet the market demand. Business opportunity. It's a business opportunity. Whether it's fieldfares or snappers, they can be transported and stored much easier than fish. They're not as delicate as fish, and they need to be oxygenated along the way and so on. What Ji Chang needed to do now was to find a channel, and then he could purchase large quantities of field fowls, turtle, bullfrogs, and all kinds of delicious mushrooms in the mountains. If you can't find a channel, then find a reliable person. He was not very good at it himself, as he liked to go up into the mountains and hunt, and didn't really like to do business or deal with people. Kichajang, more or less, is a bit of social laziness and social fear in his body. After thinking about it, Ji Chang did not have a suitable candidate in mind. After all, anyone who could have this kind of mind and ability in this era wouldn't do too badly in the future. The number of fieldfares in the bucket has increased to 21, but the snappers are still not caught. The number of fieldfares exceeded Kicho's expectations, as he caught still larger ones. He'd caught them when he was a kid, and there weren't so many of them back then. They used to catch and roast the field fowl back then, but since they had no flavor, they wouldn't want to eat them again after a few times. But if you are really starving to death, even if it is unpalatable, someone will eat it. After all, it's better to be unpalatable than to starve to death. It was still early, but only a little after 3, and Kichijo continued to search the river for the snapper. But this time he didn't walk in the river, but looked along the banks. I've caught enough fieldfares. I'll have to catch a big snapper for that. After searching for half an hour, Ji Chang finally saw a longer blood bar. Not a snapper, however, but a large carp, estimated at 4 or 5 pounds. Ji fished with the backstrap for a while and eventually tackled it. Fish really don't have a way to be included in the hunting space. Catching them won't change the numbers of the space for hunting. If it's a fishing and hunting space, odds are it'll work. Spitting out a sentence, Ji Chang glanced at the large carp in the basket and thought about whether he should steam it or braise it, or get a sweet and sour carp as well. Harvesting carp didn't satisfy Ji Chang as he continued to explore upstream. The target is clear. Still snapper. Big snapper. All the way up. Finally at 5 o'clock Norachika spotted a snapper. Unfortunately, the snapper was not very big, only 3 or 4 pounds, and probably wouldn't even sell for $20. Chang. Ji Chang was just about to disembark when he realized that someone was calling out to him. Ah Ming. Ji Chang couldn't help but shout after seeing the other party. Zhao Ming, Ji Chang's former good buddy, classmate from elementary school to middle school. The two used to have a particularly good relationship. 2 people also dropped out of school at the same time. Ji Chang because he was very sick, and Zhao Ming because his father passed away and the family had no laborers, so he had to miss school and work to earn work credits. Otherwise the whole family would starve to death. After dropping out of school, the two didn't see much of each other. It's been a long time. You're still white. Zhao Ming came straight over and hugged Ji Chang, looking very enthusiastic. You've darkened and lost weight. You're almost unrecognizable. Ji Chang patted Zhao Ming's sturdy shoulders. There's no such thing as not being dark and thin when you're doing farm work. And you kid didn't do any farm work at first glance. However, these days I heard that you went up to the mountains to hunt, and you made a lot of money with good goods every day. Zhao Ming said with a pleased face. Finally got a reprieve did you? You were such an asshole some years ago. You ran to the county every day and didn't care about home. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Ji Chang couldn't help but grin. Although they don't see each other much, the feelings are still there and the other person still cares. What is a brother? This is it. It's a pity that your kid's marksmanship stinks, or else I would have taken you to the mountains a long time ago. Saying that, Ji Chang fished out a cigarette and handed it to Zhao Ming. Don't. I quit. Zhao Ming pushed the cigarette back. In the beginning, it was still Zhao Ming who brought Ji Chang to smoke. It's good to quit. I quit too. It's for socializing. Ji Chang shoved the cigarette back. How have you been these past few years? Are you ready to get a daughter-in-law? Ji Chang was concerned about Ji Ming's personal problems. Marry my ass. Who would want to marry when your family is poor? That's why I envy you. Having a wife like a heavenly fairy. You're so mixed up. And you're still unfailingly devoted to you. The more he said, the more envious Zhao Ming became. Ji Chang'el smiled cheerfully. In his last life, Zhao Ming this will also not married. And then married a small petite wife who was small a whole round of him. I do not know to let more than one person envy. This time, his daughter-in-law is still in elementary school. However, things like old husbands and young wives are hard to sustain on the average person. Unless you're a rich old man. Zhao Ming's happy days were less than 10 years old before his wife evolved from adoring and appreciating him to disliking him. It eventually led to a divorce. And the kids took after his wife because they were too old for him, leaving him all alone and not much different from Norachika at the time. Fortunately, his 2 sisters and 1 brother were quite reliable and took great care of Zhao Ming, and his efforts were not in vain. I remember you can drive a tractor, right? Ji Chang looked at Zhao Ming, and something clicked in his mind. Supermine actually has a good brain and is very social. If it wasn't for the suddenness of his father's departure, his future accomplishments would certainly not be low if he managed to go to school. He was so bound by that little field that he didn't have a chance to utilize his abilities. He had no other choice, as his mother was in poor health, and he had 2 younger sisters and a brother underneath him to support, and he was trying to put them through school. But if he is a little lazy, the whole family will go hungry. Zhao Ming glanced at Ji Chang with some surprise, not knowing why Ji Chang suddenly brought up this matter. While rolling up his pants leg, he said, "Surely I will. I not only know how to drive a tractor, but also a big car. As you know, my father is a transportation soldier, and those in the brigade who know how to drive were taught by my father, so I followed a few times and knew how to drive. But why are you asking all of a sudden? What's wrong?" Chapter 63 No one wants to suffer or be poor. Ji Chang had just thought that there was no suitable candidate, but then he came across Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming is reliable and has a quick mind. He is, indeed, a reliable partner. Plus, he can drive. Could there be a better candidate? However, Zhao Ming wouldn't accept it even if he said it outright at this time, because it was too risky for him. Unless, of course, it was possible to make a fortune right away, an income sufficient to allow him to feed his family even if he gave up farming. Otherwise, he couldn't have risked anything else. Nothing, just looking for a chance to learn how to drive from you. Ji Chang made an excuse. But yes, winter. That's when I'll have time. Zhao Ming said seriously. What have you caught? Aren't you a hunter? Why are you messing with fish? Zhao Ming asked curiously when he heard movement in Ji Chang's bucket. He also puts bamboo baskets in the river and usually catches a little bit of small fish and shrimp. After all, you can't usually eat meat, so you can only count on the small fish and shrimp in the river. Pheasant, carp, and turtle. Ji Chang opened the lid of the bucket and let Zhao Ming take a look. This much? Zhao Ming was directly shocked. But these things are all very fishy when cooked. I've cooked field fowl and turtle before, and none of them were willing to eat them. Zhao Ming looked at Ji Chang with some puzzlement. Could it be that Kichijo has some special cooking method to get rid of the fishy odor? You have to cook this kind of thing with heavy oil and heavy ingredients to make it flavorful and tasty. Ji Chang explained. That's too much of a waste of money. It would be better to buy some rice with that money, Zhao Ming said with a frown. Ji Chang nodded, knowing that Zhao Ming had always wanted to be strong and at the same time was particularly unwilling to owe others money or favors. He'd rather carry everything himself than borrow money or owe someone a favor. Zhao Ming, do you want to change your current life? Ji Chang glanced at Zhao Ming, ready to paint a pie for him first. After all, no one wants to be poor. To be poor is to be helpless and passive. No one wants to voluntarily impoverish themselves and make themselves suffer. Nonsense. Of course I want to. Who the hell wants to face the earth and the sky? I've been working all year, and I can't even fill my stomach with 5 points of satiety. Ji Chang, I can't help it. 2 sisters, a younger brother, and my mother, are all counting on me to live. Saying this, Zhao Chang's eyes were a little red. Ji Chang patted Zhao Ming's shoulder and took a deep breath. I already have an idea of how to make money, so when I get my way through, I'll bring you along to make money. At that time, I guarantee that if you make a few trips, you'll be able to earn money to feed your family. Depends on whether you want to with me or not. Zhao Ming's eyes flickered and he immediately spoke. Little cutie, I'm not willing to do it. I know you're capable. If other people say it, I definitely don't believe it. If you say it, I believe it. Okay, then you wait for my news. Other than that, making it easy for you to raise a family and build a small house in a few years is not a problem at all. The fish had already bitten the hook, so Ji Chang was relieved. This pie, not painted in vain. Next, it's up to you to run the show. Then I'll be waiting for you to make me rich, Zhao Ming said with incomparable anticipation. When he had finished speaking, He went down to the river and lifted the fish trap he had placed. Inside were just a few small fish and shrimp, put together and estimated at half a pound. Zhao Ming couldn't see the blood bar and didn't know where there were more fish, so he couldn't pick a good place to come down to the cage, and he was using a backpack, so the fish came in and out freely, and he couldn't catch much at all. Ji Chang wanted to give carp or turtle to Zhao Ming, but they were all rejected by Zhao Ming, saying that it wouldn't taste good even if he cooked it, and no one in the family would eat it, so it would be a complete waste. Zhao Ming didn't want it, and Ji Chang couldn't do anything about it. After the two chatted, Zhao Ming rushed home. There were still quite a few things to do at home before it got dark. Those who can suffer really do have an endless supply of suffering. After Ji Chang looked at Zhao Ming's back and lamented, he then lifted his bucket and went straight home. When they returned home, it was already almost dark, and Gu Shuyao had already started cooking under Wang Ji's instruction. After being praised by Ji Chang last time, Gu Shuyao wanted to learn a few more dishes to cook for Ji Chang. Li Linen and Su Shanshan were not at home, and Ji Chang asked before realizing that the two had gone to mow the tender grass. Su Shanshan was raised in the county, and she has not done any farm work since she was a child. I guess I can't cut it, but at most I will go and make a fuss. Ji Chang took care of the carp, and had no intention of moving anything else for a while. In the evening, he was going to make a sweet and sour carp, and a stir-fried chipmunk meat. Gu Shuyao had already cooked a savory brook trout, a hand-torn chicken fur soup, and a dry-fried cowpea. Fortunately, at this point in time, the neighbors did not come back, otherwise it should be another smell of the aroma of a depressed. Ji Chang took a pass at cooking the fish, scraping off the scales, disemboweling the fish, and then cutting some diagonal slashes into the fish. Wash the squirrel meat, cut into pieces, then add cooking wine and ginger, under the blanching. By the time Ji Chang started to cook the sweet and sour carp, Li Linen returned with Su Shanshan, the two of them each carrying a bundle of tender grass. It smells so good. What is this cooking? Su Shanshan put down the tender grass and poked her head curiously. It should be cooking some kind of meat. It might be Chang's return, Li Linen said as he added grass to the sheep pen. She envied these black sheep and mountain roe deer that Ji Chang had captured. Surprisingly, they could honestly stay in the head of the sheep pen and did not escape outside. The boar in their house tried to escape all day and night and was so good at it that he almost succeeded a couple of times. How could she know that the prey caught by Ji Chang were all removed from their wild nature by the hunting space and were similar to domesticated livestock? So naturally, they would not run around. Meat? It can't really be squirrel meat, right? Su Shanshan sniffled. As a guest she was not good to enter the kitchen while the host family was cooking. That would not only be impolite, but also uneducated. Anun, have you ever eaten squirrel meat? Is it good? Su Shanshan asked curiously. I've eaten it. And Chang used to hunt squirrels a lot. He likes to roast it the most. The skin on the outside is roasted golden and golden. It's all oil. It's fragrant. The skin is very crispy when you bite into it, and the meat inside is juicy and especially tender. Saying this, Li Linen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. That was the best food I've ever eaten, even without salt, and the roasted squirrel meat was exceptionally good. The beauty was not only the roasted squirrels, but also those moments with Nuri Chang. For Li Linen, those are precious memories. She didn't dare to share this with Gu Shuyao for fear that it would affect her and Ji Chang's relationship, fearing that Gu Shuyao would think too much. Stop it. My saliva is going to stay. It's so embarrassing. Su Shanshan wiped her saliva and said with some shame. Chapter 64 Making New Projectiles. Well, it's time to eat. Come on everyone. Gu Shuyao shouted, and the impatient Su Shanshan hurried into the Ji family's hall. Li Linen followed closely behind. The temptation of food was universal for both men and women, and no one was exempt from it. After coming in, Su Shanshan looked at the table full of fragrant food and knew for the first time what it meant to have both color and taste. Each dish looks very tempting and appetizing. Don't all freeze. Quickly sit down to eat. Gu Shuyao entered the seat first and continued to greet everyone. Ji Chang brought up the last of the fried chipmunks and placed it in the center before sitting down. Don't be polite. It's just like your own home. If your hands are slow they'll be gone in a while. After saying that, Ji Chang moved his chopsticks first himself. The first thing he chucked was the chipmunk meat. A dish he'd had very little of in his previous life, so he wanted to try it. The meat is tender, sweet and flavorful with a light piney aroma that makes it incredibly delicious to eat. Wow! Is this squirrel meat? It's so good too. It has a nutty flavor. It's amazing. Ji Chang, I believe you. It really is better than chicken. Ooh, it's so delicious. Looking at the incomparably exaggerated Su Shanshan, Ji Chang laughed and said nothing, choosing to continue drying the rice. After dinner, Su Shanshan, who was a bit stuffed, grabbed the dishes, wanting to put on a good show. Gu Shuyao didn't stop her and gave her such an opportunity. In the past, She had always talked herself into a divorce, which must have turned Ji Chang against her. So she wanted Su Shanshan to repair her relationship with Ji Chang. Over the years, Su Shanshan hadn't rarely given her food and drink, so she remembered all these favors. Ji Chang came into the yard and picked up a hoe and 2 soil skips, ready to go dig up some clay and return. "Brother, where are you going?" Li Linen asked curiously when he saw Ji Chang leading the horse. "Go over to the old bowl factory and dig up some clay to come back and make projectiles," Ji Chang explained. It wasn't that he didn't know that factories like the agricultural machinery factory and the flywheel factory had steel balls, but none of those factories existed in their county. The city does, but it's not easy to get without access. That's why Ji Chang chose to make some projectiles out of clay himself. The stone seeds were too unstable and affected Ji Chang's power play. "Then I'll go with you. It's dark. 2 people can take care of each other." Li Linen spoke up. "Yes, let Anan go along. The old bowl factory site has been deserted for many years. Maybe there are still wild beasts active." Gu Shuyao also stepped forward and said, "Why don't we go tomorrow? It's easier when it's light." Wang Ji said with some worry. "No, I'll be fine carrying my own gun. And I don't feel at ease if you go instead." Ji Chang felt that he was not suitable to go out with Li Linen. "It's dark. What if there's a spark? 2 people have had passion before, and it can be rekindled if they don't refrain." He knew very well that Li Linen hadn't let go of him yet, and there was still adoration hidden in his eyes when he looked at himself. Putting the gun on his back and placing the 2 bamboo baskets on his horse's back, Ji Chang rode out on Ma Geng. Releasing his speed, Ji Chang urged Mu Yun to run wildly up the village road. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the old bowl factory. It went out of business because the quality of the clay here wasn't good enough, the technology wasn't advanced enough, and the bowls sold outside were cheaper than the ones originating here. Kicho was here to dig up white clay, which is used to make projectiles that are more powerful than regular yellow clay. Also, he wanted to look around the old factory building to see if there were any tools for broaching. If you have one, you can get a set to go back to. That would save you a lot of work over hand rubbing it yourself. There really is a hunt, isn't there? Ji Chang enters the deserted and overgrown factory and finds that there are indeed bloodstains. It should be hair. Ji Chang took out his slingshot straight away, as the blood bar was only about 10 centimeters. And there are 3 blood bars. Ji Chang directly locked onto one of the blood bars and shot the stone seeds out. Seeing the bloodstain clear, Ji Chang couldn't help but grin. Then, snapping on a stone seed again, he took aim at the other one. But this time Ji Chang wouldn't be able to get his hands on them, and the 2 bloodstains directly disappeared from Ji Chang's field of vision. Approaching the prey there whose bloodstain hadn't completely cleared, Ji Chang realized that it wasn't a rabbit, but a white-faced beaver. Smaller though, not as big as this morning's hit in the pristine jungle. Ji Chang drew his small hunting knife and bled straight out. After bleeding it out, it was received in the hunting space with the other 2. Ji Chang then continues to visit the derelict factory buildings of the bowl factory. It was full of broken pottery, none of it intact. After circling around the factory, Ji Chang had no luck. Everything of value in the factory was taken by the workers against their wages. The factory used to use a foot-operated broaching machine with metal construction, which is still of some value. Ji Chang found some treated clay, which could be used directly to draw the embryo, and was already very fine. One has not come on this trip in vain. Without saying a word, they were loaded into a bamboo basket with a soil skip. The 2 baskets of soil were quickly filled, and Mu Yun felt the pressure. So, on the way back Ji Chang didn't write it, and picked out 2 earth skips of clay himself. Projectiles are expendable and it's always good to pick more to go back. Back at home, we all chatted in the yard. The only thing we talked about was parents. After all, there wasn't even electricity in the village, much less a TV, and all we could talk about was the little things around us. Everyone was relieved to see Ji Chang return safely. Is this the clay used to make projectiles? Gu Shuyao grabbed a handful of clay and asked curiously. Right. Kicho unloaded the clay and bolted the mako to the ground, rewarding it with some fried soybeans. Ji Chang poured out a soil skip of clay, added the right amount of water, and mixed them well. Once they are mixed, they still need to be wrestled with. The others followed Kicho's example and rolled a fist-sized piece of clay for wrestling. After wrestling with it, Nori pulled out a small ball of clay and rolled it into a round ball. About this big will do. Ji Chang rubbed out a clay pellet and displayed it. Others followed suit and rolled out tiny clay balls. These clay balls also need to be dried, and they can only be fired at high temperatures after a period of time in the shade. However, Ji Chang was going to pick some for direct drying. The drying is faster, just more wear and tear, and the ones that are cracked are unusable. It's just that all this is dirt that doesn't cost anything and isn't meant to be sold for money and wasted for nothing more than some firewood. This bit of attrition was nothing to Ji Chang. They all rubbed together until after 10 o'clock at night before Ji Chang sent Wang Ji and Li Linen home by flashlight. Without delay, Ji Chang returned to rest after dropping them off at home, because Kicho was still planning to go into the mountains at 3 or 4 in the morning to see if he could get any big game. Chapter 65, Encountering a Herd of Porcupines. Just after 3 in the morning, Ji Chang went out with his gun and carrier on his back, leading Ma Gung. He hadn't gotten off the cage in the last few days, because he found out that Gu Shuyao's cold stomach would not be very suitable for eating aquatic products all day long, and would be suitable for eating something to warm up her stomach. When they moved to the county tomorrow, they could have Elder Huang help to regulate Gu Shuyao's spleen, stomach, and middle jiao. With her cold hands and feet, the odds are that the middle jiao is not working. After riding Makumo up the mountain, he went straight to that primitive jungle. Today's speed was much faster than yesterday's because Mu Yun had become somewhat familiar with this road and let go of his guts, and most of the road is bare and very well traveled. Before 4 o'clock, Ji Chang arrived at the fringe area of the primitive jungle. This time, Ji Chang took out his slingshot. The previous encounters on the road had been small animals like mountain rats, none of which were worthy of Ji Chang taking out his slingshot. Once you enter the pristine jungle, you may encounter prey like white-faced beavers and hares. Ji Chang's prediction was correct. Less than 10 minutes after entering the primitive jungle, Ji Chang saw 2 blood bars that were over 10 centimeters long. Without saying a word, Ji Chang snapped a stone seed and directly locked a blood bar with his slingshot. Pity! The first shot of the day didn't hit the target, spooking the prey and sending them fleeing straight away. Ji Chang didn't lose heart and continued on his way. Riding Makumo, Ji Chang traveled through the forest, searching for prey. Suddenly, a strip of blood of 3 dozen centimeters appeared beside Ji Chang, and it was surrounded by 3 more dozen centimeters of blood. Apparently, it was a family that had encountered some kind of animal. Kicho quickly dismounted from his horse, ready to get a closer look. Whether to use a gun or a slingshot still needs to be decided after seeing the prey. Soon enough, Ji Chang could see what the prey was. Porcupines. Only a group of porcupines are looking for food. The big ones are estimated to be about 20 pounds and look huge. Porcupines tend to live in steep, grassy, scrubby forests or dense forests on mountain slopes and hills, digging holes. It moves around the clock, especially around midnight. They often follow certain routes and have a relatively fixed range of activities. When the porcupine walks, the long thick spines on its back rub against each other and make a rustling sound. When it encounters enemies, its spines stand up all over its body and make a puffing sound as a sign of intimidation. Porcupines eat plant roots, young leaves, bamboo shoots and wild fruits, as well as melons, vegetables, sweet potatoes and corn from crops. Porcupines breed once a year, producing 2 to 4 litters per litter. Porcupine is a specialty medicinal animal whose spines, meat and stomach are used in medicine. Porcupine meat contains protein, fat, minerals and other nutrients. Porcupine meat is sweet in flavor, cold in nature, with laxative effect, the main treatment of bowel irregularities. Porcupine stomach is effective in clearing heat and removing dampness, and is used as a main treatment for jaundice, edema and foot fungus. The spines of the porcupine have qi-moving properties and are used to treat heart qi pain. Therefore, it is worth much more than the average prey. 20 or so pounds that big is already worth moving a gun. Ji Chang brought his gun straight up and aimed it at the largest porcupine. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the porcupine fell in response. Its bloodstain instantly cleared. The others dispersed in a flurry, not giving Ji Chang a chance to fire a second shot. We still need to get guns that can hold silencers. Or how much prey will we have to run away from? Or, get a sniper crossbow. The words of the Bao were not considered by Kichijo. Being able to shoot a gun doesn't necessarily mean you can shoot 100 paces with a Bao, because it's a completely different thing. Ji Chang quickly approached the porcupine and then bled it into his hunting space. The special attribute of the hunting space can pause time, so you don't have to worry about the prey spoiling. The porcupine spines that fell on the ground were also picked up by Ji Chang. This thing could also be used as medicine and could be sold to Master Huang. Exploring around, Ji Chang began to look for the beast path. Porcupines are all limited in their range, and it's very possible to find their burrows. Once you've found them, you can use the smoke method to get rid of them all in one fell swoop. After searching around, Ji Chang really did find the beast road. In fact, the beast path is not hard to find. It belongs to the path that the beasts often walk, because it is often traveled. It is necessarily smooth and is a miniature path. In the jungle, there are many animal paths to be found if you pay attention. After moving along the beast's path for some distance, Ji Chang spotted a few bloodstains. The blood strips are very short, either a mountain rat or a young animal. There was little value in it, and Kisho didn't bother to smoke the critters out. After making a turn, Ji Chang mounted Makumo again and began to search for a new target. A single porcupine obviously wouldn't satisfy Kichijo. He would need bigger prey. This time of year is also an active time for wildlife. and Ji Chang has already spotted a number of critters. Unfortunately, it's just too small to be of much value. Meow ah. Suddenly, a voice came from the distance, startling Ji Chang. He winced as the voice was low-pitched and very hoarse. It's a leopard? Or is it a wildcat? Felines were the last thing Kicho wanted to encounter, as they were too agile and ambushed their prey. Ji Chang was alerted at once, and the Makyun out underneath him instinctively became careful as well. His pace were much lighter and slower, continuing to keep an eye on his surroundings. He approached in the direction from which the sound had come. Not surprisingly, it would be whichever feline was attacking the other animal. Gripping the gun in his hand tightly, Ji Chang slowly approached. A few minutes later, Ji Chang saw two blood bars of varying lengths. The long strip of blood was about 40 centimeters and the short one was 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters of blood moved back and forth, and the long one didn't move. Not surprisingly, the short one is the feline. The opportunity was right in front of him, and there was no way Ji Chang would give it up. Getting down from his horse, Ji Chang slowly approached. After a while, Ji Chang saw a mountain roe deer with two sharp fangs in its mouth. Obviously, it was a male mountain roe deer. The feline Norican didn't see it because it was blocked by the shrubs. Which one first? Feline fur is all very valuable, and trading and hunting were not banned at this time, so it was still possible to hunt them. And hunters all over the country are hitting it. After considering this, Kicho decided to hunt mountain roe deer first, because hitting that feline also destroys its fur after hitting it, making it worthless. Explode the head to maximize the protection of the hide. But if you can't see it, you can't get a head shot. So, might as well go for the meaty mountain roe deer. Anyway, that feline wouldn't be a leopard, much less a tiger. It would just be some other feline. Ji Chang suspected it was a stone tiger, or leopard cat. Of course, this was only his suspicion, and the only way to know exactly what kind of animal it was to see it clearly. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Feline. Aiming the gun at the head of a mountain roe deer some 20 meters away, Ji Chang decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out of the chamber at high speed, heading straight for the mountain roe deer's head. Ji Chang saw the bullet go straight through the mountain swineherd's head, and the huge inertia knocked the swineherd straight to the ground. Meanwhile, Ji Chang had pulled the bolt and pressed the bullet into the ballistic path. Moved the muzzle of the gun to follow another bloodstain. Meow! A hiss! Bang! Flames came out of the muzzle of the gun and bullets flew out. Instead of emptying the blood bar, it simply disappeared. Apparently, the feline was scared off. Wasted a bullet, Ji Chang muttered, pulling the bolt again before slowly approaching towards the mountain roe deer. He was still worried about being ambushed. That's why he was so vigilant. After approaching the mountain roe deer, Ji Chang didn't even bleed it out, but instead received it directly into his hunting space. Crouching in place, he swept around and found no other bloodstains before Ji Chang retreated back. Picking up the shell casings, Ji Chang rolled onto his horse and prepared to withdraw. Not knowing what kind of feline it was for the time being, Ji Chang didn't dare to chase after it. It was almost dawn, so Ji Chang considered it and decided to go down the mountain first. This mountain roe deer still needs to be slaughtered and sold. Therefore, Ji Chang directly told Mu Yun to turn around and go down the mountain. On the way down, Kicho also shot a rabbit with a slingshot. Only before entering the village, Ji Chang took the mountain roe deer out of his hunting space. When they arrived home, Gu Shuyao and Su Shanshan were still sleeping. Kicho moved the bench out into the yard and set the mountain roe deer on it. Removed the hunting knife and stabbed the mountain roe deer in the neck. The blood of the mountain swineherd was still warm and ran down into the basin. This basin is filled with some salt water to make the blood of the mountain roe deer coagulate more quickly. After the blood was drained, Kicho began to peel the skin. Roe deer meat is particularly tender, and roe deer meat itself belongs to a kind of warm food. Not only can be used to tonify the deficiency, wind, but also can be used to treat lumbar and leg pain disease. This thing is bound to be very valuable when it meets someone who knows what they are talking about, and it might fetch a high price. The complete skin of the mountain roe deer was peeled off by Kicho, but it still needed to be secured with a skin bandage to shovel off the oiled skin. After skinning it, Ji Chang cut off the scent sac holding it. The thing was the size of a fist and covered in yellow hair. Musk refers to this stuff. Of course, it's not just mountain roe deer that have musk. There are also forest musk, forest musk, original musk, Himalayan musk, and so on, including the original musk. The original musk is the mountain roe deer that Ji Chang hunted. Actually, it should be called a scented roe deer, and there is another kind of roe deer that is similar to them, but without the scent pouch. Musk is the dried secretion from the scent sacs of mature males of the mammalian family Macidae of the phylum Chordata, is one of the raw materials used in the manufacture of perfume. It has a strong malodorous odor in its solid state and a distinctive animal aroma when highly diluted with water or alcohol. Musk has the effect of opening the mind, activating blood circulation and menstruation, reducing swelling and relieving pain. Norican wanted to heal it if he could. Unfortunately, the mountain roe deer was shot in the head and had no chance of healing, dying on the spot. Breeding roe deer and taking musk alive is a very good way to go. Putting away the musk, Ji Chang began to disembowel the mountain roe deer. The stomach of the mountain roe deer is also of medicinal value, slightly less so than the stomach of the wild boar, but also very useful in the treatment of gastritis. After pulling out the heart, Ji Chang sliced it to feed Ping'an and Chenghu. By the way, trained some basic movements to condition them. Chang, what kind of animal did you hunt today? Gu Shuyao heard the commotion after waking up and hurried to the courtyard. Then, he saw Ji Chang feeding Ping'an and Chenghu, a male fragrant roe deer, the kind with musk. Ji Chang explained, giving Chenghu and Ping'an a few pieces of the mountain roe deer's heart. Musk? Gu Shuyao had heard of musk, but had never seen what it looked like. Yes, this is musk. Saying that, Ji Chang picked up the musk and showed it to Gu Shuyao. Why does it smell fishy? Gu Shuyao felt like she was going to throw up when she took a sniff. Kicho smiled slightly and said, that's because it's not treated. It needs to be diluted through alcohol. This stuff isn't cheap. I'm guessing this musk will go for $50 or $60. So expensive? Gu Shuyao's eyes directly widened, feeling the musk in her hand become heavy all of a sudden. It's just an estimate. It's hard to say exactly how much. I can ask Elder Huan when I get to the county today, Ji Chang explained, and then began to process those internal organs. He needs to disembowel all the guts and put them in a bucket. The waste is estimated to be sold for money, and Ji Chang is ready to bring it to the county to see. If it doesn't sell, he will take it to Wei Bing. The last time that path and the state-run hotel did not work out, Ji Chang was ready to go again. Even if it's a couple dozen bucks, it's worth it. Gu Shuyao put the scented pouch back, then said to Ji Chang, I'll take care of these things. I've already asked Auntie Chi for advice. Alright, I'll go fry some rice. Ji Chang knew that there was quite a bit of rice left over from last night, so it was just time to stir-fry it. Yeah, the fried rice last time was so delicious. I haven't had enough. Thinking about the fried rice from last time, Gu Shuyao became a bit greedy. Ji Chang rinsed the mountain roe deer and chopped it in half into a bamboo basket. Maybe the chopping was too much and woke Suzanne up. After coming out and seeing Ji Chang hunting again, Su Shanshan was envious. Prey equals money, and a lot of it. Aside from the money, there's delicious wild game to be had. She didn't want to leave yesterday, not just because she had her period, but because she couldn't leave the delicious food behind. Her family was pretty well off, but they didn't have meat at every meal. Ji Chang's family now not only had meat at every meal, but it was cooked exceptionally well. Compared to Ji Chang's house, what she cooked at home was 100,000 miles away from gourmet. It was just cooked, not even close to being delicious. But instead of following Ji Chang, she went to give Gu Shuyao a hand. Ji Chang didn't make the scrambled rice so complicated today, but just scrambled eggs first. It doesn't really taste bad when fried this way, and it doesn't tend to stick. He mashed 5 eggs and waited until the oil in the pan was hot enough to pour the eggs into the pan. The eggs instantly fluffed up and became golden. Ji Chang quickly stir-fried it, and the eggs smelled delicious. Then he added the ingredients to the pan and proceeded to toss them. The aroma grew stronger, wafting out of the kitchen and into Suzanne's nose. What is Ji Chang cooking? Why does it smell so good? Su Shanshan asked curiously. Do you all eat so well and cook so well every morning? She was a little unable to accept that a family in the countryside ate better than her family. She and her own husband are both factory workers. Her father-in-law is a teacher and her mother-in-law is a nurse. Why? Can't even compare to a hunting man? The whole family adds up to more than 100 a month, and the food isn't much different from the average family in the countryside. What do they want to do with their money? Chapter 67, How can you not want such a good thing? Ever since Chang picked up a gun, the family has had 3 hearty meals a day. Seriously, I'm really worried this is a dream. Saying that, Gu Shuyao touched her stomach, a faint smile hanging on her face. Look at me these days, I've grown a lot of meat at once. If I have to eat like this, will I become fat and hulking? For a moment, Su Shanshan couldn't even tell if her sister was spitting or showing off. Anyway, she's so sore. It's better to let her suffer such worries. There's no pregnant woman who doesn't grow meat. Grow a little more so that the baby in her belly will grow. Saying that, Su Shanshan glanced at Gu Shuyao with some envy. She's been married for a year, but her stomach isn't responding at all. I'm just afraid that if I get too fat, Ji Chang will dislike me then, Gu Shuyao said with some worry. This should be the least of your worries. Except for you. He is not close to women. In the county, there are quite a few women who are enamored with him, but he stays away from them all. Su Shanshan hadn't met Ji Chang much in the county, so she knew something about him, that he was playing so-called music in bands, and that he had quite a few female fans. And you'll be thin once you've given birth and breastfed. My sister-in-law and my great-aunt are like that. Don't worry, fatness is only temporary. You're so good looking. You're still yang guifei even when you get fat. And Ji Chang favors you as usual. No way. Gu Shuyao got a little shy. Su Shan was about to say something personal when she heard Ji Chang call for breakfast. Where she had any other thoughts, she ran in decisively as soon as she had washed her hands. She had long been curious about what Ji Chang had cooked this morning, and asked Gu Shuyao, who didn't tell her. Upon entering the house, the realization dawned on me when I saw the golden, tantalizing egg fried rice on the table. How many eggs were put in this? It feels like it's all eggs. It's too extravagant. Su Shanshan looked at the egg fried rice and couldn't help but ask. Not much, just 5. Actually, can't spend much on food and drink. At current prices, 50 or 60 a month would be a very generous meal. Suzanne had a choking feeling. 50 or 60 a month isn't much? Do you know I only get $31 a month? I don't even get enough to eat and drink on my paycheck. Life, just food and drink? There are other expenses, and favors, which cost money. The little sense of superiority she had originally had completely disintegrated in front of Ji Chang. Unbearable. This bowl of fried rice was enough for their family to buy food for 2 or 3 days. Moreover, not only did Ji Chang give up his food, his handiwork was exceptionally good. When she was in love, her man invited her to eat egg fried rice from a state-run restaurant, but the fried rice at the state-run hotel was so inferior to Ji Chang's fried rice. When you scoop a spoonful into your mouth is full of the aroma of egg and lard, and mixed with the fresh aroma of cowpeas, which makes it especially delicious to eat. After eating it up, Su Shanshan couldn't stop, taking one bite at a time into her mouth like a person who had been starving for days. Today Qi Chang didn't release the river shrimp because they were already finished. After eating breakfast, Ji Chang did not delay, directly with the mountain road deer meat, riding a bicycle and went straight to the present city. Su Shan didn't rush back. After all, it would only be after 6 o'clock. It was already past 8 o'clock when Ji Chang arrived at the county seat, and he went straight to the food market, because at this time of the day, the food market is bustling with activity. It's just that he got there a little late and couldn't pick any good spots, but it didn't affect Ji Chang either. He was different from those Moncler outlet store and women who didn't dare to yell. He yelled directly at the top of his voice. Mountain road deer meat. Mountain road deer meat that can nourish weakness, dispel wind, and cure back and leg pains and aches. So take a look, and don't miss it. Just as soon as yell. The sight of the buy vegetables of the lady asked, boy, this mountain road deer meat can really cure back pain. This old back always hurt. A rain that is even more bad. That definitely has a soothing effect, and works even better with herbs. Some road deer meat alone. That's definitely not quite enough, Ji Chang patiently explained. And how much does this meat cost per pound? The older woman then inquired. It's a little pricey, $1.50 a pound. Roe deer don't have much meat and probably won't produce 70 pounds of meat in total, so they have to be sold at a premium. $1.50? That's not a bit expensive. It's more expensive than mutton. The elder woman shook her head repeatedly. However, at this time there was a big man on the side but touched out a piece of 5 and handed it to Ji Chang. Give me a pound to make up for my good grandson. Thank you for taking care of me, Grandpa. Ji Chang hastily accepted the money and picked a good piece of meat to cut for the grandpa. A small business beats a part-time job, and that's the word of the future. But put aside, it's really the same thing now. Produce is still scarce and sells well. The grandfather who buys mountain roe meat sells oleander, and has sold only 2 handfuls left. After making the first sale, Ji Chang proceeded to yell, Elder brother Ji, meeting you again. Good morning, brother Wei. Ji Chang hurriedly took out a cigarette and handed it over. This is a roe deer, right? Wei Bing asked as he lit a cigarette. Obviously, he knows his stuff. Yeah, just shot roe deer. Wei want some? Ji Chang knows that the steel mill has money, and those leaders one by one like to eat and drink. How can you not want this kind of good stuff? Give me 20 pounds. Wei Bing waved his hand and directly asked for 20 pounds. Price? Wei, this mountain roe deer meat is more expensive. Before Ji Chang could finish, Wei Bing jumped in and said, I know. Someone was peddling it the other day as well. $2 a caddy. After Wei Bing finished speaking, he pulled out 4 sheets of Grand Unity and handed them to Ji Chang. 20 pounds. Just under 40. The usual rules. Wei Bing rushed at Ji Chang. Didn't make yourself look for money? Someone else is really selling it for $2? No kickbacks? The old rule is, naturally, 20 pounds of meat to send 1 pound to Wei Bing. The uncle on the side had a feeling of picking up a bargain, and a smile appeared on his face. Didn't I ask you to find my brother-in-law last time? Why didn't you go? When Wei Bing came home, he knew that Ji Chang had sent meat to his family, so he knew that Ji Chang was a reliable person. Therefore, he also hoped that Ji Chang could supply the state-run hotels. That way, it would be easy for him to go to Ji Chang if he needed anything. As it turned out, when I asked, Kichijo wasn't there. I ran into Ji Chang again today and wondered what was going on. Brother Wei misunderstood. I went last time, but I was told that your brother-in-law was traveling. That's why I didn't get to meet him. Hearing Ji Chang's explanation, Wei Bing could not help but frown. It looks like you've been put on the spot. My brother-in-law twisted his foot that day and has been staying at the state-run hotel, so there's no way he could have traveled. Ji Chang nodded, then said, then it seems that there are some people who don't want me to send mountain goods over there and cut off his wealth, right? This matter can't be let go like this. Even bullied into Wei Bing's brother's head. You are still in the county at noon, right? I will personally take you on a trip. Wei Bing stomped out his cigarette after he finished speaking. If this came to fruition, he would be able to benefit from Ji Chang. So how could he let others cut off his own wealth? Chapter 68, as long as the quality is good. I want it all. Then I'll trouble Brother Wei. If this comes to fruition, I'll have to thank Brother Wei properly. With Ji Chang's assurance, Wei Bing's face piled up with smiles. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Saying this, Wei Bing patted Ji Chang's shoulder. Bing. Wei Bing jerked his head when he heard someone call out to him. Brother-in-law, come over here. There's something good here. A roe deer. Wei Bing shouted excitedly. After shouting, he immediately laughed at Ji Chang. Your luck is also too good. It's fitting that you make money. My brother-in-law even ran to the market to make purchases. It was indeed coincidental, and Ji Chang hadn't expected to encounter such a thing. He realized that he had been lucky since he was reborn, and seemed to have been specially cared for by the goddess of fortune. Otherwise, with all the prey on the mountain, you can't go up there every time without an empty hand. Himself, more or less, has a bit of luck on his side. Sun Weiman looks very stout, and the whole person has a decent flavor. From his walk, Ji Chang felt and this Sun Weiman should have had a military career. Roe deer. This our county is also quite rare. My father has not fought a few times before. Let me see. Sun Weiman walked up to the stall and swept a glance at the mountain roe deer placed on Ji Chang's stall. After taking a look, Sun Weiman immediately squatted down and took a serious look at the mountain roe deer's head. A gunshot. That's a good shot. Right in the head. This penetration. It's a 3/8 cap hit, isn't it? Ji Chang gave a quick thumbs up and busied himself with professional. It was indeed a 3/8 cap hit. After saying that, Ji Chang handed over the cigarettes, but was pushed away by Sun Weiman. It's good meat. Just hit it last night, right? Sun Weiman stood up and glanced at Ji Chang. Played at 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. Ji Chang explained. How much is a caddy? I'll take it all. Sun Weiman personally came out today because he wanted to get something special and good. Roe deer meat is good, and works wonders for back and leg pains, and it just so happens that a certain important person who is here today has pains in that area. $2? I just asked for 20 pounds, Wei Bing said as he jumped ahead. 2 pieces? Sun Weiman hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, I'll take both, but only the meat weight. The bones and this waste have to be sent to me. No problem. Thanks for taking care of me, brother-in-law. Ji Chang shouted brother-in-law in obedience, and then began to cook the roe deer meat. He first cut 4 pounds of meat out, which were naturally sent to the Wei family in a while. The rest, all processed and weighed to Sun Weiman. A total of 47 pounds of meat. From Sun Weiman here made $94. A mountain roe deer that brought in a total of $134 to Ji Chang. Something Ji Chang never expected. If a few more mountain roe deer came along, he would soon be able to come up with the money to buy a house. However, Ji Chang would have to wait outside for a while. Sun Weiman needed to go to the market to purchase some other dishes. Ji Chang naturally didn't have a problem with it, but instead of staying outside, he carried a bamboo basket and followed behind Sun Weiman and Wei Bing, going with them to make purchases. After observing, Ji Chang realized that Sun Weiman was a rather quiet person, but was good at bargaining. To summarize, Ji Chang felt that this was a person who did not want to talk nonsense and was very word shy. Before long, Wei Bing separated from Sun Weiman, and Ji Chang continued to follow Sun Weiman. After buying a round of vegetables, Sun Weiman led Ji Chang out of the food market. Out of the vegetable market, Sun Weiman rode on a 70 to 80% new side tricycle, making Ji Chang very hot. He used to love this car, and had bought one in his past life, and had a small fire on a certain voice. Brother-in-law, how much does this car cost? Ji Chang asked curiously. He thought this was much more racy than a small car. During this period, the side trike was always used as a specialized vehicle for the police, and the army was also heavily equipped. 3,800. The unit's car. This force eliminated. Cheaper, Sun Weiman babyishly said. This is the Yangtze 750, right? Ji Chang took stock of the situation and suppressed the urge. There is so much money to be spent right now. It's not the time to be thinking about it yourself. Yes, you also have research on cars, ah? Sun Weiman looked at Ji Chang with some surprise. After all, this motorcycle is still rare in the county, and it is unlikely that the average person will come into contact with it. What's more, Ji Chang was a village hunter. It's not much of a study, just something I've seen in a car magazine. Ji Chang casually responded. Put the roe deer meat in the sidecar, and next meeting, if you have any mountain game, send it to the state hotel, as long as the quality is good. I'll take whatever I can get. Our hotel. We are short of some fresh mountain goods and game. Ji Chang nodded and hurriedly said, then thank you brother-in-law. I will definitely send you the best quality. With this promise from Sun Weiman, Ji Chang opened up the channels of state-run hotels. Next, he will be able to buy some good quality mountain products in the village and give the villagers an opportunity to generate income. After separating from Sun Weiman, Ji Chang rode to Wei Bing's house and delivered 4 pounds of roe deer meat to his house. Also, take the musk to Master Huang and see if he accepts it. If you don't take it, hoard it. When he arrived at Wei's house, fortunately Wei Bing was not there. Ji Chang left Wei's house immediately after handing over the swineherd meat to Wei Bing's mother. After Ji Chang left Wei's house, he glared at the car and headed to Elder Huang's house-cum-clinic. When he arrived at the clinic, Ji Chang found the courtyard door of his rented house wide open, and Huang Xinu was cleaning up in the courtyard. Sister Xinu, why are you here? Ji Chang asked with some confusion. Xiao Chang, you came just in time. Just now Uncle Wei just handed me the keys. Here. Saying that, Huang Xinu picked up the large bunch of keys from the stone table in the courtyard and handed them directly to Ji Chang. You're moving in tomorrow, aren't you? My Uncle Wei said that tomorrow is an auspicious day for housewarming and moving in. Ji Chang took the key and nodded. Well, I'll probably move in tomorrow. However, I won't be living here often. It's mainly my daughter-in-law who lives here. In the future, I'll have to ask Sister Xinu to take care of my daughter-in-law. Don't worry. Your daughter-in-law isn't my sister-in-law. I'll definitely take good care of it, Huang Xinu said very seriously. With Sister Xinu's words, I'm definitely relieved. Ji Chang smiled faintly at Huang Xinu. Are you rushing back at noon? I'll buy you dinner. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that had done so many things outside. On that day, I went to catch it, blocked that and his concubine on the bed, and divorced the marriage on the same day. Finally out of the misery. Hearing Huang Xinu say this, Ji Chang quite admired her boldness, worthy of being a strong woman who could have a multi-billion-dollar fortune in the future. Chapter 69, A Married Woman is Tough. In order to celebrate Sister Xinu staying away from the scum and getting out of her misery, this meal must be eaten. However, going outside is unnecessary. It just so happens that the key has arrived. I'll go buy some ingredients and come back, and show you my hand at noon. By the way, call Huang Tu and Sun Fong back together. The taste of meals in state-run restaurants was actually average, and Ji Chang felt that it really wasn't as good as his own handiwork. Your handiwork? Huang Xinu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, give me the car. I'll go grocery shopping, and shout out to Tozy and his favorite girl on the way. Alright, then be careful. Saying that, Ji Chang pushed the car to Huang Xinu. He knew Huang Xinu's character, always saying one thing and not taking advantage of people. Well, except for Ji Chang's cheapness. Don't worry, I can't manage your people, but your car is still fine. After saying that, Huang Xinu rode the car out of the yard with a cheeky grin. Married women are just a little tougher. Ji Chang took the musk next door, and although it was morning, the clinic was packed with patients. Ji Chang directly to find the old man Huang. Heard that Ji Chang has the musk of the fragrant swineherd. The old man's patients are not to see, directly identify the musk. Good stuff. Is good stuff more than 10 years old musk. This thing? I'll take it for $200. I guess I can earn you a fortune. After saying this, old man Huang laughed happily. Will you give too much? Ji Chang estimated it to be more than $100, but he didn't expect Master Huang to open a sky-high price. This is 10 years old musk. Worth it, but I can't use it in my store. It's too expensive. Not many people can afford it. I'll write and ask my young master, and if the price is high, I'll turn around and make it up to you. Ji Chang hastened to say, there is no need to make up. A one-bite sale where there is no money to make up. 200. Already very high. Much higher than I expected. Right, old master. I'll cook over there at noon. Sister Xinu has already gone to buy food, so you can arrange it. Elder Huang nodded and said cheerfully, okay, I know. Just call out to me and your grandmother when the time comes. With that, Old man Huang let his old companion take $200 and give it to Ji Chang. Once the money was in hand, Ji Chang went back to the house. A quick trip to the kitchen to take a look around and make a note of what was missing. Then off to procure back what was lacking. It was very convenient to go shopping here, so he didn't need to have to wait until Huang Xinu came back to ride his bike. By the time Ji Chang had bought all the pots and bowls and stuff, Huang Xinu hadn't come back yet. Ji Chang had bought an extra iron pot with a handle this time, as the landlord had a separate coal stove in his house, so he could upend the pot to his heart's content and utilize his cooking skills. The dishes were also bought brand new. After all, they were all moved into a new home, so it was natural to get new ones. The landlord was also a clean person originally. The kitchen was cleaned up and the floor was hardened with cement. Much better than the village. The house had 2 floors up and down, with 6 rooms in total, each very spacious. There is also a storage room in the yard, used to put farming tools and the like. Those farming tools are left to Ji Chang, but it helps him save a fortune. Ji Chang went to take a look at the backyard, where some greens, tomatoes, cucumbers, squash, cowpeas, chili peppers, green onions, garlic, leeks, and perilla were planted. Although the planting is not much, but the victory is that the variety is very complete, helping Ji Chang save a lot of trouble. Tidied up the veggie patch and got rid of the weeds. Not a moment later, Huang Xinu's shout came from outside. Reassured out of his head, Ji Chang returned to the house. You come and see what other dishes and seasonings are missing, and I'll get them if they are. Ji Chang glanced at the meat, fish, shrimp, chicken claws, plus cauliflower, cabbage, and zucchini. On top of that, Huang Xinu bought a large jar of lard, cooking wine, soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and monosodium glutamate, as well as ginger, green onion, and garlic. Knowing that most of the people who buy these are married and have been a family, buying too many dishes, Ji Chang glanced at Huang Xinu and somewhat regretted letting her go. Celebrating my sister's release from her suffering and restoration of her freedom. That had to be a bit grand. Not organizing a wedding banquet is considered me being low-key. Huang Xinu skimmed her mouth and said with disinterest, that's right, we really need to make it grand. Alright, watch my handiwork at noon today. I guarantee it's no worse than a state-run restaurant. Saying that, Ji Chang mentioned the dishes to the edge of the water well in the yard. There are aluminum buckets here, and enamel wash basins, which were left by the landlord. Huang Xinu had already helped wash the dishes and give Ji Chang a hand. Once washed, the two of them chopped the vegetables. Then, Kichijo started frying the food. Not even waiting for Ji Chang to stir-fry. Huang Xinu was amazed by Ji Chang's technique, because he used a coal stove to fry the food. There was still a fire burning in the pan while he was frying, and he looked like a chef. The aroma of the stir-fry was overflowing, making Huang Xinu greedy. It smells so good. Lao Ji, what are you cooking today? It smells too good. Huang Tu had only just reached the door when he shouted with some exaggeration. When he came just now, there were quite a few patients waiting to see the doctor surrounding the entrance. They, all of them, were lured by the aroma. Just not convenient to go in and find out what was going on. Why are you the only one here? Where is your favorite girl? Huang Xinu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she came out and saw that Huang Tu was alone. She can't leave. I'll bring some back to her later. Huang Tu explained. You can. You even brought a lunchbox. You've grown up and know how to take care of people. Huang Xinu couldn't help but squeeze. Sis, am I the kind of wood that doesn't know how to take care of others in your eyes? Huang Toi questioned with some defiance. Isn't it? Huang Xinu went straight over and grabbed Huang Tu's ear. But if you had been enlightened earlier, I would have been an ant by now. Sis, it hurts. Let go. Huang Toi begged for mercy. Then said, if you really want to become an ant sooner, then help me persuade mother and father to agree to me being with Sun Fong. Are those two people something I can convince? If I could I have married that thing back then? Huang Xinu said with some annoyance. Then what should I do? Do I also have to follow their arrangement to marry someone I don't like and they like? Huang Tu couldn't help but frown. Ask me. You might as well ask Ji Chang. How would I know? Huang Xinu gave a blank stare before returning back to the kitchen. Huang Tu couldn't help but brighten up, feeling that he had found a direction, and hurriedly followed suit into the kitchen, ready to ask Ji Chang for help. Ji Chang couldn't help but light up after hearing that. In his last life, Huang Tu was leaving the hospital because of her sister's miscarriage, after he had hit her. The odds are that this won't happen in this lifetime. So how does Huang Tu leave the hospital to go to the city's screwed-up clinic? Well, isn't this an opportunity that's been presented to us? Chapter 70, Now That's a Man. Still, is marriage a life between you and your daughter-in-law, or between your parents and your daughter-in-law? Ji Chang threw out a direct question. Of course it's me. After I get married the odds are that I won't be living at home either. I want to live out on my own and be free. Huang Tu replied. Then why do you listen to them? It's not them that you and your daughter-in-law live your lives with. What's the point of them liking it and being satisfied with it? It's not like you're looking for one of those pampered, wild and bossy women, or one who doesn't get down and dirty with her life. So why listen to them? Can't you feed yourself without them? It's not like being a child is an appendage to your parents. We have our own ideas, our own preferences, so why do we listen to them on everything? Filial piety and obedience are two different things. Foolish filial piety. The only one who suffers is yourself. You've become financially independent, and I hope you've become independent as a person. Man, if you can't even make decisions about your own marriage, what else do you expect to make decisions about? These words of Ji Chang are absolutely out of line at this point in time. Not listening to your parents. How can that be? However, to Huang Tu's ears, there was some holier hair feed. Good. Well said. Huang Xianyu was directly shocked by Ji Chang's words. This, then, is the superiority of the times? Old Ji, I really didn't see that your thoughts are so advanced. I see. My Huang Tu, I also want to be my own master. Don't just be an answering machine who listens to my parents. Sis, I've decided. I'm going to resign from the hospital tomorrow and go to work at a hospital in the city with a few of my classmates, Huang Tu said with firm eyes. He'd been tempted by his classmates' invitation earlier because the city paid well and had more room for growth than the county. Okay, I'll support you in this matter. At first, I felt that you shouldn't listen to your mother and return to the county. You should just stay in the city. Huang Xianyu said bluntly. When I stabilize, I'll bring Sun Fong with me. In my life, I'm not marrying her. Huang Tu clenched his fists and decided to dominate his life. Now that's like a man. Ji Chang grinned at Huang Tu and gave a thumbs up. Now he has successfully influenced Huang Tu to walk out of the county hospital. When the time comes, they can continue to influence him so that he and Huang Xianyu can open a private clinic on their own. Huang Xinyu's talent is not in medicine, but in business and management. Letting her stay with elder Huang wouldn't help many patients. One mistake in something like healing can kill you. Well, it's time to go yell at your grandparents to come over for lunch and let's celebrate the fact that your sister is well out of her misery. Huang Xianyu not only called out to her grandparents, but also took a jar of her grandfather's treasured daughter red. This wine is still brewed by her grandmother when Huang Xinyu was born. Elder Huang and old Mrs. Lin were surprised to see Ji Chang cooking a table full of food. After all, it looked very delicious. Not like unusual cooking. You definitely can't cook this table of colorful food without training. After I started eating, I was even more complimentary. Chang, I kind of know why Toy couldn't stop thinking about it after he went to your house last time. This cooking skill of yours is really a few points better than that chef's son's from the state-run restaurant. Huang Xianyu said with a surprised face. Because of the red wine she drank, her entire face was tinted with a layer of peach color, looking very gorgeous and moving. Cooking so delicious. I can't help but come to your house for dinner more often in the future. Perhaps it was the drinking that made Huang Xianyu a bit bolder. Welcome, my daughter-in-law loves a good time, Ji Chang said with a smile. It was an extremely satisfying meal for all. However, none of it was eaten because it was cooked too much. Elder Huang ate again in a hurry, as there were still many patients waiting for him to see them. Huang Tu packed away some of it, but there was still a lot left. So, after eating his fill, Ji Chang handed the key to Huang Xianyu. If you can't finish it at lunch, then you'll continue it at night. Ji Chang had to hurry back to the village, so there was no way he could stay here. Ji Chang originally wanted to wash the dishes, but he couldn't grab Huang Xianyu. If you grab it, there will inevitably be physical contact. It's the kind of thing that Kichijo tries to avoid as much as possible. People can't be tested, and the best thing to do is not to test yourself. Ji Chang didn't delay and rode straight toward home. Ji Chang did not drink at noon. After all, he still maintains the good habit of drinking not driving and driving not drinking. People, not only are they responsible for their own safety, but they also need to be responsible for the safety of others. Drinking and driving is tantamount to murder. It was after 3 in the afternoon when I rushed home. Lu Shui had already left, and Gu Shuya was at home organizing things because she was moving tomorrow. She wanted to get the house organized and see what she could bring to the county. Not only was she organizing, but Wang Ji and Li Linen also went back to organize things. There's no need to tidy up. Just bring some of your change of clothes tomorrow. Nothing else. Ji Chang knew Gu Shuya's mind, so he said something when he saw her tidying up. Don't you need a quilt or anything too? Gu Shuyao asked in disbelief. No. Buy all new ones. Saying that, Ji Chang directly took out $300 and handed it to Gu Shuyao. Gu Shuyao took the money and counted it, and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. How come there are so many of them? She looked at Ji Chang with a puzzled expression. Because this income, far exceeded her expectations. She thought a pound of mountain roe deer meat was worth $1 at most, and musk was worth 50 at most. No amount of math can come up with $300. The money, it came a little too easily. The musk was sold for 200. Master Huang said it was 10 years old and more valuable. In addition, a caddy of meat 2 pieces, also sold a lot. With such a sum of money, we have our initial expenses for the trip to the county. For the future, you don't have to worry. I'll earn it, Ji Chang said with confidence. Gu Shuyao nodded before folding the money and receiving it close to the inner pocket of her clothes. What about an Anne's and Auntie Cheese? Don't you need to bring them too? Gu Shuyao then asked. Well, no need to bring it. Odds are, there are quite a few fleas in the quilt. 2. Kichijo's own quilt had fleas, a common occurrence at this time of year. Rural sanitation is not as good and you can't bathe all day. Also working on the mountain all day is a great breeding ground for fleas. The girls all needed to comb their hair with a very dense bamboo comb because that's how they could get the fleas out of their hair and strangle them. The county is much more hygienic. Last night Lu Shui slept with me and got many flea bites. Saying that, Gu Shuyao scratched her arm. She already belonged to the category of very clean people, but she couldn't do bathing and washing her hair every day. After all, bathing in the countryside isn't that convenient, and it takes more wood to boil water. So how can you wash all day? Chapter 71, The Wicked Tiger Wounded. Calling the Hunters. Chang, home. The couple was chatting about the move when they heard someone shouting outside. There, Ji Chang answered and went to open the door. Captain Tian, what brings you here? Ji Chang looked at the visitor with some surprise. The man who came to Ji Chang's house was a robust man, in his 40s, with beaming eyes. This man is called Tian Yutian, the militia captain of their brigade, a comrade in arms of Ji Chang's father, who used to take much care of Ji Chang. There is something to find you. Tian Yutian sized up Ji Chang. Not bad. I heard that you've started hunting recently. Your mental state has really changed. You have that essence from before. I didn't come for nothing. Captain Tian, have some tea inside, Ji Chang said with a smile. I won't drink the tea. I have to go and inform the others. Tian Yutian waved his hand, his expression becoming grave. There's been a tiger incident in the next county, and 2 villagers have already suffered, and a militia member was bitten to death. So, the local area is recruiting hunters and sharpshooters to go on a joint tiger hunt, and I'd like to ask if there are any ideas. There's a tiger? Ji Chang's eyes couldn't help but light up. A tiger? That's a precious prey that's covered in treasure. Ji Chang didn't realize that tigers existed in the next county and came out to eat people. Such a vicious tiger must be dealt with because it has already eaten people and will continue to do so. Not only are humans easier to hunt than other prey, they are exceptionally numerous. Yes, a real fierce tiger, estimated to be about 300 pounds. It should be a male tiger, Tian Yutian explained. Ji Chang squeezed his fist and spoke. When do I go? And if I hit it, is it on me? Of course, not only is it on you, but there's $1,000 reward, as well as an 81 bar and gun license. Hearing the reward, Ji Chang couldn't help but take a deep breath. I'll go. When? Ji Chang's blood boiled when he heard about the reward. I can't believe that I'm rewarding a current 81 bar. It's too much of a gift. It's an automatic rifle, a military firearm. This thing, it's so easy to fight bore. Meet at the county hall tomorrow afternoon. Not only the brigade, but some of those who have retired down. Anyone who is willing to go can go. Here is the certificate. Saying that, Tian Yutian took out a certificate from the brigade and handed it to Ji Chang. Okay, thank you Team Tian, Ji Chang said gratefully. If you kid really thanks me, leave me a piece of the tiger's tail, and I'll make wine for my mother to cure her. Tian Yutian patted Ji Chang's shoulder. In his opinion, Ji Chang, as the brigade's sharpshooter and having recently begun hunting, still had more hope. Okay, no problem. It's on me, Ji Chang said with confidence. This evil tiger must be taken down. I believe you have the strength. Tian Yutian smiled faintly at Ji Chang before going to inform the others. Gu Shuyao, who had gone to boil water and prepare tea, saw Ji Chang come in by himself and asked curiously, what is it that Captain Tian wants to see you about? Doesn't the militia side only start training after the fall? Ji Chang still had a name on the militia. He just hadn't been in training in years. It's a vicious tiger in the next county that injured someone, and Captain Tian invited me to join the roundup, Ji Chang explained, and he had no intention of hiding it from Gu Shuyao. Tiger? Gu Shuyao's face instantly changed, and she hurriedly grabbed Ji Chang's arm. It's too dangerous. How can you agree? Gu Shuyao hugged Ji Chang's arm, her entire body looking very uneasy. Tiger. That's the king of the beasts. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous to go on a roundup. I don't want you to go. It's really too dangerous. It's a tiger. If something happens to you, what about me and the child? The more Gu Shuyao thought about it, the more worried she became. Don't worry, there are a lot of people attending the roundup. I'm not going to take any chances. Hundreds and hundreds of shots. Not to mention tigers, even dragons would be shot full of holes. Ji Chang comforted. He certainly wouldn't say anything about the menacing things. So naturally, he'd talk about them in a safe way. Because he didn't want Gu Shuyao to worry. The emotions of a pregnant woman were important and would affect the fetus in her stomach. With a beautiful daughter-in-law like you at home and 2 unborn babies in my belly, how could I possibly take the risk? I'm just going to see the world, feel the roundup, and see the king of all beasts. Ji Chang continued to comfort Gu Shuyao. Perhaps Ji Chang's reassurance had done the trick. Gu Shuyao's tense muscles slowly relaxed. You promise? Gu Shuyao looked at Ji Chang, looking into his eyes. I promise to come back absolutely safe and sound, without a single injury. Ji Chang made a very serious promise. I'd rather be poor than risk you. Gu Shuyao leaned against Ji Chang, smelling his scent. But I'm not willing to let you live a life of poverty and misery. Anyway, don't worry, I'm not going to take any chances. Safety first. That's my code of conduct. Ji Chang held Gu Shuyao's small hand, his tone sincere. Gu Shuyao didn't say anything, enjoying the intimacy. The two hugged for a while, and after Kachijo felt he was about to lose control, he went to clean his gun. Tomorrow we are going to hunt tigers in Linxian County, and the gun definitely needs to be properly maintained, lest it fall off at a critical moment. Gu Shuyao wasn't idle as she went to prepare dinner. She wanted to do more things around the house so that it would be easier for Kachijo. A family can't be made to pay for just one person. Giving for a long time is tiring. In the past, it was her who paid by herself, and Ji Chang did nothing. So, she knew very well how tiring it was to give alone. After polishing his gun, Ji Chang went to check on Ma Gong's condition. I'll probably have to ride it on this trip to Lincoln County to hunt tigers. By the way, I gave him a bath to prevent him from harboring fleas. Then, Ji Chang trained Shanghu and Ping'an a bit. Ping'an is 2 months old and will be ready to take up the mountain in a little while. In the future, when you are free, you will have to train it more and reinforce its conditioned reflexes so that it can respond accurately to its commands. Otherwise, you might run away when you go into the mountains. Brother Chang, it's time to eat. Gu Shuyao cooked dinner and came out to call Ji Chang, who was still training his dog, to eat. Gu Shuyao's cooking skills were indeed not bad, and she cooked well without Wang Ji's instruction. After the happy candlelight dinner, Ji Chang took Gu Shuyao for a walk. After being reborn and coming back for so long, it was the first time he went for a walk with Gu Shuyao. The women in the village were becoming more and more envious of Gu Shuyao, because after Ji Chang started hunting, he didn't let Gu Shuyao do farm work, and only needed to stay at home to raise her fetus at ease. This kind of treatment is not available even to the daughter-in-law of the village chief's family. The men, on the other hand, were jealous of Ji Chang. Before, they were jealous of marrying an unbelievably beautiful daughter-in-law, but now they were jealous of the fact that he was able to hunt all day long. Even, some are beginning to contemplate going to the mountains and laying more hidden traps. Chapter 72, Moving into a New Home, Setting Out on a Tiger Hunt. After the walk, Ji Chang took Gu Shuyao to Wang Ji's house. They didn't have any lights in the house, so they burned a piece of wood to use as a lighted fire. Ji Chang told them to pack a few changes of clothes and not to bring anything else. They had unconditional trust in Ji Chang and didn't say much. No questions were asked about whether or not they could make money in the county and what they were going to do. Just asked what time we leave tomorrow morning. After agreeing on a departure time, Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao went back. Tonight Ji Chang did not prepare to go up to the mountain, and after coming back, he and Gu Shuyao rubbed some mud pills together, and did not go to rest until after 9 o'clock. The next morning, before 5 o'clock Ji Chang was up. While cooking breakfast, Wang Ji and Li Linen came to Ji's house with a simple bundle. After having breakfast together, Ji Chang let Wang Ji and Li Linen share a ride. The current Mu Yun had already been domesticated by the hunting space, so there wouldn't be any danger. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare. When you get a chance, you can still get a horse-drawn crate that would be a lot easier to use. Ji Chang rode the bike by himself, and Gu Shuyao sat in the back. To prevent bumps, Kachijo rode very slowly. Ji Chang rode for an hour and a half on what would normally be an hour's ride. It was only 7 o'clock when we got to the county seat. The county is still bustling at this time of year, with some people rushing from the county to get out of town to work on their farms, chop wood, and go to work. The county also seemed to be bustling with countless people rushing to work in factories and organizations everywhere. When they arrived at the new house, Huang Xinu and Huang Tu were already standing guard. Congratulations on your new house. The two siblings also carried some gifts with red paper on them. Very elaborate. Moreover, Huang Xinu had even prepared firecrackers for Ji Chang. After the firecrackers, Ji Chang led the crowd into the courtyard. The spacious compound makes Gu Shuyao's eyes light up. Looking at the blooming moon season is even faster to step forward. Obviously, she was very happy with this new house that Ji Chang had rented. We'll be living here from now on. How is it? Still satisfied? Ji Chang walked to Gu Shuyao's side and naturally held his hand. Satisfied. Much better than I expected. Saying that, she followed Ji Chang and looked around the house inside and out, becoming more and more satisfied the more she looked. Li Linen and Wang Ji looked at it with eyes full of envy. Cement-hardened floors, separate bathrooms, spacious and bright rooms. These are the things that they have not had. Next, Ji Chang took the girls to purchase bedding to make up for what was missing in the house. In addition, Ji Chang also bought some vegetables and cooked a large table at noon. By the way, he entertained Huang Xinu and Huang Tu, as well as Elder Huang and Elder Mrs. Lin. To the right of Ji Chang was Master Huang's house, and to the left was a small, 2-meter-wide river. A place like this allows for less socializing, which is why Ji Chang is particularly pleased. After lunch, Huang Xinu and Gu Shuyao's relationship had drawn much closer, as if they were a pair of close sisters. Huang Tu still packed food today, but not only for Sun Fong, but also for Lu Shui. Both of them, they would come back in the evening to give gifts and dine. However, this afternoon Ji Chang may have to go to Lin County, and he is not expected to be at home in the evening. Luckily, Wang Ji and Li Linen came along, or else Ji Chang wouldn't have been comfortable with Gu Shuyao living alone in her new home. After lunch, Elder Huang gave Li Linen a few stitches on the spot. Her facial paralysis condition was nothing at all in Elder Huang's place, and it would take at most a month for Li Linen to be completely cured. Lillian was happy to know that. After all, she didn't want to have a crooked mouth too often. Because of this, she was even more grateful to Ji Chang in her heart. Just after 2 p.m., Ji Chang headed for the gathering point with his gun on his back. By the time they got there were already about 3 dozen people who were also carrying various guns. Some of them were holding hounds, as many as 4 and as few as 2. These people, for the most part, are hunters. Ji Chang didn't realize that there were so many hunters in his county. A few were estimated to be over 50 years old, and the hounds were well trained and sat in an honest crouch. There were others without hounds, and the odds were that they were from the various brigade militia squads, for 2 of the men Ji Chang recognized as militiamen from other brigades with whom he had sparred in marksmanship. Changzi, it's really you. A dry, thin man walked over with a short, fat man and smiled happily at Ji Chang. Brother Fai, Brother Rong, Ji Chang shouted. The dry, skinny one is called Gong Ka Fai and the short, fat one is called Lam Kwok Wing, both with period names. You really stepped up. I thought Team Tian was joking. Lin Guorong said with some surprise. With you out there, Xiao Rong, and I don't have to worry. That evil tiger definitely can't escape your divine gun. Gong Jiaowei's words dripped with a bit of acidity, because his marksmanship was also good, but it still paled in comparison to Ji Chang's. Fai is joking. The tiger can't be taken down just by whoever is a good shot. Perhaps. I couldn't even see the tiger's shadow from the time I went there to the time I came back. Ji Chang humbled himself, keeping a low profile, being practical, and getting rich in a stuffy way. Going around fooling around will only cause resentment and cynicism. In this regard, Ji Chang had suffered. The 3 made some small talk, and Ji Chang got more information from the 2. There was not 1 but 2 evil tigers, including a white tiger. The twin tigers committed murder, and 2 more militiamen were attacked last night, fortunately saving their little lives. This time the hunters of 10 counties were mobilized, and since they didn't have many hunters in their counties, that's why the militia and retired good men were called in. Among the retired good hands, Ji Chang found Sun Weiman's figure. Ji Chang didn't expect that he would be among them. When he went over to greet him, Sun Weiman wasn't surprised because he knew that Ji Chang was a hunter and a pretty good shot. Sun Weiman was indeed as shy as gold and didn't talk much with Ji Chang. At 3:30 p.m., 2 large trucks appeared and a group of people got right into them. It was after 7 o'clock in the evening when we arrived at our destination. They were one of the late arrivals, and by the time they reached the village, which had been attacked twice, there were bonfires and barking dogs everywhere, and it seemed very lively. In this case, not to mention 2 tigers, even 20 would not dare to come out and make trouble. When we arrived at the place, everyone received a supply of dry rations enough for 3 days. No action was taken during the night, and no one will be organized to go into the mountains until tomorrow. Also, everyone needs to sign a waiver to be responsible for their roundup behavior. There will be no compensation of any kind in the event of an accident. After all, it was made clear when they arrived that participating in the roundup of the Boo Tigers was going to potentially result in someone being killed or injured. Ji Chang was considering whether or not he should sneak into the mountain overnight. No one else can see it. He can. Plus, while others have hounds to track tigers, he doesn't. Chapter 73, Entering the Mountain at Night, Pursuing the Tiger's Trail. Also, There may be other people coming into the mountains overnight tonight as well. Those who can come here have some confidence in their own strength. Ji Chang found a number of people who owned 56.5, and a few who carried professional jets, weapons that can give confidence and even inflate. After signing his name on the waiver and putting his thumbprint on it, Kicho was led to a tent. 3 men to a tent. It is strictly forbidden to go into the mountains overnight, and you will be responsible for anything that happens. When he heard the warning from the man leading the way, Ji Chang knew that someone had entered the mountain. Otherwise, there's no need to emphasize the sentence so much. It makes sense that some people decide to take risks for the rewards and the great benefits the tiger brings. People die for money. Birds die for food. Ji Chang considered for a while and decided to enter the mountain overnight, for he had already seen several flashlights on the hill, and by the time he got up there tomorrow, the tigers wouldn't know where they had been whisked off to. Ji Chang, are you going to enter the mountains overnight? Sun Weiman directly found Ji Chang and asked curiously. Ji Chang shook his head and said, no plans for the time being. Are you going into the mountains, brother-in-law? No. I was trying to say that it's dangerous at night. You don't even have a hunting dog. It's easy to be ambushed by a tiger, Sun Weiman said with concern. Thank you brother-in-law for your concern. Ji Chang didn't firmly state that he wouldn't go up the mountain. Sun Weiman nodded and turned around. Ji Chang dug into the tent. This kind of 4x4 tent was still quite big, and there were 2 unused marching quilts inside. There was a man lying in it, and he was guarded by 3 hounds, clear green wolves, constantly lolling their tongues and looking very alert. Ji Changzai took a seat in one of the seats and took out the potatoes and sweet potatoes he had received and ate them. Water was brought with us in marching canteens. After eating and drinking, Ji Chang lay down. It was too conspicuous to enter the mountain at this time, so he planned to take a nap before entering the mountain. Sleeping against the covers until after 11 o'clock at night, Ji Chang realized that the old hunter who had been lying in the tent had disappeared. No surprise, it should be into the mountains. Also, there were a lot fewer campfires, indicating that there were a lot of people coming into the mountains. Ji Chang hadn't thought that fighting an evil tiger could be so inwardly scrolling. Without saying anything, Ji Chang went straight up the mountain. In between, I encountered a few companionable militiamen, each smoking a buttless rolled-up cigarette and heading for the hills, still talking in hushed tones. From their conversation, Ji Chang knew the direction the evil tiger had gone into the mountains after attacking the villagers and militia, so he followed them into the mountains together. Some of these militiamen had a dog among them, but none of it realized that Kichijo was following them. Ji Chang was curious to see if the dog would actually signal the tiger when it got really close. If Ji Chang didn't have a hang-up, he would have wanted to team up with someone else. After all, if several people acted together, if they really encountered a tiger, the tiger would not dare to act rashly. Unfortunately, he was on his own and alone in order to hide his abilities. Upon entering the mountains, these groups of militia quickly lost their way. They had little tracking ability and had no idea which direction the tiger had fled in. The shrubs and weeds and so on in these forests had long been cut down by the villagers. After all, it wasn't just the people of Ji Chang's village who were short of firewood. There were families everywhere who were short of firewood. Ji Chang avoided them and headed straight for the mountains. For Ji Chang, his strengths were his night vision and his bloodstain. You really can't meet a tiger, and it smells good to hunt some other prey. Ji Chang climbed directly towards the top of the mountain, standing tall and looking away. He wanted to see where all the hunters who had left early were and in what direction. They have specialized hounds that make it easier to track tigers. Along the way Kichijo saw a few bloodstains, all of them small and curled up in the ground. Looking at the bloodstains, most of them are mountain rats, with a few hares and such. They should have smelled the large number of hounds and humans, so they were all afraid to come out of their holes. Ji Chang made it all the way to the top of the mountain, arriving just after 2 in the morning. He was kind of fast, after all, he had night vision. And there were no limitations in terms of movement, no need to use a flashlight for illumination. When he reached the top of the hill, it was deserted. Picking a location with a good view, Ji Chang turned off the night vision mode. Then he saw a lot of light sources and beams. Obviously, that direction is where the hounds are tracking. After determining the location, Ji Chang re-enabled the night vision mode and continued to chase in that direction with his gun on his back, in order to prevent others from accidentally injuring themselves. Ji Chang directly took out a flashlight to illuminate, reminding others not to shoot towards them. 10 minutes later, suddenly shots rang out, and they were sustained. Then there were countless hounds barking. Ji Chang turned off the night vision mode and saw a lot of lights rushing towards the direction of the gunshot. Could it be that they have already discovered the tiger and engaged it? Ji Chang was a bit puzzled, somewhat unable to believe that the evil tiger had been discovered so quickly. Maybe it's not a tiger, but some other beast, Ji Chang muttered, deciding to go ahead and check out the action. He quickened his pace and ran that way. Many people had the same idea as Ji Chang, and all of them approached towards that side. 40 minutes later, Ji Chang arrived at the spot where the flashlights were most concentrated. It turned out that it really wasn't a tiger that was killed, but a large boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds. The hunter who shot the boar had gutted it and hung its large intestine from a tree. Meanwhile, many of them were smeared with boar's blood. One look at their operation and Ji Chang understood. They were trying to lure the tiger with a wild boar. After all, tigers are sensitive to the smell of blood, as well as the smell of wild boar entrails. Perhaps the tiger could be lured in with the help of these scents, and I have to say, it does work. If the conditions allow, you can also lay various traps around the area and wait for the evil tiger to seek over. There are still quite a few hunters who are willing to guard the hogs for the tigers, and they find this approach more effective. Indeed, when tigers are in serious trouble, either using traps or poisoning the animals is a good way to deal with vicious tigers. Many more hunters continue to search for the vicious tiger with their own hounds, often in groups of 4 or 5. They were all surprised to see Ji Chang alone and without even a hound. Boy, you've got no hounds and you're all alone, so you're going to give food to that vicious tiger. Ha! One of the hunters didn't hold back and said directly to Ji Chang. The other hunter was also filled with worry. Yes, it's too dangerous for you. That's the king of all beasts. It's not something you can be reckless with just because you have a gun. Even an experienced hunter with a top-notch hunting dog wouldn't dare to hunt a tiger alone. Chapter 74. Young people should not always think of things differently. Kid, don't get your head in the clouds when you see the rewards. If you dare to go deep into the mountains and forests alone like this, you will definitely be injured by a vicious tiger. Don't want us to help you collect your corpse at that time. Hurry up and go down the mountain. Hunting that evil tiger is our hunter's business. What are you, an inexperienced little militiaman, doing to make a scene? Young people don't always be whimsical, thinking that if you know how to use a gun you are invincible, and that tigers dare to think about it. Even if we hunters are more experienced, we have to be in groups of 3 or 5 before we dare to go up the mountain at night. You either have to hurry and go down the mountain, or follow us to gain insight. These hunters, there were those who mocked Ji Chang and those who were worried about him, and there were even those who extended an invitation to Ji Chang to join them. However, Ji Chang did not join in. After all, these people had already discussed how to divide the prey, and the entire squad was not united in inviting Ji Chang. Interests, is that it can easily lead to conflicts and clashes in the team. Thanks for your concern, seniors. I just went up to the mountain to see what was going on. I didn't expect to hit the tiger myself. You guys go about your business. Don't worry about me. I'll just go around the edge when it's light out. After saying that, Ji Chang twisted his head and left. On the way over, he found a relatively new beast path and wanted to track down that one to check it out. In the mountains and forests, there were still teams of hunters who continued to track the evil tiger and did not come over to watch the fun. Some, not even to the sound of gunfire at all. After all, sound travels a limited distance, and gunfire isn't cannon fire. It doesn't make that much noise. Ji Chang moved quickly as he tried to distance himself from the hunters. He had the advantage of having to stay away from the crowds, and any prey he hit was received into his own hunting space to take away with him, and was unlikely to be found by anyone else. Traveling briskly, Ji Chang felt that the distance had opened up enough before he slowed his pace. Along the way, Ji Chang encountered several 30-centimeter blood bars, none of which he did anything about. Glancing at his watch, it was already 5:06. Ji Chang stopped and unscrewed his marching water bottle to drink some water. After drinking it, Ji Chang's nose twitched. The smell of blood? His cold hair stood on end and he hastily brought up his gun. Smelling blood at this time of year was not a good thing. There was a good chance that some beast had hunted an animal in the neighborhood and was perhaps still feeding. This is the time of year when the beasts are active. Sniffing, Ji Chang took a careful step. Fearful as he was, Ji Chang still wanted to take a shot. There was both danger and opportunity, and he felt he could see the bloodstain and not be easily ambushed. The gun thing is good. Much better than a bow. Any beast that takes a shot will be crippled if not killed. If he had 56.5 in his hand, he'd be even less worried. That's why he is so attached to the 81 bar. This gun is a treasure. With it, Ji Chang in the future on the mountain as long as there are enough bullets. Wild boars are randomly shot. However, the 81 bar is just as good for boar hunting. Military rifles, in fact, are less suited for hunting. They are more suited for self-defense. For hunting, it's best to use a shotgun. Which is a shotgun, or make your own clay gun and shoot lead or steel shot. Next, there are lighter bolt-action rifles, as in the category of the 38, the Ruger 10/22, the Remington M700, and the Winchester M70. That was why quite a few hunters that Nori commonly saw would opt for the 38 gun. However, more of them still use earthen cannons that they made themselves. Many people consider rifles superior to shotguns purely on the basis of lethality. So why don't hunters use rifles in favor of shotguns? The factors involved are both legal, the shooting effects of the two firearms, and the different scenarios in which the firearms are applied. Shotguns are used to kill animals, while rifles are used to kill people. The latter is constantly being improved and upgraded, and there is basically no upper limit to its accuracy and firepower. In this way, if a firearm like a rifle is applied to a hunting scenario, a single shot will result in a small animal like a grouse, a hare, a roe deer, and so on, being shot. So hunting small game and using rifles doesn't pay off. Secondly, even if the target is a bear, elk or other large game, the use of rifles can theoretically increase the efficiency of killing. However, the trauma caused by the rifle bullet is larger, and the bullet is very likely to penetrate out. A shot down the animal skin will be destroyed. For professional hunters, the same loss is not worth it, and the shotgun is obviously much lighter than the rifle. Hunting itself is a physical activity. Carrying a rifle so heavy firearms in the forest or mountain around half a day. No is in the hunting. Do not know also thought in the physical training it. Unless, of course, you can shoot yourself in the head. Otherwise, it's best to be honest and use a shotgun with a spray gun nature. The impact of this gun is so strong that the bullet, in the process of penetrating, not only cuts blood vessels, but also destroys and damages a large number of adjacent tissues, shocks the nervous system, and directly stops the functioning of a number of the prey's vital organs that have not been hit, resulting in a more rapid and less painful death. At the same time, there is minimal damage to the fur. Lead bullets or small steel balls are used, and the holes left by going through the fur are so small that they don't affect the fur very much. To summarize, the 81 bar is mainly used for self-protection, or for boar hunting. Without dwelling on the gun, Ji Chang searched for the scent of blood with his trusty 38, and found the body of a prey. A bitten muntjac with its stomach ripped open and some of its flesh gnawed away. This muntjac shouldn't have been dead for more than an hour, and the smell of blood is still so strong. Ji Chang observed on the suede and came to a conclusion. Ji Chang found bite marks on the muntjac, and pint-sized claw marks posted on his buttocks. There's no doubt that it was tiger hunted. Is it because they found a lot of people and hounds, so they didn't even eat and just ran away? Ji Chang muttered, then took out his hunting knife. The chamois meat is still fresh, so it's a waste to throw it away. Handle it and you can still take it for sale. The abdomen had been torn apart by the tiger, and most of the internal organs had been eaten. Ji Chang simply handled it and received it into his hunting space. He should be pretty close to the tiger. I wonder if there are any hunter groups that are closer. With my luck, it looks like the chances of finding the evil tiger are also high. Ji Chang paid attention to the ground, wanting to see if the tiger had left any traces. It's hard to say if it's really a double tiger or not, just that one of the white tigers hurt someone as well, the details of which are still unclear. In fact, no one has seen the two tigers in action together yet. However, if it was really two tigers acting together, one's risk increased. So, he wanted to judge by the marks on the ground. Just as Ji Chang was earnestly searching for traces, there was a sudden gunshot. Bang! The sound was loud and echoed through the valley. Shelf exploit notification. The book is off to a really good start, with a great catch-up ratio, and at one point Old Fire thinks he's going to take off, and is so anxious every day that he scratches a lot of his hair out, worrying that the catch-up will fall and the takeoff will be a failure. As a result, it's really down, with a gradual collapse of catch-up reading from last week. Old Fire knows that it is Old Fire's writing that is too bland, with few ups and downs, cycling back and forth to write the plot. Blame me. I'm usually a calm person who is afraid of trouble, and I removed all kinds of trouble in the book, so it seemed very bland, with few ripples and few cool points. So Old Flame learned his lesson and started trying to include more content and also try to write cooler. Whether it's well written or not, it's up to all the readers here to comment on Bully. Starting points are too rolled up and writing books is too rolled up these days. Originally thought that by writing this book can support themselves, can let the child to live a better life. The result of the reality has given Fire a hard slap in the face. That's all one is capable of. That's all one is capable of. Now in the middle of mediocrity and unemployed, it's a fool's errand to think that writing a novel will take off and turn things around. All Old Fire can do is try his best. Try his best to conceptualize a plot. Try his best to code more words. Explosions, which started right after it hit the shelves. The Old Fire only hope that the readers who are still catching up on the Reader's Baba can give the Old Fire a chance to eat. Go out and do odd jobs is really too painful. Not only tired but also particularly aggravated. It's not that the Old Flame doesn't want a job, but it's that old age is already 38 and everywhere resents mediocrities like me. Writing novels is only temporarily the only way out of the Old Fire. Old Fire is 38, but has a particularly young and naive mental age. You should be able to sense this from the book. The main character has a lot of old fire in him. If you're not naive, why would you even think about something like writing novels to make money to support your family? But the 312 paying readers who are still catching up tell Old Flame there is a little bit of hope. If you all subscribe to support, if you all are willing to spend more than $10 a month to package the Old Fire to write a book for you, the Old Fire still has a chance to earn the tuition of the daughter's school, can earn a living. As an author, all Old Fire can do is update, update, update. Next, I invite you to watch the efforts of an anxious middle-aged man. Please, readers, subscribe to support Old Fire and give a chance to eat. Pay your respects and bow. It hits the shelves tomorrow, and Old Fire will also evolve from 2K words a chapter to 3K words a chapter. Reward or whatever. Old Fire dare not hope. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Please guys, if you still like the book, make sure you subscribe to support Old Flame. Tomorrow, I hope you can surprise me. Love you, every reader who supports me. 2023.08/17. A middle-aged Old Fire trying to move forward. Chapter 75, The Evil Tiger Reveals Himself. Ji Chang saves the day. Chapter 76, The Evil Tiger Reveals Himself. Ji Chang saves the day. Woof woof woof. The hound's yelp came with it. A few shivers in his voice. Apparently, the barking hound was yelping in fear. Wicked tiger. A hunter has gone up against wicked tiger? Ji Chang's heart stuttered, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the shotgun in his hand. This distance can't be more than 500 meters. It's close enough. For tigers, this distance is nothing, as they are extremely fast. However, Ji Chang was in no hurry to act. He was still looking for signs that only one shot had been fired by the other side, and no new shots had been fired. Also, the hound is still barking and the location of the sound doesn't seem to be moving. Ha! Ji Chang found a pile of feces that looked very fresh. It stinks so bad. It should be a tiger, right? Ji used a wooden stick to turn it over, as it didn't look like herbivore feces. How did you get such a tiny pile? Could it be that there are still tiger cubs out there? Ji Chang couldn't help but follow the excitement as his eyes lit up. Tiger cubs are worth a lot of money. You can sell them to zoos if you catch them, or simply keep it for yourself. Wouldn't it be unbeatable to raise it and take it hunting? Knowing that the evil tiger was nearby, Ji Chang was much more alert. He waved his flashlight in the direction of the gunshot, indicating that there was someone in that direction, lest he be mistaken. Next, Ji Chang was much more cautious, keeping his eyes and ears on the ground, carefully keeping an eye out for any movement. If it wasn't for his night vision, he would probably be fuming inside by now. After all, the flashlight shines in a very limited range. It's pitch black all around, and you don't know if the evil tiger is hiding in the shadows around you waiting for an opportunity to strike. Since the hound was still barking, it was easy for Kachijo to find his way there. Keeps barking, or maybe it's because the evil tiger might still be around. After 10 minutes or so, Ji Chang finally touched the neighborhood. How are you guys doing? Are you hurt? Ji Chang saw the two beams of light and shouted over there. No one was hurt. One of the hounds was slapped and won't make it. Out of the darkness, someone spoke up. Can I come over? Ji Chang asked next. After all, some people do mind, so you have to ask ahead of time. Come here. Hearing the other's permission, Ji Chang walked over with his flashlight. There were two hunters crouched back to back, holding shotguns, receivers both on the edge of the triggers, ready to fire. Obviously, they were intimidated and became very wary. Just you. Ha! An old hunter frowned, a little shocked. Both of them were wicked tiger startled. Ji Chang dared to go up the mountain alone, and dared to move after hearing the gunshot. Shouldn't you be looking for a tree to hide in at this time of year? Don't want to die. The evil tiger is nearby. Come over here. Another one, a bit younger, lowered his voice and reprimanded. Ji Chang aimed his gun at the ground to prevent any mishaps. Everyone is nervous in the forest, and it's not uncommon for mishaps to occur. Ji Chang saw a hound lying on the ground, constantly making weak whimpering noises, as if pleading for help from his master. Unfortunately, its bones and internal organs were shattered by the tiger, and it was on the verge of dying. The other three hounds were still barking, but they all had their tails clenched and looked scared. The king of all beasts was so terrifying that the hounds were afraid to move. The barking was mostly a bluff. We underestimated the evil tiger's horror too much. Its speed is too fast. Didn't even look at the rhubarb before it was swatted away by the evil tiger. Young man, don't run around. Guard here with us and wait for dawn. The evil tiger may retreat at dawn. The younger hunter persuaded Ji Chang. Ji Chang looked around the room and didn't notice any other blood bars. There were no tigers within a 30-meter radius. These hounds probably didn't dare to chase the evil tiger, and it was considered very loyal not to leave their masters to run for their lives. Ji Chang gauged that it was almost dawn and did not continue to leave. The one that was a bit younger saw Ji Chang sit down, so he wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead and asked, "Dad, what do we do now? Big Yellow is no longer able to make it, and the Black Wolves and the rest of them are terrified. Keep watch and wait until dawn. I'm afraid that Mountain Monarch hasn't gone far yet. We can't move around. There are quite a few hunters up the mountain, and that Mountain Monarch wouldn't dare to attack us rashly," the old hunter said in a deep voice. It was then that Ji Chang realized that the other party was a father and son, so it was no wonder that he could give his back to the other party. Ji Chang took out some dry food from his carrier, ready to eat his fill before taking his chances. The two fathers didn't really dare to chat either, but they started trying to quiet a few of the hounds. The addition of Ji Chang gave them an extra boost. Both of them were using earthen cannons. Ji Chang's was a 38 large cap, the power of which was much greater than theirs. The three hounds quickly burrowed into their arms, whimpering and barking, obviously terrified. With them like this, I don't know if they will dare to go up the mountain in the future. Ji Chang kept an eye on his surroundings and silently ate a 7-minute meal. You can't eat too much because you need to be on the move at all times. That's why he was so hungry so soon. Since he was also a 7%er full last night, it didn't take long to eat before dawn broke, and Ji Chang clearly felt the father and son relax a bit. Sadly, the hound named Rhubarb is dead. When he first saw it, Ji Chang did not notice the words, "curable," on it. He was quite curious at that time if he could cure it by giving it a cut himself. Unfortunately, in front of the two fathers and sons, it was impossible for Ji Chang to reveal his hunting space. "What's next for you guys? I'm going to take a look around the neighborhood." Kichijo stood up and moved around a bit. "Don't mess around, kid. Yamakuni might still be around. To deal with it, you still need to round up the hunters. I'm going to release my gun to greet the other hunters." With that, the old hunter raised his shotgun and aimed it at the sky. Bang! A shot rang out and some smoke came out of the muzzle. His son also raised his gun, but didn't shoot right away because he needed to wait for his father to load. The old hunter quickly loaded the ammunition and waited until it was loaded before saying, "There!" Bang! His son fired one shot and then knelt down to load his ammunition. "Watch out! The evil tiger is coming." Ji Chang saw a huge blood bar that was very conspicuous. The evil tiger had actually shown up. Ji Chang didn't expect the sound of gunfire to attract the evil tiger. Bang! Ji Chang fired a direct shot. Unfortunately, the vicious tiger was extremely fast, and its position changed when it pulled the trigger. Woof woof! The three hounds barked as they clenched their tails. "Quickly, fill the ammunition." The old hunter's expression panicked, and like Ji Chang, he held his gun and searched for the evil tiger. Ji Chang's palms were already sweating because the tiger was so fast that it kept changing its position. Even such a loud noise as a gunshot didn't make it flee. Instead it was closing the distance little by little. Roar! Suddenly a tiger whistle came. The three hounds suddenly let out an owl and unexpectedly fled straight away, darting towards the distance. "Don't panic, we have 3 guns, 3 of us in each other's corner. If it wants to come forward, we'll shoot," Ji Chang said in a deep voice, and leaned towards the two fathers. "Black Wolf, come back, come back," the old hunter shouted at the hound. Hounds are in and still have an advantage. Shouting wasn't enough, and whistles were blown. Unfortunately, those 3 hounds had been scared out of their wits by that tiger's roar and didn't dare to come back at all. "Father, it's coming at us," the young hunter shouted nervously. The head of his gun moved back and forth, apparently seeing the evil tiger appear in his field of vision. "Don't panic, hold on, the evil tiger will die even if it gets a shot, so if we hold steady, we will make a lot of money, and your daughter-in-law will have money to cure her illness." The old hunter rushed out, hoping to calm his son down a bit. Bang! The young hunter fired. Not sure if it was because he was nervous or if he actually had a lock on the vicious tiger. "Father, missed." The young hunter was on the verge of crying, and the thumping heartbeat Ji Chang could hear. "Don't panic, be careful filling the shells." The old hunter was still relatively calm. It's still a risk if something goes wrong when filling out the order and it could blow up the chamber. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Fill the bullets at ease," Ji Chang chimed in. At this point, an accident would be a problem. Right at this moment, Ji Chang suddenly saw the blood bar appear in front of him. Conditionally, Ji Chang directly pulled the trigger. Bloodstain. It was shortened by a few centimeters, which meant that Ji Chang had struck the evil tiger, but hadn't done much damage to it. "Careful." Ji Chang pulled the bolt and lifted the man beside him by a foot. Tiger's claw, directly hollowed out. Bang! Kichijo's shot rang out again. Roar! The whistling came, deafening. Ran away. The evil tiger ran away. "How are you?" Ji Chang asked as he pulled the bolt. If it wasn't for the 38 large cap, and if he had a 56.5 in his hand, relying on the 10-round capacity, Ji Chang could have shot down that vicious tiger. Unfortunately, he was holding a 38 large cap and missed the best opportunity. Having just come face to face with the evil tiger, Ji Chang finally saw it in its full splendor. Huge and ferocious. The body was at least 2 meters long and about 300 pounds. Its arms, which were thicker than its own, were brightly colored and looked very beautiful. Unsurprisingly, it's a South China tiger. After seeing it, the muscles in his entire body instinctively tightened. No, it's fine. Scratched. Pants rotted. A little scratch. Thank you. I'd be dead if it wasn't for you. If Ji Chang hadn't kicked him, there must have been no way for him to live if he had a tiger's claw knotted across his body. Hemorrhaging. Definitely wouldn't have survived in the mountains. Quick. Fill it up. It might come back, the old hunter said in a hurry. The earthen cannon in his hand moving back and forth, wary of the surroundings. Odds are it won't. My bullet grazed it. It already knows that the gun we're holding is not to be messed with, Ji Chang said and prepared to go track the vicious tiger. Chapter 76, Chasing the Evil Tiger, Healing the Tiger Cubs. Chapter 77, Chasing the Evil Tiger, Healing the Tiger Cubs. Too risky, kid, it's good to be alive. It's really too risky. With us making such a big commotion, the others will soon arrive. The old hunter hurriedly persuaded Ji Chang when he heard that he was going after the evil tiger. Riches and riches, wrestled a single car into a motorcycle. Ji Chang dropped a sentence and directly rushed out. He wasn't sure if his bullet had penetrated the vicious tiger's body or actually grazed it. However, the blood bar has gotten a little shorter, indicating that it is just injured. Kill it while it hurts. Father, what should we do? The young hunter filled his cartridges and twisted his head to look at his father. What else can we do? He saved your life. We can't possibly watch him go to his death. Go after him, catch up with him. 3 guns. Better chance than 1. Saying this, the old hunter picked up his own carrier and prepared to go after Ji Chang. However, Ji Chang was extremely fast, running wildly through the forest. He had caught up with the evil tiger and saw its bloodstain. On the way, he saw some drops of blood. That means his first shot wasn't a graze. It went through. To make sure that the tiger's skin wouldn't be damaged by himself, he used normal bullets, not the kind with crosses carved into the tip. The vicious tiger was so fast that Ji Chang lost the chase a few times, but he didn't make a mistake in the direction he was chasing, so he could see the blood bars one after another. After 10 minutes, the evil tiger's blood bar was only half left. As long as it gave Ji Chang a chance to catch up, it would surely die. It should have known that Ji Chang was chasing it. After all, it had an overpowering sense of smell, so it doesn't dare to stay. As soon as it lingered, Kicho would immediately catch up with it, nipping at its heels. For Ji Chang, this evil tiger on the run wasn't scary. An escape wound won't stop bleeding. It will continue to bleed. If enough blood is shed, it will fall. It's getting closer, which means it's getting weaker. Ji Chang panted as he chased after the goose-vicious tiger. The forest was thick here, and his clothes were cut in several places, some of them hot and painful. But he still didn't stop. It would be a huge loss for this tiger to miss out. It went from a distance of 20 meters and then to a dozen meters. Ji Chang believed that if he held on for a while longer, he would be able to catch up with it without any problems. After a few more minutes, Ji Chang could already see the figure of the evil tiger. There really is a cub, isn't there? Ji Chang saw a white tiger cub following the side of the evil tiger. Not very big, estimated to be just a dozen pounds, probably just a few months old, looking fluffy and cute. At the sight of it, Ji Chang couldn't help but raise his gun. This juvenile white tiger must be taken down and not allowed to escape. However, Kicho quickly lowered his gun. He was worried that one shot would kill it, and it would be too late to use the healing function. So, he aimed his gun at the adult vicious tiger. He locked onto the evil tiger's ass and pulled the trigger. Bang! When the gun went off, Ji Chang saw that its blood bar had directly locked segmented most of the way down, with only 5 or 6 centimeters left. Roar! The vicious tiger lost its ability to run and hissed weakly, as if trying to make the cubs run for their lives. But the tiger cub had no intention of running away and pounced on the evil tiger, trying to drag it away. Ji Chang stepped closer, keeping a distance of 4 or 5 meters. This evil tiger Ji Chang had no intention of healing. Who knew if the hunting space could completely remove the ferocity? In case it couldn't, and it came out and attacked itself first after healing, it would surely die. The tiger cub was different. It was still relatively weak in combat, and it couldn't bite itself to death if it really attacked itself. He looked about as cute as a 3 or 4 month old dog, and there was no danger in looking at him. Ji Chang's gun had been pointed at the evil tiger while still being locally wary of the surroundings. A male tiger is certainly not going to have cubs, so there must be another female. The female tiger, too, was bound to be a white tiger. After all, tiger cubs are white-furred, so those people were right. There were indeed 2 tigers, one white, The one thing Ji Chang needed to be wary of was naturally that white tiger. Suddenly, the cub abandoned the male tiger and pounced directly towards Ji Chang. Ji Chang hesitated and pulled the trigger, hitting the back half of the tiger cub. The huge impact knocked the tiger cub straight down. Curable. Seeing these 3 words appear on the tiger cub, Ji Chang could not help but be ecstatic. Heal. He made the choice in his mind, and the young white tiger instantly disappeared. The evil tiger was already dying and could break at any time. Ji Chang still didn't approach and circled around the neighborhood. There was also a female tiger, and Ji Chang had to be vigilant and not be careless. At the same time, what should be done with this evil tiger? Ji Chang had not thought about it yet. With 300 pounds of prey, it was impractical for him to carry it away and drag it. It's easy to put it in the hunting space, but how do you get it out when the time comes? That was a problem. After all, he was going to collect his reward. There are 2 tigers, so if they both get hit, the reward won't be split in half, right? Ji Chang began to worry. What about the reward in case the female tiger was not fought by him? I also forgot to confirm the reward last night, so I signed a waiver. There won't be any change of heart, will there? If the tiger is not returned to the individual, wouldn't there be nothing to be gained by confiscating it? At this point in time, anything can happen. Because he didn't identify the award and didn't see the stamped document. I can't believe I was negligent. It's not right that a born-again person would make such a mistake. Ji Chang mentally spat out a sentence and glanced at the broken evil tiger. After hesitating for a moment, he received the evil tiger directly into the hunting space. There's no rush. The evil tigers are here anyway. Wait until you're sure of your reward. Then look for an opportunity to take the evil tiger out of the hunting space. If the reward doesn't sit well with you, you can simply not claim the reward and deal with it privately yourself. Now, there's no beginning of tiger conservation. Ji Chang was also tired of chasing after him, so he directly found a suitable tree and climbed into it. If the female tiger came, he at least had time to shoot. There was the scent of that male tiger in the cubs here, and there was a real possibility of attracting the females. Once up the tree, Ji Chang leaned against the trunk, clutching his gun and keeping an eye on everything around him, making sure he was safe for the moment. He glanced at his hunting space. The number was 8, indicating that hunting the 2 evil tigers still increased by 1. There was no special treatment just because it was the king of all beasts. There wasn't much of an upgrade coming to his hunting space either. It was still the same. Ji Chang had been in the tree for half an hour when he suddenly heard someone saying, "Child, child, where are you?" "It's that father and son?" Ji Chang muttered, then let out a shout. "I'm here. Over here. You guys be careful." Ji Chang was very touched, not realizing that the father and son had risked their lives to find themselves. Woof, woof, woof. The hounds barked. After a while, the father and son approached with their hounds. Ji Chang also came down from the tree, not continuing to stay up there. This kid has too much guts. He really dares to chase that far. It's good that it's fine. It's good that it's fine. Quickly come down the mountain with us. The evil tiger has already been killed by the other hunters, the old hunter said with a relieved face. Beaten to death? Ji Chang froze for a moment and couldn't help but glance at the other side. What color? Ji Chang thought to himself. Could it be the albino female tiger? Normal color? Ah, it should be the one we encountered, the old hunter explained, as he took a look from afar. But I was worried about Ji Chang, so I didn't go over to join in the fun. Could it be that there are more than 2 tigers? Tigers are solitary. How come there are so many of them? It's so unreasonable. Also, the fact that it would come right down and attack people doesn't make much sense. It's so counterintuitive. Could it be that female tigers are also of normal color and there is no such thing as a white tiger? The white tiger they saw was actually a cub? In that case, it's normal. Come on, let's go down the hill first. Ji Chang hesitated for a moment before saying, didn't they say there was another white tiger? That's all rumor, I guess. It doesn't have to be true. The old hunter responded. What to do? Are you going down together yourself? Old uncle, do you know what reward there is for hitting a tiger? And who owns the tiger? Ji Chang was most curious about this. After all, this was about his next move. Wouldn't you know it? $1,000 and a handful of 56.5, 10 pounds of tiger bone and a tiger's whip. The old hunter spelled out the rewards. Why is this so different from what was said at the beginning? Ji Chang frowned. The old hunter immediately laughed and said, yesterday afternoon the leader sent a message, saying that the 81 bar troop has not all changed. How can it be used as a reward? That's a misrepresentation. Furthermore, taking the 81 bar to the mountain, the prey are playing extinct. What else will the children and grandchildren play? Also, the tiger has to be taxidermied and processed before the 10 pounds of tiger bones and whips can be taken away. All the rewards have changed except for the $1,000, which hasn't changed. This left Ji Chang somewhat torn. Should he still take that vicious tiger out of his hunting space? The 56.5 isn't as fierce as the 81 bar, and the 56.5 only holds 10 rounds, but as the old hunter said, the 81 only started being issued to troops this year, and a lot of the troops are using the 56.5, so how could they possibly get it to reward a hunter? So really, it could be a rumor and white-knuckle excitement. I blame myself for not asking around last night and rushing up the mountain. After thinking about it for a while, Ji Chang decided to forego the reward. A tiger is worth much more than that reward. A tiger skin can sell for thousands, even tens of thousands. After thinking about it, Ji Chang decided to go down the mountain with them. The matter of the tiger cub was not something Ji Chang had any intention of revealing, so he would bring it out when he returned. It's alive anyway, and there's no way for anyone else to take it from them. Carrying their own backpacks and holding their 38 caps, he couldn't be sure that the one hit by the others wasn't the mother of the little white tiger, so he still had to be vigilant. Chapter 77 and the Evil Tiger. Reward Plus. Chapter 78 and the Evil Tiger. Reward Plus. Right, I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Gong Jianjun. This is my father. Everyone calls him Gong Laolu. You can call him Uncle Six. Gong Jianjun and Ji Chang introduced themselves. My name is Ji Chang. Thank you Master Six and Uncle Gong for coming to find me. Otherwise I really might have gotten lost. Ji Chang didn't have any hounds, and it was really hard to find his way back when he had been chasing the tiger. Perhaps, one might not be able to turn around in the mountains for a few days. If it weren't for you, my life would have been accounted for in these mountains. The big tigers are too dangerous. It's better to hunt wild deer and wild boar, Gong Jianjun said with a palpitating heart. Thinking back to the image of himself being attacked by the tiger's sudden proximity, he was still very frightened. Master Six, you've been hunting for many years, right? What kind of prey have you gotten? Ji Chang looked at Gong Laolu and asked with some curiosity. Ji Chang really didn't know much about what they were hunting in the province. That's a lot. We still have quite a lot of rare things in this mountain, and I've also hit a black bear. Mentioning that he had fought a bear, Gong Laolu became excited. Ramblingly, he described to Ji Chang the experience of that bear hunt with no danger, and he mentioned his companion several times between words. At the same time, he took the opportunity to talk some sense into it. It's too dangerous to go hunting in the mountains alone, and you might become prey to a fierce beast without hitting the prey yourself. Ji Chang knew that the other party was worried and concerned about himself. If he didn't have night vision and the ability to see bloodstains, he really wouldn't be fit to go up the mountain alone, especially not with all the hounds. Listen to people and eat. Ji Chang said he remembered and would not go up the mountain easily in the future. Along the way, Ji Chang didn't even notice any bloodstains. Apparently, hundreds of people and thousands of hounds were moving so much up the mountain that they scared the animals on the mountain. Those who could hide in their dens did so, and those who could run away did so. Originally, Ji Chang wanted to snuggle a bit of other prey, but he ended up going straight empty-handed. When they returned to the village was beating gongs and drums to celebrate the successful ambush of the evil tiger. Human beings do not have the same sorrow and joy. Gong's father and son looked at the hound in the bamboo basket that was slapped to death by the vicious tiger, and only had a hard time. As a hunting dog, it needs to be taken back to be buried and a grave established. Therefore, none of them attended the commendation meeting and left after saying a hasty goodbye to Ji Chang. They are the people from this county, not too far from this village, just half a day's journey. Ji Chang hadn't left yet, as he still wanted to determine if the hunted tiger was a male or a female, and if there was still another white tiger. A tiger is so valuable that people everywhere are hunting it now, and in a few years they will start protecting it, and then there will be no way to move it. However, it's also the fact that the beating is so hard that it makes the higher-ups realize that if they don't protect it, it's going to be beaten into extinction. Ji Chang squeezed his way through the crowd directly to the tiger, and after taking a look, Ji Chang's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Male tiger. It's a male tiger, not a female. In the mountains, there should still be vicious tigers, and one can continue to hunt. After killing one, Ji Chang became more confident in hunting tigers. He still had the tiger cubs in his hand, which he could use to wait for the female to come to his door. The leaders could not wait, and the reporters began to shoot at the evil tiger and the leaders for a while. Many of the hunters who enjoyed the spectacle stayed, but some lost hunters and militia left. Too many people go into the mountains here for regular hunting, and most of these people are not full-time hunters. Most are farmers who go into the mountains to hunt in their spare time. Hunting is not only about strength, but also about luck. The south doesn't have such good places as Daxing and Ling and Qingbai Mountain, and beast resources are scarce compared to the north. You can't feed your family if you don't have a profit from going into the mountains, and you have to take farming into account to do that. An hour or so later, the recognition ceremony began. As Gong Laolu said, the reward is 1 $000, a handful of 56.5, and 10 pounds of tiger bones. There are no on-site rewards for tiger bones though. They need to be given after the fact. The one who killed the evil tiger was a small team of 4 people. They went up to the stage together to receive the rewards. How to distribute the rewards was their own business. Just as the rewards were being handed out, a group of people rushed to the recognition venue carrying a corpse. There are still vicious tigers on the mountain, and our brother was bitten to death by a white female tiger that had a cub with her. Leader, can you lend us some 56.5? The earthen cannons we have in our hands don't work at all. The time it takes to fill the shells could be attacked by a vicious tiger, and that's how our brothers lost their lives. The leaders at the scene also did not expect a second tiger with cubs. You can't just borrow a gun. This won't work. No one can cover it if something goes wrong. One of the armed forces came right out and refused. It's not really a good thing to switch guns in a hurry. The hunters were used to using their own earthen cannons, and didn't see how switching to a 56.5 could be a big kill. In addition, in the mountains and forests are prone to accidental injuries, and if they occur they can be held responsible. Being wounded by a tiger and being mistakenly wounded by a 56.5. Those are two different things. What about the reward? What reward for killing the second tiger? The other lost hunters couldn't help but get excited. Even the 4 hunters who had just received their rewards were very excited. They had a handful of 56.5 in their hands, plus they had successfully hunted a fierce tiger. Their confidence was just bursting at the seams. Leader, can the tiger be owned by an individual? One is enough for a specimen, right? That's right. Tigers are worth more. Their whole body is treasure. It's more profitable not to receive rewards. If it were me, I would have carried the tiger away long ago. It's only $1.000 for a handful of 56.5. It's too cheap. What reward do you want? Just go straight up the mountain and fight the tiger back and be done with it. It's not like the tiger was raised by the leader. Go, let's fight the tiger. The white tiger's skin is worth more. Cootie. Only then do we take the reward. The hunters at the bottom awakened all of a sudden, thinking that exchanging tigers for rewards was too much of a loss, so they might as well just go and hunt tigers. The leader's face changed, and there were reporters underneath. Reward 1,000. 56.5 a handful, and the tiger goes to the tiger hunter. The guys are right. One specimen is enough, and this is a contribution made by all the heroes. As soon as the words came out, the hunters stopped and applauded. What about the tiger cubs? Can you raise them if you catch them? Ji Chang asked directly, using this opportunity to just solve his own problem. This comrade, tigers can't be raised, and the average person can't afford to raise them. If you really catch a tiger cub, I can help you contact the zoo and let the zoo acquire the cub. A leader stepped forward. Not necessarily. I've seen some hunter magazines from abroad saying that some people have bred tigers and they don't bite. If I really catch one, the forestry department can give me a breeding license. And can I legally breed tigers as well? Ji Chang continued to ask, knowing that there were bound to be forestry departments among these people. Sure enough, one of the leaders looked at one of them. Little comrade, we don't have such a precedent here. If you do catch it, we can make an exception. Zoos also require breeding permits, just not for individuals yet, but they hold the power of speech, and there is nothing they can't do if they are willing to do it. Moreover, he felt that Ji Chang's words had given him a thought that would benefit the forestry sector. He came down from the province to gild the lily and to do something about it. Please don't worry, leader. I will definitely catch a tiger cub and come back to properly study how to breed it. Ji Chang grinned, not realizing that someone would actually dare to give him a promise when he casually asked. Ji had some ideas in his head, some ideas about animal conservation and legal hunting. There have actually always been hunting licenses in the country, and there are some hunters who can hold them after passing a test. Having a hunting license doesn't mean you can hunt everything, and some rare animals are off limits. However, Ji Chang felt that it was too imperfect, and it was entirely possible to establish a more perfect system that could better protect the animals, as well as utilize hunters to balance the ecology. The country has since been flooded with feral hogs everywhere because the things simply don't have many natural predators. The only South China tiger that ate them went extinct from the wild a long time ago, and Ji Chang feels that the South China tiger should be protected and their population controlled. When you come back from a rebirth, you have to do something. You shouldn't just hunt wild animals. One should play some role in the protection of wildlife and domestication of wildlife. Otherwise, it would be a shame to wait until a lot of animals are extinct. Don't talk too much, you little comrade, but good luck. Ji Chang nodded, feeling more and more that this leader was unusual. Leaders, what if there is more than one tiger on the mountain? Suddenly someone spoke up and asked. Yeah, everyone said there was only one, but it turns out that the rumored white tiger really popped up. What if there's a third one? How does it count? Give us a few minutes and we'll discuss it. Indeed, it was discussed for just a few minutes that the same reward could be given if there was a third one. A $1,000 cash prize, a handful of 56 1/2s, and the tiger goes to the individual. However, you need to fight the evil tiger within 3 days for this bonus to work. This result made the hunters present happy. 1,000 and 56.5 belongs to the white money. Really hit the tiger. Take the tiger and sell it. Shaking it may become $1 million man. Because of the experience of one smooth hunter in front of us, everyone is more confident in hunting tigers. The group reorganized in groups of 3 or 5 to form their own small group of hunters. The hunter who had been bitten to death by the white tiger was still there, and if they weren't a team, it wasn't clear who would fight who when they encountered the white tiger. No one had come to Ji Chang. The hunters from his county had either already formed a team or had left in disappointment before the recognition ceremony began. But even if someone came to team up with Ji Chang, he wouldn't agree. He already had a killed vicious tiger and a healed tiger cub in his hunting space. Even if he didn't go up the mountain, he would find an unoccupied corner to get the evil tiger out to collect his reward. So how could he team up with someone else? Chapter 78, Ji Chang squatting. White tiger seeking sun. Chapter 79, Ji Chang squatting. White tiger seeking sun. Ji Chang stepped down and ate dry food and rested for a while. Little comrade, didn't you say you wanted to catch tiger cubs? Why are you still resting here alone when everyone has gone up the mountain? Ji Chang saw the leader of the forestry department appear at the door of the tent and quickly got up to welcome him. I went up the mountain last night and wanted to rest and recover a little bit of my fitness before going back up, Ji Chang explained. The other nodded and pulled out a cigarette and handed one to Ji Chang. I'm really sorry. I can't smoke. I have the smell of smoke on me, and the tiger can smell it from thousands of meters away. Ji Chang decisively rejected the other party's good intentions. Wow. Looks like you're really a professional hunter and not here for the fun of it? Ji Chang nodded, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Not bad. Half-assed. Just read some books on hunting. Ji Chang bragged in a serious manner. What are some of the books on hunting? It's called Hunting and Fishing, and in English it's called Hunt and Fishing. Ji Chang was really aware of the magazine, having read 2 copies in his last life. Oh, and understand English? Seeing the other person's surprised and shocked expression, he or she could not help but think of the psychology of people worshipping the outside during this period. It comes down to being too poor to be confident, leading many to just fall to their knees on their own. What's the deal with hunters abroad? Can they just hunt? Are there any restrictions? He actually wanted to ask where the magazine was and if he could show it to him. Of course not. Hunting is forbidden every year during the breeding season of the animals, and at the same time many cherished animals are to be protected and prohibited from being hunted. If their numbers are high, take a few quotas out every year and let all the hunters shake the number, and only hunt the designated animals when they get it. There are naturally restrictions on shotguns, and hunters also need to pass an examination to hold a legal hunting license. Shotguns all need to be registered, and the storage of guns all need to be in compliance with the regulations, so as to prevent injuries from occurring with shotguns. The other party's eyes couldn't help but light up after hearing this. The establishment of a hunting ban, the protection of cherished animals, hunting licenses, registration of shotguns, and the breeding license you mentioned before. It's really advanced. These are all worth learning from us. It's really an eye-opener for me. Saying that, he excitedly patted Ji Chang's shoulder. Little comrade, what's your name? Can you tell me more carefully about what you said? I think our country can also learn from such advanced management methods abroad, so that we can better protect the animals, and also allow hunters to hunt with more peace of mind, said. He took out a notebook that he carried with him. Ji Chang, G of discipline. Often, after the introductions, Ji Chang gave a brainwave of what he knew. The two even explored for a while, and all of a sudden a couple hours passed. Ji Chang knew that he might be able to advance the conservation of cherished wildlife slightly. These efforts, which originally belonged to the forestry sector, have since been increasingly emphasized by the state. After all, at the beginning of the 101, there are so many areas that need to be energized, and some of them can't help but be a little neglected. Ji Chang, this suggestion of yours is very good. Forest rangers and hunters can actually be compatible with each other. After all, there is no one who understands wildlife better than hunters. Farming is also really the best solution to our lack of wildlife resources, and we should really set up a special study on how to scientifically farm these wild animals to enrich the table of the common people. I've had a lot of conversations with you today. I've gained a lot, so when I organize it and hand it to the top to look at, I can sign your name then, right? Ji Chang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It was just some suggestions. It was hard to say whether they would be adopted or not, and it was fine to sign his name. By the way, my name is Lin Shobin. Just call me Old Lin. Saying that, he looked at his watch. It was already more than 4 o'clock, and hurriedly continued. Go have a dinner with me in a while. It's almost time. Bureau Lin is polite. It's almost time for me to go into the mountains. The tigers are starting to be active at this hour. Ji Chang still wanted to try his luck in the mountains. After all, he was favored by Lady Luck. I'm not holding you back from hunting. Wouldn't it be a bit too risky for you to be alone without even a hunting dog? Lin Xiaobin felt that Ji Chang was a talented person who should be poached to work in the forestry department. Unfortunately, Ji Chang made it clear that he didn't want to work, and only wanted to hunt and catch up on the mountains. There's no delay. I originally planned to go up the mountain at this time as well. It's useless to go early. Saying that, Ji Chang put on his own backpack and shotgun, bidding farewell to Lin Xiaobin and going straight up the mountain. After entering the mountain, Ji Chang trotted up the whole way. After being reborn, his physical ability and endurance became excellent, and he was exceptionally energetic and quick to recover. That white tiger was definitely hiding from the hunters, and it wasn't that easy for them to find it. Otherwise, those people would have gone down the mountain a long time ago. Also, Ji Chang already knew why there were suddenly so many tigers in the mountains, because one town had a mountain fire that burned for days. Presumably, those tigers ran to this side of the mountains to avoid the fire. This is because in the past, I have not heard of any tigers in the area, only black bears. Unsurprisingly, the odds are that the hunters who went up the mountain today won't come down. They came in groups of 3 or 5, all with dry rations and flashlights, some even with headlamps for digging. A headlamp is still a very useful tool for the average hunter. The sky was getting dark, and Ji Chang didn't see any hunters coming down the mountain. He did come across some squirrels and then shot some of them directly with his slingshot. At nightfall, Ji Chang stopped directly and found a place to build a fire. From the basket, Ji Chang took out a small aluminum pot. Aluminum pans are not very healthy, but Norichika has no other choice. After all, this process can only be done with aluminum now. Boiling water and cooking things, this aluminum pot is still very good and heats up quickly, which is now used by many families. This aluminum mouthpiece from Kicho has a smaller caliber for carrying into the mountains. However, he felt that his carrier needed to be rewoven, and it would be better if he could make it tiered, so that it would be more appropriate to keep things separate. Pouring his own cold mountain spring water into the pot. Without boiling water, Ji Chang is afraid to drink indiscriminately. In case there are any parasites, will be trouble. When it was time to boil the water, Ji Chang skinned the chipmunks, and once they were cleaned, they were placed on the rack and roasted. It's still convenient to have a hunting space where the pitchforks can be placed and taken out and used at any time. Unfortunately, it wasn't an ordinary storage space, or else it would be even more convenient and he could go up the mountain empty-handed. While roasting the chipmunk, Ji Chang shoveled off the greasy skin of the chipmunk's skin and put it in the back basket after filling it with some hay. In no time at all, the sizzling roasted chipmunk turned golden brown. I don't know if Wang Bao has been feeding my goats and roe deer properly, so no one should be stealing them, right? Ji Chang thought of his family's goats and roe deer, and wanted more and more to contract all the land in that hot spring lodge, build his own private farm, and keep all his animals in that place. That location is very close to the county. It's a 10-minute drive from that hot springs lodge location, and there's a reservoir that could be built there. In a previous life, someone had built a reservoir and power station there, turning that place into an isolated island surrounded by water on 3 sides, and the whole island occupied a total of 10,000 acres of land. So it could be a small independent world, as long as a good enclosure is built on the access road. It's perfect for breeding a variety of animals. Even if hunting was really banned in the future, Ji Chang could develop the place into a legal hunting ground to experience and fulfill his own needs and the needs of other people who had the same hobby to come and hunt. There are also reservoirs where you can farm all kinds of fish and make some money. Those mountains and forests, which can also grow all kinds of fruits, can likewise be profitable. Thinking about it, Ji Chang wanted to make more money as soon as possible and contract out the place. Contracting is very inexpensive now, and when the price of land goes up, contracting can be expensive. After eating the mountain rat, Ji Chang packed up his things and got ready for battle. Just because countless people are on the mountain doesn't mean the tiger won't rush down around them. After a moment's reprieve, Ji Chang turned on the flashlight and let the little white tiger that he had healed come out of the hunting space. His one intention was to try and lure the female tiger. The location he picked was a depression where there was also a stream. Tigers, it is still possible to go down the stream, because the South China tiger is very good at swimming, not very good at climbing trees. After the little white tiger came out, it directly pounced on Ji Chang. However, instead of biting Ji Chang, he put his head against him. This thing is also too cute, much more so than a cat bite. Ji Chang arched his own little white tiger, and seeing that it wasn't aggressive in any way, he directly picked it up. Big head, furry body, cute feeling. Well, It just smells a little heavy and needs a good cleaning. Instead of sucking it, Ji Chang took out 2 skinned flower mice to feed it. The little white tiger was also hungry, and ate the flower mouse in 3 or 2 batches, then looked at Ji Chang with a baba. Ji Chang had to take out the muntjac that had been bitten to death by the tiger from the hunting space and cut some meat down for the little white tiger. You foodie, you still sound like you can eat. Ji Chang realized that it was still quite a big eater, and could dry down more than a pound of meat. Next, Kichijo climbed a tree on the side. The next step is to wait and see if the female tiger will follow. Hunting, it takes patience. Little by little, time passed and Ji Chang didn't find any bloodstains nearby. It seemed that the odor of the little white tiger kept all the animals away. Late at night, after 3 o'clock, Ji Chang suddenly had a red flash before his eyes. A thick bar of blood appeared, with another 1/2 as short on the side. Chapter 79, Someone Plotted a Tiger. Preempting the action. Chapter 80, Someone Plotting a Tiger. Preempting a move. Ji Chang's gun aimed itself at the thick strip of blood, and without saying a word, he directly pulled the trigger. It's a tiger. You have to shoot it on sight or you'll probably miss your chance to shoot it. Bang! With a single shot, the tiger's blood bar was emptied by 2/3, straight to the heart of the matter, directly crippling the evil tiger. The vicious tiger was directly knocked over by Ji Chang into the stream, and it did come down through the stream just as Ji Chang had expected. Perhaps its purpose was originally to enter the village, or to avoid the hunters. After all, water currents can mask scent, and tigers poop in their own territory by digging pits. The tiger cub on the side tried to escape, but Ji Chang didn't give it a chance. If you come, you have to stay. Kicho could only pray that it wouldn't be taken away with a single shot. Pulling the trigger again, after the gun went off, Ji Chang took a direct hit on the fleeing tiger cub. The blood bar directly cleared in half, causing Ji Chang's heart to stutter. Without saying a word, he slid right out of the tree and went straight for that little tiger. This was a tiger cub, and odds are it was not involved in the hunt. So, Ji Chang wanted to heal it directly. From the time he went up, when he saw the words, curable, Ji Chang's heart was delighted and he hastily chose cure. The coloration of this tiger cub is normal, not albino. Then, Ji Chang looked back at the dying female tiger. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Chang made his choice. He can't afford it. He's too poor right now, and it still costs a lot of money. An adult female tiger doesn't know how much meat to eat every day. Raising 2 tiger cubs would probably be a struggle. It's not like a zoo where you can still charge admission and let the tigers feed themselves. The main thing is that you can only stay in the hunting space for 12 hours, which is way too short. If it was 120 hours, Kichijo would have been cured straight away. However, by the time Ji Chang made his decision, the white female tiger had also broken. That shot just now, Ji Chang took a direct hit to the head. Ji Chang directly received the white tiger into his hunting space, and then put the little white tiger into his own back basket, preparing to carry it directly down the mountain. The female tiger wasn't very big, and wasn't estimated to be 200 pounds. The South China tiger is a small tiger, and there is no comparison with the Northeast tiger. Strange, the gunshots were clearly in this direction. Why are the people gone? A voice came from the distance. Apparently, a hunter had followed the sound of the gunshot. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Chang directly got the female tiger out of the hunting space. The other tiger cub was still healing and would take time. There was no way to take it out. Ji Chang shook his flashlight, voluntarily revealing his position. That, over there, quick, soon. Ji Chang saw the 3 hunters. Mother asterisk 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 her, it's really a tiger. Dude is awesome. What a handsome white tiger. This tiger skin is worth a lot of money, isn't it, Brother Fong? Nonsense. This is a rare white tiger. Surely it's worth more than the skin of the one under that mountain. There are channels to sell it for 10,000 or 80,000. Surely no problem. That's a lot. The mountains have something for everyone who sees it. Brother, and we. Ji Chang watched as the 3 men discussed the white tiger with you and me, and he couldn't help but stutter in his heart. It's a long way from the base of the mountain, and odds are there aren't any other hunters nearby. If the 3 of them get any ideas, I'm afraid I'm going to get sprayed myself, because the faces of these 3 people looked very bad, not like any good people. Dude, you're alone. Where are your companions? Are they injured? Do you need help? The leading one asked while taking out a rolled cigarette and lighting it directly. Instead of giving it to his 2 companions, he smoked it all by himself. Just me. Ji Chang pulled the bolt and pressed the bullet into its trajectory. Noticing that the other man's hand shook, Kicho tried to reach out and touch the gun. I advise you to better stay still. You can see whether your hands are faster or my gun is faster, Ji Chang directly said in a cold voice. Brother, what do you mean by that? That man who was in charge broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected to turn the gun on them himself just as his mischievous thoughts were rising. There's not much of a chance of winning an earthen cannon against a 38 gun. He's the one that's locked on. And at this close range, one shot and the man's gone. What do you mean you know very well? Don't think I don't know what you just typed. Throw the gun in the creek. Quick! Ji Chang directly threatened. At this time if he showed weakness then he would be the one being held at gunpoint. Misunderstanding? You're really misunderstanding, brother. We don't mean anything else. We're just concerned. Lose the gun. What chance is there of surviving? Don't move. I'm a fast gun. Even if it's 1 for 1, I can pop one of you in the head and take out another one. And I don't mean anything else. You guys have guns and I'm not comfortable enough to talk to you properly. So, one by one, you come and throw your guns in the creek. This is a wild mountainous area. Not only are there tigers, but there are also blind bears. If you guys have an accident, I'm afraid you'll have to look for days. And if you find them, the bodies might have been eaten by the beasts. Ji Chang's words instantly emboldened the three. Throw. We throw. Brother, you can't mess around. There are still public security officers at the bottom of the hill. So don't make a mistake. Ji Chang then said, raise one side of your hands a little higher. Attacking with a gun in one hand wasn't that easy. So Ji Chang first had the three raise one side of their hands. The one in the center throws first. And the two of you on the side don't move. Whoever moves, my bullets will be on them. Although it was only a threat, Ji Chang's tone of voice was icy cold, causing the three people across from him to be emboldened. The one in the center, the leader, regretted that he hadn't had his gun at the ready and hadn't made the first move. But on second thought, if he had come with a gun, he would probably have been killed long ago. One by one, the three men dropped their guns into the creek stream. And fortunately there were no incidents of misfires either. Move down. Form a line and hurry. Ji Chang continued to order. Without their guns, the trio's momentum weakened. Brother, you must not be impulsive. That one who was in charge advised as he walked away. Going down the road was good for running, but he felt that this was Kichijo's test. Anyone who wants to run will have to eat peanuts. At such a close distance, one shot would be fatal or crippling. Pull out any knives you have on you and throw them on the ground, Ji Chang said as he quickly picked up his gun. They can't see themselves in the darkness, but they can. After carrying all three earth cannons on his back, Ji Chang's heart was much more solid. Those three didn't dare to go against Ji Chang's words and threw out all the swords they had on them. What's his name, Feng? You go cut a thicker log, then tie up the tiger and carry it down the mountain. With that, Ji Chang put his own backpack on his back and collected all their knives and put them in his own backpack, leaving only one firewood knife. There's free labor, so it's good to not use it. Moreover, having the three of them carry the evil tiger down the mountain would also better prevent them from making any small moves. Wu Xiafeng, not some front. Wu Xiafeng picked up the firewood knife and said with some displeasure, you two illuminate and keep an eye on him in the meantime. If he runs away, I'll try the power of the earth cannon on you. Ji Chang's icy words made them shiver. Having successfully cut back the wood, the three men tied the tiger's limbs tightly with twine. One was in charge of the light, and two carried the evil tiger. Ji Chang was behind them with his gun, staring at them as they carried the tiger all the way down the mountain. There were no accidents along the way and it was a smooth ride back down the mountain. There were still some militia and civilian police patrolling at the bottom of the mountain, and when they saw Ji Chang and the others returning with the tiger, they immediately struck the gong. Comrade police, this is the earth cannon of the three of them. Just now on the mountain they saw me alone and tried to grab the evil tiger, but I stopped them. Ji Chang jumped ahead of them, not giving the three of them a chance. Several police officers immediately became nervous, and their eyes all turned to the three Wu Xiafengs. What Ji Chang said was very logical. Moreover, Ji Chang merely stopped them, surrendered their earthen cannons, made them carry the tiger down the mountain, and took the initiative to turn in the cannons and report the situation. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. It's just that my brother's mouth is cheap and talking nonsense, saying something about seeing people. We really don't have that kind of mind. Wu Xiafeng hastened to sophistry up. He knows best if he has that kind of mind. This better be nonsense. If you do anything illegal, you will surely be brought to justice by us, the police cautioned, and now all they could do was caution. Of course, the earthen cannons must have been confiscated. Comrade Xiao Chang, good skill. The evil tiger really cleaned up for you. Where's the tiger cub? Did you capture it as well? Seeing Lin Xiaobin appear, Ji Chang's tension eased considerably. He took down the bamboo basket behind him and lifted the raincoat that covered it. Ooh, you actually caught 2 tiger cubs? Lin Xiaobin's eyes widened as he looked at the 2 tiger cubs inside. Living up to your high expectations, Lin Bureaus, I caught them by fluke. Ji Chang grinned. Next it was up to this leader to get himself a breeding license. Are you really going to raise it yourself and not transfer it to the zoo? Lin Xiaobin glanced at Ji Chang. Well, I'd like to try it on my own, and when I can't afford to keep it, I'll come back and trouble you to contact the zoo for me. Ji Chang left himself a reasonable way back. Hearing him say that, Lin Xiaobin couldn't help but smile slightly. Alright, then I'll let you try it out first, and I'll give you a breeding license when we get back. Lin Xiaobin also gave his promise, and he was also looking forward to Ji Chang successfully raising the 2 tiger cubs. If they can gain farming experience from this, they can learn from it in the future when their forestry department protects these tigers. Everyone looked at Ji Chang enviously. Not only did he beat the evil tiger, he also caught 2 tiger cubs. As long as they live, they can sell a zoo, and that's a lot of money again. Wu Xiafeng looked at the 2 tiger cubs in Ji Chang's back basket and couldn't help but bite his own alveolar bone, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Chang had been keeping an eye on him. Ask for all kinds of support, please. Thank you for every subscription. Reward readers ba ba ba. Tomorrow, a unified thank you. Chapter 80 Big Profit. Shu Yao shocked. Chapter 81 Big Profit. Shu Yao shocked, because it was still light at this time of day. The recognition ceremony could not be held yet. You need to wait until it's light and all the leaders are here before you can process. But Ji Chang couldn't wait. This white tiger of his wasn't meant to be crafted into a taxidermy specimen, so it had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Just at this time, a reporter hurriedly found Ji Chang. Hello little comrade. Someone over on Hong Kong Island wants the whole tiger and expects to be able to offer $20,000 for it. I wonder if you can wait until they arrive tomorrow? When he heard 20,000, Lin Xiaobin, who was standing by Ji Chang's side, got a little excited. After all, that's a pretty staggeringly large amount of money for 83. Which tycoon from Hong Kong Island is so well informed? Ji Chang swept a glance at the not-so-old reporter in front of him. It's not a rich man. Some relatives with my family just happened to live in my house. When I talked to my family, he learned that he wanted a tiger made into a taxidermy to give to the actress over on Hong Kong Island. Hearing the reporter's explanation, Ji Chang couldn't help but nod. It's fine if you're sure you can make it tomorrow. Ji Chang agreed straight away. So Ji Chang had the tiger carried to his tent. Lin Xiaobin also sent militia patrols to ensure the safety of Ji Chang and the tiger. After the tent curtains were lowered, Kikyo used the quilt to cover the white tiger. Actually, put it in its own hunting space. This way, you can preserve the tiger better. For the rest of the day, Ji Chang stayed in the tent and didn't go out. The others could understand. After all, Kichijo was almost robbed of the tiger by 3 men last night. It was just after 10 a.m. when the recognition ceremony began. Ji Chang had already taken the tiger back out of the hunting space, and he was brought along with a big red flower to take a picture with the tiger and a group of leaders. Ji Chang deserves more coverage than the 4 from yesterday. After all, he was a one-man tiger hunt, without even a hunting dog, relying on the 38 large cap in his hand. So, reporters are clamoring for an exclusive interview with Ji Chang, wanting a great story about Ji Chang hunting a tiger alone on a mountain late at night and capturing 2 cubs. In the end, the choice went on to the young reporter from Guangdong province. The leaders and reporters had already left. After all, the commendation ceremony was over and the reporters were rushing back to publish their reports. Of course, there were also Lin Xiaobin and a few militia members who stayed behind. It was the same tent, and the tiger was carried into it by the militia. I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Gu Xiaotian. Thank you for accepting my exclusive interview. I just got this Pearl River S201 not long ago, so I'll give it to you. I hope you can take it. Saying that, Gu Xiaotian handed a black leather box to Ji Chang. Ji Chang froze for a moment, then took the box with the camera. As an old driver who has played a period of time SLR, Pearl River S201's big name, he heard, the pinnacle of the domestic SLR camera, began production in 1972, but also a large number of exports abroad, compared to the same period of Seagulls, Phoenix to be more powerful. It's not appropriate, is it? It's too expensive. It's several hundred. Too expensive indeed. Appropriate. This camera is only over $200 over on Hong Kong Island. My relative promised to give me a favor fee. I can buy a good number of units. And the interview script can also benefit me a lot. So please do accept it. Gu Xiaotian didn't hide it from Ji Chang either, because he was actually getting a favor. Then I'm welcome, said Ji Chang as he hooked the camera directly to his body. He knew that he had asked Gu Xiaotian about the price of the camera today, and that was why he had sent himself one straight away. Shall we begin then? Gu Xiaotian took out his book and pen and started the interview. Ji Chang organized his thoughts and immediately concocted a little refreshing essay, a sort of reward for the great gift he had just given him. The interview was over, and Gu Xiaotian still had some unfinished business. It's very gripping because it's thrilling and immersive throughout. Wonderful, quite wonderful, worthy of a tiger hunting hero. At the entrance to the tent, A man in a suit stood applauding. Uncle Ming, Gu Xiaotian hurriedly shouted. Tan Liming, nice to meet you. Saying that, Tan Liming walked directly to the tent and extended his hand to Ji Chang. Ji Chang shook the other party's hand and smiled. It was hard for Boss Tan to travel all the way. Old Kai, take a look at the tiger, Tan Liming greeted. And a man in his 50s walked in, and began to observe the white tiger on the ground. That's a really good tartar. And with only an insignificant bullet hole in the cheek, it's in the top category. After that, the one called Lao Kai withdrew. Gu Xiaotian was also very sensible and left the tent as well, leaving only Ji Chang and Tan Liming behind. Since old Kai said it's a top quality, it's a bit stingy for me to quote 20,000. I'll raise it to 36,000. Do you think this price is acceptable? Tan Liming didn't beat around the bush with Ji Chang, but directly quoted a price. Boss Tan is atmospheric. I'd be a bit greedy if I didn't accept this price. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Tan on his purchase. Saying this, Ji Chang extended his hand. Deal. Tan Liming glanced at Ji Chang with some surprise. This was because he felt that Ji Chang was different from all the nationals he had come into contact with in the past. Not only did he have nothing to curry favor with, but he would also use the term of address from the Hong Kong Island side of the world. He was a bit skeptical if Ji Chang had ever been to Hong Kong Island. However, he didn't inquire about such things. After he called in a bouncer, that bouncer opened the case. It's all brand new bills, bundles and bundles of great solidarity, and it's a special treat to look at. 36,000, that's going to get around the house, because that's a staggeringly large amount of money in 83. With this money, Ji Chang's heart was much more solid, so he could make some investments. Ji Chang took the money and wrapped it directly in his own raincoat and put it in the basket. Mr. Tan, what kind of car are you? Is it convenient to give me a ride? Walking Ji Chang was worried that it wasn't peaceful, so he wanted to hitch a ride back. The one called Wu Xiefeng probably wanted to deal with himself, so Ji Chang didn't want to walk. The van. Of course it's convenient. We're departing now. Tam rushed back, so they lifted the tiger into the minivan, and then drove Ji Chang and Gu Xiaotian, who had hitchhiked with him. Gu Xiaotian also gave Ji Chang a phone number and his home address to Ji Chang, saying that if Ji Chang went to Guangdong province in the future, he could go to him. An hour later, Ji Chang got off. Ji Chang watched the car leave and then immediately headed towards the house. Gu Shuyao must have been worried sick after he left for 2 days. Shuyao. Before he could reach the door, Ji Chang shouted, Brother Chang. A figure ran out and directly pounced on Ji Chang before hugging him tightly. After hugging for a few seconds, Gu Shuyao hurriedly let go of Ji Chang, because it was outside, not in her own yard. She was worried that people would gossip. Let's go. Show a good thing. With that, Ji Chang wrapped his arm around Gu Shuyao and entered his own courtyard. After entering the yard, he often lifted a piece of cloth on top of the carrier. A little tiger? Gu Shuyao's eyes widened when she saw 2 sleeping tiger cubs crammed into the back basket. Well, little tiger, I caught it, Ji Chang said proudly. Can this be raised? Gu Shuyao couldn't help but worry. What if you raise them and they bite? This is a tiger, not some kitten. Of course I can raise it. I also have a breeding consent form. Saying that, Ji Chang took out a farming consent form from his pocket. It's not a farming license, but it's the same thing with this consent. After all, it has a red seal and someone's endorsement. But they'll bite when they grow up, right? Gu Shuyao was still most worried about this. Leave this one to me. They can actually be quite tame, Ji Chang said with great confidence. After all, their feral nature had been dealt with by the hunting space, and now they were more docile than house cats. However, it was because they were so tame that Ji Chang couldn't expect them to go hunting in the mountains with him. So, being domesticated by the hunting space has both good and bad points. You can't have it both ways. Moreover, other animals had long since run away when they smelled them, so carrying them wouldn't really have the effect that Ji Chang needed. So, you really hit the tiger? Gu Shuyao began to inspect Ji Chang's body, scrutinizing every corner. Well, the hit was made and the reward claimed. The gun hasn't arrived yet, though, and won't be delivered to me until a couple days from now. After all, this is an extra bonus for Ji Chang, and it requires a new report to go through the process. A gun that goes the legal way isn't just given away because it comes with a gun license and Key can walk around with it. I'm not hurt, not at all. I'm back in one piece, so don't you worry. Wait a few days, you can see me in the newspaper. Saying that, Ji Chang scraped Gu Shuyao's nose. Having been separated for 2 days, he also missed Gu Shuyao very much. Don't be so adventurous in the future. I can't even sleep well. I've been worrying about you. Saying that, Gu Shuyao directly hugged Ji Chang tightly. Ji Chang gently hugged Gu Shuyao, smelling the charming fragrance of her body. The two of them warmed up for a while before Gu Shuyao sensed something and hurriedly let go. Here, this is the bonus. $1,000. Ji Chang took out a wad of money from his pocket and handed it to Gu Shuyao. Also, the white tiger I fought was sold to a boss in Hong Kong Island and made $36,000. Honey, we've made a fortune this time. Ji Chang attached himself to Gu Shuyao's ear and whispered. More. How much? Gu Shuyao grabbed Ji Chang's arm, worried that she would faint. You heard right. It's $36,000. Hey, how about it? Your husband is awesome, right? With that, Ji Chang directly held Gu Shuyao and lifted the bamboo basket containing the huge amount of money. Gu Shuyao only felt her head wang and her footsteps were weak. 36,000? How much is that? Can a tiger be worth that much? His own man, has he gone off to do something to rob a house? But there were two incredibly cute little tigers around her that seemed to be telling her that none of this was a dream or what she feared. Once back in his room, Ji Chang took out the raincoat wrapped around the huge amount of money. Looking at the bundles and bundles of big knots, Gu Shuyao couldn't help but go up and touch and smell them. It was the first time she had seen so much money since she was a child. How can it be so valuable? $36,000. Gu Shuyao was still shocked, because it was a very rare white tiger and the fur was very complete. Things are as rare as they are valuable. That's why it has such a price. Other tigers are not so valuable now, Ji Chang explained. Gu Shuyao nodded and refocused her eyes on the money. 36,000. It's also too much. It's the first time I've seen so much money piled up since I was a kid. Gu Shuyao stroked the money and said with a complicated mood. With this money, we can buy this house outright. It's only $2,000. It's so cheap. Ji Chang lay down on the edge of the money and braced himself. Cheap? That's $2,000. Nowadays, an iron rice bowl in a factory only costs about $30 a month. And it takes 10 years of saving to afford such a house. Right? Buy it now? Gu Shuyao looked at Ji Chang and asked with some disbelief. Where does Gu Shuyao know that the house is really cheap compared to later? Because not only is the house over 100 square feet, but it also has 2 yards in the front and back, which is a lot of square footage. Ji Chang nodded and said with great certainty, well, when they come back next time, we'll just buy it. In a while, we'll that 30,000 to save up and go buy a color TV and a washing machine. This house is electrified and has access to appliances. If you have money and don't spend it, if you don't enjoy it, then why do you need money? Before that, Norachika had planned to buy a house, get a gun, and then come back for TVs and washing machines, appliances that could enhance the quality of life. Now the gun is rewarded directly to him. No need for him to mess with it. There is also enough money for the house. So naturally you can arrange for the color TV and washing machine. Chapter 81, Business comes to the door. A chance to pick up money. Chapter 82, Business at the door. A chance to pick up money. Where is the money stored and is it safe? Gu Shuyao was really uneasy about not putting such a large sum of money at home. Deposit it in the bank. There are banks in the county where you can deposit it. It can be accessed at any time if needed, Ji Chang explained. Although not many people trust banks these days, Ji Chang knows that the big four can be trusted. The bank, is it safe? Gu Shuyao hadn't come into contact with a bank, so she was still a little worried. Don't worry, it's safe. Moreover, we'll need this money soon. It won't be saved for long, Ji Chang said with a smile. Gu Shuyao nodded, then said, you are in charge of things at home. I will listen to you and support you in all of them. So the two found some old newspapers left by the landlord and took the account books of the two men after they had secured their wallets. For security reasons, Ji Chang decided to make 2 passbooks, one in Ji Chang's name and the other in Gu Shuyao's name. The 2 little tigers were locked up in the room by Ji Chang, but this was just for Gu Shuyao's eyes. In fact, Ji Chang had already put them into the hunting space, because there was no one at home. Wang Ji and Li Linen went to look for Li Shi, and said that they had to go back to the village today to get some things. So Ji Chang couple went to a bank. The bank staff heard Ji Chang to deposit money are very surprised. What's even more surprising is that Ji Chang is saving 2 huge sums of money. But there was no fuss, and the 2 passbooks were smoothly run. After coming out, Gu Shuyao looked at the bank book in her hand and counted the numbers on it twice. I can't believe that these numbers are money. Gu Shuyao felt that she had become somewhat detached from the outside world over the years. If Ji Chang hadn't brought her to the county, she wouldn't have known that the outside world had developed like this. Ji Chang smiled slightly, thinking that he would probably be even more surprised in the future when all his money was paid in one cell phone. The world was wonderful, and he wanted to accompany Gu Shuyao to experience it properly once more. Let's go. Let's eat. And by the way, let's go check out the snacks in the county. With that, Ji Chang took Gu Shuyao's hand. Nowadays, people don't make a fuss about couples and lovers holding hands unless they are openly cuddling in the street. The two picked a more lively noodle shop, now that it was a restaurant, and the store was filled with people in all kinds of work clothes coming in to eat. One distinctive feature of these people is that they don't come in pairs, either a couple of guys or a couple of girls. Ji Chang ordered 2 orders of egg noodles and wanted to try the flavor. After waiting almost half an hour, egg noodles for 2 came up. After taking a taste, Ji Chang frowned. The flavor, it's just average. Gu Shuyao also shook her head repeatedly. She saw that there were a lot of guests here. The seats were full. As it turned out, the flavor was a million miles away from what she expected. This bowl of egg noodles, how dare you sell it for 50 cents? The boss's heart is really too black. She'd bet her own cooking was 10 times better than his. However, she also knew it was her mouth that had been bred to be grippy, because the rest of the store ate it beautifully and thought it was very tasty. Without comparison, there is no harm. Gu Shuyao is considered to deeply understand the connotation of this sentence. After the two had finished eating, Ji Chang hadn't left yet, and continued to be observing the customer flow of that noodle shop, as well as the pedestrians on this street. There was a lot of traffic here, and Qi often noticed that a lot of people left without wanting to wait very long. Ji Chang observed until the end of the restaurant and then left with Gu Shuyao. Today, the original plan was to buy a color TV and a washing machine, but Ji Chang saw Gu Shuyao yawning, so he decided to bring her back to rest. He knew that Gu Shuyao hadn't rested well because she was worried about herself for the past 2 days. Nothing was as important as Gu Shuyao's health. When he left, he bought some snacks. Lacking everything. In Kichijang's opinion, there are opportunities to pick up money all over the place. It's all small money, but it's already a chance that can change the destiny for people in this era. Back at the house, the door was still locked, but there was a man crouching in the doorway. Second Uncle Wei, why are you here? Ji Chang glanced at Wei Xiangdong, who was squatting in the doorway, with some surprise. I forgot the deed to my house. There is a person who wants to buy my house, Wei Xiangdong said with some embarrassment. But don't worry, the other party said you can continue to live there and move out when the lease is up. Ji Chang smiled faintly. Just as he wanted to doze off, a pillow was brought to him. Uncle Wei, you didn't charge anyone a deposit or anything like that, did you? Ji Chang asked directly. That's not true, just a verbal agreement. What's wrong? Wei Xiangdong glanced at Ji Chang with some confusion. I'll buy your house. Name your price, Ji Chang said very boldly. After all, you've just made a ton of money and are covered in guts. Money, that's a man's guts. The more money you have, the more guts you have. You're not kidding, right? Wei Xiangdong stared directly at Ji Chang, wondering if he was running a fever and talking nonsense. You're a rural farmer who farms and you want to buy a house in the county? You have to realize that you need a farm transfer to buy a house. And it's 800 for one person, for 2 people. You and your daughter-in-law. It's 1600. You can't buy a county house until after the transfer. Hearing Wei Xiangdong's words, Ji Chang was a bit surprised. This is the first time I've known about it. But 16,000. I can afford to shell out. Ji Chang skimmed his lips, thinking that this county account was indeed worth a lot of money. To think that it would cost 800 apiece. What are you pulling out with? This is 800, not 80. Wei Xiangdong directly laughed. Son, it's good to have ambition. However, we also need to take it one step at a time. Wei Xiangdong felt that Ji Chang was talking big with him. I'm afraid Uncle Wei didn't hear that a tiger infestation next door injured a few people, and the officials organized a tiger fight. Kid is not talented. Killed a vicious tiger and made a small fortune. Saying this, Ji Chang opened the courtyard door. Wealth is not exposed. Only let Wei Xiangdong to the house to fish a glance. Hearing Ji Chang's words, Wei Xiangdong's expression immediately became embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, he followed Ji Chang into the courtyard. Second Uncle Wei, see if I can afford your house with this amount of money? Ji Chang took out the newspaper wrapped with the money and showed it to Wei Xiangdong. Wei Xiangdong only felt that his face was on fire and felt a vague pain. What did I just say? Can you take that back? All he wanted to do was hide in the well in the yard and bury the man. It's so damn embarrassing. With that kind of money, he can afford more than just his house. He can afford to go to the city as well. Uncle Wei air quotes a price. I'll buy it if it's suitable. If it doesn't work, I'll look elsewhere. Ji Chang said very directly on his own. 2,000. Just the price I mentioned before. We are fair people. How much we say is how much. Wei Xiangdong gave a price. He felt that Ji Chang is a person with good fortune. Buy him a good karma. He went to the city to do some aquatic business. May also be able to make a lot of money. Good. What procedures do I need to go through? Ji Chang was familiar with buying a house in the latter days. After all, he had worked as a security guard in a real estate sales center in his last life. Our country has just introduced regulations on private housing management this year, to buy and sell all private houses in municipalities, cities, towns and unincorporated counties, industrial and mining areas. The seller must hold a certificate of ownership of the house and proof of identity. and the buyer must hold a letter of proof of purchase of the house and proof of identity, and go to the housing authority where the house is located to complete the formalities. No organization or individual may buy or sell privately owned urban housing. Speculation on private urban housing is strictly prohibited. Wei Shangdong was moved to sell his house because of this housing management this year. When Ji Chang heard Wei Shangdong say this, he knew that he had the procedure all figured out. So, I need to complete my agricultural specialization before I can buy a house, right? Ji Chang asked. Yeah, right. Wei Shangdong grinned. Okay, then I'll trouble Uncle Wei to give me a little bit of time, and when I've finished with the account, I'll go with you to go through the transfer procedures. Wei Shangdong nodded and said, there's no rush. I'll be in the county for a few days. I'm going to run a few places with fish farming and talk about some small business. Fish farming? Ji Chang's eyes couldn't help but light up. Is Uncle Wei going into the aquatic business? Yeah, it's an aquatic business, and there's a bit of a shortage of aquatic products in the city. Doing well. You can earn some money to support your family, Wei Shangdong said modestly. Hearing Wei Shangdong say this, Ji Chang couldn't help but crook his mouth with joy. This Uncle Wei is really a good guy, taking the initiative to bring business to his door. I don't know if Uncle Wei Air sells wild turtle and field fowl. If he does, I think we can cooperate. Ji Chang asked directly. Snappers are for sale. They're rare in the city and the prices are pretty good. T-on-G. Does anyone eat this thing? I haven't seen anyone selling this in the city. Wei Shangdong glanced at Ji Chang, feeling that Ji Chang was a person with odd ideas. Rich people love to eat rare goods. How come no one eats them? Field chicken is a good thing. High nutritional value. Tender meat. As long as it's cooked properly, it's very delicious. Ji Chang said with a smile. You can get some to try. And if there is a limited amount, I will be able to supply you with it. Ji Chang gave a suggestion. Alright, I'll try it later. Wei Shangdong felt that what Ji Chang said had a few points, so he agreed. I'll leave then. I'll be staying at my big brother's house one of these days, so if you want to get your account done, look for me, the other one who wants a house. I'll excuse myself. After saying that, Wei Shangdong left. Gu Shuyao didn't say anything the entire time, just silently looking at Ji Chang. She realized that Ji Chang was completely different from the Ji Chang she used to remember. The talk, the insight, is now completely different from what it was before we got married. She was becoming more and more determined that the ages were often not spent fooling around, but were definitely accumulating all sorts of knowledge. Alright, go and rest. I'll go and get the 2 tigers out. Pregnant women. It's better to have less contact with some animals, otherwise it will affect the fetus. With that, Ji Chang went back to the house first. When he came out, he held out 2 tigers. Now Ji Chang was more torn about what to do with the 2 tigers and 2 puppies. As he said, pregnant women are unlikely to be able to come into contact with pets, which may carry parasites and other substances hazardous to human health, such as fleas and Toxoplasma gondii, and contact can easily lead to itchy skin and rashes, which can lead to miscarriage in severe cases. Gu Shuyao was more amenable to persuasion and obediently went to rest. Both tigers are now bigger than cats, and others can tell at a glance that they are not cats. They are tigers. They're not beastly or vicious now. They're docile as hell and easily stolen by others. Once stolen, it's a huge loss. Still too poor. If we had more money, we could take over that state-run distillery and transform it into a farm and breeding plant. The state-run winery that Ji Chang is talking about is the Latter-day Hot Springs Mountain Resort. In that year, the brewery went out of business and sold the plant and land. Right now it's not bankrupt, but it's looking around for someone to take over. It's just that the pickup is kinda pricey at over $300,000. With such a large sum of money, Ji Chang was really not in a position to take it out. It is difficult to get a loan from a bank during this period, unless one is handy. Obviously, Ji Chang does not possess such capital. The only thing he could do was to stay up until the liquor store was completely bankrupt and pick up the slack then. After thinking about it, Ji Chang could only keep the 2 tigers in his backyard first. As a result, just after bringing the 2 tigers into the backyard, Mu Yun was startled. Thank you, fading youth. Serious bull ********. Tears worry. Frozen Valley. Book Friends 140327111535322. Leaf Sun. Cloud Sea Zen Master. Lurking in Years of the Cat. On the Book's Reward. Chapter 82 Cute Tiger as a Cat. Crisis Approaches. Chapter 83 A Cute Tiger Raised as a Cat. Crisis Approaches. Apparently, there is an instinctive fear of tigers in many animals. This fear, it's ingrained in the genes. Even the soft and cuddly 2 little tigers made the black horse back up in fear and shrink into a corner. Of course, the dark horse wasn't the only one who was scared. There were also the 2 little puppies. Instinctive fear made them all not dare to approach Ji Chang, not knowing where to hide. The two little munchkin tigers were interested in the black horse, tilting their heads and looking at it. Kichijo set them down and rubbed their heads. Then some swayed meat from the hunting space to get their attention as the need to appease the black horse Mako continued. Both little munchkins are foodies and can't take a step when they see swayed meat. Seeing this, Ji Chang came to Ma Gung's side to calm it down. Under Ji Chang's touch, Mu Yun's emotions gradually stabilized. Then, Ji Chang also heard was the sound of two little puppies whimpering. You two little guys, you've all run to the backyard as well. Ji Chang looked at the two little puppies that were cowering in the corner and shivering, and couldn't help but be happy. That's not a good way to follow yourself on a hunting trip. Took the two little puppies over and calmed them down for a while so they could recover. After a while, the two little budding tigers had finished eating the swayed meat and ran towards Ji Chang. The two little puppies immediately tensed up, especially Ping'an, the whole paralyzed, directly scared to pee. The little white tiger ran over and then went straight to Ping'an, sniffing at him and then looking up at Ji Chang as if he was confused, as if he wanted to know if Ping'an could eat it. Ji Chang calmed Makyun who was pressed down by him. If this guy jumped up and made a noise, the commotion was great. Ji Chang was worried about waking up his daughter-in-law. They are all about the two little munchkins getting along, and this backyard vegetable Ji Chang isn't even going to ask for it, leaving them to hokey pokey. It's not a good place to keep anything else, and the backyard fence is made of stone and is 2 meters high. This height is nothing to a cat, but it's an impenetrable wall for the two little munchkins. As South China tigers, they are not good climbers. Half an hour later, both Ping'an and Green Wolf had slowed down. It was because they realized that the two little munchkins with the scary breath were not dangerous and did not attack them. Muyun also gradually smoothed out and was no longer afraid of the two little munchkins sniffing around on him. Kicho stayed with them, letting them get acquainted with each other. From now on, this backyard will be their playground. This backyard was measured at 81 square feet when Kichan moved in, which is plenty of room for them to move around. As for those vegetables, woe be unto you. The main troublemakers are the two little munchkin tigers, who don't eat grass and love to run around a bit at most. However, how to raise them is a big question. They're all meat-eating contraptions. One averages a pound of meat a day, and two would be 2 pounds of meat. Forget it, let's keep you as cats. You're all felines. There's no reason you can't eat fish, right? While the rivers in the county are still unpolluted, I guess we can still get some fish. I'll go get some ground cages to catch fish for the guys. Elderly tigers, as awesome as they sound, are really costly. If you were to buy that cheap edging, it would be over $1 a day. It's only temporary, and they'll only get more spendy as they grow up and their food intake increases with them. Raising them doesn't save any money at all compared to raising 2 kids. When we get the Hot Springs Lodge under control, we'll let you make your own money to support yourselves. As tigers, they are equipped to suck up some money. Especially tigers that love to be cute and have little aggression are naturally very appealing. Ji Chang glanced at the time and realized that it was already after 4 o'clock. So he got up and left the backyard. Ji Chang brought the two little munchkins to the front yard, ready to give them a bath. And after that he needed one for himself. It had been 2 days since he had taken a bath. Chang, you're back. Why do you have a cat at home? Shu Yao is pregnant. It's best not to have so many pets in the house or let her come into contact with them. Huang Xianyu said as she stood outside the courtyard door. Well, I know. I'm going to keep them in the backyard first. At the same time, do a good job of exterminating and deworming them, and try to avoid Shu Yao from coming into contact with them. Ji Chang said as he went to open the door. What kind of cat did you raise? This isn't a cat, is it? After Huang Xianyu came in, she saw that the 2 cats following Ji Chang's feet were unusual. Upon looking at them, she realized that those 2 weren't cats at all, combined with Ji Chang 2 days ago to go to the roundup to remove the evil tigers. Suddenly exclaimed, I'm afraid it's not a baby tiger, right? Well, it's the tigers. Kichijo smoothly closed the door before they could run out. How dare you raise this? This thing will bite. Huang Xianyu stiffened her body, not daring to move at all. Don't be afraid. They won't bite and they're cute. Saying that, Ji Chang carried the 2 little munchkins away. They are dirty from playing and they don't even look cute anymore. Also, there are presumably fleas on the body. Sister Xinu, does the old man's store have chalk to get rid of fleas? In Ji Chang's impression, there was a kind of deworming chalk that could be used to coat both the 2 little munchkins and the 2 hounds in the house to kill fleas and get rid of insects. There's no such thing at the old master's place. I guess there's one at my dad's place. Huang Xianyu was a little afraid to go forward, but seeing that the 2 little budding tigers were well behaved and curious, she was eager to go forward and touch them. Ji Chang fetched a bucket of water and poured it directly onto the 2 little munchkins. They jumped with a jolt of cold. These 2 little guys, they really don't bite? Huang Xianyu was a little bolder when she saw their goopy appearance. Well, not biting. Being that I've conditioned them. Kicho smiled slightly, grabbing one and starting to soap it up. Nowadays, soap was still relatively expensive, and unusual people couldn't afford to use it much for bathing, but Ji Chang actually used it to bathe the tiger. Huang Xin looked at the little tiger covered in bubbles and couldn't help but move closer. Carefully, he crouched down and goaded a touch. She breathed a huge sigh of relief when she realized that the tiger cub didn't even look back. Seeing Ji Chang handing over the soap, she mustered up the courage to rub it all over the tiger cub and began to clean the little munchkin. After washing, the little bud tiger shook off most of the water on the body. Fluffy up after looking at the cute point. Very pleasing to the eye. Huang Xin was no longer afraid and squatted on the edge to jerk the head of the tiger cub. Sister Xin, you stay here and watch over them. I'll go to the backyard to lay the bricks. With that, Ji Chang went to the backyard by himself. There were some bricks neatly stacked under the eaves in the backyard, and Ji Chang thought he could lay them in the backyard so it wouldn't be muddy everywhere when it rained. Originally, some had been laid on the main walkway, but before that, Nori was only a tenant and was not in a position to move the bricks. Not anymore. He can move those bricks now that he has talked to Wei Shangdong about buying his house. When the time comes, just pay some money to buy these green bricks. The area for planting vegetables in a row can also be surrounded by bricks. As in a flower garden, the follow-up can be very clean with good care. Such a small vegetable plot was too easy for him coming from the countryside. Before long, Gu Shuyao got up. I've been catching up on my sleep and I feel like I'm in much better shape. Seeing Ji Chang busy in the backyard, she went to prepare dinner. Wang Ji's family didn't come back, so I guess they are going to spend the night in the village tonight. When they went back, Gu Shuyao also explained that they went to see the black sheep and roe deer raised in their old home. Dinner was still quite hearty, with an eggplant dish with minced pork, a potato pancake, a fried tofu dish, a bok choy dish, and a stir-fry with sliced pork. Because she had money in her pocket, Gu Shuyao was also willing to spend money on groceries, because she's not only eating for herself, but she's also eating nutritiously for the baby in her belly. Huang Xin didn't come to dally. After all, she still had to cook for her grandparents and was too embarrassed to dally at Ji Chang's house all day. After dinner, when Gu Shuyao had washed the dishes, Ji Chang took Gu Shu for a walk. A side trip to Wang's house was needed to get to Wang's help in making an appointment for a checkup. In addition to buying flea-killing chalk, when they arrived at Huang Tu's parents' clinic, it was still bustling with activity. His parents were both Western doctors with excellent medical skills and reputations, so a lot of people were willing to come to see them as well. Chinese medicine is not bad, but stewing medicine not only takes a lot of time, there are also a lot of precautions. For people, it is far less convenient than Western medicine. A small packet of medicine with a glass of cool white water delivers the medicine to your stomach in seconds. The bottom is selling their time for a paycheck, and saving time is money for them. In an age where firewood takes a lot of time to chop, Chinese medicine is gradually being replaced by time-saving and fast Western medicine. Unfortunately, Huang Tu was not at home and his parents were indifferent to Ji Chang. Unimpressed, Ji Chang left after buying chalk to get rid of fleas. Ji Chang knew that the probability was that Huang Tu was ready to resign, and even indicated that he would not marry Sun Fong. It was all a walk anyway, and it wasn't very far to the hospital, so Ji Chang went straight to the hospital. Sure enough, Sun Fong was on duty and Huang Toi was offering his services. Old Ji, what's up? Was the tiger killed by you guys? Huang Tu knew that Ji had often gone tiger hunting, so after seeing him offer himself up, he was the first to ask after him. Well, I shot one, and a couple other hunters shot one to settle the tiger problem, Ji Chang said flatly. Wow. You really killed the tiger? Ah, what kind of tiger? How did you hit it? Huang Tu was shocked. After all, everyone knows that the tiger is the king of all beasts and knows that it is incredibly fierce. This is especially frightening because it also enters villages and eats people. As a result, Ji Chang actually killed one head. Want to know? Ji Chang smiled mysteriously, then added, it'll be in the newspaper in a couple days, so I'll show you the paper then. No, that won't do. You have to tell us about it, or I won't let you go today. Huang Toi were willing to comply, grabbing Ji Chang and not letting go. Ji Chang didn't dare to take a cool article, so he simply described the situation. There is nothing sinister in the process, either. This is also simple, isn't it? One shot and it's settled. Ha! Huang Tu couldn't help but skim his lips after hearing this. Hunting is not a war. The tiger is more brave. That is also. Did not learn the old Mr. Pu Songling's article, The Beast of the Change of Fraud Geometry? Stop increasing the ear of laughter. In our hands is the 38 large cap, not to mention the smaller size of the South China tiger, is considered to be 400 or 500 pounds of northeastern tigers will also be a shot in the head, Ji Chang said with a disdainful face. The reason he said it so easily and casually was mainly because he didn't want Gu Shuyao to worry. Otherwise, how can she be scared when she goes up the mountain by herself? After a couple of guys chatted for a while, they made an appointment for Monday's inspection. After Huang to explain some precautions, Ji Chang went home with Gu Shuyao. When he got home, Ji Chang went back to the backyard and got busy, because the area was so large that he couldn't finish laying it in that time in the afternoon. The little budding tiger had found himself a nest in the backyard, and was gnawing on the Swade's bones in his nest, and the green tiger and Pinyin were also gnawing on bones in their nests, getting along very well. Ji Chang believed that a hound that grew up with tigers must be just as fearless when it came to the mountains. He was busy until 11 o'clock when Ji Chang went to rest. Tomorrow will be another busy day as he still needs to go through the account and, if it goes well, the closing of the house. Next, there was a lot more to come, and the stakes were all related to whether or not he could take down the state-run distillery that was going out of business faster, and make it into his ideal breeding base. But Ji Chang was blissfully unaware that danger was approaching. 3 times, 10,000 words. The old fire code up is still very hard. The quality of some decline. Everyone forgive me Next, the old fire try to maintain this number of updates. I hope you can subscribe to support. Please, it's up to all of you to make sure that the old fire gets fed. Chapter 83 Don't hide or I'll shoot. Chapter 84 Don't hide or I'll shoot. The next morning, Ji Chang woke up early, and after arranging for breakfast, he went to the backyard to lay the remaining bricks. Vegetable rows are surrounded by bricks commonly used by Ki, looking very neat and clean. This house, they still had to live in it for a few years, and even if they took the Hot Springs Villa, it was impossible for them to move there so quickly, because it was Sunday, all the units were not working, and Ji Chang could not do the account thing. But he can go back to the village and the brigade to play a few several certificates, because last night when he took Gu Shuyao to go for a walk, he met Wei Shangdong, who gave Ji Chang to understand the procedures that need to be taken to transfer from agriculture to non-agriculture. That's why Ji Chang went back to the village today. Instead of choosing to ride a bicycle, Ji Chang rode Makoto back. Returning home, Ji Chang found Wang Ji's family feeding the sheep in their own home, where they had cut quite a bit of pasture. Brother, you're back. My sister said you went tiger hunting. Did you get it? Li Shi excitedly ran to Ji Chang's side. He had been looking forward to the weekend because it was the weekend when he could follow Ji Chang up to the mountains to hunt. Instead, he was told that Ji Chang had gone to fight tigers, causing Li Shi to lose his head for a while. Well, hit it. Ji Chang nodded. I knew it. Chang is definitely the best. The best. Li Shi instantly became excited, and his eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Ji Chang. You're not hurt, are you? Wang Ji asked with concern. Tiger, anyone knows what it's like. It's fine. Unharmed. I knocked it down with a headshot before it got anywhere near. So no injuries. Besides, I caught 2 baby tigers to keep at home, so don't be surprised when they go back. Ji Chang had first given them a precaution. After all, they were all living in their own homes and were sure to see the 2 little tigers. Can that thing be raised? Wang Ji couldn't help but frown, feeling that Ji Chang had done too recklessly. That's a tiger. A man-eating thing. Isn't it because tigers eat tigers that the next county is looking for people to fight tigers? Now, to be kept at home? Naturally, I can raise them. I have the means to tame them, Ji Chang explained. Are they good-looking and cute? Li Linen, who hadn't said anything, blinked and asked curiously. It's very cute. There aren't many people who wouldn't like it when they see it, and right now is when they're at their most delightful, Kicho said with a smile. Even the fiercest beasts are very pleasing to the eye when they are young. The tiger cubs that are there now are of the cute plus variety, which won't be so cute in a few months when they have the ability to hunt. Brother, then can I go see them? Li Shi Baba looked at Ji Chang. He also wanted to go and see the tigers. Sure, you can go whenever you want as long as you're not in class. Ji Chang rubbed his head, then walked over to the sheep pen to look at the black sheep and muntjac inside. Xiao Chang, what are you going to do with these sheep? If we let the Wang family take care of them, they probably don't have that kind of time either. A day or 2 is fine. If we take care of them regularly, that's not realistic. And our little wild boar, we can't keep letting someone else raise it all the time, Wang Ji asked. It was realistic, after all. Norichika couldn't possibly live in the village alone by herself. Even if he often came back to hunt, then he would have to send the prey to the county town to sell it after he got it. And it was impossible for him to stay in the village all the time. I've already thought about it. $20 a month to hire Auntie Flower to raise it. And in a while I'll go and get the little wild boar from your house and raise it together as well. Ji Chang spelled out his intentions. That little boar hadn't been tamed yet, and needed to be tamed with hunting space after giving it a slash. Ji Chang had gradually comprehended the usage of this hunting space, which was actually to domesticate various wild animals. Wang Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath. With such high wages, she wanted to do it. She didn't say anything about it though. She knew that Ji Chang was good at what he did, and she was still getting $50 a month for babysitting for their family. When she went to the county, she learned that nannies were generally paid more than the average worker. After all, anyone who can afford a nanny is not going to be an ordinary person. Compared to the nannies, her job was much easier. The main thing was to cook and do laundry occasionally. Manhwa would be especially happy if she knew. Wang Ji glanced at Ji Chang, with more than a touch of worry in her eyes. $20 is not a small amount of money in the countryside. It's something that would make people jealous. You guys clean up this side. I'm going to fence it all off. The pigsty is too small. Ji Chang gave the three men a task. Then he took Wang Ji's key and went to Wang's house. When he arrived at Wang's house, he took out his hunting knife and gave the little boar a slash. If the injury is light, it heals quickly. 5 minutes later, the little boar was gotten out of the hunting space by Ji Chang. Once it was loaded into the basket, Ji Chang carried it back to the house. When I got home, the yard had been cleaned up and a lot of stuff had been removed. Compared to the one in the county, this is missing a backyard, and the front yard is about the same size. Ji Chang also put the boar into the pig pen, then went to the house and carried out some wood, preparing to bury it into the earth and build a simple fence. Little Chang, if you want to go up to the mountains to hunt, just feel free to bring the stones. The two of us, and I, can get this fence done. Wang Ji felt that it was a waste of time for Ji Chang to get this here. That's fine. Then I'll go up the mountain with Stone. You guys can cook and eat whatever you have at home. And Stone and I have steamed buns and buns. Ji Chang did bring some steamed buns and buns with him, but they were not many. Ji Chang drew a one line in the yard and told Wang Ji and Li Linen to just follow it and bury the stake in the soil. After the stakes are buried, I'll just come back and nail boards to the stakes, Ji Chang explained. After all, burying the stakes was easy for them, but nailing on the boards was a bit more difficult. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing else to account for, Ji Chang led Li Shi up the mountain. It's still easy to run into people when you're up in the mountains in broad daylight. Everyone would take the initiative to greet Ji Chang when they saw him. Now that he had been transformed, he was completely different from the disheveled Ji Chang. Moreover, Ji Chang rode a horse, and besides being envious, everyone hoped that they could borrow Ji Chang's horse to plow the land when they plowed the land in the coming year. It takes money to go to an outside village to borrow a cow, but when you go to Ji Chang's place, you just take some eggs or something and it's mostly done. Since he was on horseback, Ji Chang took Li Shi and ran towards the virgin forest where he had hit the mountain roe deer. Just as he entered the forest, Ji Chang spotted quite a few moving around in the trees, so he led Li Shi to hit these chipmunks with a slingshot. Their furs were still of some value. Kichijo didn't even turn on the blood bar, wanting to work on his eyes and hands, because the blood bar kinda affects concentration when there are too many small prey. Also relying only on the blood bar affects your boost. Got it, brother, I got it. Li Shi ran back carrying a flower mouse, looking a little excited. Not bad, you kid does have some talent for hunting. Enjoy it. These squirrels are very resourceful and not so easy to hit. Hunting, it seems very men are quite fond of it. After all, this stuff is also engraved in the genes, and for the long period of time between primitive man and the Stone Age, mankind survived by hunting and picking. Unfortunately, it won't be enjoyed for a few more years. Now that Li Shi was a sophomore in high school, it would be impossible for him to go hunting after he got into college. Even Kichijo won't be able to enjoy it for a few years, because not only will guns be banned, but hunting will be banned, and there will be fewer and fewer animals to hunt. Unless his previous suggestion with Lin Shobin could really be accepted at the top. And from these years onwards, strict controls were put in place to set up no hunting zones, no hunting periods, and to protect the cherished animals. But it was good to think about such things. Ji Chang felt that the top's mind was still on the economy at the moment, and wouldn't even consider this. The two of them hunted flower mice in the forest for a while and harvested 6 of them, 2 of which were hit by Li Shi. After finding a suitable place, Ji Chang taught Li Shi to handle the flower rat. Looking at a squirrel skin stuffed with hay, Li Shi thought they were cute. Brother Chang, can I take one for my classmate? Li Shi asked carefully. Female classmates. Right, of course. Ji Chang smiled slightly. After all, Li Shi was 15 years old. It was normal to have a favorite girl. Female classmate. My desk mate, Li Shi said a little shyly. How long have you liked it? Kichijo asked suddenly. No, Li Shi reddened and denied it in a hurry. Pretend. Continue to pretend. Your brother I also came from this age. I can still not understand you all. Liking someone isn't something to be ashamed of. What's there to hide? Ji Chang patted Li Shi's shoulder. If two people can make better progress together, such a relationship is still fine with me. But if they hold each other back, then don't fool around. Li Shi scratched his head, then laughed nervously. Her grades are better than mine now, and she is still the study committee member of our class. There are quite a lot of people who like her. How can she look at me? Then be excellent and attract other cute girls if you can't attract her. Anyway, just don't be a lickspill, Ji Chang said as he roasted the chipmunk in his hand. Brother, what kind of dog is a dog licker and why should I be a dog? Li Shi looked at Ji Chang in disbelief. The one in a gender relationship who knows that the other person doesn't like him or her, but still repeatedly goes to please the other person without any dignity or bottom line, and kneels down to lick the other person is a licking dog. Ji Chang explained. Then I won't. I still have dignity, Li Shi said with a serious face. Brother, can I bring her to see the tiger? He felt that this was an opportunity, a chance to impress the other party. Yes. After Ji Chang dropped a sentence, he directly inserted the wooden stick with a flower rat on a string in his hand into the earth, and the first thing he did was to pick up the 38 large cap on the side. Seeing this, Li Shijiang did as he was told immediately and picked up his gun without saying a word. Come out. Stop hiding, or I'll shoot. Often a warning was issued to this far away. Li Shi instantly tensed up with a feeling of scalp numbness. Obviously, it wasn't an animal that came, but a human being. Sure is alert. No wonder my brother fell into your hands. A voice came from above the forest, and then several people stepped out. We've got 5 guns. You've got 2. I wonder how you're going to handle this scene today? Is your 38 fast? Or my 56 and a half? Ji Chang's heart thumped, not expecting that Wu Xiefeng to come to his door so soon. I'm afraid things are going to be difficult today. Ruthless people were very much in evidence during this period, and murders and robberies occurred. What if I have a grenade? Making a gesture for Li Shi to get down, he then pulled the bolt directly and pressed the bullet in. Ha, guess what I believe? The voice came again. Bang! Ji Chang shot straight up, without any mental qualms. If the momentum is weak at this time, it's going to be taken. He had observed that they had good terrain for a counterattack. Asterisk 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 you. How dare you shoot me? Bang! Another shot. You've all brought guns to ambush me, so it's a matter of death for you and death for me. Am I going to stand and be a target for you? Ji Chang now especially wished that the blood bar could display human blood. He didn't want to point his gun at people, but he didn't want to get killed either. That Wu Xiefeng is Lin County. This are looking for the door. Surely not to find yourself to say a few words so simple, right? Wu Xiefeng, you son of a, what are you doing messing with such a ruthless person? Today I have a cold. My throat seems to be cut by a knife. It's hard. The next 2 chapters will be updated a little later. Oh, the next chapter is blocked. Chapter 84, 2 shots down. Ready to repeat. Chapter 85, 2 shots down. Ready to repeat at any time. You don't really have a grenade, do you? It's against the law to kill someone. And with 5 of us, if just one of us escapes back to report it, you'll have to pay for it. We don't have to get into a fight. We're not looking for a fight to the death. Ji Chang couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Not looking for me to fight for my life. You guys carry guns? How about you guys throw down your guns and I'll believe you. All of Ji Chang's family really had grenades, but who would hunt with them? Otherwise, he really dared to whip it up. These people are definitely no slouches, and they certainly haven't done much to blackmail people. Maybe, there's a hit on it. We have guys in our hands. You are so crazy. We don't have guys. Won't we be ed to death by you? Do you think I'm stupid? Brother, don't bowl asterisk 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 with him. Just do it. Get him dead. Wu Xiefeng glanced at Wu Shuajin who was lying not far away and said viciously. Get your mother. If you show your head, you'll be the first to die. Do you think he is really an ordinary hunter? His military literacy is very strong. Wu Shuajin wanted to get his own brother killed the most. What kind of ruthless person did this provoke? Brother, you robbed my brother's tiger. This thing cannot be so forgettable. I heard that you sold it for $20,000. Take $10,000 out and this matter will be settled. How about it? Wu Shuajin rolled over a few times and changed positions, trying to create a bit of tension for Ji Chang. Ji Chang couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows when he heard this. That brother of yours doesn't have any skill in hunting, but his skill in talking nonsense is quite strong. His tiger? How shameless. How can it be considered his if I killed him with a shot to the head? Are you kicked in the head by a donkey if you're standing up for someone without even knowing what's going on? Ji Chang said as he moved around, seeking an opportunity. Wu Shuajin froze for a moment, twisting his eyes to stare at his brother. Impossible. Xiefeng said that the tiger was shot by them and escaped to you before you picked it up. Is it appropriate for you to swallow all the money? Wu Shuajin still chose to believe his brother. Ha! What kind of gun did they use? Kasiki asked rhetorically. The earth cannon. We used the earth cannon to fight and injure that white tiger before you picked up the advantage. Wu Xiefeng knew he had to bite the bullet on this point, otherwise it would be him who was at a disadvantage. The tiger skin that was injured by the earth cannon was destroyed. Little cute. We'll offer 20,000 to buy it. The reason you make up the ground is too ridiculous. Only stupid asses will believe it. Next time think of a more reasonable reason before doing bad things. Hearing Ji Chang's words, Wu Xiefeng instantly became anxious and hurriedly said, that is, there is no injury. That tiger is also the one we rushed over to see. You shameless thing. Where could Wu Shuajin not understand that he had been punked by his own brother? Brother, it seems that there really is a misunderstanding. This matter today, it was us who were unorthodox. Luckily, it didn't lead to a big trouble. Wu Shuajin felt that he was originally in the right and could get half of the money back. $10,000 is enough for all three brothers and their family to get married and build a big house. Brother, do it. $10,000. No, $20,000. If you miss this chance and Wan gets married, don't you want to marry her? Saying that, Wu Xiefeng pulled the trigger. Bang! Countless lead bullets were sprayed out, and a small tree not far away suffered, almost being directly broken. You're ing crazy. I've indulged you over the years and you're getting more and more lawless. You stupid ass. Who the carries $20,000 around with them? What? You still want to kill these two and then go to his house and make a killing and take the money? Do you take it that everyone in the other village is dead? Wu Shuajin was furious. How could you, yourself, have believed such a stupid person? It's really a matter of profit and loss. Brother, what are you doing? Get down. When Wu Xiefeng saw his big brother standing up, his cold hairs couldn't help but stand up. He knew deep down that Ji Chang was only a ruthless man. Show your head and you really will be killed. Brothers, don't shoot. It's our fault for this incident today. It's because I listened to my brother's words that we made such a mess. I'll admit to any beating or punishment you want. Saying that, Wu Shuajin retired the gun's bullets and then raised it above his head. Brother, I see him. Shoot, I can hit his head. Li Shi stared at the point of aim and said with confidence, don't shoot yet. Let's see what he's up to. In Ji Chang's opinion, it didn't matter what the other side said. What mattered was what was done. I'm dropping the gun. So be careful you don't get hit. I've already returned the bullets. They won't go off. After saying that, Wu Shuajin directly threw the gun out. Ji Chang saw a handful of 56.5 cut a parabola and smashed a short distance away. Brother, you're crazy. Get down. Get down. Wu Xiefeng rushed over, ready to press Wu Shuajin down. As a result, Wu Xiefeng received a punch in the stomach, and the earth cannon in his hand was snatched by Wu Shui. I told you not to learn. I told you to turn black and white upside down. I'll whip you bastard to death today, lest my whole family be killed by you. Wu Shuajin was furious and swung the earth cannon at Wu Xiefeng. Today, it almost came to a head. Once a life is lost, there's no turning back. Brother, don't hit. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Don't hit. I don't dare anymore. Wu Xiefeng also did not expect his big brother to really hit, and to the death. Yes, brother Shuajin, don't fight. You'll kill someone. The others also stepped forward and advised, while also putting their guns down. Brother, what should I do? Li Shi glanced at Ji Chang. Qichou had picked up the 56.5 and inspected it. It's an old gun, not well maintained. You stay down and lock on to the one throwing the gun, Ji Chang explained, then stood up. This situation he also figured out was probably not an act. Luckily, the leader is dependable. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's going to be a nasty battle today. Alright, stop fighting and talk first. Ji Chang walked up with his gun. Kneel down. Kneel down, Wu Shuajin chided. Wu Xiefeng reluctantly knelt down. Although he was hanging out, he still respected his big brother. I'm sorry, it's me who didn't discipline my brother. Today, any beating, any punishment. Saying that, Wu Shuajin also knelt down. Qichou swept in, and two of the other three men knelt as well. Those two were the same two that followed Wu Xiefeng that day. The last Ji Chang has not been photographed, should be followed by Wu Shuajin. Ji Chang went over and picked up all the guns. Without them Ji Chang wasn't too worried. Stone, come up, Ji Chang shouted, ready to hand over all the guns to Li Shi for safekeeping. Of the three remaining guns, two were claymores and a Mauser 98K. Ji Chang couldn't help but inspect this 98K in his hand and realized that it wasn't well maintained either. Above the stock, there are many scratches etched into it. This gun, I guess, has a bit of a history. Our father's one life's wisdom has been ruined for you, you unfilial son. Wu Shuajin saw Ji Chang looking at the 98K and swung his brother a slap. Alright, stop fighting. Ji Chang put down the 98K in his hand and handed it to Li Shi along with it. I guess you know that today's incident was a misunderstanding. Ji Chang returned all the bullets. Next, The two earthen cannons were pointed at the sky and the gunpowder inside was shot off. Go back to your discipline or you'll be arrested and shot sooner or later. Leave the bullets behind. And the guns you can take with you. Saying that, Ji Chang put forward his conditions. Without bullets, they can't make much of a mess. Let's forget about today. But don't let me see you guys. The next time I see the three of you, either you'll die or you'll die. Ji Chang didn't want to make a scene, but sometimes it was the others who didn't give him a chance. Man, I'm really sorry about today. Take that Mauser as compensation. No one in our family is worthy of using it. It's a bit of a stain to take it. Wu Shuajin could see that Ji Chang was quite fond of that Mauser. No, I don't like to take advantage of people. Leave all the bullets. Not a single one. Stone. Go and search them properly. Ji Chang directly declined. It's not like he doesn't have the money to get brand new Mausers now. Moreover, he felt that the Winchester M70 was more suitable because it was very lightweight and could be retrofitted with scopes. And at one time it was considered the soul of sniping. Also, it is one of the most used shotguns in the old USA. Thank you for your high-handedness today. And in the future, if you have any use for me, Wu Shuajin, please say a word. With that, he clasped his fists at Ji Chang. When we go back, I will definitely discipline him well and definitely not let him cause any more trouble. Wu Shuajin knew that Ji Chang was right. If he didn't discipline his brother well, he would definitely cause trouble for the whole family. Get the hell up and get off the mountain. Wu Shuajin lifted his brother up and then picked up the gun. He also needs to go hunting in the mountains from time to time, and although he goes 9 times out of 10, he can't shoot anything without a gun. Ji Chang and Li Shi kept their eyes on them as they descended the mountain before letting out a sigh of relief. Neither Ji Chang nor Li Shi were willing to turn their guns on their own kind. Ji Chang knew that this situation would get much better when the crackdown was over. The crackdown, which began in August, lasted 3 years and 5 months. The results have been very good, with a total of 197,000 criminal gangs seized in 772,000 criminals arrested, strongly combating and deterring all kinds of criminal activities. It was almost June now, which was why Ji Chang valued the gun license so much, because with it Ji Chang could hunt without fear. If this Wu Xiefeng continues to mess around, he will be arrested sooner or later. Brother, they won't come after us again, right? Li Shi said with some trepidation. It was the first time he had experienced such a thing. It won't be. That leader looks quite reliable. He should discipline his brother properly. Ji Chang calmly walked downwards, preparing to proceed with the grilling. It had not been long since I sat down when suddenly I heard someone shout, "Help! Help! Wild boar! Wild boar has run over a man." Ji Chang's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Go, save the people. Wild boars are people who will actually run over people. And I hope the one who gets hit isn't that Wu Shuajin. Otherwise, this is a big feud. Because they will blame themselves for confiscating their bullets and leaving them without a gun to defend themselves." Ji Chang quickly dashed down towards the mountain when he saw a boar topple a man. Stopping in his tracks, Ji Chang locked onto the boar. "Everybody down. Now." After saying that, Ji Chang just fired a shot. Don't aim to hit the vitals. Just hit any part of the boar to stop it from continuing to hurt people. Boar jumped straight up after being shot. This time Li Shi also seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger. Good. Well played. The shot, which went straight through the boar's front hooves, directly shattered the bones of the boar's front hooves, causing the boar to wail in pain and lose its ability to move. Xiefeng, how are you?" Wu Shuajin stood up at the first opportunity and ran towards his brother. Ji Chang was relieved to hear that it was Wu Xiefeng who was hit. This is retribution, isn't it? No, it's fine. It should be fine. Wu Xiefeng stood up from the bushes. Where are the others? Are they all right? Ji Chang asked, walking over to the boar's neighborhood with his gun, ready to reload at a moment's notice. It was a boar, estimated at over 400 pounds. If I hadn't had 238 large caps, I guess it wouldn't have been so easy to dry it out if I hadn't had 238 large caps and replaced them with sprays. The second shift is sent. Thanks to Sirius Bull ********. Would River be lurking in years of cat? Cloud C Zen Master. Xing degree dimple of charm _AC. The Book of the Reward. 3 shifts before I start writing, and I'll update as soon as I'm done. Chapter 85. What kind of gap is this? Ji Chang is too good. Chapter 86. What's the difference? Ji Chang is too good too. The boar was still alive, still stomping around, still trying to escape. Unfortunately, the bones in one of its legs had been shattered. The internal organs were probably hit as well, and blood was pouring out. Ji Chang drew the hunting knife at his waist and stabbed the boar in the neck while it was off guard. Wu Xiefeng's neck couldn't help but tighten after seeing it. It's too accurate. One stab is the aorta, and the blood shoots straight up. coupled with the fact that he had just been sent flying from the top. He now felt his legs weakening and was somewhat unable to stand. Ji Chang twisted his head and looked at Wu Xiefeng, observing, "Is it really alright? Do you have any feeling of dizziness?" After all, he'd watched Wu Xiefeng get toppled off the ground, and there was still the possibility of a concussion. "No, it's fine. It's just that my legs are a bit weak," Wu Xiefeng said with some shame. "Thank you for saving my life. I did wrong before. Please forgive me." Saying that, Wu Xiefeng solemnly knelt down. Ji Chang nodded a little and didn't say anything. "Brother, do you need our help to get the wild boar off the mountain?" Wu Shuajin asked. After all, the boar was huge. "That's fine. Deal with it in a while and please carry it down the mountain." Ji Chang felt that there was free labor to be used for nothing. This 400 or 500 pound male boar is not very valuable, because the stink is very heavy, and the general public is not willing to buy it. But this meat, Kichijo has a use for it. You can keep it for the 2 tiger cubs in the house. After all, they need to eat a lot of meat every day. This wild boar is the most valuable is its wild boar stomach, which is a good cure for stomach problems. Neat the knowledge can be sold for $10. If not, you can sell it for $5 or $6 on top of the market. In addition to wild boar's stomach, wild boar's oil is also worth its weight in gold. Pork has a stinky flavor, but wild boar lard will be much better. Just a penny or two cheaper than regular lard, and there will still be people who want it. There's a lot of lard on such a big fat boar. It just so happened that this money could be sold out to Li Shi. After all, the boar was killed by the 2 of them together. "Sure, you go ahead and roast the chipmunk. I'll take care of this wild boar." Saying that, Ji Chang handed his gun to Li Shi. Then, with knife in hand, he was ready to start gutting the boar. Splitting open the boar's stomach, Ji Chang pulled out all the internal organs and such. "I don't want any of the large or small intestines. They are too fishy and stinky. Domesticated hogs are okay. Wild boar's stomach, pig's heart, pig's waste and so on are naturally still needed, and can be taken back to feed tigers and hunting dogs." Then Ji Chang took an axe out of his backpack and split the boar down the middle, splitting it in half. Half of them Ji Chang was ready to put on the back of a horse and carry it down, and the other half still needed to be split in 2, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to lift. After it was done, Ji Chang ate a few steamed buns and a few roasted golden flower mice, which almost didn't make Wu Shuajin and the others cry with gluttony. After Ji Chang and Li Shi finished eating, they packed up and went down the mountain. After walking some distance, Wu Shuajin untied a hound tied under a bush. It was with this hound that he was able to find Ji Chang and Li Shi. Otherwise the probability of trying to find them was too low. On the way down the mountain, Ji Chang encountered a number of villagers picking firewood down the mountain. So he told them that each of them could go to his house and receive 2 pounds of wild boar meat. This kind of male boar that couldn't be sold for a price. Ji Chang was still willing to take it out and share it. Occasionally it's a good idea to take the hunt and share it. Otherwise people keep eyeing it and tripping over themselves. After entering the village, Ji Chang did not ask Wu Shuajin and the others to help carry the wild boar meat to the house. It's time to play defense. Or play defense with one hand. What if the other 2 are thieves and still have their $20,000 in mind? $20,000 is a lot of money these days. Who can guarantee that you won't be able to do anything with your money? Li Shi still followed them and saw them leave the village before turning back. Ji Chang had already carried the wild boar meat back to his house on a shepherd's cloud. Seeing Ji Chang get an incredibly fat wild boar, Wang Ji and Li Linen were both happy. "You guys even nailed part of the wooden strips and hole quite well." Ji Chang realized that he had underestimated both mother and daughter, Wang Ji and Li Linen, who were already almost done with the fence. Next, Ji Chang began to process the wild boar meat, first cutting out the fat meat separately, as this could be sold for money. Sell it for 75 or 80 cents a pound, and the village will probably have people who want it, one after another. Some pick wood down the mountain village to receive the wild boar meat, while there are some bought a few pounds of fat meat to take back to boil oil. But most of the people were working in the fields and mountains and wouldn't be back until it was time to cook dinner. So, they won't be able to leave before dinner today. Fortunately, Ji Chang was not in a hurry. Anyway, the wild boar meat Ji Chang was not going to sell it, and planned to keep it to feed the 2 little tigers. Wild boar lard he could also eat. After all, soon let the man into the catering industry. Lard is also needed. After taking care of the boar, Ji common time was only 4 o'clock, so he took Li Shi to the river, catch fieldfares and look for snappers. The field chickens are meant to be brought to the city by Wei Shangdong to see if they can be sold, and if they can be sold, Ji Chang can have Zhao Ming go around acquiring them. There were quite a few field fowls, and Ji Chang and Li Shi caught 7 or 8 pounds in less than an hour down the river, caught 3 or 4 pounds of rock frogs in addition to the fieldfares. There would probably be more if they hadn't been grasping at straws. Snapper Ji Chang caught 7 or 8 pounds. just 2 pounds smaller than the one that sold for 200 that time, and I don't know how much it can be sold. It was definitely not possible to return before dinner. Ji Chang simply let Wang Ji and Li Linen handle a few pounds of field fowl out, ready to make a big pot of field fowl in the evening for everyone to taste. Someone outside claimed the meat and someone bought the fat, so let Li Shi handle it. The fowls need to be skinned and chopped into a few pieces after they are skinned. The most flavorful and meaty part is the thigh of the fieldfare. Marinate the chopped tandoori chicken with salt, sugar, cooking wine, soy sauce and wood ginger seeds. After marinating for a while, pour in some raw flour. Next, slice the ginger, slice the garlic, slice the dried red pepper and wash and set aside. Pour twice the usual amount of oil into the wok. Boil until light smoke. Pour in the chicken coated with dry cornstarch. Deep fry until both sides are lightly browned. Strain the oil and deep fry again until golden brown. Then spatula up and set aside. Gather some of the oil and start frying the garlic slices and dried chili peppers, tossing in the ginger and wood ginger seeds as the aroma rises. The kitchen was fragrant and smelled very appetizing. Neither Wang Ji nor Li Linen thought that the field fowl that no one usually eats could be cooked so flavorful and gluttonous. The people who came to collect the wild boar meat and buy lard were all very curious, poking their heads in and wanting to know what was cooking in Ji Chang's house. However, everyone was disciplined and didn't barge into the Kichajang kitchen. Today, I can get 2 pounds of wild boar meat for nothing, which has made everyone very happy, and I would like to take the meat back home and cook it as soon as possible. Wild boar has a smoky odor and some fishiness, but it's still meat. Ji Chang cuts all the pancetta this time, not just pure lean meat. Take it back and sauté it. You can still get some oil out of it. If you have some money in hand, you will also buy 1 or 2 pounds of fat oil to go back to frying oil. Brother, the village has claimed all the meat, and 56 caddies of fat oil have been sold. The money is all here. Saying that, Li Shi handed the organized money to Ji Chang. This money goes to you. We won't sell the rest of the wild boar meat. Keep it to feed the little tigers. I'll take the rest of the fatty oil. I'll weigh it and give you the money later. Don't say you don't want it. A blood brother has to settle his accounts. If you don't take it, I won't take you hunting next time. Li Shi was blocked and had no way to respond to Ji Chang, so he had to take the money back into his pocket. With such a large sum of money, he didn't even know how he should arrange it. Alright, wash your hands and come eat. After saying that, Ji Chang brought up the tandoori chicken in the clay pot. Tonight, it's all about this pot of spicy chicken. The first to move his chopsticks was Ji Chang, who took a piece of the thigh of a field hen. After taking a taste, Ji Chang couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Sure enough, it's still the wild field fowl that's delicious. The meat is more flavorful. Saying this, Ji Chang directly chucked a few pieces into the bowl to eat with the rice. Is this really field chicken meat? It also smells too good? Li Shi couldn't believe that what was in the pot was the field chicken that he and Ji Chang had gone to catch and bring back together. Never thought that field fowl could taste so good. Never thought that field fowls could taste so good. It's fishy even when roasted together. Li Linen held the field fowl and looked at it again and again, seemingly not believing that this was the field fowl she had skinned with her own hands either. Is the difference that big with or without skinning? Even the chef of a state-run restaurant can't come up with such delicious field chicken. If Xiao Chang were to open a restaurant, the business would definitely be exceptionally good. Wang Ji realized that she was increasingly unable to understand Ji Chang. She wondered what all those ages often went through. Eat more if you like it. I cooked quite a lot today. Ji Chang also loved spicy mouthfuls, so he was also very satisfied with today's spicy chicken. The deep-fried tandoori chicken tasted extra flavorful and the meat inside was so tender that the meat came off the bone as soon as it was sucked in. A large pot of fieldfares was quickly devoured, resulting in a lot of leftovers for everyone who couldn't eat their meals. After eating, Ji Chang went to make his report. During the day the homes of those people were often empty, as they needed to go to farm work and had no time to stay at home. Rice yields are not yet high, and the growth cycle of various vegetables is slow. The fertility of the fields in the south is so much worse than in the north that it simply doesn't work without fertilizer. There are also a lot of insect pests as well, all of which seriously affect yields. Technology isn't advanced enough to make up for it with a lot of labor. Having just received Ji Chang's wild boar meat on the front foot, it was naturally impossible to make things difficult for Ji Chang on the back foot. However, they were all shocked to hear that Ji Chang was going to be converted from farming to non-farming. The old branch secretary took a serious look at Ji Chang before saying, "You can think it over. Although you don't have to take back your contracted land during the contracting period, you can't contract it again after the period. The land is the root. As far as the old branch book is concerned, if the roots of the village are to be lost, how can we return to our roots in the future? Settling in the county, there is no such thing as a homestead anymore, not even a place to grow vegetables. From now on, what will we eat and drink? The contract period for arable land shall be 30 years. for grassland 30 to 50 years, for forest land 30 to 70 years, and for forest land planted with special trees. The contract period may be extended with the approval of the competent forestry administrative department. Have you really thought this through? Ji Chang nodded and said, Old branch secretary, I've thought it over and will never regret it. So don't worry about writing it. The vast majority of the agricultural population really has nothing to gain. Even at the point in time when he was reborn and returned, farmers were still the poorest group. He can't change other people's minds. Mouths can't do that. When his days are affluent, they will naturally slowly awaken, learn, and then move out of the countryside to change their existing life patterns. There are a small number of rural villages that have become wealthy, but those are only possible because of the return of those who have stepped out. And the successes are few and far between. There are tons of failures that no one cares about. Ji Chang had gone through a lot of trouble to get all the proofs. With these certificates, he can go ahead with the farm transfer tomorrow. When he returned home, Ji Chang found Wang Shun's family in the yard of his house. Uncle Wang, you guys came just in time. I was just about to go look for you. I will let you help feed these sheep and roe deer in my house, and I will ask Auntie Flower to help take care of them for $20 a month. I wonder if that's okay? In the past, Lu Chunhua had helped the brigade raise sheep, and helping to raise these sheep was not a problem at all. Giving too much? Which wants $20? 10 is too much, Wang Shun said in a hurry. Auntie, if you don't do it, I'll give it to someone else. It's still the same wages. Ji Chang looked at Lu Chunhua on the side and joked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Auntie, this is something Auntie can do herself. Lu Chunhua pinched her man. You can take the wages for now. You can't spend them anyway. When one day Ji Chang is not doing well in the city, he can also take out the money and return part of it to him. As if Ji Chang saved himself, this cannot? Lu Chunhua didn't feel comfortable letting someone else raise her. Moreover, if someone else took the money, they might turn around and lose it all. So, she felt compelled to oblige with whatever she said. Sorry, I have a fever today and I'm all groggy, so this chapter is late. Lastly, I'm begging for monthly votes, full subscriptions, and all kinds of support. Chapter 86, Couples Night Talk. Ji Chang's Layout. Chapter 87, Couples Night Talk. Ji Chang's Layout. Also, when can Wamba come with me? Is tonight okay? It's been so many days. Wang Shun should have made the arrangements. Yes, it's perfectly fine. He's all ready to go with you to learn how to cook anytime, Wang Shun said excitedly. He came to Ji Chang's house this evening to take the initiative to mention this matter, but he didn't expect Ji Chang to mention it first. Okay, then we'll leave in a while. For my family, I'm counting on you and Auntie Hua, Uncle Wang, as I won't be back until 2 or 3 days. This is $40, an advance of 2 months of your labor, Ji Chang said as he handed over the money. This isn't appropriate, right? The work hasn't even been done yet. How can there be a reason to take money? Lu Chunhua hurriedly refused to get up because there really was no such rule. I'm a big spender. If I don't give it to you now, I'll spend it later, Ji Chang deliberately said. Only after saying this did Lu Chunhua take the money. The family, too, is in need of money. Wang Bao followed Ji Chang to the county to learn how to cook. Mustn't he take some money with him? The family's savings are less than $10, so it's not enough to give it all away. Xiao Chang, just don't worry. I'll put the rhubarb in your yard. It's not a problem at all for it to watch over the house and guard the yard, and it definitely won't let any thieves steal anything from your house. Wang Shun patted his chest and said, there is also a bird cannon at home. If a thief comes, I will definitely tell him to come back. Wang Shun added, with Uncle Wang's words, I'm relieved. Then this is in your hands. Pa, grab your stuff and let's get going. Ji Chang's things had already been packed up for them, and Wang Ji could still sit on Mu Yun's back. Before long, Wang Bao came out with a load of stuff. The moon was full tonight and looked very bright, which was why Ji Chang had rushed back to the county overnight. He was mainly worried that Gu Shuya would be scared if she lived alone in the county house, so he wanted to rush back. Anyway, it was only an hour or so away, and Gu Shuya would definitely not be asleep by the time he arrived at the county. Along the way, Ji Chang and Li Shi were both very vigilant, as they still had some lingering fears from what they had experienced in the mountains during the day. If it wasn't for that Wu Shua Jin who was more reliable, Ji Chang and Li Shi might have really had to engage them in a firefight. On the way back, Ji Chang encountered some small animals. Unfortunately, both Ji Chang and Li Shi missed. After all, this kind of small animal was only suitable for slingshots. With a shotgun it would have broken the prey, and that wouldn't have made any sense. Finally, Ji Chang and the others returned home before 9 o'clock. However, the house was more lively than Kichijo had expected. Huang Xinyu, Huang Tu, Sun Feng, and Lu Shui were all there, all chatting and knocking melons under the grape arbor in the front yard. Look, our tiger fighting hero is back. Huang Tu was the first to exclaim when he spotted Ji Chang opening the courtyard door and coming in. Everyone stood up at once and all gathered around Ji Chang. They've all seen both of the little tigers already and can't get enough of them. If it weren't for the lack of lights in the backyard, they'd want to stay in the backyard and not want to come out. You hit a boar again. Ah, this is too powerful, isn't it? Seeing that Muyan still had half a slice of pork on his back, Huang Tui's eyes widened. This is still hunting. This is going straight to the mountains, isn't it? I just went back to the village today and shot a big boar. At this rate, it's no wonder they're all buying houses. He'd have to change it if he did. Recently, because of Ji Chang's relationship, Huang Tu has been stimulated. The idea of making money has become more and more intense. He made 2 trips to Sun Fang's house, carried a lot of gifts, and spent a lot of his savings. If he wanted to marry Sun Fang, he would have to come up with a large amount of dowry. This money, he wants to earn it himself. In addition, Sun Fang feels that she and Huang Tu need to spend more time together before they can finalize their relationship. Everyone stayed for a while and then left. People nowadays don't have the situation of having a midnight snack. After all, the economic conditions don't allow it yet. Otherwise, Ji Chang could have fixed them a little dry pot field chicken or something. Since beds were limited, Ji Chang gave up his bed to both Li Shi and Wang Bao. He returned to Gu Shuyao's room, and it was rare for the couple to sleep together. In this regard, Gu Shuyao was still quite looking forward to it. Gu Shuyao snuggled into Ji Chang's arms, smelling the scent of Ji Chang's body and feeling very solid. What's wrong? She noticed that Ji Chang was moving carefully, so she pulled her hand straight through. Do whatever you want. I can cooperate with you. After saying that, Gu Shuyao buried her head in Ji Chang's chest, listening to the sound of his strong and powerful heartbeat. In her mind, she could not help but recall the knowledge Wang Ji had imparted to her. Ji Chang also did not expect his first-class car skills would be so raw when facing his own wife. As if it would break with 2 thumps. Wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow it's time to go to labor and delivery. Ji Chang's body was, after all, an old soul that had weathered the storm, and was able to maintain his sanity even with a beautiful woman in his arms. Then make it up to you tomorrow night. Saying that, Gu Shuyao kissed Ji Chang on the cheek. She felt that if other pregnant women could, so could she. That day when Lu Shui stayed at home, she and Lu Shui actually consulted quite a lot of pregnant women in that side of the knowledge point. Has long been prepared. Well, it's nice to cuddle like this. Go to sleep. Baby. What did you just call me? Baby, Ji Chang said tartly. Baby, that sounds really good. I like that title. Gu Shuyao hugged Ji Chang tighter. The two whispered sweet words of love, and Gu Shuyao fell asleep without realizing it. Ji Chang was doing a few complicated math problems in his head and was getting sleepy. The next morning, Kichijo woke up at the right time. After going downstairs, Ji Chang realized that someone had gotten up earlier than he had. Wang Ji was already preparing breakfast. After all, there were a bit too many people eating breakfast this morning and she wanted to make some steamed buns. Kicho didn't help as he put the boar meat hanging above the well on the horse's back. He had talked to everyone last night about hosting the wild boar in someone's home freezer today. Of course, that's just his excuse. The final destination of these wild boar meat was naturally his hunting space. And there was no better place to store wild boar meat than a hunting space. It was dawn, and there were no pedestrians on the side streets yet. Ji Chang went out and found a spot and put the wild boar meat in the hunting space. Then rode Muqian out to go around and see what kind of breakfast stalls were available in the county in the morning. Right now, Wang Bao lacks all kinds of experience, and he can't afford to hold up a store. But it's still possible to get a cart and make some breakfast to sell. And after a few months of exercise, you can get a store. Catering is a good industry to combine with catering when Qi Chang wants to develop his farming industry in the future. Today's catering industry is still a blank slate. Ji Chang is perfectly capable of setting up his own catering company to go out and attack the city. Today's labor and store rent costs are very low, and there are food deserts everywhere. Ji Chang wouldn't even forgive himself if he missed such an opportunity. By the time Ji Chang returned, breakfast was already cooked. Wang Ji made some steamed buns and boiled peanut porridge, which still looked good. Everyone ate contentedly, especially Wang Ba. On New Year's Day, he couldn't even eat all the porridge made from rice. After eating, Li Shi rushed to school. After all, it was Monday. Ji Chang, on the other hand, took Gu Shuyao to do a maternity checkup, and she was a little scared, so she called on Li Linen to accompany her. The three didn't ride bikes either, but walked. There are actually not many items in the maternity checkup. After all, in this day and age there is not even an ultrasound. And if you want to have one you need to go to the provincial capital. The main thing you do is a fetal heart, and blood tests and such. Gu Shuyao came, also to make sure if she was really pregnant with twins. After all, there is some difference between 1 and 2. After the blood draw, Gu Shuyao went to do the fetal heartbeat and Ji Chang waited outside. Half an hour later, Gu Shuyao walked out incomparably happy. Chang, it's really two. There are really two babies. Your dream is very accurate. Gu Shuyao happily touched her stomach with a happy smile on her face. I just don't know if it's a boy or a girl, or if it's a dragon and phoenix child. Chang, what do you like? Gu Shuyao exuded a motherly glow. As long as it's born from you, I like it no matter what it is. Ji Chang went over and wrapped his arms around Gu Shuyao, looking at Li Linen with a burst of envy. Gu Shuyun took the opportunity to attach herself to Ji Chang's ear and whispered, however, you'll have to work hard next. Brother Chang, the doctor explained that twins are a higher risk, so I may not be able to help you at night. It's fine. You three mothers are the most important. Everything else is secondary, Ji Chang said with a smile. Not surprised by this, did the doctor figure out the due date? Ji Chang asked curiously. Well, never mind. It says something like the middle of January next year. Next, it's best to come every week to listen to the fetal heart, Gu Shuyao said with an expectant face. Good. One should indeed come more often so as to have some peace of mind, Ji Chang said as he was considering whether or not to take Gu Shuyao to the provincial capital for a more comprehensive examination. By the way, she could also visit her brother and sister and see her stepmother. The results of the blood came back as well and they all looked healthy. So Ji Chang took Gu Shuyao to apply for the household registration. Now there are very few people to apply for. Ji Chang's materials and bring all the materials. Less than an hour to do the household registration. Received a brand new household registration book. The ID card system has not been introduced yet, so they do not need to apply for ID cards yet. However, Ji Chang has already considered, as soon as possible to the provincial city to buy a house. Transferred the account to the provincial city, so that the child was born is the provincial city account. It's a great deal later on, whether it's education or healthcare. In the future, Hongdu was considered a first-tier city, with top-notch healthcare and education, so he had no plans to go to the provinces. With the county registry, Qi Chang can go to the closing on the house this afternoon. The thought of owning the first county house of his life soon made Ji Chang still very happy. When I got home, lunch was already cooked. Guess who cooked today's lunch? Before the meal started, Wang Ji asked in a mysterious manner. There's no need to ask. It must be cooked by Bao. Li Linen directly announced the answer. If it wasn't Wang Bao, Wang Ji wouldn't even have to ask that. Not bad. Bao really has a talent for learning to cook. The first day he cooked food was on my level. It would be a waste if he doesn't do this line of work. Wang Ji directly praised. Ji Chang tastes it and realizes that the craftsmanship is indeed okay. You really do have a talent for catering when you can cook at this level for the first time. With that kind of talent, surely you have to send it off for a few years of proper training. You can't do good catering without a great chef. Getting praised by everyone, Wang Bao, who was originally very apprehensive, suddenly gained some confidence. Ji Chang gave Wang Ji a menu and told her to take Wang Bao with her to go grocery shopping. Controlling costs is important when you want to cater. So for things like grocery shopping, Ji Chang also wanted Wang Bao to go through all the processes. Tonight, Ji Chang was going to personally take charge of the kitchen and show Wang Bao a hand, giving him a chance to learn. Being a caterer is actually very much about figuring things out for yourself. The basics are really simple, but the mind is important and you need to drill down to get it right. Ji Chang was still more optimistic about Wang Bao, and was prepared to treat him as a partner, rather than having him work for him. That way, sooner or later, he'd leave himself and get out of his own way. But as partners, then you can move forward together in the same boat. Today is still Blade Voice, but unfortunately, the small county cannot buy antigen. Also do not know whether they are the first son. Hard to top. Everyone come to some support. The old fire went on to code words. Chapter 87, a large sum of money, a new gun in hand. Chapter 88, a big spend. New guns arrive. The afternoon work time is 2 o'clock. While there is still time, Ji Chang rode the car and took Gu Shuyao to the State Department store. The aim is just one. Color TV, refrigerator, washing machine, the most fashionable three-piece set are all arranged. Although you need a ticket to buy these things, but which salesman does not have a ticket in hand can be transferred in their county. It's not something that many people can afford to buy on a regular basis, and it's a case of supply outstripping demand. But as the economy grows, more and more people can afford it. So, when Ji Changchun wanted to buy these 3 big items, he made the salesman, who was usually so high and mighty, very happy. Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao picked around for a while, then selected all 3 major items. Actually, there's not much to choose from, because there were so few choices. Instead, there were more choices for the sewing machine that was bought for Li Lin. The washing machine was chosen to be a White Daisy double-cylinder. This brand is still very loud now. The price is not too expensive. Only 360. plus the ticket total of 380. Sewing machine Gu Shuyao chose a butterfly brand sewing machine. The machine plus the ticket totaled 180 and took it. Color TV Ji Chang chose the one that was advertised before, the Venus Color TV, quoted at 999, plus the ticket. Ji Chang spent 1019. The refrigerator continues to be a twin dear choice. This one is a green 2-door refrigerator for a total of $1. 220. Hearing the price of the refrigerator, Gu Shuyao for the first time entertained the idea of stopping Ji Chang from spending money, because it's just too expensive. The house is only $2,000 and you end up with a refrigerator that costs $1. 220. The main thing is that the house is too cheap. Ji Chang belongs to pick up the leak. Wait until this time next year. Ji Chang's set of house is estimated to be at least 5,000. Or even more. It should be said that soon that Wei Shangdong is going to regret it. The stuff was pulled back in a tricycle, and Ji Chang asked for a low profile and covered it with a cloth before pulling it back. Having relived his life, Ji Chang knew too well the importance of keeping a low profile. Just live your life comfortably on your own, without revealing it to others. Especially now when law and order is a mess. It's a pain in the ass if everyone knows you have money. It was pulled into the yard in 2 tricycles, and then the workers helped move it into the home and watched the equipment all work properly before leaving. Xiao Chang, how much does this washing machine cost? Can a machine wash clothes cleanly? What are you wasting this money for? Don't I have clothes to wash? Wang Ji looked at the washing machine's drum turning with the fresh water inside, feeling very novel. But again, it feels very wasteful. Don't you just scrub your clothes by hand and need to buy a special washing machine? Also, tap water is required. The county is in the process of fixing the water, and it will be a month or 2 before it reaches the house. So, Wang Ji didn't think it was necessary for Ji Chang to buy a washing machine. The water thing is something that Qichan doesn't feel he needs to wait for the county to do. This back of their house is the mountain. There are mountain springs. You can make a big pond by yourself, and there is no difference between the pipes once they are laid and the natural water. As for this mindset of Wang Qi, it is actually quite common in this time of the year. They are not ready to accept new things and their minds are not up to date. Comparatively, young people are much more receptive. Lillian then felt that a washing machine was necessary because it would save time for other things. Time should be used to create value. After Wang Ji learned the prices of washing machines, refrigerators and color TVs, her whole body was bad, because it was too expensive for her, a price she didn't dare think about. At her current high salary of $50 a month, that's $600 a year. It takes over 2 years to get a refrigerator. And the thing still uses a lot of electricity. And I don't know how much it costs every month. Wouldn't it be good to use a well? There are wells that reach 0 degrees. TV won't be available for a while, as someone still needs to come and install the antenna. There is no CCTV today. Signals are received with an antenna and fewer programs can be received. But even that had everyone looking forward to it with immense anticipation. Ji Chang placed the color TV in a room on the first floor, which had the best soundproofing because it was covered with concrete, not wood paneling. Watching TV here won't interfere with everyone's rest. However, there was a couch missing, and Ji Chang thought that he should get a couch and put it in there. Before Ji Chang could even leave the house, he was approached by several men in military uniforms, one of whom was also an old acquaintance of Ji Chang's. As it turns out, it was Kichijo's 56.5 that arrived. In addition to the 56.5, there is also a gun license for Qi Chang. Signing his name, Ji Chang got a brand new 56.5 with 300 rounds of ammunition. Several of the uniforms left, leaving only the one that Kichijo knew well. Kid Kana. I thought that this Ji Chang is his Ji Chang. Did not think that it is really you, kid. Not only beat a white tiger, but also catch 2 tiger cubs. Brother Rue, you personally made this trip. You didn't just want to see me, did you? Ji Chang grinned at the handsome man in military uniform. Su Rue, Ji Chang's older brother of that eastbound band member Su Yi. What do you have to look at? Show me your tiger cubs. I haven't traveled to the mountains much, but I've never seen what a tiger cub looks like. Su Rue patted Ji Chang's shoulder. Let's go. It's in the backyard. I'll show you. With that, Ji Chang led Su Rue towards the backyard. 2 baby tigers were chasing 2 beagles, who were considerably larger. You can. And a horse. Out of the blue. Su Rue's eyes also lit up after seeing Ji Chang's Muyun. Where did you buy it? Why didn't I come across it? Su Rue had also been longing to own a horse, and after seeing it, he couldn't help but walk over. Some time ago an old man drove a horse to the county to sell. It was met by me and took it. Ji Chang explained. Alas, I'm going to what provincial city? If I stay in the county, it's still cheap for you, kid. Su Rue a burst of regret. He just came back yesterday and missed more than just Tianma, but also the tiger hunt. Otherwise, he would have been there with a bunch of minions. Only after petting Ma Gung did Su Rui turn his head to look at the two little tigers. Can I hold it? Su Rui glanced at Ji Chang. After all, the two little tigers looked rather wary. Perhaps because there was no Su Rui's aura on Ji Chang, the two little tigers were more wary. Yes, don't worry about the hug, it doesn't bite, Ji Chang said with a smile. Su Rui instantly reached out and copied the little white tiger, then rubbed its head. This thing is pretty much the same as the orange cat that Xiaoye raised. Just a little bigger head. A little bigger. Su Rui lifted the little white tiger up high and teased it for a while. Ji Chang was on the sidelines dismantling the 56.5. A new gun with plenty of oil. After disassembling it, Ji Chang put it back together. A good gun. This time I've made a big profit. Ji Chang originally thought it would be an old gun, but he didn't expect it to be brand new. Maybe, there's Su Rui here to make the effort. Such a person. Ji Chang can't watch and make a mistake. He has to help. In fact, he hadn't done anything bad, but the few people he had befriended in the provincial capital during this time were no slouches. It's good that you like it. I picked it out specifically. However, how come you kids suddenly stopped playing music and ran off to hunt? Tigers are all led by you. Unbelievable. In Su Rui's opinion, Ji Chang belonged to the literary paradigm, and hunters didn't match at all. However, he had seen Ji Chang's marksmanship, and he was all convinced. Gotta be practical when you're going to be a father. Ji Chang grinned. TSK, why do I feel that there's something in your words? Put this point aside for me? Su Rui scraped his beard that had grown up and glanced at Ji Chang in disgust. Yes, he's about to be a father too. In his last life, on the third day of his capture, his daughter-in-law gave birth to a fat boy. Unfortunately, born doomed without a father. There's business you can't do. One slip and you're dead. And he, for one, has no idea what kind of business he's in. All Kicho had to do was let him know what head-killing business he was about to get involved in. Say, are you really not going to play in a band anymore? I'm also going to open a cabaret with a few buddies in the provincial city. So I'll invite you guys to sing then. Singing well, designated to make money, Su Rui said while jerking the tiger. No more. Music which is not as energetic as a gun. I like hunting now. Not only can I shoot guns, but I can also make money. Ji Chang touched the 56.5 in his hand. I've hid vomit. I don't even want to touch it, Su Rui said with some disgust. That's the way it is in this world. What you're passionate about. Some people are tired of playing. By the way, brother Rui, can you get me a retired triple trampoline? For any amount of money. Ji Chang knew that Su Rui had a way, so he mentioned it to him. Hearing Ji Chang's words, Su Rui couldn't help but glance at Ji Chang. It's okay, it's really developed. Looks like that tiger bought a lot. Su Rui glanced at Ji Chang with some envy. His wife's family looked down on him a bit, and he was bent on getting rich and trying to get his in-laws to look at him differently. He didn't even have the big three in his house, and he'd seen it when he just entered the house. There was no way around it, and the box was prominently displayed in the yard. I did make a little money and am going to do some business. Ji Chang got right down to the hook. On the ground in the county, Su Rui's name works well. It would certainly be a lot easier to pull him in on a business deal. Moreover, the Su family is not only him Su Rui, there are two others, and the back of the mix is also extremely good. What business? Aren't you hunting? Why do you want to start a business again? Su Rui looked at Ji Chang with some surprise. He knew that Kichijo had a good head on his shoulders. It was just that he had only indulged in music before. Clothing factory, Rui is no stranger to it, right? Ji Chang smiled slightly. His father-in-law and mother-in-law are the leaders of a garment factory. He used to chase his daughter-in-law. Naturally did not run a lot of garment factories. How much money can you make with that stuff? It's no fun. That factory my old man manages is going bankrupt. What's there to do? I think you might as well start a cabaret in the county. Ah yes, if the county is engaged in a cabaret, why do I have to go to the provincial city to do it? Can't the county? Su Rui suddenly slapped his head. Don't get a clothing factory. If you have spare money in your hands, why don't the two of us get a cabaret? Saying that, Su Rui's eyes brightened up all of a sudden. What about your gang of friends in the provincial city? Don't they screw together? Ji Chang glanced at Su Rui with some surprise. Hey, that's just a bunch of drinking buddies. Besides, they only let me take a small percentage. Everything is expensive in the provincial city, and I can only get a few tens of thousands of dollars out, which isn't even enough to rent a place. But if it's in the county, it's a different story. Saying this, Su Rui's eyes began to glow as if he had found a new path to wealth. Okay, screw it, I can get up to 10,000. Ji Chang slapped his thighs, thinking that it would take a few months to get it up, and then it would be a severe crackdown. Cabaret is definitely a no-no. The current culture is still very conservative, and a lot of people will be arrested for cabaret in the next few days. Ji Chang definitely can't let Su Rue fall for this, but now he can use it as a reason to keep him in the county, and then slowly guide him to get a restaurant. 10,000. That's what you said. Don't be unable to get it then. No. I'll have to look around this afternoon and see what suitable places there are in the county. Su Rue was a man of thunder and lightning, doing what he said. The tiger didn't jerk off, put it down and then just left, because he was desperate to create something and wanted to show his father and mother-in-law that he wasn't a loafer. Kicho sent the man to the door, then turned back and received 56.5 into his room. It's almost time to tell Gu Shuyao to get up and go through the closing procedures to buy the house. Keep coding. It's still a 10,000 word update today. Chapter 88, Going Up the Mountain, Opening a New Hunting Ground. Chapter 89, Going to the Mountain, Opening a New Hunting Ground. Ji Chang woke up Gu Shuyao and then went to Wei Bing's house to find Wei Xiangdong, and then they went directly to the housing authority. There are still very few people going through the closing process, and the main process now is the real estate license. It took an hour to go through all the processes. The names on the real estate license became Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao, and Wei Xiangdong got $2,000. $2,000 at this time of year is certainly a lot of money, too. Moreover, Wei Xiangdong was taking this money to make money, and could soon turn it into $4,000, or even $40,000. Picking up money all over the place says it all, because it's all about opportunity and the scarcity of everything. After coming out of the housing management center, Gu Shuyao took the initiative to hold Ji Chang's arm. We really do have a county house and a county account. How does all this feel like a dream? So unreal? Gu Shuyao felt that only by holding on to Ji Chang and sticking to him would she feel that all this was real. Don't worry, this is just our first house. There will be more and more in the future, Ji Chang said with a smile. It's not like he's buying a house for speculation, but he wants to buy some houses in a couple of livable places so that when his kids go to college in the future and they don't need to be in charge of them, they can go around and live for a while. Ji Chang preferred the feeling of having a home everywhere to traveling around in an RV. We're just a family. What's the point of buying so many houses? Gu Shuyao felt that it was not easy enough to buy a house. For people in the village, maybe they could not afford a house in the county town even if they struggled for most of their lives. Not to mention a house. Even a homestead now costs $6 a square foot. And just buying a homestead would discourage countless people. Come on, let's go rent the stores now. While there was still time, Ji Chang wanted to go and rent the 2 stores he had favored. Better yet, you can just buy it. Buying a storefront now would be a blood moneymaker. It's really cheap after all. A good location is now only $40 or $50 a square foot, which is a total pick-me-up. Ah, why do we need to rent the store? Gu Shuyao's entire body froze, and her footsteps were quite down. Didn't we agree to partner with Linen to start a clothing brand? We always need a store to display it, right? You look at the girls on the street. Their eyes go straight when they see the dress on you. Probably, all ready to go back and rip their own cloth and make it themselves. Lots of stares. She was noticing. However, at first she thought they were staring at Ji Chang. This was because she had heard from Lu Shui that there were quite a few fans of Ji Chang in the county. She was a bit taken back by Kicho's comment. Today she wore the dress made by Li Linen in order to do the account and buy a house. If you don't wear them now, you won't be able to wear them when your belly gets bigger. The two of them wandered into the downtown area, and Ji Chang went to the 2 stores that they had fallen in love with. Unfortunately, Ji Chang was a step too late and both stores were rented. There are so many people doing business nowadays. Slow hands don't get anything, Ji Chang said helplessly. Are any of the locations on this side okay? So I can come and hang out with Linen often and rent it out if I have it? Gu Shuyao felt that she shouldn't do nothing. Not only does Kicho hunt, but he also gets involved in business. What about yourself? It's like nothing will. In that case, how can we keep up with Kichijo? The point is to be virtuous and helpful, and you don't seem to take up any of it yourself. A sense of crisis, a sense of oil. Well, the stores on this street are good, and you've got people coming and going. It's the liveliest place in our county. At the same time, there are all kinds of stores, and people come here mainly to spend money, so it would be suitable for a clothing store type of thing. When you're tired of shopping, you want a soda or something to eat, so it lends itself to a snack bar as well. Gu Shuyao nodded. She was also tired of shopping now. Ji Chang had already noticed, so he went to buy a soda. The sodas now come in a bubble box with some ice, at 15 cents a bottle. Many people still can't afford to drink it, but for Ji Chang, this amount of money was nothing. But you know, those who sell these sodas and mineral water can even become the richest. Ji Chang couldn't help but lament while drinking the sweet and not much vapor orange soda. Then, he couldn't help but see the light. Yeah, being a nature's porter can make you the richest man in the world. In this day and age, there really is money everywhere. Catering, how can you not have a drink? but that's all you can think about now. With just a few cents in my pocket, it's not enough to do anything. That's to start with a small store. Slowly grow bigger and stronger. Don't think about all this for the time being. The matter of renting the store, Ji Chang felt that it was perfectly fine to let Gu Shuyao take care of it. She lacked some opportunities and platforms to exercise. Otherwise, Ji Chang felt sure that she would be able to make a name for herself. The two of them returned home and found Wang Ji and Lin Lin, and they had already taken care of the stone frogs. And last night's spicy chicken in field had left both Wang Ji and Li Linen a little unfulfilled. So, they were all rather looking forward to what kind of surprise the stone frogs would give them this evening. The evening is still relatively lively. Ji Chang, in addition to the next door Huang Xinyu and the old man, the old lady, and Huang Tu, Sun Feng, Lu Shui. Gu Shuyao was a little curious as to why Ji Chang hadn't called up the people from the eastbound band. After all, Ji Chang had been hanging out with them for so many years. Buying a house should be with them. They should be invited. The result was rejected by Ji Chang. These people were all very immortal and especially hated worldly things. If they talk about that, they get mad and have to talk about something literary. Whether it's faked or it was originally so, you have to get used to that with them. This worldly hustle and bustle is not their cup of tea. Today Ji often made several hard dishes, including fish, shrimp, stone frogs, ground chicken, pork, and a variety of vegetables. From the time the food was prepared, Wang Bao followed Ji Chang. He's really talented at this and picks it up quickly when taught. And he enjoyed mastering it. Such a person is really suitable for the catering business because he loves it himself. Today, he also grew to know how to cook many kinds of vegetables. Wang Bao originally thought that learning to cook should be difficult, but it turned out to be easier than he expected. But Qichou also said that these are homemade and are of the easy-to-master variety. On the difficult side, it's all about the well-known dishes from the 8 major cuisines. These Ji Chang did not sing to master a few paths, so he did not intend to mislead anyone. Ji Chang, why didn't you think of looking at a restaurant? You're so good at this craft. Business must be especially good, Huang Tu asked suspiciously. After all, when you come to live in the county, you must have some kind of camp in the county. Open it, but I'm going to open it in partnership with Xiao Bao. I'll finance it. I'll give you the land, and he'll give you the craft. Going to start with a tiny breakfast cart and see what we can make of it. I'm a person who enjoys hunting more, and I definitely head for the mountains often. After Ji Chang finished speaking, he patted Wang Bao's shoulder. Lu Shui, don't you want to do business? Right now, I am going to engage in catering and clothing, these 2 paths. You choose one. With your ability, I believe that no matter which one you do, you will be able to do well. Taking this opportunity, Ji Chang directly said openly to Lu Shui, I'll go with clothing. I'm more interested in that. Catering, I just like to eat and drink. Let me get into it. That would be difficult for me. Lu Shui directly made a choice. Fine. Then quit your job as a nurse and I'll give you 80 a month. Do a good job and you can get shares in the company. Having been drawn countless pies, Ji Chang naturally mastered the skill of drawing pies. However, he doesn't just paint a picture. He still pays a real salary. Such a good deal. I'm heartened. Ji Chang, do you think I can do it? Sun Feng also jumped at the chance and continued. I'm quite interested in catering, and I'm also able to endure hardship. Okay, I have no problem. However, does your family Huang Tu agree? Saying that, Ji Chang glanced at Huang Tu. He realized that something didn't seem quite right with the 2 men. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't promised him yet. Besides, he asked me to go to the city with him, and I didn't agree. Going to the city, I have no roots whatsoever, and my only reliance is on him. In case, what if he changes his mind later and bullies me? Sun Feng took this opportunity to put her thoughts into words. I respect Yoshiko's choice, and it's true that being in the hospital can be quite aggravating, Huang Tu said, a little depressed. There are grievances everywhere. Catering is a service industry. There are more grievances. If Sun Feng comes over, she will mainly do the piece of staff management and staff training. Of course, the treatment is consistent with Lu Shui. Ji Chang pointed out the situation. I want to try. Sun Feng put down her chopsticks and said seriously. I'm not afraid of aggravation, and I'm quite good at communicating with people and resolving conflicts. Then welcome aboard. Ji Chang smiled slightly. There is a shortage of nurses everywhere, and even if Sun Feng leaves now, it will be easier to go back later. Plus, it's still easy to set up a random job where she makes more than the hospital. I'm heartened by what you all said. Ji Chang, why don't you bring your sister me? Huang Xin unhappily skimmed her mouth. Banned. But I'm too poor now to afford the pharmaceutical industry. When I'm rich, I'll definitely smash money into the pharmaceutical industry, so that you can vigorously develop our Chinese medicine. Ji Chang said helplessly. Then I can wait. With your vigor, I don't think it will take too long to invest in me. Huang Xin said happily. As long as Ji Chang didn't ignore her, she felt satisfied. Come on, let's all drink a toast to wishing us all a soaring career in the future. Saying that, Ji Chang raised the soda in his hand. These sodas, or the glass bottles he bought them in on purpose. Just drop the money and you don't have to return the bottles. It was a great meal and everyone couldn't get enough of it. After a short break, everyone went to watch TV. Since a crew came and installed the antenna in the afternoon, we were able to watch TV in the evening. Televisions were still a rarity at this time, and not many people in the county owned one, let alone a color TV. Huang Tu's family has a black and white TV, but last year it was damaged by lightning and could not be repaired, and did not bother to buy a new one. This is a color TV. It's too amazing, isn't it? Gu Shuyao looked at the picture in the color TV and was filled with novelty. All she knew was that there was an appliance called a television that could see people thousands of miles away, but in the flesh, it was the first time she had seen it. Wang Ji, Li Linen, and Wang Bao had already seen it when the technicians came to install the antenna in the afternoon. At the time, Wang Qi was taken aback, thinking someone was trapped in a tiny box and making jokes. This kind of joke, however, is made by a lot of people because they perceive an appliance like TV as too amazing. Lu Shui and the girls were envious. They had seen the TV but knew it was expensive. Even the black and white ones cost 400 or 500 apiece. If you buy a larger size, the more expensive it is. It would be halfway through the news, and after Kachijo finished the news he went to the backyard to feed the 2 tiger cubs and the hounds. He mainly wanted to train the 2 little munchkins, and wanted to try and see if he could train them like hounds. The result was a pleasant surprise. The 2 little munchkin tigers did not disappoint Ji Chang and could actually imitate Pinyin and Changhu. In that case, with long-term training, a conditioned reflex can certainly be formed. Once the training was done, Ji Chang put his 56.5 and 38 on his back and mounted Mako, because he wanted to open a new hunting ground and find a mountain forest in the county that was rich in hunting resources. That way, he wouldn't have to rush back to the village so often. Also, it's a good idea to get a feel for what kind of hunting is going on in the county. The ones that fit are domesticated in hunting space so they can be farmed later. 3 more. Today's 10,000 word update is over. The old fire is also just on this intensity. The quality has dropped. Everyone forgive me when the old fire adapted, and strive to improve the quality up. I hope you can still subscribe to support the old fire. Do not jump subscription, please. This subscription has not broken 1,000. Every day 10,000 more cannot earn much money. Really too difficult. For the sake of the old fire so hard to update, give a meal money. Kneel down and thank you. Chapter 89, Beware of the Black Bear. Leopard's shadow suddenly appears. Chapter 90, Beware of the Black Bear. Leopard's shadow emerges. Riding his horse, Ji Chang went straight to that drinking establishment. 10 minutes out of the county, there's a fork in the road that leads to a liquor store. The turnoff to the brewery is only 3 minutes away. Today's distillery still has security guards and 2 lights on the door. Perhaps smelling Ji Chang's odor? The 2 dogs barked a few times. The green tiger and Pinyin in Ji Chang's backpack followed suit, instantly causing the guards on watch over there to become alert. Who's over there? An old man questioned. Go somewhere else if you want to steal. We not only have dogs, we have guns, another guard warned. I came here to hunt and passed by. Ji Chang spoke out to explain so as not to cause any misunderstanding. This distillery was blocking the intersection into the mountains, and Ji Chang had to enter the mountains through the trail next to the distillery. Otherwise, you'd have to go down to the valley below the bottom, and that would be too much of a hassle, and it's better to borrow a road. Driving his horse, Kichijo stepped out into the light. The 2 security guards looked very nervous, both holding 56.5 in their hands. Odds are, they're not even loaded. Don't be nervous 2 old uncles. I just went up the mountain from this side to hunt. I heard that there are muntjac and wild boars over here, Ji Chang said and pointed to the side path. A security guard put down his gun, took away the dry cigarette in his mouth, said, You're going up the mountain at night? Not afraid of encountering a blind bear? This mountain, but there is that thing. Before the factory's chief of the security section with a few people to go hunting, almost let the blind bear shot dead. Want to hunt or during the day? You are making us both nervous. Just now if we directly shoot, can you have life? The other security guard swept a glance at Ji Chang, who was riding a horse and carrying 2 guns on his back, and the vigilance in his heart subsided for the most part. With a configuration like that, it's clear that you're not meant to be a thief. Just this horse good and 2 guns are worth a lot of money. The distillery is also some sorghum worth a little money. Brewing white wine are not sold. Not worth money. There's a blind bear in this mountain. Really? Ji Chang jumped straight down from his horse, put his gun into the bamboo basket hanging on Muyun's body, and walked over towards that side. How can this be fake? A dozen people have seen it. An old uncle knocked his dry tobacco stick and said with a serious face. Ji Chang pulled out his cigarettes and handed them to them, but neither of them took them, indicating that they didn't need them. Ji Chang understood that they were acting out of vigilance and didn't say anything. Take my advice. Don't go into the mountains this late at night, although the moonlight is bright tonight. It's still too dark for hunting. And don't venture up into the mountains without even a hunting dog. We have dogs and guns, and we don't even dare to go into the mountains at night. Thank you, old uncle, for your concern. I'm just going around the edges to familiarize myself, Ji Chang explained and received the cigarette in his pocket. Then he went back and rode Ma Gong into the trail. There are black bears in the mountains. That's good news. Black bears are full of treasure. Bear's nose can be used to dry and then ground into a powder, which is used to treat epilepsy and is very effective. In addition, the black bear's cap can be used to make wine. This kind of wine can cure rheumatism. Connoisseurs call it small tiger bone. And bear bile, that is even better. And bear bile and what copper bile, iron bile, silver bile, a kind of difference. Each kind of price is different. And bear oil, that is even better. Not only fragrant, but also can make up for the deficiency. Strong bones, moisturizing skin. Cookies with bear oil, -10 degrees can still be very soft. If you get frostbite, rub a little bear grease on it and it will heal quickly. Stir-frying with bear oil is even more flavorful, several times more flavorful than lard. There were black bears in this mountain. Ji Chang really didn't expect it. Once he entered the mountains, Ji Chang turned on bloodstain mode and took out his slingshot. Both guns were received in the hunting space, and it was much easier to take them directly from the hunting space than from the back. Green Tiger and Pinyin had already been taken out of the carrier by Ji Chang, and the next hunt would be with them, so that they could adapt as quickly as possible and become qualified hunting dogs. There should be people around here who hunt regularly as well. No decent bloodstains were seen, just some mountain rats and such. Ji Chang could only go deeper slowly, and he wasn't in a hurry anyway. Tonight, it was out to open up the hunting grounds, so naturally, he wanted to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The woods here are also bare, as there are many people in the county who can't afford coal either, and even more so gas stoves. There are no gas stoves in the county yet, but the city has them. It should be available soon. It's growing at a rapid pace, and a lot of things are gradually moving from the cities to the counties, to the villages and towns. After walking for nearly an hour, Ji Chang finally saw a forest of many bushes, indicating that no one came here to cut firewood anymore. A place like this would be a wildlife sighting. It didn't take long to drill in, and Kichijo saw some bloodstains. Judging by the length, it would be a hare or a white-faced beaver of some sort. Ki used a slingshot a couple times and missed. Because of the iron manzanita and bushes everywhere, it's easy to miss a shot when you're a little affected by them. Unless, of course, Kichijo sheds a gun. But for such a small prey, Ji Chang really didn't want to use a gun. For this kind of small game, you either use a slingshot or a crossbow, and a gun is really wasted. The 38 is a little better, but if it was a 56.5, it could just break most of the prey's body. At 56.5, it's good for boar hunting, as well as for self-protection. It's not really appropriate to use it for hunting. Tonight, Ji Chang would have liked to have encountered a wild boar, so that he could give 56.5 the boot. Woof woof. Suddenly, Peace called out. Apparently, it was smelling something that made it nervous. Ji Chang swept around and didn't find anything. There was only one hare or something else, so Kicho shot it with his slingshot. However, after seeing the movement of the blood bar, Ji Chang couldn't help but touch his nose. I'm afraid it's not a snake, given the way it's moving. Ji Chang frowned. It was only the middle of May and snakes were starting to come out of their holes? He's still pretty intimidated by snakes because they're insidious, especially venomous ones. There's a thin green line underneath the blood strip. After Ji Chang observed the snake's blood strip, he realized that there was a very thin green line underneath the blood strip. It's really easy to overlook if you're not looking closely. It's easy to think it's some kind of plant because of all the greenery everywhere. So this green bar indicates the toxicity it possesses? Ji Chang stopped in his tracks. Pinyin, don't scream. Ji Chang calmed Pingon down, then pulled the slingshot again. Snake meat is also very tasty and is now eaten by many people. For the live venomous snakes, Ji Chang was a bit scared, but the dead ones had no fear. He was glad that he had such a bloodstained vision, or else he really wouldn't have dared to go into the mountains very much. With successive shots, the snake's blood bar was gradually emptied by Ji Chang. With a little bit left, Kichijo approached a little closer. It was indeed a venomous snake, a very poisonous 5-step snake, and Ji Chang's back went a little cold after looking at it. This thing, it can bite people to death. Ji Chang felt that it was necessary for him to get some snake repellent powder. There is a snake king at the head of the county who has been dealing with poisonous snakes for generations, and he not only operates a snake meat restaurant, but also sells all kinds of snake medicine and snake repellent powder. Ji-chan directly received the 5-step snake into the hunting space. Originally he thought that it was not possible, but he did not expect that it was smoothly included. Next, Ji-chang became even more vigilant. In particular, he carefully screened the bloodstains around him, lest they be lurking snakes. Their side of the mountains was still pretty full of venomous snakes, and waited until more people caught them in the 90s for them to become less so. He had nothing against vipers, and less was better. The two beagles are still more excited at night. They were originally nocturnal animals as well, having been gradually domesticated. At heart, it still prefers to be active at night. If it wasn't for Ji-chang restraining them, they could probably plow through some rat holes and rabbit holes for a long time. Kaseki trained them as he searched for prey. Once you've completed the instructions, feed a piece of boar heart. The guts of the boar he shot yesterday Kichijo had kept in the hunting space, specifically to feed the two beagles. That way they won't be afraid of the boar when they grow up. After turning around in the mountain forest for more than 2 hours, Ji-chang didn't find any large animals. Could it be that it's all been scourged by the black bear? Outrageous, Ji-chang sat down somewhat depressed, ready to rest and relax. Black bears are standard omnivores and have a predominantly plant-based diet. They eat a wide variety of food groups, including buds, leaves, stems, roots, and fruits of a variety of plants, as well as mushrooms, shrimp, crabs, fish, invertebrates, birds, rodents, and carrion. They also dig ant nests and wasp nests. That's why Ji-chang felt outrageous. Here, shouldn't there be quite a few muntjac, or mountain roe deer? Ji-chang plucked a white lemongrass and bit out the sweet juice. Those who can hunt muntjac and mountain roe deer are either leopards, tigers and other fierce beasts. Is it hard to believe that there are wolves in this forest? Ji-chang felt that he still knew too little about the county's wildlife. At the same time, there aren't any old hunters in the county, or you could ask around. Just as he was muttering, Ji-chang heard a voice. Yawa! Ji-chang listened for a while and couldn't help but frown. Leopard. This is definitely the cry of a leopard. Ji-chang was instantly alert. Leopards tend to be more agile than tigers, because they are not very large. Their bodies are light and their movements are unusually agile. And the fight is strong. Tigers are not easy to deal with, and leopards are equally hard to deal with. The two tigers that Ji-chan fought relied on were not really their own skills. When the first vicious tiger was hit by him, there were still two hunters around. If it wasn't for them, Ji-chang wouldn't have had much of a chance at all. In the second one, Ji-chang was using a tiger cub as bait and ambushed himself in a tree to lure the white tiger in. If he were on his true level, he would never be able to fight a tiger. What strength he had, Ji-chang still knew in his heart. Aside from the bloodstain and night vision, all he could muster was more powerful marksmanship. But as a hunter, it just doesn't work with just marksmanship. The slingshot in Ji-chang's hand had been replaced with a .38 large cap, and he sneaked closer towards the side of the shout. The two beagles didn't bark or get scared this time. Perhaps the last 2 days with the tiger cubs have emboldened them a bit. Keeping close, Ji-chang soon saw a blood bar. The bloodstain was on the tree, estimated at 40 centimeters. Then the bloodstain disappeared quickly. Ji-chang instantly tensed up and began to look around as he moved closer. He was worried about the suspected leopard beast getting the drop on him, so he had to keep an eye on his surroundings. A distance of 30 meters is just a matter of seconds for a leopard. However, humans don't react as fast. He had to be on his guard, not letting go of any movement. Her palms had become slightly sweaty, while her heartbeat had sped up. But Ji-chang wasn't afraid. On the contrary, there was some excitement because he found it very exciting. Soon, Ji-chang arrived under the tree where the leopard had originally stayed. Under the tree, there were some animal bones. Upon inspection, the flesh on these bones had rotted away. The two beagles sniffed and tried to gnaw on the bones, but were stopped by Ji-chang. Keeping them from eating indiscriminately is also a very important piece of training. Ji-chang looked at the animal's fur and thought that the one eaten by this leopard should be a muntjac. In addition, Kichijo found many scratches on the tree. Now, he was certain that what he had just spotted was the leopard. In these mountains, there are leopards and black bears. I just don't know how many there are. Recommend a book Rebirth from the Interceptor Female Youth. Do you think it's his wife he's intercepting? No, he's intercepting his future know-it-all mother-in-law who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars and her village flower daughter. Thanks for checking it out. If you're interested in catching up on your reading to support my kiddo. Chapter 90, The Money Leopard, Must Be Taken. Chapter 91, Money Leopard, Must Be Taken. Ji-chang turned around and found no sign of the leopard. Could it be that it still fears humans? Or maybe I have the scent of 2 tiger cubs on me? Yes, it must be the scent of the tiger cubs that caused the leopard to be more fearful of me. That must be it. Ji Chang analyzed himself for a while and felt that the reason still lay with the 2 tiger cubs. After all, an animal's sense of smell was very sharp, and it wasn't hard to smell the scent that a tiger cub had left behind on itself at a distance of a few dozen meters. He felt that it wasn't that there were no large animals today, but that the large animals ran away when he got close. However, to be able to know that there were leopards, black bears, and muntjac that had been eaten in this mountain forest, Ji Chang felt that the harvest was still not small. In order to verify his suspicions, Ji Chang began to continue exploring towards the depths of the forest. Anyway, I came out tonight with no intention of going back early. The further in you go, the denser the forest becomes with shrubs and iron manzanita. Such an environment is actually unsuitable for beasts to survive, because there were fewer herbivores in such an environment. If Ji Chang were to be contracted in the future, he would definitely have to do a major remodeling of the plants in the forest. These iron manzanita and shrubs are disposed of by spreading fast reproducing fescue weeds. This will allow the herbivore population to increase, and the carnivorous beasts of prey will have an endless supply of prey to increase their numbers. It's still cheaper to contract forest land, but it also costs big bucks, maybe 200,000 to 300,000 at today's prices, together with the construction of a reservoir that would turn the entire 10,000 acres into an island. It would probably require a total investment of $500,000. $500,000, in 83, was certainly a staggering amount of money. Ji Chang felt that he should speed up his pace and hurry up so that the catering and clothing could make money for him. Thinking about business while traveling through the woods, suddenly, Ji Chang saw 2 blood bars, all about 40 centimeters, and inevitably over 100 pounds of prey. Without any doubt, Ji Chang directly took out his shotgun. After so much time figuring it out, it's often been known that the location of the blood bar is actually the location of the animal's head, because every time he locked onto a bloodstain and shot, it was mostly headshots. Through a gap in the shrubs, Kichijo saw a flash of tawny. Odds are it's a chamois. After Kicho locked on, he took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. But as he pulled the trigger, the blood bar suddenly lowered its position. Head down. It must be the prey that has bowed down, Kichijo guessed. Just when he thought the shot was going to fall short, he saw that the blood bar had been cleared by a third. It hit, but not directly. The other one was taken by surprise, and by the time Ji Chang pulled the bolt, the second one was already open. Speeding out of Ji Chang's field of vision and losing the opportunity to shoot, Ji Chang also had no intention of chasing after him, as the forest was more bushy and dense, making it difficult to chase after him. After picking up the eggshell, Ji Chang chased after it towards the prey that was still moving after being injured. Most importantly, it's still this one that he hit. Suddenly, peace called out. Ji Chang then felt a coldness in his back and turned around in a hurry. Bang! Ji Chang fired a shot and saw a long strip of blood flash past his face. Panther. Ji Chang did not expect that the leopard had quietly touched up and was preparing to sneak up on him. Luckily, peace called and reminded himself, if his back was taken out, he was bound to be seriously injured. And, perhaps, a bite to the back of the neck. It's treacherous. It was really too menacing just now. Ji Chang's back was already wet with cold sweat, and his eyes searched around, worrying that the panther was still lurking around him and still trying to sneak up on him. This leopard had a lot of guts, daring to sneak up on himself in this situation. Ji Chang felt that his analysis just now was wrong, that the leopard was not retreating because he had the scent of 2 tiger cubs on him. Rather, it hadn't seen prey like humans, so it was likely hiding and watching from a distance to see if it was a threat, as well as looking for an opportunity to strike. Why else would it sneak up on you? That's a knot that's been tied up tonight. Ji Chang would not allow prey that dared to sneak up on him to exist, and he had to get it tonight. Ji Chang was alert, feeling toward the struck prey while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Luckily, we brought Pingyan and Cheng-Hu this evening. If it wasn't for Pingyan calling that out, Ji Chang would have definitely been gotten by that leopard just now. A few minutes later, Kicho caught up with his dying prey. Surprisingly, it's a mountain roe deer, not a muntjac, and it's a male. Seeing the sharp teeth of the roe deer, Ji Chang was just delighted. This meant that he could sell musk again. This evening at dinner, Master Huan let slip that next time there is the same quality of musk, at least $300 to buy. Because it's more than 200. It can go for over 300. Kicho didn't use the hunting space to heal it because there was no place to breed it in the county. Another was that he had only arrived in this new environment this evening, so how could he catch live prey that easily? Laying a snare is fine, but how can he possibly snare his prey when he's just arrived? If you can't explain it, others will be suspicious. After what happened to Wu Xiafeng, Ji Chang is now more cautious and feels more comfortable that he should keep a lower profile. The hunting knife is stabbed directly into the neck of the mountain roe deer to bleed it out, speeding up its death and reducing its pain. It is said that the more the animal suffers, the more its body releases a substance that will make the meat unpalatable. Once Ji Chang began to bleed, he began to keep an eye on his surroundings. He guessed the panther wasn't far away either and was probably nearby. He treated it as prey himself, and it probably treated him as prey as well. It's a contest of life and death. Sure enough, it's there. Ji Chang suddenly saw a bloodstain wobble in the distance, and his gun followed it without fail. It circled the edge, looking for another opportunity. Unfortunately, Norichika didn't have a minimap or a god's perspective. All he could see was as far as his binocular vision could see. So, he had to look to his left and his right to watch out for leopards to sneak up on him from his visual blind spot. This mountain road deer Ji Chang never bothered to move. The smell of blood was used to attract the leopard. To put it bluntly, it's bait. It's up to this leopard to get his heart in the right place. Kichijang mapped out all of the surrounding areas, and then dragged the mountain road deer to a more suitable location. It was only about 4 or 5 meters away from where the blood was being released, and then Gigi used a rope to tie up its legs and tied them under a tree. Then Kicho carried the 2 beagles into the carrier and climbed up a tree on the side. The leopard was great at climbing trees, but it was impossible to attack Ji Chang instantly. You can also see more clearly when you are high up. As soon as it appeared, Ji Chang could shoot at it. Once up in the tree, Ji Chang replenished his bullets. The downside of the 38 is that the load is so small, only 5 rounds, and you have to pull the bolt to load the gun each time. In contrast, a semi-auto that can fire in succession smells much better. However, 56.5 is a bit overpowered if used for hunting. A shot to the panther's head would probably break half the head, if not the entire head, so it's really not suitable for hunting. Ji Chang didn't even take it out and continued to keep it in his hunting space. Little by little, time passed, and Ji Chang saw the panther appear a few times. All of them flashed by, and it was obvious that it was also very vigilant and would not approach easily. Now, the competition is all about patience. Ji Chang kept an eye on his surroundings and was in no hurry. The height was enough to give him time to fire his gun. As long as that leopard dared to come close, Ji Chang would let it know what it meant by firearms and what it meant by death. For Kichijo, it's also a workout. Hunting the same as guarding. Sometimes it's just necessary to stand guard in one place quietly waiting for the prey to appear. Unconsciously, the sky was getting brighter. After a night of guarding, the leopard just didn't dare to come near. However, it does wiggle occasionally and is patient enough. Encountering such an opponent, Ji Chang felt that it was still quite a challenge. After spending the night, it didn't give up looking for opportunities. At the same time, it was alert enough. Perhaps the kind of loudness of that gunshot scandalized it. Should we keep waiting, or should we leave? Now, this was a choice before Ji Chang's eyes. He had already been out all night, and it was estimated that Gu Shuya might not be able to sleep soundly again tonight, perhaps waking up many times. If I didn't see myself home in the morning, I probably wouldn't be able to eat breakfast. The main reason was that Ji Chang had only begun hunting not long ago, and she was still uneasy about Ji Chang, not knowing enough about his strength or the fact that he possessed incredible hunting space as well as magical visualizations. After thinking about it, Ji Chang felt that he should evacuate. This leopard was too cautious to take action all night, and, after daylight it will give place to rest. Neither Green Tiger nor Pinyin had been trained in tracking, and it was unrealistic to expect them to find the leopard. After thinking it over, Kichijo slid down the tree on his own. After sliding down, Ji Chang didn't leave right away, but continued to observe for a while. Seeing if it would move on its own, the panther took action. But soon, Ji Chang saw the leopard's figure again. This time, Ji Chang saw it clearly as a figure. It paused for a moment in one spot, allowing Ji Chang to get a good look at it. A money leopard. Ji Chang couldn't help but be pleased when he saw it. A direct shot was fired, but unfortunately it didn't hit it, and it dodged it again. A new round of pulling begins. Kicho untied the row from the mountain row and began to disembowel it. It's been a night, and it's already having some stomach reactions. A fishy odor rushed out as soon as it was cut open. It should have been disemboweled last night. It should have had its intestines pulled out and hung on a tree. Ji Chang thought of those northeastern hunters who would hang their prey's intestines from a tree after hitting it. They are said to be filial piety to the mountain king, but in reality they are used to attract wild beasts, lest they pursue the hunter carrying his prey. Because intestines have the strongest flavor and are the beast's favorite, it's just so lacking that sometimes it doesn't even occur to that level. However, the next time Ji Chang knew what to do. After all, hunting is a skill that many people have figured out on their own and then passed on to others. These techniques and methods are not born. They are worked out and summarized by generations of hunters themselves. Ji Chang ripped out the large and small intestines and hung them above a small shrub. Not long after, Kichijo did see the leopard appear. Finally, we're in the 30-meter range. Seeing the leopard keep moving, Ji Chang's heart was delighted. Sure enough, even animals can't help themselves when it comes to their favorite food. Ji Chang kept looking for an opportunity to get out his gun and didn't shoot rashly. This time the shot was bound to hit, or else his knight's crouch would have been in vain. As he watched the leopard get closer and closer, the smile on Ji Chang's face grew. Looking at the leopard, Ji Chang became more and more satisfied. The leather, it must be worth a lot of money. Perhaps, it wasn't inferior to the white tiger that Ji Chang had sold earlier. When he really hit it, he could contact that Hong Kong island tycoon through that reporter Gu Xiaotian and see if he wanted a money leopard to make into a specimen. After all, this kind of money leopard is especially loved by those bosses when it is linked to money. Perhaps, the other side is really willing to pay a high price to get one back for specimen. The second shift is delivered. The third shift will not be updated until later. The old fire is slow to coat ha. By the way, happy Eve everyone ha. Chapter 91, Taking down the money leopard and being happy to get a pig's treasure. Chapter 92, Taking down the money leopard and being happy to get a pig's treasure. The piece in the carrier barked a few times from time to time, while pawing at the carrier over and over again. Obviously, he already has the good qualities of a hound. Still satisfied, Ji Chang calmed it down and continued to stare at the money leopard. It hadn't stopped at one place yet, still circling around, though it kept closing the distance between it and Ji Chang. Kicho was patient and waited for the money leopard to linger. Its physical abilities, too, could not support it in keeping on the move and then carrying off the gut of that mountain roe deer under its own nose. His muzzle kept shifting position, waiting for an opportunity. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Ji Chang pulled the trigger. The leopard screamed miserably and jumped straight up, trying to escape. The impact of the bullet twisted its head. The money leopard's body lost its balance and fell straight through the air. The bloodstain, almost emptied by Ji Chang. Birds of prey took to the air among the trees, all awakened by the sound of gunfire. The other critters, too, sniffed and fled for their lives. Ji Chang grinned and put the mountain roe deer into his hunting space before walking towards the money leopard. The money leopard's body was still twitching and struggling to breathe. It didn't seem to have figured out why it was being attacked before it was even completely close. Unfortunately, it is unable to figure out the situation. By the time Ji Chang approached, it was on the verge of gagging. One thing Kicho had also discovered was that prey that had their heads blown off could not be healed. You can't hit your prey in the head if you want to heal and domesticate through the hunting space. There is still value in this discovery. In the future, if Ji Chang wanted to raise any prey, he would not be able to hit the head. That's a nice pattern. No wonder it's called a money leopard. Ji Chang looked at his prey and realized that it was a very robust male leopard. I guess I should have attacked a human before, or I wouldn't have sneaked up on me. Beasts attacking people happens all the time. After all, humans will go into the woods and log. There are still a lot of sneaky loggers out there, some even openly. The restrictions on this piece of legislation are really just a piece of paper now, but no one is really administering them. There is no way around it. There are too few law enforcement officers and the economy is too bad. Most of it is chopped back for firewood. You can't have people cooking without a fire, can you? There's also the making of furniture and so on, which also requires wood. Keeping people alive is the most important thing when they are too poor to eat. After checking the money leopard and not finding any other wounds on it, Ji Chang received it into his hunting space. I didn't have to work hard on guarding it all night myself, so I finally took it down. After a quick turn, Kichijo returned to Ma Gong's side and released the two beagles. Then Ji Chang fed them some wild boar hearts as a reward. It was hard enough staying with myself all night. After eating them, Kicho put them in the back basket. After a tiring night, they are not allowed to follow them back on their walk. It didn't take long after putting them in the carrier for them to fall asleep, leading the horse towards the outside of the forest. Fortunately, Ma Gong knew the way and it led Ji Chang out of the forest. Otherwise, Ji Chang could really get lost. Before leaving the forest, Ji Chang took out the mountain roe deer and put it on top of the horse's back, tying it up briefly. After coming out, Ji Chang met some people who came to cut firewood. Those who did, cast envious glances. The mountain roe deer is not the kind of wild game like rabbits that has no oil and can not only improve your life, but can also be sold for money. Some people, too, have put traps in the woods, but they've never caught any large beasts, mostly rabbits and other small animals that aren't very pleasant to look at. Instead of riding back, Ji Chang led his horse directly into the county. Some people encountered Ji Chang and directly asked if the roe deer meat could be sold. Ji Chang did not open the sale directly because he still needed to go back to skin the mountain roe deer. When she returned home, Gu Shuya was the first to see Ji Chang. Back. No injuries, right? Gu Shuya was the first to survey Ji Chang to see if he had any injuries on his body. No, it's fine. Where would I get hurt? You have to have faith in your man's strength. Li Rang grinned. He was relieved that Gu Shuya didn't come closer. It showed that she was still a successful influence on her and knew to protect herself and the baby in her belly. Quickly go eat breakfast, and come back after breakfast to deal with the prey, Gu Shuyao said gently. Good. I'll wash my face and change my clothes and come. With that, Ji Chang unloaded the mountain roe deer from the horse's back. Gu Shuyao returned to the house and went straight to the room where the TV was playing. That way she could avoid contact with Ji Chang, and she could come out when he was changed. Yesterday, Lu Xuan's son Fong also specifically reminded her of this. Ji Chang led Moonyun back to the backyard before he went to change his clothes. His clothes had scratched in a few places last night and would need to be mended once they were washed, but that was nothing to worry about. Any one of the 3 virtuous women in the family could do the job. Anymore, he can do it himself. Clothes are thrown straight into the washing machine, which has accumulated some. Having it saves time in the wash. Other people, you need to take it to the river to wash it, which not only wastes your hands, but also hurts your back. It was already past 8 o'clock, and Wang Ji and Wang Bao had already gone out to buy food. Li Linen is next door to the Huang family for treatment of facial paralysis, and Gu Shuyao is alone in the house. She heated up Kichijo's breakfast in a pot and brought it to the table while Kichijo went upstairs to change. She silently watched Ji Chang finish his breakfast with tenderness in her eyes. When we're done eating, I'm going to go around the streets with Anne. Is there anything you want me to buy? No. In a moment I will skin the roe deer and sell them as well, Ji Chang explained. Gu Shuyao nodded, then came over and kissed Ji Chang on the cheek. Tough on you. Going all night last night. Gu Shuyao obediently sat on top of Ji Chang's knee. Ji Chang was a bit surprised by Gu Shuyao's bold move. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to express her love like this. She was still more introverted and reserved. Still, she was enthusiastic and proactive. And Ji Chang liked it. To love, you have to be passionate. I'm making it easy enough. Making over $100 a night. Ask anyone else if they're envious. Other people would have to work their asses off for months to earn this much, Ji Chang said while checking to see what changes Gu Shuyao had undergone after her pregnancy. Women do change quite a bit after pregnancy, but the others aren't as dangerous as you are. If I can choose, I still want you to find a job in the county. Gu Shuyao spelled out her purpose. Little mom wrote me back, and she also asked me to advise you not to go up to the mountains so often. Since we all have houses in the county, we also have county accounts. Don't you want to do catering and clothing? You can go do those. Gu Shuyao wrapped her arms around Ji Chang's neck and gently persuaded. Ji Chang then realized why Gu Shuyao was so proactive. The original purpose was here. Daughter-in-law, I like hunting. Just don't worry. I won't take any chances. Here, we don't have any fierce beasts either. They are all herbivores and such. In our county, we haven't heard of anyone being injured by a tiger. Ji Chang comforted. Giving up hunting was not an option. As he said, he loved it and enjoyed it. Right now he's in his early 20s and has a lot of time ahead of him. If you don't do something you love while you're young, you won't have time later. By then, the focus will be on the kids. For now, he can still go up to the mountains and hunt without fear. When Gu Shuyao's belly got bigger and she was about to give birth, she wouldn't be able to go up the mountain without any distractions like she was doing now. By then, the ties would change from 1 Gu Shuyao to 3. But, as long as you go up the mountain I'm worried and can't sleep well, Gu Shuyao murmured. That's probably because you're too idle. After you take a nap in the afternoon, I'll take you to buy a book. Usually read more books to keep yourself busy, so you won't think too much, Ji Chang said with a smile. After the two of them had gotten bored for a while, Ji Chang went to deal with the mountain roe deer. Gu Shuyao felt that Ji Chang was right. She was just too idle. In the past in the village when there is endless work, every day is as tired as a cow. Come back to want to casually deal with 2 mouths to go to bed, which have the heart to worry about this, worry about that. And there is some truth in what Ji Chang said. The county has not heard that there is any beast of prey. Ji Chang is at most hunting wild boar. Besides, he'd hunted boar a few times, with a more powerful 56.5 in hand as well. There really wasn't much menace. After thinking clearly, she went next door to Huang's house, ready to go to the street when Li Linen finished acupuncture and buy some books back on the way. She had some idea of what Kicho was thinking and knew that he wanted to get into business, but didn't want to spend a lot of time on that and interfere with him going hunting. She truly believed that Nori Chang enjoyed hunting as much as he used to enjoy playing music. Unless he figured it out on his own, no one else could talk him out of it. It wasn't as if she hadn't tried and failed. Since Ji Chang was unwilling to do so, she, as Ji Chang's wife, could help him to develop and manage those 2 blocks. She was also quite interested in business. She was also looking forward to the fact that the clothes designed by Li Linen were selling well nationwide. It is also expected that the smooth drinks brand created by Qi Chang will blossom everywhere, and people everywhere will be able to enjoy the happiness brought by food. Ji Chang didn't know what Gu Shuyao was thinking as he began to skin the mountain roe deer after he arrived in the courtyard. Once peeled, A simple skin bandage was made on the fly to hold the mountain roe deer skin in place. This skin will need to scrape off the oil skin on it, but now there is no need to spend time on this. He turned out the mountain swineherd, and the wild boar's stomach and pig's bile took out, ready to turn out and wash, and then take it to the side of the old man Huang, to see if there is anyone who needs this. After all, these can be used as medicine and are more valuable than sold as meat. If no one wanted it for a while, he could put it in the hunting space and save it until someone needed it. What a shame to sell it cheap. Put it in 2000 years. A boar's stomach could sell for thousands. By the time Ji Chang was working on the boar's gallbladder, Ji Chang realized it was hard inside, so he scratched it inside. It's still a real pig treasure. Give or take. Ji Chang rinsed it and a hard yellow object the size of a fist appeared. It's called pig cinnabar, or pig treasure to the people, and it's a type of stone that grows inside pigs. Similar substances occur in cattle, dogs and horses and are known as cow treasure, dog treasure and horse treasure, and are referred to as the three treasures of traditional Chinese medicine. Pig bao is a precious Chinese herb that is extremely rare to find and can be said to be unattainable. Porcupine treasure is the pig gallbladder, bile ducts, liver ducts in the stone. It is oval in shape, different sizes, the appearance of light yellow, or gray-black, the surface of the rough, long 2 or 3 centimeters long hair. When you feel it in your hand, the hair is hard textured and has a fishy odor. This is something that is extremely valuable and I don't know what price it could fetch at this point in time. And the boar's pig treasure is even more valuable. Ji Chang hurriedly took it, and the musk to go next door, wanting to let Master Huang palm, to see how the quality of this thing, whether it can be sold at a sky-high price. Ji Chang is very short of money right now, so if he can sell it for a good price, he'll go for it. Otherwise, he was prepared to put it away for a while and wait for the right person. When Elder Huang heard that Ji Chang had pulled out the pig treasure, he was also instantly interested. After looking at the patient in hand, he immediately took the piggy bank in Ji Chang's hand. 3 more updates. Over 10,000 words. For the sake of old flame fighting so hard, let's not skip the subscription and support it. Can we? In addition, ask for monthly votes. I heard that 1,000 monthly votes can be a lottery. The old fire wants to draw a hand, pleading everyone to give a chance. Chapter 92, this thing will be worth millions. Chapter 93, this thing, it'll be worth millions later. Elder Huang did not look outside, but led Ji Chang into the inner room. It had to be said that Elder Huang was still cautious, because the price of the pig treasure was not low. In case someone among those patients had bad intentions, it would be a troublesome matter for Ji Chang. Elder Huang took the pig treasure and carefully looked it over, then sniffed it, after a while, then said, yes, it is a top-quality pig cinnabar. It can be worth a few thousand. Specifically, I will help you ask. This good thing, I can't afford to use it. Only a few thousand? Ji Chang frowned, and instantly dismissed the idea of making a bid. In his later life, he had read the news that a piece of pig treasure was priced in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. A few $1,000s doesn't mean anything to Ji Chang. You know, piggybacks are hard to come by. There's no way to make this stuff man-made, and no one can make it successfully. Elder Huang froze for a moment before saying, I'm not sure about the exact price, so I'll ask for you first. If you don't want to offer it, just keep it. This is something that is resistant to being put away for 100 years and also has medicinal effects. Then the odds are I'll keep it. With that, Ji Chang took back the piece of pig treasure and continued. And this musk, if you want to use it yourself, old master, I'll sell it to you. If I give it to someone else, I'll keep it for now. It's just too cheap to sell now, and a lot of it gets dumped overseas. Might as well keep them in your hands. They're all herbs. They're all used for healing. It doesn't look like animal fur. And it doesn't matter if you sell it. Where in my place do I need such golden herbs? Elder Huang smiled helplessly. He was a poor man's doctor. Most of his patients were just taking the cost of an herb, not even the consultation fee. It was because of this that his 3 sons and 4 daughters didn't really like being close to the old man, thinking he was too stupid. Obviously the medical skills are excellent. Obviously can let everyone live a good life. But the result is not. Have to have money not to earn, let everyone suffer. The only 2 who were close to the old man were Huang Xinyu and Huang Tu, and none of the other descendants were willing to come back. The pig treasure and musk were not sold. Ji Chang received them into the hunting space. These things are on the prey, so they can be received inside the hunting space. However, Ji Chang still asked the old man to go and help ask for a price. After all, this pig treasure didn't completely belong to him. The boar was killed by him and Li Shi. He is a fair man, and it is only natural that this piggy bank should be half for one person. He would give Li Shi 2 choices. One was to sell it to Ji Chang with the current market price, and the other was to save it for later and split the money then. Whichever one Li Shi chose, Ji Chang would honor it. After returning from next door, Ji Chang put the mountain roe deer meat into a bamboo basket and kept a portion of it at home. Ji Chang did not go anywhere else, went directly to the state-run hotel to see if Sun Weiman wanted it. If you don't want it, he'll go and peddle it around. This time to the state-run hotel, directly carrying a bamboo basket to go in to look for Sun Weiman, and did not let anyone help to call Sun Weiman out. I'm still for our not hunting anymore. Sun Weiman looked surprised to see Ji Chang, because he knew about Ji Chang killing the tiger, and because Ji Chang hadn't appeared since he went to hunt the tiger. He naturally thought that Ji Chang wouldn't want to risk hunting again. I didn't think that Ji Chang would come today with a mountain roe deer on his back. The last time he bought a mountain roe deer he was rewarded from above. So, this time, he bought the mountain roe deer straight away, still at $2 a pound, even for the bones. So, Ki Chang made $278 today. Brother-in-law, do you collect wild boar stomachs here? I have a wild boar stomach there that has an excellent effect in treating stomach diseases. I can give a way to cook it and ingredients. Ji Chang knew a formula that was extremely effective in treating gastritis and gastric ulcers. 2 or 3 boar stomachs eaten will definitely break the root. Okay, I'll ask for you. Sun Weiman knew what Ji Chang was playing at. Some rich people drink to talk business and ruin their stomachs. If it really works, it must be good to sell. Ji Chang is not only in it for the money, but also to expand his network a bit. In any case, he was going to be in the county for a long time yet, and it wouldn't hurt to make more friends. After leaving the state hotel, Ji Chang went straight home. After screwing around all night last night and not sleeping until now, even an Iron Man can't carry it. When they went back, Wang Ji and Wang Bao had already returned. Ji Chang gave Wang Bao some money and told him to go to the bookstore and buy some cooking books back by himself. Now there are already a lot of books of this type. Wang Bao has already graduated from elementary school. Such education in this era is already far better than the high school students in the latter days. Feeling that he had found a clear path, Wang Bao went to buy a book without saying a word. Ji Chang went back to catch up on his nap, and no one woke him up at noon, but instead he heated up his meal in a pot and waited for him to wake up and eat it. Awake? Opening his eyes, Ji Chang saw Gu Shuyao sitting by the window. She was holding a book, and the light hit her bare face as if it was ferrying a halo. Looking very pretty. Don't move. Ji Chang got up straight away with a carp, ready to get the camera that Gu Xiaotian had given him. What's wrong? Gu Shuyao tensed up, her body stiffening. Any snakes? Or any other bugs? She wasn't sure what to make of it, since Kachijo had just been clearly agitated. Take a picture. I want to take a picture of you, daughter-in-law. You're so beautiful. You were practically born for my camera. Ji Chang gave Gu Shuyao a burst of praise. Then, from the cabinet, he took out the Pearl River camera that Gu Xiaotian had given him. When this camera arrived, Ji Chang had not taken a picture with it. The day he came back, Ji Chang forgot to introduce it to Gu Shuyao and just put it away in the cabinet. Ji Chang didn't say anything, and Gu Shuyao didn't open it to look at it. Now she realized that the black leather box held a compact camera. Gu Shuyao has taken several photos and is no stranger to taking pictures. But Ji Chang's words made her feel sweet. What woman doesn't love beauty? Women are more than willing to show their beauty to their loved ones. This light and shadow, it's really absolute. Ji Chang couldn't help but marvel at the effect when he saw it through the top of the Pearl River camera's viewfinder. Taking a few shots one after another, Ji Chang felt that he could have gotten the top few spots above the photo contest with all these photos, because light and shadow and the beautiful Gu Shuyao accomplish each other. Belonging to the heavenly beauty, close up, far away, close to the face, localized. Ji Chang took a flurry of shots, and when one roll of film wasn't enough, he took another roll. Unfortunately, it was just 2 rolls of film, or else Ji Chang would have wanted to shoot a little longer. After Ji Chang came back from his rebirth, Gu Shuyao didn't do any more farm work and didn't need to go out and burst into the sun all day. She originally had exceptionally good, pale skin. After this time of recovery, she has regained 70% of her whiteness. Also, she's been eating well and eating a lot lately, and is very and rapidly gaining weight. That's why it looks all collagen powdery and makes Kachijo want to give her a good kiss every time she sees it. When can we see the photos? Gu Shuyao asked curiously as she was in Ji Chang's arms, playing with the camera. She wasn't surprised that Ji Chang would take pictures. After all, Ji Chang had previously been a literary young man who played music. We're going to get the book developed this afternoon after we buy it. And later I'm going to get my own darkroom and we'll develop our own photos. I want to photograph your pregnancy and make a book. In the future, let's show our kids how happy and hard their moms were when they were pregnant. It's also a great way to document the day-to-day changes in your child. So when they're older, they can see what they looked like when they were little. When she heard Ji Chang's description, Gu Shuyao's eyes lit up and sparkled. Is it really possible? She felt that what Ji Chang had described was too good to be true, and thinking about it made one look forward to it. Heartily. How could one's man have such romantic ideas? Of course, now that we have this Pearl River camera, we naturally want to record our young touch and our lives, Ji Chang said happily. It was only because he had relived his life that he had such an opportunity. Otherwise in his last life, even if he had such an idea, he did not have the financial conditions to do so. A camera is 300 or 400, and supplies like film aren't cheap, and it costs money to develop photos. How many photos can you leave from this era? Gu Shuyao turned around and directly kissed her man. It was too emotionally moving, and after the emotions came up, Gu Shuyao just wanted to express and release them. Fortunately, Kichijo was restrained. In the past, he thought that the line liking is wantonness, love is restraint was a bit of nonsense. Now he really grasped why love was restraint. Inside love, there is responsibility. Like inside all emotions, the two of them mellowed out for a while before rearranging their clothes and heading downstairs. Gu Shuyao's own purchase of books has been said. Not only did she buy a lot of books, she also bought a lot for Li Linen. The first time, she spent nearly $100 on books. If it had been before, she couldn't have imagined herself spending so much money on books. If the people in the village knew about it, they'd probably think it was a loser. However, Ji Chang complimented her when he found out. He often says that investing in learning is the investment that pays off the most. A small investment for a big gain. Ji Chang finished his lunch in the company of Gu Shuyao, then rode his bicycle and took Gu Shuyao to the photo studio in the county. Are you two taking pictures? Just inside, I was greeted by a smiling face. Only after seeing Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao, the other party froze. Shan, why are you here? Gu Shuyao was very surprised. Su Shanshan was also even more surprised. If Gu Shuyao hadn't called out to her first, she wouldn't have dared to be sure it was Gu Shuyao. She thought Ji Chang had cheated on her husband within the marriage and gotten together with a big city lady who looked a lot like Gu Shuyao. Shuyao, it's really you. Why have you changed so much? Su Shanshan couldn't believe it. She had only seen Gu Shuyao more than half a month ago. As a result, in a little over half a month's time, it's like a completely different person, wearing an incomparably fashionable dress. The whole person looks like a big girl from the provincial city. The whole person is white and tender, and her eyes are glowing with confidence. Change, how could it be so great? It's me. Why don't you work at textile anymore? I went to ask and they all said you left and moved? You're, like, really divorced. Ha? Gu Shuyao did go to Su Shanshan when she moved to the county. After all, among so many classmates, she and Su Shanshan had the best relationship. Only Su Shanshan would occasionally visit her and bring her some food and drink to improve her life. After arriving at the county town, Gu Shuyao wanted to find Su Shanshan, wanting to repay her for her years of caring for her. As a result, when they went to the textile factory where Su Shanshan previously worked, the employees there said that Su Shanshan had been dismissed, saying that she had been promiscuous with men and women. Gu Shuyao did understand Su Shanshan. She was definitely not the type of person who would mess around. Moreover, she even moved out of her home, and Gu Shuyao didn't know many people in the county, so she couldn't inquire about the news at all. I didn't expect that when I came to the photo studio to have my photos washed today. I met Su Shanshan. Why is your face green? Were you beaten? Gu Shuyao asked in pain. No, I fell. Suzanne shivered, as if recalling some bad memory. Shan, do you even refuse to be honest with me? Did Lu Yu beat you? Tell me. Chang and I will go and seek justice for you. Gu Shuyao grabbed Su Shanshan's hand in heartache. It's not him, it's my father. Woo. Saying that, Su Shanshan directly jumped into Gu Shuyao's arms and cried bitterly. I didn't mess around with men and women. I didn't. I really didn't. Su Shanshan incomparably aggrieves defense, crying very sad. Chapter 93, Good things really belong to other people's families. Chapter 94, Request for booking. Good things are really from other people's homes. I believe you. I know how you are. You would never. However, what exactly happened? Gu Shuyao inquired while comforting. She felt that the only way to fix things was to get the situation straightened out. Suzanne, if you don't want to go to work, don't go to work. Do you have someone who greets customers with such a cry? Hearing this voice, Su Shanshan hastily wiped away her tears. I'm sorry little auntie, they are my classmates. Su Shanshan explained. I'll go wash the photos. You stay here and comfort her, Ji Chang said before heading towards the woman who had just spoken. Hearing that Ji Chang wanted to buy film and wash 2 rolls of film, the woman who was the owner was instantly happy. That's a big order. That's 36 negatives on 1 roll of film. Also, it's color film, and this processing can be much more expensive than black and white. Ji Chang followed directly into the darkroom, wanting to see the process of rinsing and see how well the other operated. If you can't, you still have to do it yourself. The other party was initially reluctant to let Ji Chang in, but who wouldn't want to be a plus money resident? With a $5 raise, Kichijo went in after him. There were still photos being developed inside, and Ji Chang looked at them. This darkroom was still very professional. Also, there was nothing wrong with the developed photos and they came out pretty good. Auntie Sue, did you take all these pictures yourself? Ji Chang asked directly. You young man is quite polite. Not bad. These photos are all taken by myself. Su Yutao held a cigarette and skimmed Ji Chang. She knew that Ji Chang was referring to herself through Suzanne's name for herself. Also, she and Suzanne actually look a little bit alike. After all, they're biological aunts, so it's no surprise that they look alike. In her 30s, Su Yutao had a right feeling about her, and when Ji commonly saw her, he couldn't help but think of some of the women he had seen before. However, she didn't smell like that kind of wind and she wasn't that kind of woman. It's one of those great cars that you just want to look at and fix up, with a pair of exceptionally large lights and a rounded, cocked rear end, the very best of the very best. He felt that he could look at any woman with his heart in the right place, and after meeting this Su Tao, he realized that he had overestimated himself and underestimated Su Yutao. That's right, I took all the pictures myself. I'm the only one in the store, and now there's an extra Sean. You guys, really are classmates. Ha! Huh? Su Yutao raised an eyebrow and pulled out the film, cutting it and placing it in the potion box. Well, middle school classmates, Ji Chang explained. After a moment, Su Yu picked and clipped a negative. Yo, shooting so well? Su Yutao twisted her head to look at Ji Chang. It was all red light here, but she could see people. I didn't see it. You look quite a thick man, but you're so good at taking pictures. Su Yutao sized up Ji Chang. Is this driving? Ji Chang smiled slightly and said, it's alright, played with it for a while. Nice, nice, nice shot. This is your daughter-in-law. So good looking, even better looking than when I was young. Su Yutao's tone had a bit of acidity in it. How is she so lucky to find a handsome-looking man who knows how to take pictures? Aunt Sue is joking. There are many talented people in our county, and there are still quite a few ordinary people like me. Ji Chang made a modest remark. TSK, good things are really all someone else's. Su Yutao raised her eyebrows, then pulled out the second roll of negatives. Look at you. You can develop it yourself? Su Yutao handed the negative to Ji Chang. Well, but it might be a little rusty to try. Ji Chang smiled. He still likes to develop his own photos if he can. Then you try it. I have test washes over there. Saying that, Su Yutao pointed to the enlarger on the side. Ji Chang nodded and went over to operate it. As Ji Chang rinsed off, Su Yutao watched from behind her. What camera was used to take these pictures? Pearl River 201. Ji Chang replied. Oh, 201 shoot black and white, that is nothing to say. But color can shoot so good rare. You picked up the treasure. I hand that color cannot. Su Yu picked and sour. This one. It's really a matter of luck. Can you take some pictures for me some other day? In the future I will allow you to come and develop the pictures yourself, and give you a discounted price. Su Yu Pick liked taking pictures, and even more so, she liked being in front of the camera. Unfortunately, there just aren't many people in the county who can take pictures. Also, she doesn't trust other men. She shoots, all of them bold, but she wouldn't dare let another man shoot them, because she knew those men had no art in their heads, only pornography. But Chronicle is different. The camera has a language. After seeing the photos Ji Chang had taken, Su Yutao knew that Ji Chang was the kind of photographer she wanted. A photographer who knew how to take pictures. That's why she couldn't help but inquire. Alright, I also rarely meet models like you, Aunt Sue, who are suitable for photo shoots. I believe I can come up with great finished pictures. Ji Chang agreed with a full mouth. After all, there weren't many comers he could talk to at this time of year, and even fewer who could talk about common topics, because he knows so much. And most people in this day and age don't understand the things he knows. Photography, too, is considered one of Kichijo's hobbies. The two of them chatted very happily, and a photo was developed by Ji Chang. Time passes so quickly. It's been 2 hours. Ji Chang glanced at the time and said with some regret, yeah, I didn't think that the time spent chatting with you would pass so quickly. Su Yutao stretched a little, almost bursting her clothes. Whether it was the other party's intention or not, Ji Chang saw it in his eyes. Still, this is child's play compared to those latter-day scrub anchors. The future, it's always on one's mind. Ji Chang took a yellow paper bag and filled it with the renewed photos. The negatives were also put away together in a special clinker set. These negatives also need to be reprocessed and preserved so they don't go bad. Ji Chang also wanted to wait until later to convert to digital, which would be easier to keep. Gu Shuyao's youthful days are to be treasured forever. The two walked out of the darkroom and into the front of the store. Then Ji Chang asked for 10 rolls of film. 5 in color and 5 in black and white. The black and white photos also have a nice feel to them, and Norichika loves them. Su Yutao had never seen a customer as arrogant as Ji Chang. Seeing Suzanne again, I noticed that her eyes were still red. The photos have been developed. Take a look, said Ji Chang, handed the paper bag to Gu Shuyao. Inside there were 50 or so photos. Some of them were not taken very well, so Ji Chang didn't develop them. Yeah, let me see. Gu Shuyao couldn't wait to open the bag and take out the photo. After seeing the photo, Gu Shuyao's eyes dilated a bit. Is this really me? Gu Shuyao was a bit in disbelief that she could look this good. Of course not. It's a fairy that sneaked down from the sky and was secretly photographed by me. A mortal. Yeah. Gu Shuyao's face reddened. Her heart was deer in the headlights. Her eyes confusedly glanced at Ji Chang. Yo, you mouth yo. Luckily you're married. Otherwise, I don't know how many girls you'd have to victimize. Wait, I remember. The Kichijango in San's diary. Is that you? Well, I've caught you this time. Su Yutao smoothly grabbed Ji Chang's wrist. Little ant, don't talk nonsense. Su Shanshan instantly became anxious. Can such things be said casually? It's so embarrassing. It's just something I wrote when I was a kid. Su Yutao just laughed, then embraced Su Shanshan. Silly girl. It's just a divorce. As to make you depressed and looking for death. It's not like we can't live without a man. Besides, if a man doesn't even have basic trust in you, just leave him. From now on, let's live a good life and envy them to death. Obviously, something had happened to Suzanne that was misunderstood and then led to the divorce. However, Ji Chang didn't bother gossiping and silently stood behind Gu Shuyao. Let's go. Let's go home first. Otherwise everyone should be worried. Ji Chang put his hand on Gu Shuyao's shoulder and said tenderly. Good. Gu Shuyao put the photo back. Shan, little ant. Then we'll go back first. I'll come back to you tomorrow. Gu Shuyao knew that Ji Chang was still a bit bothered by Su Shanshan's frequent urging for a divorce, so she didn't invite the other party to her home. This is something that has to be asked for by Ji Chang. Well, then you guys be careful on the road. You're pregnant now, Su Shanshan said with a complicated mood. Originally, she was the one who was bent on persuading Gu Shuyao to divorce Ji Chang, thinking that Ji Chang would only drag Gu Shuyao down and make her suffer. As a result, in the end, the person who got divorced was not Gu Shuyao, but herself. Moreover, the person who caused her to get divorced was really someone she felt was very reliable and perfect for Gu Shuyao. If Gu Shuyao had really listened to her in the first place, she would have jumped straight into the fire pit, right? She regretted it immensely when she thought about it. Especially after she found out from Gu Shuyao how Ji Chang had changed now. She felt even more guilty. It turns out that the one who was blind was not Gu Shuyao all along, but she, Su Shanshan. So she found it particularly ironic. At the same time, she felt it was retribution. It's her karma that she deserves for trying to tear people apart. After seeing the two of them go out from the store, Su Shanshan's newly calmed emotions once again lost control and she sobbed in Su Yutao's arms. Auntie, the truth is I don't care about the divorce. What I care about is the slurs that people are throwing at me. Why? Why does no one want to believe me? Who said no? I'm not human. Your two classmates are not human? Su Yutao was furious. Pull yourself together. Let's take stock of how to solve this matter. We can't let them have their way like this. As she said that, she glanced at Ji Chang, who was riding away with Gu Shuyao on his bike. Perhaps the man will have a solution? On the way back, Gu Shuyao told Ji Chang about Su Shanshan's situation. It's not complicated. It's that Su Shanshan persuaded Ji Chang to divorce her in the first place, so that she could remarry the one called Zhao Ping. As a result, after it didn't work out, someone spread rumors that Su Shanshan and Zhao Ping got together and posted some photos everywhere. There were also some that said they witnessed images of Zhao Ping and Su Shanshan messing around, and said it was a big deal. Moreover, Zhao Ping said he had evidence in his hand to surface that the two were not messing around, and tricked Su Shanshan into his house, threatening Su Shanshan with a photo to make her get one for Zhao Ping. Just as Su Shanshan hesitated, her man came in with a group of people and beat up Zhao Ping. Then Suzanne's man said something about not trusting Suzanne anymore and said he wanted a divorce. Suzanne's father felt so humiliated that he beat Suzanne, kicked her out of the house, and moved. It really didn't seem like this was much more complicated to Kichijo. Also, it's a good solution. Chang, what do you think about this matter? Shanshan is also too miserable. Not only did she get divorced, she was also dismissed from the textile factory, and was even kicked out of her home by her father. Gu Shuyao held onto Ji Chang's waist, not having a clue in her heart. It's simple. Just call the police. Since she didn't cheat on her husband, let's leave it to the police. Ji Chang gave his advice. Then, he analyzed this thing. I'm afraid that her husband is still planning marital derailment. The probability is that her husband, the object of derailment, must be the textile factory people. And there is a little bit of small power of the kind. Take Xiaoping in first under the name of molestation and use him as a breakthrough. You should be able to ask something. Upon hearing Ji Chang's analysis, Gu Shuyao felt a brightening before her eyes. However, she didn't tell Ji Chang to turn around and go back right away. It's dark now, and no one will accept it when we go to the police. The second shift is delivered. There is a third shift. The old fire, eat a dinner and start coding. Today's knife voice is a little better. And no more fever. Chapter 94, A Cry for Help in the Mountains. Chapter 95, A Cry for Help in the Mountains. The approach has been taught and the analysis given. The aftermath was something that Ji Chang was not going to bother with. After all, Su Shanshan had been persuading Gu Shuyao to divorce herself before, and Ji Chang was still a bit upset in his heart. By the time I got home, dinner was already cooked. However, everyone was watching TV, so no one was worried about Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao. After all, Ji Chang had been in the county for so many years that he wasn't in any danger. Huang Xinu was also watching TV, and was serving rice while eating, and incidentally dabbling in some of the dishes cooked by Wang Bao. When Ji Chang came back, people couldn't be bothered to come to dinner. There's no way around it. TV has that kind of charm, because there's such a lack of entertainment at this time of year, and the shows are really good nowadays. The productions are all very well thought out and the performances are very professional. With Ji Chang's permission, everyone had taken their meals inside and ate while watching. Ji Chang and Gu Shuyao didn't, because eating while watching TV would affect digestion. So Ji Chang accompanied Gu Shuyao and the two of them ate slowly outside. After dinner, Gu Shuyao also went to watch TV for a while. Instead of looking at it, Ji Chang went back to his room and created a photo wall of Gu Shuyao's with pins. There were no picture frames, just pins, but it worked well once it was set up. Ji Chang was so pleased that he took a picture of the wall of photos. By the way, after he took it, he thought it was a pretty good picture, and that he could just take pictures of different times of the pregnancy, one a week, in this bit from now on. Once the shot was taken, Ji Chang drew up a picture at his desk. He needed a tin cart to sell breakfast and some custom coal stoves to keep those warm. The breakfast wagon can be arranged up or Wamba will be in a hurry. And Lu Shui and Sun Fong were already ready to leave their jobs, just waiting for Ji Chang to start working, getting the design sketched out. Ji Chang went on to write up some information on catering and food service management. He still needs to organize and polish this information. He used to be engaged in restaurant chains, but his understanding is not comprehensive enough. Fortunately, he has crawled through many industries to gain some experience. I don't realize that I've been writing for hours, and I'm tired. Gu Shuyao also finished watching TV and came back to rest, and Ji Chang had no intention of splitting the bed. Gu Shuyao was still quite good at it, and was able to help Ji Chang release it slightly. Right now it could be like this, and Ji Chang was already satisfied. The next morning, Ji Chang woke up on time. Today, he was going to start training his two beagles and two munchkins to sniff for things. Battling the leopard on the mountain had made him acutely aware that relying only on his hunting space and bloodstained vision and night vision wasn't enough. Hounds are still important. Their sense of smell can detect the presence of wild animals around them and they will alert you if there is danger. If there hadn't been two beagles last night, Ji Chang would have inevitably been caught in a sneak attack by a leopard. Maybe not dead, but definitely seriously injured. So the next thing you know, Kichijo has time to train them. Also, give a little extra care in their diet to make them stronger. Continuing to find that they are all pretty smart and can accurately find the East X's out even on their first training session. He was sure that after a period of training, they would be able to track their prey. With their tracking ability combined with their own bloodstained vision, there would be no prey to escape from their hands. After breakfast, Ji Chang took Wang Bao to the iron store to customize the breakfast cart and coal stove. Liquefied gas is not safe, even if the county has it. Ji Chang is not prepared to let Wang Bao use it now. In addition to customizing the food trucks, Qi Chang also customized the grill truck, grilling tools, and some mousetrap cages. After customizing it, Ji Chang took Wang Bao to buy various ingredients. Today, he's going to teach Wang Pa to make a variety of snacks. These should be the most accessible to the masses right now because they are cheap and affordable and there are so few snacks in the county. What Ji Chang teaches is naturally what is not available here. Wang Bao was excited because he knew that today Ji Chang was finally going to teach him something different. The first thing Wang Bao learned was cold skin, which is not complicated to make, but it takes time. Ji Chang and Wang Bao operate at the same time, and although they will use up ingredients, these are necessary. The flour was first kneaded and set aside. It needed to wait for a while, then the starchy water could be washed out of the flour. While he was at it, Ji Chang began teaching Wang Bao how to make intestinal noodles. Nowadays, snacks stand out as a cheap. The cheaper the better. Like meatloaf or something, it's too extravagant, and there are very few people who can afford to eat it nowadays in this situation. Smaller counties, no place for that at all. Now the cheap ones are the ones for buns and all that. but there are already a number of baozi and steamed bun stores in the county, and all of them are almost interesting, but it's not so easy to rely on them to attract diners. It's important to get something new and exciting that people haven't eaten before. Gastronomy and cold cuts, neither of which are available in the county. The two things are somewhat similar, but one uses rice syrup and the other uses the starch in the flour. Not the same thing. Gutta percha is still relatively easy. You just need the appropriate tools. Throughout the day, Ji Chang and Wang steamed a lot of intestinal noodles, but as a midday lunch, everyone was satisfied with the food. What I couldn't finish, I sent next door to Master Huang, where there were many patients willing to eat. It doesn't cost a fortune and the sausage rolls look delicious. The cold skins were not made until after 1 p.m. because the washed out starch needed to sit for 5 or 6 hours. The cold skin is also steamed, similar to the intestinal noodles. It's not difficult to make the cooler, and it's easy to master by then. Flavor-wise, it's mostly on top of the seasoning. That's the key. Whether it's good or not, that's where most of the cost is. Both the cold skin and the intestinal noodles have received rave reviews. All the steps, Womble wrote them down on top of his notes. Starting tomorrow, he would have to make them independently until he satisfied Ji Chang, and he would be ready to go out. The aftermath would be out of Ji Chang's hands. How to control costs. Ji Chang is also ready to let Wang Bao figure out. This one, too, is kind of his test for Wang Pa. It's not enough for something to taste good. It has to make money. Otherwise, there's no point. The price of a serving is right there, and it's all about how to cut costs to make more money. This kind of street food is supposed to make hard money, and it is impossible to expect it to get rich. But if you want to make a smooth drink, Ki often feels that you can't do without the street food piece. If you can get this piece right, then you don't have to worry about doing the rest. Anyway, it's only 83, there's still plenty of time for trial and error, and the cost of trial and error is very low. Meanwhile, there's good news today. Gu Shuyao and Li Linen rented a large storefront with an area of 60 square feet and a good location. At $20 a month for store rent, it's kind of expensive, but both of them found it satisfactory and rented it straight away. According to the idea of taking care of Shuyao, such a big store can be separated into 2 stores, but when Ji Chang found out, it made her give up the idea. 60 square feet is still fine for a clothing store. It's not that big. Next, it was time to ramp up the costume making. Not many people have the money to buy clothes these days, so there's no need to make them in large quantities. Also, Ji Chang was going to find a garment factory to help make the dress that Li Linen had designed earlier. Just use that previously saved $30,000 to do as much as you can. That one dress is sure to sell out, because the top looks really good. Not many beauty-loving women can resist it. The 2 things Ji Chang had already arranged, so he let them toss it around themselves next. What can be made depends on their own efforts. After a good night's rest, Ji Chang was ready to go over to the wine farm the next day to continue hunting. They say there are black bears there, so Ki-chan looks like he's going to check it out too. Maybe, one could encounter a black bear oneself. You should be able to sell a black bear for a lot of money if you get one. Bear bile, in particular, is still worth more. Ji Chang also took the 2 beagles with him this time, putting them in the carrier first, and after riding Muyun, Ji Chang rode directly towards the distillery side. Just as we arrived at the drinking establishment, someone was carried out of Kichijo. What's going on? Ji Chang rushed over to ask, but he already knew when he saw the situation. Got stung by a bee and looked very serious. Who knows? I went into the forest to dig some wild vegetables, and suddenly a swarm of bees surrounded us and stung us. Normally, we don't encounter this kind of situation. No one even noticed the hive, and no one messed with it. One of the people who had been stung a few times spat out. It's best for you guys to wash this with soapy water, and be careful when pulling out the bee needles, so you don't break them, Ji Chang reminded. Fronts are also capable of stinging to death, are too toxic or have severe allergic reactions. In his condition, it's best to take him to the hospital or he'll die too. The men nodded. They too felt something was wrong, so they thought to carry it to the hospital for medical attention. It'll cost you some money, but a life is worth more. Now that it's all contracted out, it's easier to make money than it used to be when you were earning labor points. Live and make your money back. Ji Chang had some guesses in his mind about them being bitten. Black bears? Maybe there were black bears in that neighborhood pulling out a beehive and that's what caused that swarm to attack indiscriminately. Of course, this was only Ji Chang's speculation, and it was really hard to say if it was true. Riding Ma Gung, Ji Chang was also considering what he should do if he did encounter a bee attack himself. There's also Mak Wan as well as the 2 beagles, who also get stung. Inside the mountains and forests, it is still not inevitable to encounter this kind of situation, and it is still necessary to make some preparations, lest you really encounter it and have nothing to deal with it. His bamboo basket could be used to protect the 2 beagles, and the raincoat inside could be used for defense on his own body. However, Mu Yun was a little harder to deal with. Thinking of ways along the way, Ji Chang couldn't come up with anything more practical. Suddenly, Continue then heard a cry for help, interrupting his thoughts. Tonight the state is not very good. Write and delete. Quite painful. Today this chapter is so. The old fire night early rest. Adjust the state. Chapter 95, Domesticating Two Eagles. Chapter 96, Taming Two Eagles. Ji Chang didn't think much about it and rode straight in. Then he saw a woman with a woodchipper chasing two eagles. Get down! Get down! I'm going to shoot! Ji Chang directly shouted. Originally, he thought it was a black bear hurting someone. Totally unexpected that it would be two eagles. When the man heard that, he slumped down in a hurry. Bang! Ji Chang locks onto an eagle, not even turning on bloodstain mode. One shot hit, and an eagle fell to the ground directly hit by Ji Chang. The other one hadn't spared the woman yet, so Kicho loaded the bullet and took aim at the second one. Bang! After the hit, the eagle didn't fall to the ground yet, fluttering twice before dropping. That's fine. Hurry over here. With that, Ji Chang put away his gun and rolled off his horse. The woman ran out in a heap, her face still bloody. Apparently, it was hurt by an eagle. Whether it's pecked or caught, that's unclear. Auntie, how are you? Is everyone alright? Ji Chang was concerned. No, it's fine. It's just a peck on the top of the head. Hiss. Thanks. If not, I don't know what kind of peck I would get from those two flat hairs. I didn't provoke them either, and they came to peck at me in a nice way. These damn flat hairs. The woman cursed and walked away. Ji Chang turned on the blood bar, and then saw that neither eagle's blood bar had cleared, but both were already bloodied. This was also the first time Ji Chang had ever shot a flying bird. He hadn't even done it before because he didn't think there was much meat. Birds of prey like eagles have very tough meat that is hard to cook even in a pressure cooker. After thinking about it, Ji Chang chose to heal them, because he thought of an old poem. The old man is a young man with a wild heart. The left leads the yellow, the right prime, the brocade hat and sable fur. 1,000 riders rolled the pingang. In order to pay back for the city, I will follow the governor, shoot the tiger and watch Sun Lang. Right primed Tsong. The Tsong in this case refers to Tsong Ying, the two that Ji Chang just fought. In ancient times, there was a tradition of training eagles for hunting, and when Ji Chang saw them, he was moved to cure them. As he watched the two hawks enter the hunting space, Ji Chang whistled. When Ma Gong heard the whistle, he ran directly towards Ji Chang. Rolling onto his horse, Ji Chang was even more excited to see what the two hawks would release once they were healed. In the future, they can accompany themselves on hunting trips. With two scouts in the air, I imagine hunting will be easier. Soon, Ji Chang saw a chopped down pine tree, and at the same time, Ji Chang also saw 3 very short blood bars. Going up to take a look, Ji Chang finally realized why the woman had been attacked. For this fallen tree had an eagle's nest with a brood of young eagles, 4 in all, one of which was already dead. Ji Chang hurriedly took the 3 eaglets out of the nest. All of them hadn't opened their eyes yet. They hadn't been hatched for a long time. Ji Chang gathered some dry pine needles, made a simple nest, and put them in it. Being so small, Ji Chang wasn't sure if he could raise it. The 2 hawks were no good to bring home, but the 3 little ones that had started to grow fur were fine to bring home. Taking out some suede meat, Ji Chang crumbled it up and fed it to the 3 guys. After a half-hour's delay, the 2 hawks had also healed. Ji Chang released them from the hunting space, and then they circled in the air before landing on his shoulder. One on the left, one on the right, looking very intimate, and rubbing his head against himself. However, they don't seem to have much affection for their cubs anymore, and surprisingly don't bother to look at them. The young birds smelled their parents and kept calling and calling. Unfortunately, the 2 eagles were only willing to get tired of Ji Chang, and didn't want to pay attention to the 3 little birds. This situation was a bit of a surprise to Ji Chang. Unfortunately, they were only domesticated and did not understand Ji Chang's commands. They also need to be trained if they want to be obedient. When Ji Chang told them to fly away, they were still not happy. So they had to stay on Ji Chang's shoulder, stay long enough and move to the back on top of the carrier. If it weren't for the fact that 2 hounds had already taken their places in the carrier, I guess the 2 hawks could have jumped right in and gone to sleep. For the time being, there was no way to help himself with hunting, but Ji Chang felt that he had nothing to lose. Burrowing into the forest, Kicho took to looking for signs of his prey. Because of the snakes last time, Ji Chang was now even more vigilant, not willing to let go of any bloodstains. When you find it, you have to confirm what kind of animal it is. After turning around for most of the morning, Ji Chang didn't find any prey. The reality of hunting is that it's not just a matter of going into the mountains and getting something. After turning around for most of the morning, Kicho turned onto a path turning into a mountain road back to the village. This trail was the road they used to take to the county seat. Ji Chang's grandparents built it. There were no cars in those days. They walked on their legs. The distance is actually shorter than the current path, as it is much closer and requires climbing up and down. The straight line distance from their village to the county seat is actually quite close. It's just that the cost of driving the road is too high. It's all mountains, so unless it's a tunnel, you have to go around. If you want to be rich, build roads first. Transportation has been a major impediment to development. The trail was occasionally traveled, and there were so many people chopping wood along the trail. When families started burning gas after the 90s, there would be no one to cut wood, and such roads would be flooded with weeds. This time, when he returned to the village, Ji Chang wanted to purchase some mushrooms and sell them to the state-run hotels. It's kind of an experiment to see if you can make money from it. At noon Ji Chang nibbled on a couple of noodle cakes on the back of his horse. Wang Ji had made some in the morning, and the cooking was still good. It was already past 1 o'clock when he returned to the village, and Ji Chang saw a few little girls from the village coming down the mountain with their backpacks. Their baskets are filled with mushrooms, because when the season comes, the village children go up to the mountains to look for mushrooms. This was kind of an old tradition in the village, or else Ji Chang wouldn't have sprung for such an idea before. Li Ran, come over here and let me see what mushrooms you picked. If the quality is good, I'll buy them for 10 cents a caddy. Hearing Ji Chang say that a caddy was worth 10 cents, several people ran to Ji Chang. Ji Chang looked at them and noticed that they were picking mainly red mushrooms, and their colors looked very bright. However, the quality was average and many of the mushroom umbrellas had split, which made the criminy mushrooms look unappealing. That's what he saw at the market today, and it was only 10 cents a pound. However, you need to get it to the county to get that price. Brother Ji Chang, do you want it? Li Ran asked curiously, knowing that Ji Chang was now the richest person in the village. If she could pick mushrooms and sell them, then she could make money. If she made money, maybe the family could keep her in school. She longs to go to school, to leave the village, to have a job. That way, you don't have to stay in the village all the time and work with the land. I'll take this kind. A caddy can be acquired for 10 cents. The others are not wanted for the time being. Ji Chang picked out the red mushrooms from the other party's basket that had no breakage of the nunnery umbrellas and had a glossy color. I'll take my pick then. There are quite a few underneath. Su Ran said happily. You guys go home and eat first, and after you eat send the ones you picked out to my house. Not only this kind, I also want the ones that haven't been opened yet. But I want mushroom umbrellas that aren't broken. Okay? Ji Chang reminded Anu. Got it. We'll bring it to you in a bit. A few girls said happily. In the past, none of the women had ever sold mushrooms. They had taken them home to eat. What you can't eat, you dry and preserve. But no one ever takes them to sell, because there are mushrooms everywhere in this season. In the town, in the county, people pick them. There are still relatively few people who need them, after all. This is a mountain town and there is no shortage of mushrooms. It's the city, the province that's in short supply and there's a bigger market for it. The county's demand is estimated to be limited, and Ji Chang is just trying to keep up the supply with the state-run restaurants, lest it be like before. He went there only once in a long time. Sun Wayman felt surprised. After all, in the beginning said that it is often necessary to get some mountain goods over. Back home, Lu Chunhua was putting up grass to feed the goats in her own house. Chang, you're back. How is Ah Bao in the county town? Did he listen well? Lu Chunhua was most worried about her eldest son. After all, it had been several days since she had gone to the county town. Well, he's very motivated and has learned several dishes. Ji Chang said with a smile. Auntie, these are flea-killing chalks. Paint them occasionally to kill fleas. Saying this, Ji Chang took out several boxes of insecticidal chalk and handed them to Lu Chunhua. So many can this thing be used by people? Said Lu Chunhua, scratching her hair. Apparently, she had fleas on her as well. Yes, it's all available. Don't worry about using it. I'll buy some more back when I run out. Ji Chang said very generously. After all, it wasn't expensive. By the way, the fields shouldn't be busy for the next while, right? Ji Chang asked while feeding the horses. Well, it's true that the next will be idle for a while as time. Lu Chunhua nodded and glanced at Ji Chang with some curiosity. Something's going on. Why would Keith say that? It's like this. I want to ask everyone to open up the land. My family contracted that side of the mountain want to plant some tea trees. Want to let the village laborers all help that barren mountain plead out. The next year to plant tea. Ji Chang put his thoughts out. Work is cheap now. Only $2 a day. Their village only started growing tea in the 90s. And because of the higher altitude, the quality has always been the best. Ji Chang thought that if he planted it earlier, he could motivate others in the village to follow suit. The field because there is still rice. Ji Chang is ready to cut this year. Next year, also changed to tea planting. The money for a dozen pounds of tea can be exchanged for 100 pounds of grain, so it's really not the most cost-effective way to grow rice on terraces in such mountainous areas, and the tea can be picked from March through November. So one planting is enough. Both the costs and the benefits far exceed those of growing rice. Such a large amount of labor. It has to cost a lot of money, right? Lu Chunhua smacked her lips and looked at Ji Chang with a shocked awe. However, who wouldn't like a good thing like being able to work for money without leaving the village? It's all right. Spend as much as you like. I'll ask the secretary to help notify at night. As long as I'm willing to contribute to the labor, I'm willing. When the time comes, let Uncle Wang help supervise the labor. And whoever doesn't contribute to the work and plays tricks won't want it. Ji Chang himself definitely couldn't keep an eye on the village. The more trustworthy one was Wang Shun. So naturally the job was entrusted to him. For real? Lu Chunhua was shocked. Originally, she thought that Ji Chang had moved away and stopped caring about those fields and mountains in the village. But she didn't expect that it had only been a few days before he came back to make a big mess. That mountain is not small. It's a whole mountain. Digging it into ridges. It must cost thousands of dollars. Of course. Do I look like someone who jokes? Ji Chang patted Muyun. In the afternoon, Ji Chang was ready to go up the mountain to look for the old tea tree, and prepare to use its cuttings to cultivate tea seedlings. The tea seedlings themselves have to be cultivated for 2 or 3 years, and they can be used for 1 year as well. They just grow slower. The direct cuttings from that tea are no different from the mother tree, just a little shorter in years. Its production is ordinary but of excellent quality. In a moment those girls would bring the crimson mushrooms, and Ji Chang could still take them with him to find tea. Then, they were asked to help pick the tea leaves so he could take them back and process them into tea. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic for him to try to pick all those tea leaves by himself. As he was thinking about this, Ji Chang suddenly heard a loud and clear cry from the air. It turned out to be 2 of the hawks he had healed, one of which still had prey on its feet. Chapter 96, 1 bullet, 2 kills, earn it. Chapter 97, 1 bullet, 2 kills, earn it. The 2 eagles flew directly to Ji Chang's courtyard, then dropped the rabbit to Ji Chang's side. What's going on here? How does this eagle catch rabbits for you? Lu Chunhua looked at Ji Chang with a shocked face. This is a hawk that I have raised and saved several years ago, and I occasionally feed it. Ji Chang grabbed the rabbit on the ground that wasn't dead yet and directly bled it. No wonder you're so good at hunting that you don't even want hunting dogs. So you have such a great helper? Lu Chunhua instantly brainstormed. After hearing this, Ji Chang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That's the legendary diffusion, isn't it? He thought he'd just made it up pretty well, and it made sense. After all, you don't need proof. The fact that they are close to you is the best proof. Originally, Ji Chang had been worried about how to explain this to his daughter-in-law and the others, but now he felt that this was a good and appropriate reason alone. He examined it. The rabbit's skin had been clawed through and was no longer of much value. After casually flaying it, Ji Chang used the rabbit to feed the 2 hawks as well as the 2 hounds. Ji Chang realized that the 2 hawks were really ignoring their cubs. When they heard them calling, the 2 hawks did nothing. Ji Chang chopped up the rabbit meat and fed it to the young hawk. In no time at all those little girls from the village who pick mushrooms came. Each of them brought some red mushrooms to Ji Chang, and Lu Chunhua was curious when she saw them. Xiao Chang, you still want to collect these red mushrooms? Lu Chunhua couldn't help but ask. Although she was from the next village over, she had picked these red mushrooms since she was a child. Every year in May and June, there will be a wide variety of mushrooms in the mountains. Red mushrooms, beef liver, chicken fur, matsutake, goat maw. All these mushrooms are available on their side. Just that red mushrooms and beef liver are more abundant on this side. There are 3 types of beef liver: red cow liver, yellow cow liver, and white cow liver, all of which are among the more common and are not produced in larger quantities. The porcini isn't available these days, so I guess it'll be another 7 or 8 days. Yes, I'll collect all of this kind of quality. Auntie, help me collect some in the future, but strictly control the quality. I only want this kind of big head, as well as the umbrella cover not broken. Saying this, Ji Chang picked out some that were too small in size. I don't want any of these small ones, and you guys shouldn't pick them early in the future. He picked out the ones he didn't need and weighed them one by one. More people have 4 pounds and less have a pound. Ji Chang gave the money on the spot. He still had some gross bills in his hand. In the afternoon you won't pick mushrooms. Go with me to pick wild tea, and I'll give you 5 cents a pound of wild tea for your work today. Ji Chang was given according to the price of goods at this time of the year. After all, his money didn't come from the wind. And if you give too much, you'll hold a grudge and think you're not giving enough. You all go back now and say a word to your families. Then come with me to pick wild tea. Ji Chang spoke to the many little girls. All of them cheered and went back to tell their parents with the money from selling mushrooms. Their parents wouldn't pass up an opportunity to make money like this. Ji Chang found a basket and put the mushrooms in it. Mushrooms are fragile, and fresh mushrooms are not easy to transport. The village roads are now dirt roads, very bumpy, and there is no way to transport them by car, only by animals. Ji Chang only has one horse, which is totally inadequate. These mushrooms are more suitable for drying and making dried mushrooms. Not only are they good for transportation, they are also good for preservation and less prone to damage. Later on, as you get your own restaurant industry going, you can turn these green produce into your own products for people to buy. Who says you can't carry a product in the restaurant industry? If the quality is good enough, guests will want to buy it. The flavor of these natural mushrooms is completely different from those artificially cultivated ones, and he feels that this is the best way to help these farmers in his hometown. Picking mushrooms doesn't damage the environment. It can also increase income for the villagers, and they will also protect the forest environment better in order to make the mushrooms grow better. Green waters have disappeared with development, and then it took countless costs to restore them bit by bit. Many of the other side of the mountain recovered, but the water did not. Ji Chang felt that being able to protect a party's soil and water was a meritorious deed, and it was not in vain that he had been reborn. Soon the girls were regrouping at Kichijo's house. Then Ji Chang took his horse, 2 beagles and 2 hawks, and went off in search of the ancient tea tree. It took half an hour for Ji Chang to find the old tea tree. Above all the tea leaves, the village of this little girl are good at climbing trees. One by one to the top of the ancient tea tree began to quickly pick up the tea leaves up. Ji Chang stared at them for a while and saw that neither of them were in any danger. So he continued to go hunting. There are a lot of tea leaves in that old tea tree, and they probably won't be able to finish picking them until dark. Ji Chang's requirements are still quite good and high. 3 leaves and 1 core. More than that, don't want it. This stuff has to be strict from the get-go or someone will cheat. There will always be people like that in the crowd. Rules that are made for these people. Ji Chang realized that the 2 hawks could indeed assist him in hunting, as they circled in the air and chirped when they found their prey. Unfortunately, it's all prey like hares and white-faced beavers. Others are all mountain rats, squirrels, all of which they themselves once hunted. These would be a bit of a waste of time for Ji Chang to specialize in. After all, he needed big game, not these little things. Unfortunately, they couldn't understand Ji Chang either. Judging by their behavior, they are also equipped to hunt on their own. So, Norichika didn't really need to keep them. They are perfectly capable of feeding themselves, and the 2 tiger cubs in their own home are probably about the same. Put it in the woods and it should feed itself. Ji Chang felt that they weren't no longer wild, but that they wouldn't attack humans anymore and were friendly to them. The odds were that he had misinterpreted it before, and it wasn't that he wouldn't be able to survive in the wild after losing his wildness, as he thought, but that was normal. He'd only healed a few animals with his hunting space. Even the most docile animal needs to survive. Predation is a survival instinct of an animal. You can't remove an animal's instincts from a hunting space. However, they can be made friendly and docile to humans. As long as they are made to feel that humans are their companions, their masters, they can be made docile and friendly. Once humans are exposed to them as aggressive, it is thought that it will also stir up their instincts of self-preservation. Walking through the mountains and forests, Ji Chang finally made a discovery. In the distance, he saw a couple of muntjac munching on weeds in one of the woods. After seeing this, Ji Chang put a quick approach towards those muntjac by riding Ma Gung. At a distance of more than 500 meters, Ji Chang raised his 38 large cap directly on horseback. The gun's longest range is said to be 400 meters, but accuracy within 1,000 meters is more consistent and powerful enough to kill the target. But beyond a kilometer, the accuracy drops. Therefore, in order to ensure accuracy, Ji Chang would rarely exceed 1,000 meters, and would only choose to shoot at a distance of 500 or 600 meters at the farthest. Beyond that distance, it would be a challenge for him. Bang! After the gun went off, it didn't startle the muntjac because it was far enough away. It wasn't until after the bullet hit one of the muntjac in the head, splattering blood and knocking that one down, that the muntjac around it were startled and jumping all over the place. At this distance, Ji Chang had no way of judging his prey by the blood bar. He quickly drove the Mako to run and ran as fast as he could to the point where he was hit. 1 bullet and 2 kills. I'm out of my league. Ji Chang couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 2 muntjac that had fallen to the ground. The one right in the head was already dead, and Ji Chang received it directly into the hunting space. The other hit the neck, presumably breaking a nerve, and its head was still moving and breathing, continuing to stab it directly in the neck with a hunting knife to hasten its death and end its suffering. Then Kicho cut open the Suede's stomach. The 2 hawks had landed on the ground, curiously watching Ji Chang handle the muntjac, seemingly well curious as to why the muntjac, which had been alive just moments ago, had died. Ji Chang directly ripped out the intestines and threw them to the eagles. and the two eagles instantly became excited and began to rip out the intestines and happily ate them. Ki used to feed her two beagles with suede hearts, training the movements as she fed them, which strengthened their memory. After feeding it for a while, Ji Chang put it in the hunting space as well. There is no need to return to the village with your prey so you won't be jealous. It was also getting dark, and it was time for Ji Chang to go back. By the time Ji Chang returned to the village, it was already dark. Ji Chang went directly to the old branch secretary's house, and told him about his intention to find someone to open a mountain to plant tea. He wasn't going to stay for the night today, and was going to ride Magung to make it back to the county, because if the mushrooms aren't sold they will continue to grow. The old branch secretary expressed his surprise when he learned that Ji Chang wanted to grow tea. Xiao Chang, why did you think of growing tea for a good reason? Is tea worth money? The old branch secretary looked curious. His family is also very poor, and the son of the family is spoiled for him. Not a hard worker, just want to do something easy all day long. When he heard that Ji Chang was going to pay people to reclaim the barren mountains to grow tea, he immediately got some ideas. Of course it's worth it. A dozen pounds of tea can be exchanged for over 100 pounds of grain. And, as the economy improves, the price will get higher and higher. Ji Chang explained. In the future, many mountain villages are gradually getting rich from tea, improving the economic situation of families. So, plant earlier and you can also get rich earlier. Right now, there is not much that can be developed in the countryside, and growing is more stable than farming. And when they say the family is rich, the ones with hair don't count. This is because animals are very susceptible to death due to a variety of problems and die in groups if they develop. So farming should be prepared for blood loss, because farming not only requires a large amount of capital investment, but also requires very professional skills. Don't even think about farming without the appropriate skills. So Ji Chang was not going to lead the villagers in farming. He didn't even have the appropriate skills himself, and he didn't have the appropriate experience in his previous life. He could rely on the hunting space. The others didn't have the means to rely on that. Hearing Ji Chang say that the tea was worth a lot of money, the old branch secretary's eyes instantly warmed up. Ji Chang's family has a mountain. So does theirs. It takes decades to see the benefits of planting trees, so people are reluctant to plant trees. If you grow tea, you can see the benefits in 3 to 5 years. The old branch is still willing to do it if it can really make money. When the rice is harvested in the fall, you will be more idle, and naturally you will be able to clear the land yourself. After leaving the old branch's house, Ji Chang went back to his own home. Tian Guizhi wanted to shout at Ji Chang to stay and eat with him, but Ji Chang refused, wanting to get back earlier. The girls have long been waiting at Ji's house. Ji Chang weighed the tea leaves they picked. More than a dozen pounds, less than 7 or 8 pounds. Everyone earned a few cents. All very happy. Brother Ji Chang, do you want more tea tomorrow? Yeah, there's still quite a bit of tea on that tea tree. Ji Chang shook his head. He already had over 100 pounds of tea here. It was completely enough for himself. I still need the mushrooms. You guys can bring them. Auntie Hua will collect them for me. Ji Chang had already given Lu Chunhua all his money. Ran, you remember to help Auntie Flora keep the books. How many pounds and how much money per person per day are recorded? Got it? Ji Chang explained a task to the oldest. Li Ran. Second shift. One more to go. Chapter 97 Negotiating 2 channels. Chapter 98 Negotiates 2 channels. After bringing the tea leaves and mushrooms and tying them to the horse's back, Ji Chang led Muyun out of the village and went straight up that mountain road. He doesn't need to carry weight, and he can make it to the county seat in an hour. It was precisely because it was so close that Ji Chang had chosen to rush back overnight. If he could ride a horse, he would be faster. Unfortunately, Ji Chang's hunting space could only hold the prey he had shot, as well as his hunting equipment, and there was no way for anything else to go in. Otherwise, he could have taken advantage of the fact that no one else was around to put it all away. Leading the horse, Ji Chang hummed a little song and took the mountain road back. Ji Chang still had some expectation that on the way back, he would encounter any prey. Although he had scored 2 muntjac today, Ji Chang still didn't feel quite satisfied, because there's just so much money to spend on everything next. It costs money to find people to dig up the mountains to reclaim the tea plantations, and it costs money to buy mushrooms. It costs money to find someone to sub outfits, and it costs money to find someone to decorate the store. So, he's now thinking about finding an outlet to get rid of that tiger. The matter of the money leopard. Ji Chang had already called Gu Xiaotian, and the other party said that it would take 2 days before Ji Chang could call to confirm. That relative of his, Tan Liming, had already gone back to Hong Kong Island, and Gu Xiaotian didn't have a way to contact the other party right away, so he asked Ji Chang to give him 2 days. If the other party wanted the money leopard and offered the right price, it could ease the financial pressure on Ji Chang. There is still some moonlight tonight. and the animals like to be out at night like this. Ji Chang had already encountered quite a few hares, and he shot 2 of them with his slingshot. Now that there are 2 little munchkins in the house, Ji Chang sees no problem in stocking up on more meat. An hour passed quickly, and Ji Chang was back in the county. When I got home, everyone was watching TV. After hearing the commotion, they came out of their rooms. Gu Shuyao was the first to come to Ji Chang's side to check on his condition. After confirming that he wasn't injured, Gu Shuyao asked, "You went back to the village today?" "Well, I didn't have any harvest in the morning, so I went back and collected some crimson mushrooms. I'll go and ask to see if Brother Wei and his brother-in-law want them in a while, so I'll send a little bit over to them for a taste," Ji Chang said. Then, Ji Chang took the 3 young eagles out of the carrier. "What kind of bird is this? It's too small, right?" Gu Shuyao looked at it and asked with some curiosity. She didn't reach out to touch it, as she always remembered she had to stay away from pets of all kinds. "These are the young of the eagles. They can be raised to help me hunt," Ji Chang explained, handing them to Li Linen on the side. In the past, Li Linen had raised small birds, so he still had some experience in this area. Ji Chang couldn't be home every day, so it was up to Li Linen to feed him when necessary. Gu Shuyao was pregnant, and Ji Chang felt that it was better for her not to come into contact with these wild animals. Also, you'll have to try to avoid bringing these home yourself. Li Linen couldn't help but be happy when he saw the 3 little hatchlings. Previously, had 2 small birds that sadly died after over 3 years of ownership. Ji Chang took the horse to the backyard. "Come and eat. It's been another hard day out there," Gu Shuyao said heartily. Ji Chang washed his face and then came to dinner. Gu Shuyao accompanied Ji Chang for dinner, and the TV couldn't detract her. After eating, she also accompanied Ji Chang to Wei Bing's house. The Wei family was already familiar with him, but it was the first time they met Gu Shuyao. After Wei Bing met Gu Shuyao, she knew why Ji Chang had no interest in her, because compared to Gu Shuyao, she was really ordinary. Of course, it was her own idea. The red mushrooms that Ji Chang took out were of excellent quality. Wei Bing looked at them and liked them very much, directly stating that he could consume at least 100 pounds a day. After all, steel mills have big cafeterias, so there's a lot of demand. The price was good too, 40 cents a pound. There is no kickback, that is Wei Bing's own thing. Anyway, he opened the price of 40 cents a pound. The price was already higher than Ji Chang had expected. After all, lean meat from domestic pigs was only 60 cents a pound. Originally, Ji Chang thought that he could sell it for 30 cents was already very powerful. 100 pounds a day. That's $40. Costs only 10. This way, Kichijo can make 30 on a single trip. And there's also the state restaurant side, which is presumably needed. In addition, Wei Bing also recommended a textile factory and a motor factory to himself, ready to help Ji Chang make an appointment with their purchases in a couple of days to see if they wanted Ji Chang's mountain goods. If they're going to have a little bit more volume because they have more employees. Wei Bing's steel mill had 3 canteens, and he was only the purchaser for one of them. That textile and motor factory has more people than the steel mill, and the demand should be greater. However, they have a requirement that the supply should be stable and of good quality. After all, the quality of Ji Chang's mountain goods was much better than anyone else's, and it was things like that the leaders could take back. They wanted 100 pounds. Not all of it stayed in the cafeteria, or some of it was for the leaders to take home. That way, everyone can benefit. If we could actually take those 2 plants, the demand for mushrooms would be at least 500 pounds a day, and that would be $200. That's a lot of income and a worthwhile business now. The quality of mushrooms currently on the market varies, and they are the ones who have little interest because of the inconsistent quality. In case they let someone get a bad stomach, they will be held responsible. After leaving Wei Bing's house, Ji Chang took Gu Shuya for a walk all the way to Sun Weiman's house. Sun's family lives in a flat building, 2 rooms and 1 living room, because the new building is still very new. For those who still live in a house with a mixture of earth and wood, this kind of townhouse is still enviable. Sun Weiman was listening to the radio when Ji Chang came to the door. "Brother-in-law, it's just red mushrooms from our village. It's not worth much. Bring it to you for a taste." Ji Chang knew that Sun Weiman was a rather old-fashioned person, not taking kickbacks or favors. Such a person is liked by one part of the people and one part of the people find him annoying. This is because he will stand in the way of others getting benefits and blocking their way to wealth. But Nori often liked this kind of person, because it was easier to get along with public affairs. "If you take anything else, I'll get rid of it. This red mushroom, I'll take it." Sun Weiman smiled, seemingly more satisfied with Ji Chang's actions. "Brother-in-law, does your state-run restaurant need red mushrooms of this quality?" Ji Chang asked very directly. Sun Weiman poured the crimson mushrooms out of the plastic bag and carefully checked them. "Sure, they're all seed quality? Of course, I wouldn't dare to use the other grades to coax you. It's better to earn less than to lose an opportunity to make money, Ji Chang said very seriously. Such wild mushrooms we naturally want. You can supply me with 50 pounds a day. 50 pounds of each kind. For the price, I'll give you 40 cents for this kind of open umbrella, and 50 cents for the unopened umbrella. If it's chicken fur, then the price is 50 cents and 60 cents respectively. The price for the porcini is the same as for the crimini mushrooms, and I'll take them all. Getting this result, Ji Chang was satisfied and left with Gu Shuyao after chatting with Sun Weiman for a few moments. Once back at the house, the two went to their rooms. Today, Gu Shuyao was a bit tired because she went to Su Shanshan and told her about Ji Chang's analysis, as well as the way to deal with false accusations. So Su Yutao entrusts Gu Shuyao to help watch the store while the two of them go to track down Su Shanshan's ex-husband. As it turned out, just as Ji Chang had said, Suzanne's ex-husband did meet with a woman on the sly, and the two even went to a state-run restaurant to have lunch together. After lunch, the two also returned to Suzanne's ex-husband's home. They took a number of photos and had them developed that day. The two then went to the police, using the methods taught by Ji Chang. That Zhao Ping was arrested on the same day. I'm sure the water will come out soon. Ji Chang wasn't surprised to learn that. After all, it wasn't much of a complicated matter in itself. However, Gu Shuyao said that Su Shanshan didn't want to go to work at the textile factory and wanted to help out at Li Linen and Gu Shuyao's clothing store, which was still a bit of a surprise. After Gu Shuyao finished her report, Ji Chang wrapped his arms around her and went to bed. Tomorrow morning Ji Chang had to rush back to the village as he needed to go to his good classmate Zhao Ming. There was definitely no way for a village to reach that large a volume. Plus Ji Chang had promised Zhao Ping before that he would take him to become rich. Now that he's got the road paved, it's only natural to start getting it up. Those two factory orders, Ji Chang felt that it was not a big problem to take them down. After all, good quality is what everyone wants. Red mushrooms have a great flavor that most people will enjoy, and it was felt that we could try to open a market in the city. After all, it was something that could be sold not only in the county, but also in the city. Their county was only a 2-hour drive to the city, so the distance really wasn't that far. As long as you have a car, you can go anytime. The car issue is on Kichijang's mind, too. Last time he had already commissioned Su Rue to help get a triplex, and he believed that there would be news soon. The city can make 2 more trips a day if they do have a sale. If you want another car, you'll have to work hard for your money. Currently, Ji Chang didn't have that much money left to buy another car. To get a triple trampoline, he still had to divert the $30,000 that he had originally used to find someone to substitute clothing. But Ji Chang felt that the 3 trampolines still think it is worth buying. After all, to go to the city, at least there is a gasoline burning. Otherwise the speed is simply to less than. Need to waste a lot of time on the road. Then it is not cost effective. The next day, before dawn, Ji Chang went straight out the door. He was in a hurry to get to Zhao Ming's village so that the people in their village could pick red mushrooms to sell to themselves. For this reason, he brought a few pounds of samples. He hadn't been out of the county long when the 2 hawks appeared, as if they were waiting for him specifically. It had to be said that these 2 hawks Ji Chang was still very satisfied. They were like his own air guards. 3 more to go, and still a 10,000 word update today. Chapter 98, can you eat this much? Chapter 99, can you eat this much? After such a long time of feeding, Mu Yun had obviously fattened up quite a bit, but it had a pretty good life, eating all the finest ingredients, and Ji often crushed up soybeans and corn for it to eat, and such treatment was considered a modest life among the horses. Therefore, Mu Yun's speed, endurance, and strength had all increased considerably. Running wildly at full speed, it was estimated that it was going about 60 or so yards. At this rate, it's been very empowering. He used to ride a bicycle and couldn't reach that speed because the roads here didn't allow it. But to Mu Yun, this kind of road didn't have much of an impact. In nearly 2 hours, Ji Chang arrived at Zhao Ming's village. At this time, everyone hadn't gone out to work yet, and smoke was rising from the cooking in the village. Ji Chang rolled over and dismounted outside Zhao Ming's house and called out into the yard. Zhao Ming, home? Who is it? My brother is still sleeping. A girl stepped out and peeked her head at Ji Chang. Zhao Xiaoying, it's me, your Chang brother. Ji Chang spoke. Zhao Xiaoying, Zhao Ming's younger sister, is now only 15 years old and is attending high school in town with decent grades. After all, she often had to do farm work, and the time for real study was actually very little, so everyone was surprised that she could achieve such a result. In her last life, she finished high school and didn't continue because she purposely got poor grades. With the situation at home like that, there was no way she could be allowed to repeat a year of school. Brother Chang, you haven't come in years. Zhao Xiaoying looked at Ji Chang with a grumpy face. In the past, Ji Chang would still come often, and he was very popular with the Zhao family. No matter Zhao Jijun, Zhao Xiaoying, or Zhao Xiaoli. They all loved Ji Chang because he would often bring delicious food and would play with them. Brother Chang, you're not divorcing your sister-in-law, are you? Zhao Xiaoying asked curiously while opening the door. Ji Chang directly gave Zhao Xiaoying a gentle boom on her head. This niece, can't you hope for something good for your brother? Your brother is so charismatic. Does your sister-in-law want to get a divorce? Ji Chang gave Zhao Xiaoying a blank stare. Had, that's definitely not shedding. Zhao Xiaoying spat out a tongue. Don't look, the candy is here. Ji Chang raised a small bag of ginger candy from the basket and handed it over. This time around, Ji Chang still brought something with him. These are rice, and a few pounds of great oil, and a few pounds of meat. These are some tonics for your mother. 1 decoction a day. 1 decoction twice. 3 times. Seeing Ji Chang take out things from the basket one by one, Zhao Xiaoying's eyes instantly reddened. Chang, still the same Chang. Chang brother. Zhao Xiaoying's tears directly barred down. Then said, you also take too much. Not afraid of sister-in-law to break your legs? Ah. Why? These are the ones your sister-in-law asked me to bring. Alright, don't cry. There's nothing to cry about. Your sister-in-law is pregnant right now. It's not convenient for her to come over. Saying that, Ji Chang rubbed Zhao Xiaoying's head. He knew that they must have suffered a lot over the years. Don't look at it. Take it in. You don't have to worry about your brother's side. He still doesn't dare to throw out what I brought in, much less return it to me. After saying that, Ji Chang carried part of the stuff inside. Zhao Xiaoying wiped a tear from her eye, then moved the stuff in with Ji Chang. It was heavy. She felt they were heavy, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. You burn the fire. I'll cook. I haven't eaten breakfast yet either. With that, Ji Chang rolled up his sleeves. Zhao Xiaoying was very cooperative and didn't make herself polite with Ji Chang. Since Nora used to come here often, he would often cook as well. If he cooked, everyone would eat something good. After all, he spared the ingredients. Besides, no one blames Kichijo. He brought all the stuff with him, so who's to blame? It'll just be 2 more bowls. Let's boil the oil first. After all, the Zhao family's tanks have been sitting idle for quite some time, and there isn't much oil at all. Cut up the fat and push it right into the pan. Before long, an aroma of oil bubbled up. Sis, am I dreaming? Why do I smell a fragrance? A voice that hadn't woken up yet came. Xiaoli, look who's here. Zhao Xiaoying said at her sister as she added firewood to the stove. Zhao Xiaoli rubbed her eyes and glanced at the dimly lit kitchen. Then her eyes lit up and she rushed straight towards Ji Chang and hugged him. It's brother Ji Chang. It's really brother Ji Chang. Brother Ji Chang, why are you here? Zhao Xiaoli, who was only 10 years old, let go of Ji Chang and asked excitedly. I was sensing that you missed me, so I showed up. Alright, be careful, don't get splashed by the oil. Ji Chang rubbed Zhao Xiaoli's head, then reminded. Brother Chang, I've missed you all the time. Zhao Jijun also appeared, and at 13 years old, he was already the same size as Zhao Xiaoying. This is still the case of malnutrition. If you eat and drink nutritiously, there is no problem at all to grow to 1.8 m or so in the future. Zhao Jijun walked over. He didn't hug Ji Chang, but it looked like he was happy too. Why are you here? So early in the morning. Zhao Ming came down from the stairs, and his eyes were a little red. Mustn't the mountain catchers be early, or else the mountain goods will be messed with by others? Ji Chang snickered, then fished the drippings out of the pot and put them on a plate. You guys haven't touched oil meat for too long. Eat it with your rice in a while. Or don't blame me for not reminding you if you leap up later, haha. Ji Chang said and put the oil residue on the table. Next, received him the oil into the tank. The rice had already been steamed in the pot next to it, because Zhao's family had 2 pots, and the family raised pigs, so 1 pot was simply not enough. Without raising pigs, Zhao Ming has no way to save money to pay for his younger sibling's schooling. No one touches the grease residue, even if it's tempting. The Zhao family members were all more restrained because Zhao Ming hadn't yet given his word. Zhao Ming knew that Ji Chang was right. They all hadn't touched any of this meat for a long time, and if they hadn't eaten the oil dregs right with their meal, their intestines wouldn't be able to handle it. Both rice and groundnut rice absorb oil, and by virtue of their physical condition, the probability of leaping into thin air would be small. Ji Chang also did not cook a few dishes: a braised pork, a fried gourd, a fried squash, and a green vegetable. He had tried to use as little oil as possible, considering the situation of the Zhao family. It smells so good. Did you go and learn to cook, brother Ji Chang? Zhao Xiaoying realized that Ji Chang's cooking skills were so much more powerful compared to a few years ago. Well, learned a little. Quickly sit down. I left a separate copy of your mother's. Xiaoying, you take it in, said Ji Chang as he went to serve the separate copy to Zhao Xiaoying. Alright, don't be greedy. Sit down and eat. It's fine if you guys remember how good your Ji Chang brother is. Just eat. Zhao Ming rubbed his brother and little sister's heads. Ming, you can start collecting red mushrooms today. As many as there are in the village. I'll take them all. And the turtle? I want it too, Ji Chang said as he picked up his bowl. As for field fairs and stone frogs, for the time being he had no money to collect them. However, I have requirements for the quality of red mushrooms, and if you can meet the requirements of a caddy you charge 10 cents a caddy. I'll give you 20 cents. Zhao Ming glanced at Ji Chang, then said, will you earn less? Quite a lot. Take it back, I can make 20 cents. More than you make. Ji Chang grinned, then said, eat first. I'll talk to you about the requirements afterward. Don't think I'm good at this money. This small amount is what you deserve. Zhao Ming nodded and took a bite of rice. It was all fragrant rice. The kind of rice that he could only eat on New Year's Eve when his father was alive. The Zhaos buried their heads in dry rice, because for them this meal was so delicious that they wanted to swallow their tongues when they ate it. Everyone's meal size has seen an increase, and each one is bulging with food. After eating his fill, Ji Chang mentioned his request to Zhao Ming. After he started buying mushrooms, he had to give up some of the farm work at home. After all, he can't do both. He's alone. However, Zhao Ming knew how to choose. Farming could not be as fragrant as harvesting mushrooms. 10 cents a pound. 10 pounds $1. 100 pounds is $10. I can't say that there are many in the village, but there must be 200 pounds a day, right? That's $20 a day. That's $600 a month. Now that there are mushrooms coming out through October, that's 4 months worth of money, or 2,400 less. What's the point of farming when you do that? You can't make 2,400 for planting yourself to death. Zhao Ming's eyes were bloodshot after he did the math. All these years, they have worked themselves to exhaustion and death, all for nothing. I'm not planting this field anymore. Whoever wants to plant it. After taking the pile of woolen tickets given by Ji Chang, he lost his mood to go up the mountain. And Ji Chang also said that the turtle was purchased for 10 cents a caddy, so it didn't smell good for him to go and catch it? After Ji Chang left, he hurriedly went door to door to talk about purchasing red mushrooms, lest there be none to pick them. After saying that, Zhao Ming went to catch the turtle by himself. Zhao Xiaoying and the three of them have to go to school in town, and they can also go to the mountains to pick mushrooms on weekends. On future weekends, they don't need to do any other work, just pick mushrooms. After Ji Chang left the Zhao family, he went straight back to his village, and the two villages weren't very far apart. Tonight, Zhao Ming needed to be responsible for delivering the mushroom goo to Ji Chang's house. After returning to the village, everyone had already gone up the mountain one after another. Xiao Chang, there are already a few people going to your house today to open up the land. When Lu Chunhua saw Ji Chang come in, she hurriedly spoke to Ji Chang. Wang Shan isn't available today, so he hasn't gone yet. Okay, let uncle keep track of the hours. 5 days at a time. Ji Chang saw it when he returned to the village. After all, his family's hill is still quite close to the village. With all of it reclaimed, it is estimated that a lot of tea can still be grown. Now Lu Chunhua has seldom gone out. Going out is to cut grass, but she went out a trip is usually only 2 or 3 hours. Will not stay out for a long time. When she wasn't home, the task of watching the house was left to rhubarb. Ji Chang left Lu Chunhua a sum of money and then went up the mountain. Today he wanted to go into the mountains for a spin and see if he could hit another good head. Tomorrow he was going to call Gu Xiaotian to determine if that Tan Liming needed the money leopard. Maybe sell him something else along the way if you want. Nowadays, the economy of Hong Kong Island can be so much better than that of the country. So if we can hook up with the other side to do business, then we can make money much faster. On his way up the mountain, Ji Chang met a lot of small children from the village. Not only girls, but also some boys. After all, no one wants to miss out on a chance to make money. And mushroom picking isn't gender specific anyway. And there were not only children, but also some women, who joined in the mushroom picking. After picking them back in the village, they can be sold to Ji Chang and make money without having to go out. Who could refuse such a good thing? Anyway, Ji Chang hadn't set any upper limit, so everyone naturally went to pick them as hard as they could. Ji Chang couldn't help but feel some pressure after seeing it. With so many people starting to pick mushrooms, can you eat them yourself and transport them? It was just that the words had already been put out, and Ji Chang didn't want to take them back. This is just the first time to do business and he has gone back on his word. Who will believe his words in the future? Luckily, he's kinda demanding or there would be more. He had already thought that tomorrow was the day of the fair, so he could go and see if he could buy some donkeys. There are no horses in the county, but there are a lot of donkeys. And if you can buy a few donkeys, the transportation capacity will go up. Once he had an idea, Ji Chang stopped worrying and plunged headlong into the primitive jungle. The two eagles seemed to have spotted their prey and were circling continuously in one of the skies, beckoning Ji Chang to go. Definitely not hares. If they were small prey like rabbits, they'd catch them on their own and wouldn't keep circling and calling. Kicho was curious as to what great prey could have made them so. Chapter 99 First Bear Hunt. Great Harvest. Chapter 100 First Bear Hunt. Great Harvest. Ji Chang realized that the two hawks were still quite a distance away, especially once they entered the forest. It wasn't like you could just walk in a straight line if you wanted to. They don't seem to be giving up and are still hovering in the sky, and their position hasn't changed much, suggesting that the prey has been there all along. Ji Chang kept approaching towards the two eagles. Along the way Ji Chang encountered some chipmunks, which he did not let go of and hunted with his slingshot. Because there weren't enough stone seeds in his hand to rule, Ji Chang only obtained 3 flower mice. However, today when he went back he could take the clay pellets that he had rolled earlier and burn them. And when those clay pellets were burned, Ji Chang's accuracy could be improved a bit, gradually getting closer. Ji Chang saw what kind of animal the two hawks had found. Black bears that had been lying in trees. Ji Chang didn't expect that there would be black bears in this mountain forest and that he would find them. Come to think of it, it's no surprise. After all, several places have heard of black bears, which means the environment is just right for them. The location where he appeared was now far away from his village, and belonged to the off-the-beaten-path area, so it was normal that no one had discovered the black bear. Black bears are omnivorous, and this jungle has everything they need to meet their survival needs. With a distance of more than 200 meters to go, Ji Chang did not come any closer. And Kicho was worried about the black bear spotting him. Don't think that animals are not alert when they are sleeping. Many times their olfactory system is still working and they will still wake up immediately when they smell danger. At such a long distance, Ji Chang couldn't rely on the blood bar. All he could rely on was his marksmanship and eyesight. The two hawks did not chirp, they continued to hover in the sky. Ji Chang held his gun and aimed at the black bear. Also watched a few of the surrounding trees to see if there were any other black bears, in case there were any missed. In terms of danger, Ji Chang felt that black bears were much more dangerous than wild boars. After changing positions a few times, Kichijo found a more desirable spot. Luckily, the black bear still hasn't awakened. Locking onto the black bear's head, Ji Chang pulled the trigger. Gunfire rang out and a torrent of ammunition poured in. Ji Chang stared at the black bear without looking away. Seeing the bullet hit it, and the blood spray and minced flesh appeared in Ji Chang's field of vision. He had excellent eyesight, so he could see. The black bear fell straight out of the tree after being hit. Ji Chang was delighted in his heart and hurriedly headed towards the black bear. The bullet has been repressed into the chamber and is ready to fire. The road was somewhat difficult to follow and from time to time a woodchipper was required to clear the way. The primitive jungle is like that. Anything goes, so Ji Chang always takes enough stuff with him every time he goes into the mountains. A low growl was heard as Kichijo approached. One shot like that and you didn't die? Ji Chang was a bit shocked, and instantly took out his 56.5. Taking the 56.5 is what gives him a bit of security. After all, he can fire one shot after another, giving him enough time to react. Still holding a 38, pulling the bolt once for each shot, and by the time you fire the second shot the black bear's giant paw is on top of you. The black bear's 100-meter burst was so fast that there was no time to react before it killed him. Gradually approaching, Ji Chang saw a blood bar that had been mostly emptied and was still moving. Not moving very fast though. Ji Chang was very shocked because the location he hit should have been fatal. Not to mention, it had fallen straight down from a height of over 10 meters. Such vitality really surprised Ji Chang. He didn't approach hastily, not wanting to give the black bear a chance to surprise him. The blood bar was visibly shortening, indicating that its life was draining away. After changing positions a few times, Ji Chang finally saw the black bear. Not a small body, estimated at over 300 pounds. Even when it was bloodied, it looked very fierce. Ji Chang looked at the 56.5 in his hand, and the bayonet on the 56, then took it back into the hunting space. Switching to the 38th cap, Ji Chang raised it again. After locking onto its head, Ji Chang pulled the trigger again. The bullet shot through its head again, this time directly emptying its blood bar and ending its suffering. Meanwhile, a couple of nearby chickadees were startled by the gunfire and flew straight up, but moments later, they were attacked. It was the two hawks in the sky that attacked them. The hawk would have liked to attack birds smaller than itself, such as crows and magpies. Ji Chang surveyed the surroundings for a moment, then walked over to the black bear. This black bear was still pretty dirty with a lot of mud. Then, Ji Chang received it into his hunting space. I really didn't think I'd hit a bear. Ji Chang sat on his butt on a rock near where the black bear had fallen and took out his canteen to drink some water. Tigers and black bears, which are at the top of the food chain, became prey under his gun. It's all a bit of a coincidence, but it's always a knockout for him. He wasn't inflated though. After all, neither was putting them down after a head-to-head fight with such top-tier prey. After resting for a while, Ji Chang looked at the two mountain chickens caught by the two hawks. Ji Chang put one in his hunting space and tossed the other to them. The two hawks immediately went up and started the plucking mode. And in no time at all, they had plucked most of the feathers from that mountain chicken. Hawks are destructive and impressive predators. And the first close encounter with their prey must be with their talons. Prey held in the talons of a hawk will undergo a process of repeated kneading and squeezing to death, at which point the hawk will hold its own head high to avoid flailing as the prey struggles to die. After that, it's the hooked mouth that rips the flesh from the victim's bones. Juvenile hawks are the ones that eat directly on the ground. Adult hawks, especially during the breeding season, have a habit of breaking down their prey, fallen logs, bent trees, stumps, or rocks around the nest with a feather puller, which they use for years, like a meat cleaver at the market. Just like the meat slicers at the market, hawks use them for years. Goshawks are not big eaters, with a daily food requirement of about 120 to 150 grams, and inevitably have leftovers. This characteristic helps to distinguish them from other raptors, such as large owls, which usually eat everything. Now they don't have any plucking stakes, and they partake of them on the spot. Ji Chang was in no hurry to leave as he released the two beagles from their carriers and began to train them. When the two hawks finished eating, it was the turn of Green Tiger and Pinyin, and the two of them could finish the rest of the mountain chickens. While they were eating, Ji Chang picked up some rocks and made a circle, preparing to roast the mountain chickens in his backpack. Even though he had brought steamed buns for lunch, he couldn't resist the idea of a roasted mountain chicken when he had it in his hand. Today's hunt for a black bear was reward enough. Right now, he had a tiger, a black bear, a money leopard, 2 muntjac, and some hares, chipmunks, and white-faced beavers in his hunting space. If you can get rid of all that, you can still have a bit of money. He was kinda curious as to what kind of bile was in the black bear he was holding. After handling the grouse, the guts were tossed to the two beagles. Just now, Ji Chang had put the mountain chicken into his hunting space, just to let the hunting space handle it. What kind of germs, viruses and the like, don't worry about them at all. They will be hunted space to deal with them all. After about 10 minutes of roasting, the grouse started to get golden brown. The epidermis was constantly dripping with grease, and the nuisance rattled on, and the two beagles lay on the edge, curiously looking at the mountain chicken that Ji Chang had roasted, tilting their heads from time to time to take a look. Suddenly, Pinyin stood straight up. Woof woof woof. It barked in one direction. Obviously, there's something over there. Ji Chang directly drove his iron fork into the ground, leaving the roasted pheasant facing the sky. 56.5 appeared directly in his hand as he felt something was wrong. Not a moment later, Green Tiger followed suit. At the same time, it seemed to be nervous as it circled around Ji Chang's side. The two eagles also rose into the air, seemingly sensing the threat as well. What is the hunt? Ji Chang touched the grenade at his waist and his expression became grave. Yes, he had a grenade hanging from his belt. After the last ambush, Ji Chang had put a box of grenades from his old home into the hunting space. Luckily, the hunting space also recognized this thing as hunting equipment, or else Ji Chang really wouldn't be able to store it well. At that time, he almost went to get a mortar. After all, in terms of power, the mortar can be much better than a grenade, but also eventually Norichika dismissed it because he really wouldn't be able to shoot this kind of gun. And it's not good to draw attention to yourself when you're moving so much. In case the hunting space didn't recognize it, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It's outrageous enough to have a case of grenades. After a while, Ji Chang heard some movement in the distance. Is it a tiger? Ji Chang held his 56.5 and kept an eye out for the direction of the peace call. The two hawks had already flown to the top of the forest, and with the canopy blocking their view, Ji Chang couldn't see them at all. The animal didn't appear in Kichijo's field of vision. Whether it was a bloodstain or the naked eye, Kichijo didn't see any animal. Perhaps it was well camouflaged, perhaps it was blocked, or far enough away. After a few minutes, Kichijo still hadn't found anything, so he simply picked up his hunting fork and started eating the roasted mountain chicken straight away. Eat while keeping an eye on your surroundings. The 56.5 just hangs around your neck, ready to plunge and shoot. In no time at all, Ji Chang had eaten all of that mountain chicken. When he was done eating, Ji Chang tossed the bones to the two beagles. They've stopped barking, and I don't know if the crisis is over, or if they're just tired of barking. The two hawks didn't come down. They were still in the sky, and from time to time, a bark or two. Ji Chang wasn't in a hurry, thinking that he had 56.5 and a grenade, so he shouldn't panic at anything. Putting out the fire, he put the carrier on Ma Gung's back. After making sure nothing was missing, Kichijo headed in the direction that Peace had just called. It hadn't been a long walk when Peace called out again. Apparently, there's still something over there. After a while, Ji Chang finally saw what it was. Monkeys. It's a bunch of monkeys. Seeing those monkeys, Ji Chang was still quite surprised. Ji Chang had no intention of attacking these monkeys. After all, there wasn't much of a chance that anyone would eat their flesh. Monkey brains? This Kichijo was a bit too much to take in, perhaps because they belonged to the primate species. Therefore, Ji Chang twisted his head and carried the two beagles into the carrier, ready to leave with them. Before leaving, Ji Chang whistled. He wanted to see if he could call the two hawks back. After all, they had been in the air up to now. After a while, the hawk appeared and flew towards him. Let's go. We can go home. Ji Chang stroked Muyun's head before leading it back along the same path. There had been enough for the day, and there was no need to continue looking for other prey. If we stay any longer, it will be completely dark by the time we get back to the village. Today, he has quite a few more mushrooms to ship back. Perhaps, it was still necessary for Zhao Ming and himself to pick some to the county. Ji Chang said his dime wasn't that good. That's what it was on, and that for the time being he needed to send it to the county seat. Because the road was so bad, it was either picked up by men or carried by animals. You can't use a bicycle or a panel truck. It's too bumpy, and all the way to the county, many mushrooms wear out, leading to a drop in quality. Halfway there, Kicho spots a small mushroom on an old stump for a bit. I can't believe there are shiitake mushrooms. I thought we didn't have any on our side. Ji Chang was happy because shiitake mushrooms were relatively easy to cultivate artificially. After thinking about it, Ji Chang just cut down the whole stake. Chapter 100, So You're Here for Trouble. Chapter 101, So You're Here for Trouble. The shiitake mushrooms on top of the stakes have mycelium, and this mycelium can be used to cultivate and make a strain. After chopping it off with an axe, Ki used to look around the neighborhood again to see if there were any other places where shiitake mushrooms were also growing. After searching around, Ji Chang didn't find anything else. So in the end Kichijo took the section of the stake it over his shoulder. The stake was less than 100 pounds, which was nothing to Kichijo. All the way down the mountain, Ji Chang kept an eye out for bloodstains in various plants and such around him, hoping to come across some nice mountain goods. Red mushroom Ji Chang too had found quite a few, but unfortunately he was too lazy to pick them. It was after 4 in the afternoon when Ji Chang finally returned to the village. At the moment, people are not weighing in with criminy mushrooms. Ji Chang rested for a while, then went to take a look at his future tea mountain. There were 3 people who came to reclaim the land today. Ji Chang found that the 3 people were working quite hard. The width of a row of land was 5 meters, and a large part of it had already been dug. Digging this wide was more labor-intensive and costly, but Ji Chang could afford it. Mostly, the labor rates are so cheap at this time of year that Kichijo feels sorry for himself if he doesn't dig a little wider. You'll dig wider and plant a lot more tea trees. So all in all it's a good deal. These clays are loess, which is more clay and the land is acidic. Perhaps it is this loess and the altitude of the mountains that have contributed to the good quality of the tea in their village. Ji Chang stayed for a while, split a few cigarettes, and then left. He was still quite satisfied with this progress, and believed that it wouldn't take much more than a few minutes to dig in. After digging it back, you can plant herbs for a few years. The soil on their side is very suitable for growing herbs like Thai ginseng, so they can plant it first. Otherwise, it takes 2 or 3 years until the tea seedlings are ready. After the tea seedlings have been planted, you can still continue to grow ginseng. This is because it takes another 2 to 3 years from the time the tea seedlings are ready to have tea leaves to pick. The back and forth adds up to 5 years, and there's no way the land is going to sit around unused. This model of his is also easy to replicate, and the villagers are sure to follow suit. He knew that one characteristic of the country was to follow the trend. It doesn't matter if you're into farming or opening a store. As soon as you see someone else's model making money, you'll immediately copy it. While it was still dark, Ji Chang made a simple high-temperature stove in the yard. The yellow clay from the yard was used, and this high-temperature furnace was naturally used to burn those projectiles. By the time it was dark, Kichijo's stove was ready. Then he put enough wood in the stove to put all those shade-dried projectiles in, one after another. People came to the door with red mushrooms, and Ji Chang and Lu Chunhua patiently inspected them, picking out the ones that didn't pass the test. Luckily, the failures are very few. It's obvious that the failures weren't intentionally mixed in by them. The odds are that they were sabotaged on the way back. It was still a relief to Kichijo that everyone took this standard seriously. Still, Ji Chang didn't forget to warn them that if anyone passed off their goods as good, they would never acquire each other's mountain goods in the future. For dinner Ji Chang ate the buns left over from noon. Fortunately Lu Chunhua had the foresight to cook dinner early. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had time to cook for Wang Xuan's own young son and his daughter. It was 7 o'clock before Ji Chang finished acquiring all the crimini mushrooms and several different colors of porcini mushrooms. The total of 312 pounds has exceeded Kicho's expectations. Ji Chang hadn't been able to go back yet because Zhao Ming hadn't yet brought over the red mushrooms that their village had acquired. Fortunately, the only mushrooms that Ji Chang acquired in Zhao Ming's village were red mushrooms. Otherwise, Ji Chang didn't know what to do with so many mushrooms. Now, he just hoped that the county could consume so many mushrooms. Otherwise, he'd have to get the car tomorrow and take the mushrooms to the city to sell. Alternatively, dry these mushrooms to make dried mushrooms. Ji Chang was already thinking about whether or not to give everyone a limited amount tomorrow. Since it was the first day, the women of the entire village had not yet come out. Those who went mushroom picking today turned in money. More than $3, less than $1. That's enough income to give everyone a boost. To earn $1 or $2 a day is something they didn't dare to imagine before. The details will depend on how many mushrooms you can sell yourself tomorrow. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhao Ming had not yet arrived, Ji Chang went to cut some bamboo and carried it back. He needs some bamboo baskets to hold these mushrooms, otherwise the damage to the mushrooms would be more severe with sacks. The current bamboo baskets are all borrowed from it, and Ji often feels that they are a bit too low and small in diameter, and need a new batch of bamboo baskets suitable for holding mushrooms. After all, mushrooms are lighter and also it takes up more space. After chopping 4 or 5 roots of bamboo and returning, Zhao Ming came. He and Zhao Xiaoying each picked a load, and since he had acquired 200 pounds, there was no way to fit it in 2 baskets, so he had Zhao Xiaoying pick it over together. Luckily it wasn't very heavy. Zhao Xiaoying also did farm work all day. Picking these was nothing to her. Ji Chang, does anyone really want these mushrooms? You won't lose money, right? Zhao Ming asked with a worried face. After all, it was nearly 200 pounds on his side. In addition, he caught 3 snappers of his own, which together totaled more than a dozen pounds. He was especially worried that the regular session of the Ji would lose money, and had been worried all the way through. Don't worry, Ji Chang, won't do business at a loss, Ji Chang said with confidence. The big deal was to dry these mushrooms and make dried mushrooms. It was impossible to lose money. Or, he could make a run for himself and send all the extra mushrooms to the city and sell them as usual. However, I need to trouble you guys to deliver to the county town with me tonight, Ji Chang said very dryly. No problem. When I came here I told my mother that I'm going to pick these mushrooms to the county, and we'll be going back later. Not even going back. It's already been made clear, Zhao Ming said with a smile. After all, these mushrooms were to be taken to the county to be sold, and it was impossible for Ji Chang to send the red mushrooms acquired from the 2 villages to the county by himself plus a horse. Then you guys shouldn't rush back at night. I bought a house in the county and there are enough rooms, Ji Chang said in a hurry. This is really getting good. You have a house in the county. Just in time. I'm going to take a look at it too. When I earn enough in a few years, I'll buy in the county town as well, Zhao Ming said with an expectant face. If this business of Ji Chang stabilized, he felt that he could really buy a house in the county and become a county resident. What kind of business is there in the countryside? Haven't you seen Ji Chang have a house in the county? Even if you can't eat meat with Ji Chang, you can have some soup, right? Those mushrooms of Ji Chang had long been packed in baskets with the help of the Wang family, and now it was a matter of securing them to Ma Gong's back. Just hang 2 bamboo baskets on one side and secure them. It's not even 200 pounds. It's perfectly tolerable. The rest of the favorites are picked by Qi Chang. Part of it can't be taken away, so it's okay to hang it above the water well for now and keep it cold. And so, Ji Chang and the others set off. Didn't take the big road, took the little road. Qicho walked ahead of him, the 2 beagles following him. He borrowed 3 kerosene lamps, which were windproof and could be placed in front of the stretcher for illumination. In addition, he gave the flashlight to Zhao Xiaoying, who was walking in the center, to give her an added sense of security. Along the way, Ji Chang was keeping an eye on his surroundings. Even though there are 3 kerosene lamps, wild animals are likely to attack if they do come across them. Neither of them chatted while rushing. After all, one had to keep an eye on the surroundings while rushing at night. This was something that Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiaoying knew very well, and both of them had brought along their firewood knives. There were several breaks on the road and in nearly 2 hours they were in the county seat. When they arrived at Ji Chang's home in the county town, Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiaoying were both surprised. Ji Chang, your house is too big. It's even bigger than the houses in your village. Zhao Ming's eyes glowed as he looked at the brightly lit house. Not bad, right? Come in and rest. Gu Shuyao greeted and hurriedly told Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiaoying to go inside and rest. Sister-in-law, the 2 siblings shouted together. Zhao Ming was a month younger than Ji Chang, but usually the 2 of them didn't bother with name calling. However, when he saw Gu Shuyao, Zhao Ming would still call his sister-in-law. Both were more curious about Qicho's new home, and the electric lights. Instead of dumping out the mushrooms, Ji Chang picked them directly next door to the room with the TV, which was near the backyard, where there wasn't much light and the room was cooler, making it more suitable for storage. There would be no point in pouring it out when Ji Chang was going to deliver some to the steel mill early tomorrow morning, as well as some to the state-run hotel. Pouring back and forth also tends to break the mushrooms. There were still enough rooms in the house, but Zhao Xiaoying and Li Linan knew each other, so she slept with Li Linan at night. They were all tired enough to eat a bit of the leftover cold noodles that Wang Bao had cooked as a midnight snack before going to rest. Early the next morning, Ji Chang took Xiao Ming to make a delivery. The first stop was the steel mill, and a total of 100 pounds of mushrooms were picked over. When Wei Bing came to pick up the shipment, he brought 2 other people with him. Originally, Kichijo thought that it was the purchases for the other 2 factories he mentioned, but it turned out that he didn't think it was the purchases for the other 2 cafeterias. When they heard that Wei Bing wanted 100 pounds of red mushrooms, they wanted to give Wei Bing a whole lot of trouble. How about it? How about it? I told you that my brother's mushrooms are not the same as those crappy ones in the market, right? As soon as Wei Bing arrived, he pointed at the red mushrooms in the bamboo basket and said very proudly, having dealt with him a few times, he still had more confidence in Ji Chang's character. Anyone can do superficial work, have the guts to make them pour it out for us to check, one of them said in a conspiratorial manner. Often, once he heard it, he knew that this person didn't deal well with Wei Bing. Brother Wei, this place is not suitable for pouring. Can we pick the mushrooms to the back kitchen of the cafeteria? We'll also take these bamboo baskets away and pick the rest to other factories. Ji Chang took the initiative to speak up. He could already tell that these 2 were here to pick a fight. However, he wasn't worried at all. These mushrooms are in excellent condition and can't be picked out at all. Third shift. End of 10,000 word update. Begging for full subscription. Begging for monthly votes. Old Fire pays his respects. Recommend a book on catching and hunting. Back in time, hunting in the sea. Chen Hui didn't expect to be reborn. What's more, I didn't realize that after decades of fatherless, motherless, and wifeless imprisonment in my last life, the first thing I did after being reborn was actually get married. The world of flowers has been seen. In this lifetime, Chen Hui only wanted to go down to the sea to catch fish, go up to the mountains to hunt, catch the sea and pick mushrooms. A small village where you can live your life with the white moonlight without any shame. Era, uphill, downhill. Daily life, pampering wife, making a fortune, parenting, leisure time, don't like it, don't spray it, equals. Everyone go support my P friend. She writes much more delicately than I do. So go catch up on your reading and support.